you are, and that's just ridiculous. If you can't show us a picture of a cork or a poem about a cork or an epic story about a cork, then you're not talking about anything, are you?
I am, yes.
Tell me a joke about a cork then. What's the joke about a cork that you have?
I don't have a joke about a cork.
Then why are you talking about corks?
Oh,
Talk
Scott,
about atmospheric pressure.
I need to speak to you for like a minute.
Hold on, Chris. I'm asking about corks. I'm asking about corks.
Yeah.
Right now.
Just when you're ready.
Yeah. Just when I'm ready. It's not going to be anytime soon because I need to know a joke about a cork before we can move on. It's just dumb, Kimo. I've been listening for 20 minutes. This is it's just absurd. This is what you do all day long. You're not moving the needle in any direction besides absurdity. Why? Why do you do this? You hate yourself? You're not trying to talk about anything. You're trying to gotcha him on whether he has a video about a cork. Rather than considering the topic in any kind of reasonable way, you just keep asking him over and over and over, do you have a video about a cork? Do you have a video about a cork? It's the dumbest thing. I mean, you stop and listen to yourself, you'd be appalled. 20 minutes, Kimo. That's what you've done. It's 20 minutes asking about this cork video.
Cork Lives Matter.
Okay, so what we've got in this container.
Did you get a video about a cork? Did you get the video?
It's on the big screen, yeah.
Does it have a joke in it? Because if it doesn't have a joke, it doesn't count.
It doesn't have a joke in it.
So what do the little corks say to the big cork? That's how it's got to start, or something like that. Two corks walk into a bar. I mean, literally, Kimo, like, come up with an answer. Think about it. Make some sort of progress in your life. Do you recognize this is what you do? Do you think it's a good strategy? Is it just that it's so entertaining to you to ask about a cork for 20 minutes that you can't help yourself? Okay, what we have on the big video is, well, let me just ignore what Scott said. I'm just going to keep going because it's so important that I ask about cork again.
Dude, he was demonstrating this cork thing.
For 20 minutes, he asked about a video for a cork. Jeremy, do you want to defend it, really? I mean, do you not listen to what's going on?
I'm just saying he had a video of a cork.
So why do you ask for 20 minutes this cork question over and over?
I don't know, Beach.
It's weird, right? It's not normal. It's not like fair. It's not reasonable. It's just him being absurd for 20 minutes.
Although I did enjoy putting up the cork video that he had without his videos. You don't have to watch what he's talking about. Same video, just without his narration.
And that's what I'm saying, Jeremy. You said we were just trying to get the answer, but he's not, though. That's the thing. You are when you're talking, usually, but you don't ask for a cork video for 20 minutes. When he's asking for that cork video for 20 minutes, all he's trying to do is harass Moyle. That's literally the only outcome that can come. He has no shame about doing it. He's been doing it for like what, 3-4 years now. It's just absurd. I swear he's addicted to harassing people in these weird, absurd ways, and that's about all there is to it. If we were talking about, I don't know, education system, he'd care just as much. Only his weird, absurd harassments would just take a different form of questioning.
Show me a person who got stupider.
Yeah. Where is the stupider person? Do you have the stupider person in the pocket? Did you interview them yourself? Or is this you did? Oh, you didn't interview them yourself. This video doesn't count
then. Well, off topic here. See, an Android, can you use that as essentially a USB stick? Or do you need third-party app for that?
So how pressure works in a container is a lot different to how it works or supposedly works outside of the container. So outside of a container, you cannot have pressure because there is no wall for it to push. So what we've got here, a cork inside of a container. So when we lower the pressure, the cork reduces in size, and that's the natural occurrence. That's what we should find. So obviously, if the atmosphere had pressure, we should see the same effect. So what we've got here, I'm going to put it on the big screen for you all to see right now. We've got a champagne bottle going into the atmosphere. Put it on the big screen for you all to see. Let's just reduce that one. Okay, so I mean, this is a fantastic find. Again, great discoveries, as flat earthers usually do. We discover things about the world around us naturally. So what we've got here on the big screen is a champagne bottle with a cork.
What did you discover, Chemo?
We've discovered that the atmosphere has.
No, what did you discover, Chemo? You keep saying we. Who's we?
I actually discovered the atmosphere has no pressure to it. And we're going to demonstrate that right now. We've got it here on the big screen. So what we've got is a container.
I can't see the big screen. I've already explained that to you about 10 times. So, you know, I'm sorry. It must be a lie.
Well, it's just as well as it's not me that's saying these things. Science will dictate.
No, you're lying. Yeah,
these great
you're a liar.
So what we've got here is
you lying to people.
I've got a cork joke.
No, not Chemo.
Don't get shocked and have a heart attack.
Holy shit. Chemo lied? Oh my god.
So everyone is on the big screen. We can we can also see the champagne bottle as it reaches.
No, we can't. I can't see it, Chemo. So you're lying again.
So we've even got a chart.
Chemo, could you post the original video instead of yours?
So we've even got a chart here. No, I haven't got the original.
Oh, we haven't because I can't see it.
So what we've got here is a chart.
No, we haven't. Where is here?
Right here in the live stream, we picked.
Sorry,
I can't see anything on no pressure.
Does not have that anything to do with corks on it.
It's okay, but we can talk about it, and then obviously we can try and help you get the visuals in due course. But what we do have,
I see that's supposed to be in due course. When is that due course? 2 years from now, or is that due course 10 years from now? You know what I mean? It's sort of, or is it maybe 2 months from now?
Depend.
Please clarify.
Well, like I said, just because of the what's happening right now with the flights, you're probably looking at, like I say, 2 to 10 years to get that information.
Okay, so you have no fucking idea, and it's like, oh well, maybe in 2 to 10 years we might know something, possibly. Yet everything with the globe model and every other thing, it works on the globe model, and yet you're saying, nah, in 2 to 10 years we'll find out miraculously that physics isn't real, and oh my god, what a load of fucking crap, Chemo. And you're just bullshitting to these poor people who actually believe the crap that you spout.
No, I'm saying 2 to 10 years. We'll find out. Everybody else,
you're full of shit.
Everybody else who's watching the live stream will experience.
Knows that you're full of shit. Yeah, most of them already do know that you're full of shit.
See right now that
they watch to laugh at you. You know that, don't you?
Well, yeah, they'll see that as you go up and out.
Yeah, they're seeing you going, oh, what a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I go from laughing to actually being really disgusted by the fact that he's a pathological liar. And it's
20 watching now. There's 20 watching live. Probably 12 of them are flat earthers, probably.
So, what we've got here on the big screen, we've got the altitude.
No, we don't, Chemo. Yes. We don't.
Rip it. There is a big screen. Listen, you click on Chemo's YouTube link.
I'm not going to click on Chemo's
well,
YouTube.
Well, then you're lying saying there isn't a big screen then, because there is, because I've clicked on it and I can see it. It's big.
Well,
so you're lying now about him having a big screen.
No, he's got to show it to me.
No, it's a link. It's a link. You scroll your mouse across on Discord to the link and you click on it and it opens. Easy. Anybody can do it.
Why doesn't he get copyright hits? He's always copying other people's videos. Why doesn't he get copyright hits? I don't get it.
Well, I don't care.
By the way, Don, when I click it says restricted in my country.
It's just a video about a champagne bottle, Mark. Remain calm.
Yeah.
Okay, so what
you should have used NordVPN.
She's not lying, Dawn. You are an apology. It's not restricted in some countries. So you just called her a liar. So now you say,
she can't
I
watch Chemo's big screen.
Because it's not available in this country. You just called her a liar. So you should apologise.
I have literally tried.
You did try?
I tried. Yes, I did try.
Oh, okay. I get you. Your Australia censors a lot of stuff now. I wonder why.
Just use a VPN.
One thing at a time.
You should look at the government. why they censor all the stuff from you.
Just use a VPN and whack it through the UK. You'll be fine. Use 8888. Use Google's fucking address as a DNS server IP. Then you get
I know it could get in, but Chemo already admitted the atmospheric pressure, so there's no real point now, is there?
Keep your undies on. I'm in Australia and I can see it.
Oh, you can see it on the big
Anyway,
screen.
it's not
Excellent.
important to see it.
So what we do have here on the
Lies
big
anyway,
screen
so
is the altitude, and we've
everything
got
that he
the
says is a
pressure,
lie.
the so-called pressure.
Try and
Yeah,
drive
he's opening
traffic
his
towards
mouth,
the stream
so you know
so he
it's
gets
Let me
views.
just check back to the big screen.
He needs views because he's desperate.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
getting
constantly
a bit
lying all the time. So,
And
you
yet
know.
Gem is streaming at the moment, and I can see that stream. So why don't you put it up on Gem's stream?
DM Scott, man.
Just click on Chemo stream. If Woz can see it, you should be able to see it.
But I don't think he'll be able to put it up on Gem's stream because he doesn't have access to the bot.
Anyway, there's no point
Fair
watching
enough.
it because the whole purpose of his discussion is to prove that the Earth is flat, and we all know that the Earth is not flat; it's round.
Oh, why did you come here again then?
Oh, so it's quite all right, Dawn. I mean, people are free to come and go as they choose and give their opinions, of course.
Yeah, but I'm interested now. If he knows it's definitely a globe and flat Earth is definitely bullshit, why did he come? What made him waste the time on this if he knows already?
Maybe I can help him out. I think to them, they like to ridicule what they think is incorrect. So they see people online with the wrong information, misinformation, and instead of proving it, they think, well, we'll probably just ridicule them. So he's just here to say his piece, like an audience member. Want to say my bit, how he feels, to give his opinion, which is absolutely fine. People should be free to say whatever they like, wherever they like, however they like.
Heckling, but I'd say check yourself, mate.
Absolutely.
Well,
So,
I'd say don't watch what he's presenting because everything Flat Earth is saying about the shape of the globe are lies.
So why do you
Excuse
come
me,
and listen
folks.
to him?
Excuse me for a minute. There's a person with a hot mic, Jalalo one. Is that how you pronounce your name? Can you hear us?
Yeah. Sorry, I put myself on mute.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jalalo. We're just. I mean, do you want to give your opinion before we crack on, Jalalo, on atmospheric pressure? You think it's bizarre that there's such a claim?
I'm just here to listen.
Excellent. Okay, so let's try and give them something to listen to. So, like I say, what we've got on the big screen here is the height,
more lies,
the altitude, 100,000 feet, and we're told that the pressure drops to 0.12. So let's take a look at this video here. So as we know, the corkscrew under low pressure reduces in size. So we're at 60,000 feet here with the champagne bottle. So we expect the same results as we enter into low pressure. So let's go higher. We're now at 95,000 feet. We're not seeing the same results as this cork on the left that is reducing in size. We're seeing the cork perfectly fine. Pressure seems to be the same. No problems here. The bottle's not exploding. Let's continue. Let's go higher. And we're still going higher, and we're still yet to see any explosion or any reduction of the cork, indicating and backing the claim that there is zero atmospheric pressure. And now we've reached. Well, look at that! Look at that! Take a look at that!
Another unfounded.
This is where the great discoveries come into play.
Pure propaganda.
Yeah.
For
sorry,
Matt.
Who wants to say something? Go ahead, Matt.
Is flat. This is propaganda trying to prove that the Earth is flat. It is not flat. It is round.
It does certainly look round in the image that we've got on the big screen. A lot of curvature, but don't worry too much about that, because if that is real, if that is not an illusion, we should be able to measure that curvature. But we're going to get into that later on. We've got something for you.
Wave it away.
But right now, at this moment, we've got a problem. We've got a huge problem. We've got on the left, we've got a cork reducing in size as it should under low pressure. Under no pressure, on the right, we've got a cork at an altitude of 130,000 feet. Let's go back to the charts. Let's take a look here.
Yes.
So at 100,000 feet, we have 0 pressure. With a few little numbers to give us a little indication there's something there. But nonetheless, there is.
Oh my God! It's lower than the pressure in outer space.
Yeah. So then we've got 0 pressure, and we have. Let's take a look at that again.
Holy shit!
So this is
pressure.
a huge, huge problem for flat earthers and globe earthers alike, fellas.
Isn't it, Timo? Very simple.
If you believe there is a container surrounding this cork, given pressure, like this container we see on the left, you have some serious issues that we need to address, which we can do with chemotherapy sometime in the near future. But we have the evidence, we have the proof. 130,000 feet, and we have.
I'll tell you why you have nothing right there. It is simply because Chemo, shut up. If you film that balloon, it'll be expanding as it goes up because there is less pressure outside. But what happens when you slowly acclimatize things, i.e. a cork, to lesser pressure, and the air goes out of it slowly instead of...
Sorry, I zoned out. Say that again, but more precisely.
If you slowly acclimatize something to a lesser pressure, it does not change the way we see it in the vacuum chamber when you do it fast.
Okay.
You would know this if you tried with marshmallows.
Okay. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to counteract in this moment?
I'm telling you that balloon that's lifting your experiment is expanding due to the lesser pressure. I'm telling
we can get to that. We can get to no. That's not happening. That's not what's happening.
Sure it is. This is
no. Again, I've got it in this video, or it might be another video.
It is expanding, and eventually it will blow because it is expanded that much.
No. If that were true,
higher.
If that were true, if that were true,
it is.
Okay.
And what you see is if you acclimatize something to a lesser pressure slowly, i.e. as by raising it slowly by a balloon, you get a different effect than if you do it swiftly, i.e. by pumping the air out pretty fast. That's it. That's all.
Okay. So if that were true, what you were saying, we would see the same results under low pressure and under low pressure, but we're seeing two opposing observations.
You're forgetting time as the variable.
With time is the variable. Yeah, indeed. See, there's such thing, and it's made by a dead British guy, so it must be right. It's called the dive table, and it deals with things being acclimatized to higher and lower pressures over time, and time is indeed the factor. See, if you go down deep and stay around there breathing for a good long while, you'll have more air dissolved in your bloodstream, especially nitrogen, in fact. And when you go back up, that becomes bubbles, and bubbles makes your heart collapse and give you the bends, and that's bad. But if you go up slowly, same as the balloon goes up slowly, nitrogen goes out into your lungs and out of you. So you do not get the bends. It's called acclimatization. It's a real thing. We have tables for it.
Yet again, Spurs is trying to show you false data, trying to prove his position, which is incorrect, that the Earth is flat. Yet again, he's not accepting the evidence in front of him and using it as propaganda.
Did you come here to listen to propaganda about a fantasy Earth, did you? That's a weird decision.
Okay, so conclusion. Conclusion is the atmosphere needs a container or a force for it to have pressure. And as we can see, we can observe, we can look up. Let's go forward in this this footage here. And we can take a look.
Acceleration, Chemo. We have that. It's absurd.
Yeah. So look, as the balloon bursts, we get a good look up into the sky, and there is no container.
As the balloon bursts from the
balloon must have gotten too hot
outside.
So we know there's no container. Now, the question you guys want to know:
balloon bursts from the lesser pressure outside, Chemo. What was that?
No. It was hot inside the balloon, and outside the balloon popped because it hot inside.
Causing the balloon to expand, making it explode, Chemo. How did that happen?
Okay, what's the question on the table?
The question is, you are proposing and propagating false information about pressure differences on a flat Earth. That is all untrue because the Earth is round.
No. What we're doing is we're countering any ideas, any notions that the Earth is a globe. That's what we do.
Didn't you just right now the pressure of a higher atmosphere? Yes, you did. So how did that work?
How did what work?
You claim that what you're doing is correct. First, you said you've removed the pressure to make a vacuum in the vacuum chamber, so there is a pressure. Now you put up a balloon and it expands because of the lesser pressure outside, and it blows up. And you say there is no lesser pressure.
Yeah,
you're simply just proving my point time and time again with this air stuff. You got nothing, Chemo.
If there was less pressure at 130,000 feet, the cork would have reduced in size and the bottle would have exploded.
Don't forget time, Chemo. Time.
None of that happened. So let me address my time question. Time is not a variable that we account for in science, Moya.
Oh, sure as fuck is.
So the idea is, so back to Sort's point is, if what you're saying about the pressure reduces as you increase in altitude, the corkscrew would have reduced also, as we have a demonstration on
corkscrew in the head. Yes, Kim,
back to Mippett's point about being wrong. No, obviously you can only be wrong if you don't have a demonstration. So if hypothesis agree with if experiment doesn't agree with hypothesis, then
you're lying to poor gullible people.
I forgot the quote.
You claim the corkscrew made of steel.
There's a quote from Feynman.
How's that going to work, Kimo?
It doesn't agree with experiment.
Sure does.
There's another part with that. But
just
your idea does not agree with experiment. You see? And what we have here is an experiment. This is not even an experiment, guys. This is your version of an experiment. Okay, fine. We beg your question.
Your version of an experiment. What's your thing for an experiment? You tell us what you think for a change.
So what I think is that we've been lied to about the shape of the Earth. I think that the atmosphere is equalized, so therefore zero pressure. I think that it's impossible.
Why do you think these things?
Because, like I said, if experiment doesn't agree with hypothesis, then let me find the quote.
No, well, but this is what I mean. How do you know all of what you're spouting is true or false?
More exactly, if you say you make a vacuum in a vacuum chamber by removing the pressure, where did that pressure come from? You're literally saying you're removing the thing that you're denying to make a vacuum. And also, when you do make that vacuum chamber, the difference between outside and inside on the surface of the Earth will be 14. Shut up, Kimmel. And this difference will be 14.7 psi. If you make that same vacuum but higher up, you get a different difference. So you can actually make a thing that measures the atmospheric pressure.
Right. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. Okay. It's as simple as that.
Yes, but the experiment can't be set up by a retard who doesn't understand the variables involved.
So
you're a retard, and you're a retard who doesn't understand the variables involved. So you're screwed.
Your hypothesis that the atmosphere...
You can't do experiments because you don't know enough about the world to experiment.
You just proved that, Chemo.
Your hypothesis that the atmosphere has pressure disagrees with experiment. What we have here...
You literally stated it has pressure because you needed to remove that pressure to make a vacuum.
So what we have here on the big screen is your version of an experiment.
Oh, your version. You presented it. You made that pressure having to be removed to make a vacuum, Chemo. It's your version. You're agreeing with science here. You're just trying to deny that you did.
Okay, so you have a hypothesis.
No,
Where is
I have a proof that you provided of pressure.
Okay, so you have a hypothesis, yes?
I have proof, evidence of the pressure that you provided on screen. And you said it repeatedly. Remove the pressure to create a vacuum. Where does that pressure come from, Chemo? You have nothing here.
The pressure comes from the container.
No, because that container was open just before. You're pumping the pressure out of it. Where did it come from when it was open, Chemo?
There was no pressure when it was open.
Then why are you removing it to make a vacuum?
You're removing the pressure from inside the container.
The pressure from inside, indeed. Where did it come from if it was open just before?
The pressure fairy.
There was no pressure
Very
before.
pressure in the container. Now I have to take it out. What the hell are you saying, Chemo?
How can you say there's no pressure, but then you have to remove it? That's idiotic, dude. That is really idiotic.
So let's try again. The pressure
You're
comes
removing
from
something that wasn't there in the first place to have a vacuum.
the pressure comes from the container.
No, because that container was open.
So there was no pressure then.
There was pressure, atmospheric pressure. It was right there. And you trapped some of it in the container, and now you're removing it to make a vacuum.
So can you demonstrate there was pressure when the container was open?
You demonstrated. You said you pumped out the air to make the vacuum.
That's
You
when
were
the container was closed when we pumped out the air.
How did
It was
you get
sealed.
the cork
It
in
was
if
a
it was
sealed.
closed?
It was a sealed container.
How did you get the cork in if it was closed, Chemo?
You open the lid. You put the cork in.
So there is the same pressure inside as there is outside, and that pressure is what you're removing.
How did you measure the pressure with the open container?
You're saying it. You're removing it.
In a closed container.
It's not closed. You open it to put a cork in.
And there was no, when I opened it, there was no pressure.
Well, why are you removing it to get it empty then?
We removed it because we closed the container, sealed it.
By closing it, it became pressurized. Is that what you're saying?
It became pressurized because it became a container, a sealed container.
That makes no sense, Chemo, because the only pressure that would ever be there would be the air around it.
I forgive you for your lack of understanding.
Inside is literally what defines it as a vacuum.
Maybe we can help you get through this.
Oh, because Chemo, you're busted.
I offer chemotherapy.
You're never going to admit, so I'm just going to sit here mocking you until you give up.
Well, what's to give up? We have the experiment, and it agrees with hypothesis.
The experiment proves that you have to remove atmospheric pressure from the container to make a vacuum. There is atmospheric pressure by definition. You just told me.
How do you know there was pressure with the open container?
You know it. You said you had to remove it.
No, I said I removed it from a closed.
I have to know it because you told me.
Try to listen.
To make a vacuum.
Not from an open container.
Yes, from the from the open container. There's the same pressure inside and outside when it's open, but you closed it, and now you're removing that was the same from inside to outside. So you said there was pressure from the outside that went inside, and now you're removing it.
No, there was no pressure outside of the container.
You said it. It's literally saying it. The definition of vacuum is the absence of pressure. If the absence of pressure is to make the absence of pressure, you have to remove the pressure, and you're doing that to make a vacuum.
You can only do that
without pressure, then it must come from somewhere.
I'm feeling a bit confused.
It must be from the atmosphere.
With the argument.
Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. You can only do that with a sealed container sort, not with an open container.
Yes, you're sealing some of the atmosphere in there at the atmospheric pressure, and then you're removing that atmospheric pressure.
That pressure comes from the container. It's not atmospheric.
No, it's not.
Prove
that closing that container created the pressure in it.
Once I close the container, it becomes gas pressure, not atmospheric.
Prove that closing a container creates a pressure in it.
Once I close the container, it's no longer atmospheric pressure. It's now gas pressure in a container.
it is still equal to that of
Gravity
the
is not acting on the gas inside the container.
Equal to that of the outside, Chemo.
Gravity is not acting on the gas inside the container.
Chemo, can you measure the pressure inside it when you close it?
When I close it, yes, we can measure inside the container.
You can. What? With what? How?
You can use a pressure gauge.
What pressure gauge? What pressure gauge will give you a pressure in there?
A pressure gauge will give you the pressure in there.
No, won't. Barometer will.
A barometer reads atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure.
It reads both easily. But
can you demonstrate that that a barometer can read gas pressure from a container?
Again.
There's no difference.
This is the same.
Inside the container, the barometer won't give a shit where it is.
Great discoveries are being made today. We're learning a lot. We're realizing that gas pressure and atmospheric pressure are two different things. Gravity is affected by atmospheric
not to a barometer, they're not.
Once you put your atmospheric gas inside the container, it now becomes gas pressure, not atmospheric pressure.
No,
well, that's true. That's true, but it doesn't change the fact that the barometer doesn't give a shit.
We'll get there. We're learning. We're learning. Great.
Barometers just measure pressure. They don't care where it came from.
So as we look on the screen, we can see outside here on the big screen, we can see the atmosphere, what called gas, is not with the container, and the gas inside this container is now pressurized because of the walls and not because of gravity.
So it's all interesting, but to pressure gauges, there is no difference between atmosphere and pressurization.
So it's not like I don't understand
you
what
you're measure the pressure inside a container just because you closed it.
Yeah, you would have a pressure gauge.
Yeah, measuring compared to what? To the outside?
No, you're just measuring how much pressure is inside the container.
How would you get a pressure gauge that is not made at 14.7 psi and does not measure 0?
It doesn't need to. It needs to start at 0, and then it will measure how much pressure is inside the container. Like when you have a bike tire, it will tell you when it's 30 psi.
Kimon, the interesting thing here is from the two of us, I'm the one that actually built and installed plenty of pressure gauges. Okay. And what I can tell you is you need a reference pressure, and you always need a reference pressure unless you're using something that is inherently vacuumized, basically like a barometer. So, the reference pressure that you would need to have a difference to measure is always a measurement of difference. The difference between a pressure gauge that is outside that container and inside that container will show you absolutely nothing, because it was just opened, right? It's going to be that same pressure. The barometer will do it because it's inherently pressure set at that vacuum that is built with. But all of the other pressure gauges need a pressure from one side and pressure from one other side to work. And since you cannot prove to me that closing a container creates a pressure inside it, then there will be no difference.
Right. We're probably going to end it now and resume with a new topic.
I wish you would end it all.
You did yourself on miserably. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Remember, if it disagrees with experiment,
yeah, it perfectly agrees with all the experiments I listed, and you failed.
Well, we have an experiment that shows the atmosphere has...
You believe there is pressure in the atmosphere, and you have to remove it to make a vacuum.
Before we
it shows that you're functionally retarded, Chemo.
Let's leave the airways open for 5 minutes and see if any other opinions or points.
I'll leave you be to round it up, Chemo. You lost it. Sorry.
So a small interlude, and yeah, I'll return in 2 or 3 minutes.
No, please don't bother. It's fine. Go away for a couple weeks. See if we miss you. It'd be a good test for us.
These guys seem very confused about pressure in general.
He's confused about nothing. He's just a blatant liar who really just wants to play games, which I guess is
every day.
You enjoy the game, Mark.
I don't. I actually don't. I don't like chemo anymore at all. I enjoyed him for about maybe the first year. I still had
You're
fun with him.
prancing about in the grass outside your house, shouting at him, calling him names at 8 a.m.
Yes, because I'd like to see him leave the airwaves and let somebody else talk.
There's no chance of that.
Or silence.
You're better off leaving yourself to get on with your life.
Thanks.
I do that frequently.
Thanks. Thanks, Dawn. Duly noted. Thanks, mate.
Hot Mike? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Why are you so quiet?
Sorry, yeah, it's a wonder off low. Are you saying something?
No, not really.
Okay.
I was having a little tiff with Dawn.
Dawn is he's gonna be Dawn at all times. The thing is, he has no argument here. It was chemo that brought up what defeated him twice. Well, if you're not counting all the little bits, but the balloon and the actual vacuum chamber, those will do.
My daughter left me a vacuum pump. I got to get the fittings so I can screw onto a vacuum chamber. There's a lot of things I could show, but I don't want to spend a lot of money on a vacuum chamber either. So like I got to find a big piece of clear Lexan. Probably do a mason jar. Mason jars are designed to work under vacuum.
You'd never be able to show a feather and a bowling ball falling at the same rate in a homemade vacuum chamber.
Sure you can. Just it's shorter distance.
Yeah, but the feather always lags behind, and
no, it doesn't always lag behind. That's only when it's like up against a plastic surface. I suspect that it was a electrostatic thing, because a feather and plastic will make a huge static charge.
Well, I mean, that's a complete failure in vacuum chamber building, isn't it?
Well, all you would need to do is isolate it from the chamber, and it'll fall at the same speed. So, just a little bit of distance. Support the feather by a piece of string and the ball by a piece of string, and then a magnet holding both of them.
I wanted to ask Sort, what was it like back in the days when you had a vacuum chamber? Sounds like fun times.
Well, I've had access to vacuum chambers numerous times, but I studied some chemistry back when I was after high school. But I had them professionally for making all sorts of technical stuff as well.
I think one of the cool things about vacuum chambers, which I don't know if anybody else finds cool, but when you freeze dry something, you actually don't you freeze it and then you toss it in a vacuum chamber, and it remains frozen as it sublimates. So vacuum chambers aren't inherently refrigerated. I didn't know that. Nobody else, huh? That was cool.
I wish I had a vacuum chamber.
I found a bell jar one. It was 36 inches, but that's almost terrifying. It weighed 150 pounds, and it was like $150. I was like, damn. I'd almost be willing to spend the money on that. But it's also a terrifying amount of power.
It is pretty terrifying. The actual vacuum is easily made with a Venturi pump and a water hose, but within reasonable vacuum. I had one for curing what's it called? Laminates made with it's called micarta. It's epoxy resin and laminates of fabric or cloth. You use it for knife handles and such.
Right. And what would you do? Put it like in a plastic bag essentially, and then evacuate the air to crush it?
Yeah, well, in this case, we stuck it in the chamber and depressurized it, but the same.
Yeah, but you don't get the squeezing effect from that, which I would think, like if you had it in a bag, like a vacuum seal bag, it would squeeze the products together.
You can do that.
14 pounds per square inch.
Yeah, you can do that, but what you usually do with micarta is you clamp it together and you use the vacuum to draw out the tiny
air.
bubbles that's inside.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be like denim and stuff that you're using. You use it to create the texture in the material. The resin is going to make it a solid plastic, and the cloth in it is going to make the texture of it.
Oh, okay.
And you use the vacuum to basically just draw out the little bubbles that's going to be inherent to cloth.
So my snake yesterday, man, I got on Jose's. I videoed it. That bastard was biting the noose that I had around its neck. Oh, and that was a powerful snake, man. I've never held one quite as strong as that. He was whipping around. It's like I can't imagine stepping near to that bastard and him latching on. He was very angry.
What kind of snake?
Copperhead.
It's fairly rare to see people be snake charmers on debates, but well,
yeah. Well, I wasn't charming him.
Well, we're not that charming. I'd agree, but you tried.
Yeah, he was sitting there. He had his head tucked away somewhere. I couldn't get to his head, so I couldn't shoot him immediately. So I shot him amidships, which he then swam off into the pond. And apparently he was kind of fucked up. He couldn't swim real good, so he's just sitting down below the surface, and I was able to get the noose around his neck.
Is a copperhead a squeezy type or bitey type of snake?
Bitey.
And
he had at least like 3/4 inch long fangs.
We had the fangs on screen, didn't we?
Yeah.
Are they common where you are?
I end up spotting and dispatching probably 2 a year. But there's thousands. It's just when they get into the areas that like we like to swim and the dogs like to run, and I spot them, then they're going away permanently.
Yeah, too right.
I could call the snake people, but by the time they come, the snakes are always gone. They're mobile. They move on their own. Slowing them down with a piece of lead made it a lot easier to catch.
Yeah. Have you ever tried eating snake?
Yes. I had a rattler. We've caught a couple of rattlers down here. So I've eaten 2 rattlers.
Yeah, that's one thing I can be thankful for about the UK. No nasty snakes around.
Yeah.
Oh, Denmark has 2 actual snakes and 1 lizard that's forgot to have legs. And
by the way, that Jean-Claude Van Damme video, that snake would easily twist around and bite him in the wrist. He's got to grab much closer to the head. Yeah. If you saw where I had mine latched, I was holding him like quite a bit further forward. It was still biting that pole.
But that snake is just scared to death. He's in John Cloud.
That was probably part of the problem.
He's like, holy shit, it's JCD. Or JCVD, or however you say his name.
No, he was probably searching around for the spotlight to make sure he was, easily recognizable to all his snaky friends.
He was probably just saying, God, I'm glad it wasn't Chuck Norris. Dude, that National Geographic thing, that's funny.
Is that real?
Yeah, looks real.
It is.
Is it poisonous?
If it strikes like that, usually.
Poor guy.
Snakes are not poisonous; they're venomous.
Oh, okay. What's the difference? What does it mean to say poisonous?
Venomous from fangs.
Oh, poisonous is if you eat it and you get sick. That's poisonous.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, venomous. Sorry.
Ingested. Yeah, venomous is stuck in you.
Through fangs.
Wait, say it again.
Venomous is yeah.
It fucks you up chemically.
Yeah, but which one's venomous and which one's poisonous?
Snakes are venomous.
But what's the difference? What is the actual difference?
One, I think, injects
have a
poison,
Komodo
and the other
one
is
person at a
toxic.
time, please. I beg you. Go ahead, Black. Start again.
Oh, as far as I understand it, it's one injects the toxin into you, and the other one is if you ingest it.
Okay, I got it.
Exactly. The Komodo dragon has a poisonous bite because it is essentially it's bad breath, very bad. The vipers and the things with the fans, the copperback here, has actually injecting the teeth, as shown right there.
If you can hear me swallowing, but let me go to mute.
How did he get to a pressure gauge inside a vacuum, inside a container would show you a pressure? How did you think that will work?
Are you really trying to find reason in what Chemo says?
No, because I know he's wrong, and I know he's trying to cover up his little agenda there. But sometimes you can sort of see the lineage of his logic. It goes along some narrative. There's there is a sense of intelligence behind how he's lying. He has to know he's lying, but by the way he does it. But sometimes there's like a lineage, and right there though is like what.
I think one of the ones that he uses like a half truth is the temperature gauge inside of a vacuum chamber. If you evacuate it relatively quickly, the temperature drops rather precipitously. But if you remove the air slowly, I'll wager that it doesn't change all that much from ambient.
Well, every pressure gauge, and that was my point. You always work by a reference pressure.
Oh yeah.
Same as pressure regulators, and sticking a pressure gauge inside of any jar is not going to give you a reference pressure. It's just going to give you that pressure.
Well, it gives you the reference. Inside and outside of this device is the same.
So there's going to be that, quote unquote, zero pressure. Unless it's barometer type, because it relies on a vacuum.
Well, probably the best way to say it, it's a pressure delta gauge.
Yeah. But the interesting thing is you could actually make a vacuum chamber to measure the atmospheric pressure. You stuck that pressure gauge inside it and a hose leading out to the gauge side. The vacuum would be the reference, and you would have showing the outside pressure and the inside relative to the vacuum.
Can I just do a quick mic check, guys? I just changed something. Is it okay? Is it louder than usual or about the same? Testy, 1, 2, 3.
Pretty much the same, I think.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Maybe a little lower. I'm not sure.
We need to get you a Yeti, Boomer.
Yeah, I'm going to get another one soon. It's just you can't get out. It's just that I'm lighting up when other people are talking, so it's my foldback coming through. I'm trying to get the mic sensitive down so it doesn't light up. So I guess it's close to hot micing when it's doing that, isn't it?
I gave up on that. I light up a little, but it doesn't seem to bother anyone.
Okay. Not a problem. Hey, that was great the way you were mocking Chemo before Sword. I was loving it. Shut up, Chemo. Fucking poetry emotion, mate. You own it every time.
It was, it was very much my expectancy with Bev that he would go that route that Chemo went, because he was not on that page back when we started discussing and have a debate. But Bev went, reasonable. And then we never got really past discussing basic physics, so it was a little quiet.
Yeah, he wanted to discuss what was it, flat Earth discoveries and their breakthroughs, and we never got round to Riley's egg. It's all right. I'll do it this Sunday.
Oh, Riley's egg, Isn't there an excellent science? What's that science guy from Holland or something? He lives in the UK. He does a proper debunk of it.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, as in he makes a full formulation of the issues. I'll find it for you. Just a minute. He posted something recently.
Because with Riley's egg, a couple of things. When he says unicorn farts, one of the first things I did was go and look up a ppm and the experiment that he was doing. First of all, he didn't know there was a layer of air inside the eggshell, so there's that. Second of all, in the instructions for the parts per million meter, it says you've got to know what you're measuring for and be fairly precise with what you're doing with this sort of stuff. And it actually went through how different solutions had different density gradients and whatnot. And it just made me facepalm at how much he left out and didn't understand what he was doing.
Where was that?
Here it is.
Pressure temperature simulator. Does anybody have a link to that?
Just a minute. It's AB Science, is it? I'll get your video right about.
Oh, for the relative density dissect. Yeah, I've got this. Yeah, I use this all the time.
Oh, right. I believe he did something on the egg as well, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's actually tried to create a formula for him.
There was a thing around years ago when the acid battery days was like a see-through turkey baster, and then it were three little floats, and you would stick it in your battery. It was called a hydrometer, and you stick it in your battery.
Yeah, that's what he should have been using. Yeah, not an EC.
Yeah, three floating balls. Yeah, and they could actually the more balls float, the higher the charge. So I mean, it's such a simple process.
Hydrometer is still very much in use for truck and forklift and truck batteries, because you have to service those.
Yeah. I mean, if you were looking for a difference between specific density, then a hydrometer is what he should have been using, not an EC meter or a parts per million.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
well,
out of your tap, you got hard water, right? Is that more dense than soft water?
I mean, it would be. Is it
No,
sort of like
it's got
salt
more
water?
shit in it.
The densest water you can have, as far as I recall, -4 degrees. Is that? No, +4.
And is it radioactive?
That is denser if you have heavy water, but not by much.
Well, this is I've got. Hang on, I'll post a link for this sciencing website that I keep going to. That says in the first paragraph, the number of parts per million ppm tells you how much of a specific substance is in a larger mixture. In other words, it's a measure of concentration and is widely used in fields like chemistry and even as a measurement for things like the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And further down, it says, you need to actually be fairly specific with what you're measuring when you're doing something like this. And with him going, oh, it's just unicorn farts, it's utter ridiculousness.
But he doesn't get the density. The fact is that he does not know what density is.
Mm.
Well, of course he doesn't know what density is,
right?
because it kind of requires a force. And straight away, they don't believe in gravity. So,
but in Riley's case, I believe he fails at the basic understanding that is weight per unit volume. I don't think he gets that.
At least I got Spurs saying that
and weight.
he thought Riley was a good scientist.
Yes, there's the cost of weight and all that, but if you do not get weight per unit volume at all, then the rest is magic.
Yeah. They ignore weight. Weight just is.
Yep.
I always remember that quote from that guy. Well, his YouTube channel was that guy. He says, mass is just space weight.
I remember.
Yeah, he doesn't have a YouTube channel anymore, does he? Or is he back?
No, he left for. I think he lost his channel on a bet.
Yeah. Well, I think he's floating back around again. There's another one. Someone said he was back, but I haven't seen him, pop up a real lot. So that might be not true.
He's said to be around Facebook still, floating, but not on YouTube, as far as I know.
Hey, just a question, guys. Does that similar thing happen when you do your pH on your fish tank for your acidity and base? Does that also alter your ppm, or is that a different scale of stuff?
Different scale.
Well, yeah, pH is different. But I mean, if say you add like a base or an acid, then that'll change the ppms, right?
No, it changes the alkalinity of the
water. But that's what I'm saying. If you're trying to change the pH of the water, then yes, the parts per million, because you're adding more stuff to it, will change.
That thing that Riley has is a conductivity meter, in fact, and not such a ppm meter. So it's
an EC meter, which is essentially the same thing.
Yeah, it's measuring the conductivity of the water. So if you add like what is that, sodium hydroxide to make it more
adding salt to it's going to that's definitely going to make it more conductive for sure.
Yeah. If you wanted to do an actual experiment with his white suit and whatever else, like his
lensless glasses,
he would have used at least RO water. He would have at least filtered it through reverse osmosis or something. To remove a variable. But no, he just chucks some tap water.
It doesn't matter. It could be uniform.
This is what it is. And then add salt to it. Well, of course, the parts per million are going to change.
One of the early egg experiment debunks was they used sugar to make the water denser. And the sugar does not read on the ppm meter, the EC meter, because sugar is not conductive.
Nope.
So the egg still floats.
But then you could just pour sugar in and have the sugar sitting on the bottom undissolved.
Yeah.
And it'll, like, terrible experiment.
But
well, actually, at the end of the day, let's just say the guy's an idiot.
There's that.
Like,
great conclusion.
Riley went the extra mile and actually banned me. I don't think I'm banned.
He banned me too, eh? Yeah, he banned me too. From
Chemo, I don't think Chemo.
The server. It wasn't even his server, but he banned me from. Sorry, I'm talking over you guys.
I think Emma banned somewhere.
Never been into Emma's server. 24/7 is enough, and I don't even do anything in there with the little sock that I've got in there.
No, but thinking about it, I think actually maybe Emma banned me from Ranties. Could that be?
Oh.
Likely for a good reason, i.e. saying somebody was an idiot, but, still.
Hey, you're only telling the truth.
Yeah, I normally have evidence when stating people are idiots, but,
It's pretty self-obvious.
There is that, but, I normally have specific evidence.
Yeah, yeah. In Riley's case, you don't need it.
No.
Like, who takes a piss on stream and then lies about it being put in? There's no way he's putting water in a dog's bowl. It's the little look of satisfaction when he finishes.
The first thing I thought of was, when you're with your mates and you're getting drunk, for example, and everyone's in the pool.
Emma said
eight hours later, no one's got out of the pool, but you've drunk.
Yeah.
Come on.
Emma says she didn't ban me, so I'll take that on face value. Somebody did.
But no one knows. You're in the pool for fucking 8 hours drinking. Did you piss in the pool? No. Like, generally, most people would say, yeah, no. Like, no, I didn't piss in the pool,
Even though there's a
see me get out.
yellow tinge to the whole thing after 8 hours.
Yeah. It's a normal bodily function. Like, just get with it. If you had a piss in a bottle on live stream, so be it. Own it.
Yeah, and he had to make excuses.
We're all adults, we're all males, Like, people drive trucks, people do this and that. Far out. The amount of times I've pissed into, or specifically, gone past, like Woolies or Coles, right, to buy a Gatorade bottle, to drink that on my way to work, because I knew I had a flight where I might need a bottle to piss into. It's fine.
I'm glad to see that Tony got triggered on a Flat Earth server. Because that guy really is dumb.
He sounds smart, but
he does. He has some,
like they all do. If you're not tuned into it. Right?
Wait, who? Wait, what? Who?
They sound smart if you're not tuned into it.
Oh, yeah, gotcha. Well, yeah, I suppose.
Well, I mean, I like to think I know what I'm talking about, but when I heard some of the arguments, or was being posed some questions, and I'm a pilot, quotation marks, like there was some questions that I couldn't answer. Well, a lot actually, because they've just got the same questions that they ask over and over again.
When I found out,
all
I
of a
nearly
sudden, like, you're on the back foot. Like, well, no, I know it's not flat because of this. Well, what evidence do you have? Show me a photo. Well, I do this for a job, so I technically don't have a photo. I've got some photos because I thought this looked good. Like it was sunset, sunrise. And it wasn't until, especially the perspective thing, or more so, crepuscular rays, right? And I'm like, well, no, hang on. I've actually got a photo of this, and I actually spam that a lot. So I'm sorry for that. But I didn't know what they were asking. I'm like, well, no, this is what I see. What evidence do you have? Well, the fact we can accurately navigate from point A to point B is one. No, but you don't know what you're talking about. You know, you're just going off what you're told. But these other pilots that are on the flat Earth side will take what they say verbatim. And you can rip them apart within 30 seconds purely because of the language they're using. But no. 5 years later, still the same argument. Whatever.
Yeah, I've only been doing it about a year now. My mate told me about it in about mid 2018, and I nearly drove off the road when he said, "Oh, we were talking on the way to our next job," and he was talking about something stupid, and he said it's nearly as stupid as those idiots that think the Earth is flat. And I was like, "Wait, what?" And I was that shocked. I turned to look at him and nearly fucking ran us off the road. Luckily, we weren't on the highway yet. We were on the little road headed up to it, but fuck me. If he'd said that when we were on the highway, I may have caused an accident.
I have to, when I saw it first, I just became aware of it again during that behind the curve thing. I was like, this is going to be like two guys that are idiots, right?
Which two guys?
Yeah, sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, well, it turned out to be more than two guys. Evidently, it was,
a whole bunch of them.
My early expectation was, we found some Christian nutters living in a cave somewhere that thinks the Earth is flat. And then I saw what it actually was, and it was a community, a small one, but still.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, a fair few of the guys here know, like on, I think my Facebook feed, I can't remember his name, some of the guys here, but he spends about 3 minutes talking about how he's really intelligent, right? And then he has a little globe with a really big model Spitfire. And I thought, it popped up on my Facebook. And I'm like, really? I'll listen to this guy for 3 minutes say how smart he is because he's a lawyer and whatever else, right? And he uses these little models, which obviously aren't a scale. And I thought, oh, this is a piss take. But because I watched it,
you started getting recommended shit.
Yeah. Between my Facebook and my YouTube, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I saw a few things that were compelling. And I'm like, yeah, based off what I'm seeing, that's compelling. It still doesn't comport with what I understand. But then I foolishly started looking into it. And then next thing I know, I'm on it.
Yep, and here we are.
Next thing I know, I'm in a YouTube chat with bloody Gem and Kosho. And then I ended up here. But yeah, it does my head in, and it's the same thing over and over. And, I don't come here as much because I tend to get yelly.
Oh, as do I, man. We're Aussies. Fucking, they've got to expect that from us. There are some of us that.
It was a good thing. I was really yelly to begin with.
I still get yelly.
I try to sit back a bit now.
Well, the thing is, just like willful ignorance and stupidity just pisses me off. It's just.
Oh no, Debbie's my next wife or ex-wife. No, you don't.
Good luck there.
You hear that, Bo? No.
Oh man, you are a brave man, Rich. I gotta no, thank you. You can, Let me know how that goes.
Great conversation though. Like one morning, right? Like pre-COVID, I was like, oh, it's January, so this must have been January 19, I guess. And so I'm like, oh, January. So my stuff travels up. So who wants to come along? And, so spoke to Sean G. He's like, yeah, man, for sure. Put me on your staff travel. And I'm like, who else do you want to come along? And he was like, Debbie. And I'm like, fuck yeah, that'd be fucking hilarious. So anyway, I said, Debbie, you want to be on my staff travel? So you can fly to Australia and, look at the Southern Stars and whatever else. And then they just went off the rails. Like, are you going to marry me? No, I just want you to look at the South Celestial Pole or, stars that you haven't seen before. Pretty funny. Was good, probably for you, if you ask.
I've been here for some of Debbie's rants. She is a classic.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's been an ongoing thing, but hang on. No context there. The whole.
Now that I'm aware of it, I'll know.
Like wiki emojis.
When it comes up, I'll know what you're on about now. Yep.
Yeah. Just emojis and whatever's like it.
Hey, Sif, who was that guy before that was sounding like Scott Veach? It definitely wasn't him, the one asking for the cork jokes. I was cracking up when he was giving it to Kubo.
The cork jokes. Oh,
Do you remember when Scott came in and was just hammered Kumo on all the corks because of whatever the cork bullshit was he was doing? I loved it. I've never seen him like that before.
Yeah, he actually
was Kimo back in voice.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
You've just been missing him.
Oh, dude, today's been flat out. Wow, it was Whitson gets it with all sorts of things like ferocity and he had some great auto cue words. Who else was there? Flattened. I've actually lost probably 30 IQ points today.
They've all been. I think Nathan Thompson was here at one point too, wasn't he?
Oh, I didn't see that.
When
I did have to sleep.
It was.
No, Thompson wasn't here. It was probably your bloody soundboard, mate. Sucked yourself in.
Dav might have got me. Yeah, Dav might have got me.
Yeah, Rich.
Looks like we're in Melbourne on the 7th, so we'll have to catch up for Netflix party.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah. Still don't know what they're doing with me when I get back, but anyway.
How long are you down for?
A month.
All right.
Yeah. Well, close enough. Like, I think I'm going to get in there on the 6th. Go see him on the 7th and then fly out on the 4th.
Well, stage 4 is meant to be lifted, or at least looked at being lifted on the 13th. It's meant to be the last day.
The problem is the NT.
What's the problem up there?
Oh, if you come from Melbourne.
Oh, you're going back, yeah.
Yeah. The whole supervised quarantine thing. So we'll see if I can get an exemption.
So is that you was there with the jockey shorts on? Is that the way you're ninjaing around Melbourne?
My hair's not that long, mate.
No, but are you doing that style? Obviously, you're not the woman. There's no way you're that attractive. But are you doing that jockey short style?
Hold up. What are you saying?
I love it. I would love to do that ninja look. That's fucking grouse.
No, I look better than her, mate.
You need to post the GIF from. Oh, how many meetups was it? Second meetup.
Which GIF?
Oh no, that was the first one. With me, you, and Banny, with Paul filming.
Oh, that was the first one. I don't have that GIF. Flush has got it.
Mine keeps disappearing. If we ask Flashburn, nice, he might be able to put up a thing to make us look like the Village People or something.
Yeah, that GIF really doesn't do us any justice, mate. I'm sure we didn't have that much fun.
Well, maybe at that moment in time. Lower our voices to sound like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Branch had it. Of course he did. Good on you, Reg.
Oh, Branch. Oh. You stalker packy. Oh. Oh, hang on. You're a packy, aren't you? Packy's lives matter.
Go easy. He's not a packy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a curry muncher, though.
Mm.
Is that something new there, Quantum? Have you put up? Oh, fuck. Is Scotty Storm? Is it a rerun or is he up to something new? Oh, no. Okay, I'll go watch it.
Yeah, JJ, that was a good interview. I did enjoy that chat with that guy.
Is it quiet or am I interrupting a fantastic, wonderful globe conversation about you going to Mars, to the moon, about the latest satellite orbiting the Earth, about the next mission around the globe? Did I interrupt anything like that?
Not like that.
Yes. Yes, we were having a great conversation. Go away.
Oh, with you making up stories again, Mayak.
No, Kimo, we were just barely done mucking you for that pressure thing.
Where's Babs? Babs, are you here? We need to know why you didn't go harder on in your debate. You know, it was very friendly, very pleasant. You made him feel very well. Hey, Babs, you're here. Good, good. Let me just give me my analyst. Yeah. So you made him feel very comfortable, very welcomed. Like, hey, man, you know, even though I know, so I have to be careful what I say now, but even though, you know, I know you're not being upfront, you know, this was an opportunity I felt in front of the world to expose. You know, we have to expose those who are, you know, perpetrating the lie.
Right.
Yeah.
Timo, how about we expose you?
Hold on. Let me answer. A couple things happened that day. Yeah, I did go kind of soft on Veach, but I thought I would have more time. Jose cut me off short, and I didn't even get to my punchlines. And I mean, yeah, I missed out on that opportunity, and a lot of people were mad at me because of that. But I don't know. I'm trying to get a rematch. I'm trying to
Punchline is the best thing you've said, though. Yeah, it's a joke.
That's not.
I find it interesting that people are mad at you as well. Why?
Yeah, they're mad.
It's fine, Babs, it's fine. That got cut short. You guys got carried away with the intro. It's fine. If Veach isn't scared, you guys could do a part 2.
Yeah, we're probably going to do a part 2. I hope he agrees to it, though.
Yeah, but sooner rather than later, right?
Yeah, sooner than later.
Who's mad at you, though, Babs?
Some Globers are mad at me. Globers that don't like Veach, that wanted to see him get destroyed. Flat Earthers are mad at me because they feel like I was kind of disrespectful to Flat Earthers in that discussion. So I need to redeem myself.
You said as well, there's a lot of globe evidence. We all were like, what? What does he mean there's globe evidence? What is this?
Of course, I didn't mean scientific evidence. I should have specified that.
Yeah. Well, go on. Let's specify. What evidence does the globe have?
All of it.
Non-scientific evidence.
What?
Like what? I don't even think they've even got any evidence.
They don't have any independent variables, dependent variables. They don't do any experiments. They just look at stuff and say, this is what's going on. That's not science.
Well, like I said,
I think we've got plenty of observations.
Yeah, just observations.
Heaps of photographs.
Just observations, and we know observations can, be tricky sometimes. Sometimes what we observe isn't always what's happening in reality. We know.
Well, does it look flat when you go outside and look at it? Does it look flat?
Yeah.
Is that a tricky observation?
You also don't have a map with any predictive capabilities. There's a stat.
Finish up anything.
But also too, how do you say there's no scientific proof of it, but then you like to use science to support your own narrative, as though science didn't tell us this, but then you're going to use science to support yourself?
I mean, that's a very good question, Rich. I mean, I would say that the globe has no evidence, nothing. I mean, the pictures are fake. The rocket's idea is
separate
fake.
Everything, but
they're not fake, are they?
That's not evidence. So if it's not scientific, Babs, what evidence do you? Let's talk about it. I want to know what you mean by they have evidence. What do they have?
Well, like Waz said, they only have observations. They don't have any experiments that prove.
No, that's not what Waz said.
I didn't say we only have observations. I said we have observations.
Yeah, but that's all you've got. Observations.
That's what you said.
Is that evidence? Though, if you look at something, and see you're using your senses to determine what it is that evidence?
I mean, that's just
not
part
great
of it.
evidence.
That's just part of the scientific method.
What do you have, Babs, in relation or comparison to what we don't have?
Well, we have a map. We have.
I'm not talking to you, Chemo. You can rattle off your list and script. I'm asking Babs.
How does Chemo have a map all of a sudden? Sorry to John.
He doesn't have a map.
Shit up again.
Chemo, we detailed an experiment.
Well, hold on, Babs. Hold on.
Wait. Babs is on this podium here.
Yeah, I'm put on the spot right now. I'm trying to think of how to answer this question. We have observations as well, but we don't have scientific evidence yet.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Woz. I think there was two questions.
I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, you're right. There's no scientific evidence to support the globe, right? And this was my question to begin with. So you say there's no scientific evidence to support the globe, except all the scientific evidence supports the globe. But then you're going to use somehow scientific evidence to support a flat Earth, and then was said you've got. Well, we have observations, and sorry if I'm putting words in your mouth, would be because that's all you have.
Right. The shape of the Earth does not meet scientific criteria. It's not a scientific question. It's a what is question. It's not a scientific question.
Hold on, Rich. Come on, Rich. Let's introduce 45. Hold on. Let's introduce 45 seconds. That really worked well last night. So, Rich, 45 seconds.
Oh, fuck.
What?
Came out of control.
No, your 45-second thing sucked.
Was it too short or too long?
People didn't adhere to it. You don't need 45 seconds for everything. You want to encourage
that's right. You have up to.
Well, yeah, up to. So now I'm going to just ramble on for 45 seconds. Or
45 seconds curved.
Even though I have no need to say anything. Chemo. What? Just the hard, fast number rule is not going to work. You need to have people moderating that have common sense, that can use their brains, and are willing to enforce, basic rules and make some simple judgment calls on, who's actually engaging in conversation, who's interrupting everyone. And all. I got my 45 seconds still.
I'm just reminding you the time. I'm just giving you a time.
Babbage interrupted me.
Sorry.
I get a new 45.
You've still got 15 seconds.
Anyway, Chemo, you get my point, right?
Yeah.
Don't try to do this based on this 45. That's all I'm asking.
And time curve. That was a perfect 45. That was a perfect 45. So look, all I'm doing is when I say 30, it just means you've got like 15 seconds to wrap it up because you didn't realize you were going on and on and on, and you want to know how much time you've got. So we're looking at evidence curved. I say there is zero evidence. Babs says there is evidence.
You said my name. I get 45 seconds now until you change the rules.
All right, 45 seconds curve. Don't interrupt him. Rich, 45-second curve, go.
I'm kidding, but I mean, you get the point, right? Don't you agree?
It's exactly what I said.
It is good to try to have some kind of order. I'm all for order, and I'll take 45 seconds over nothing. But please try to get a handle on the BC here. Witsit yesterday, that was an absolute fucking disgrace. And that's all I've got to say at the moment.
30 seconds.
I agree.
Oh, and Babs has no idea what the fuck volume and density is.
But the other part was...
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I
asked the question too.
Told you like a million times.
So that was the other part.
That's time. Right, can we give Babs... Rich, come on. Can we get Babs... Can we give Babs 45 seconds to respond to Curve?
So I'll finish talking. But
I don't even need 45 seconds. I know what.
No, you have it. You have 45 seconds. Go, Babs.
Yeah, I know what volume and density is, dickhead.
Credible refutation.
Done.
Chemo.
How do you know this, Babs? In your time, how do you know this, Babs?
How do I know it?
Yeah.
I've been talking about it for months now. How could I not know what it is?
Months.
Right.
Yeah.
So why don't you tell us what's volume and
Babs
density?
is an SME,
Rich?
people. Like, he's an SME.
All right, let's give Rich 45 seconds. Rich, the floor's yours.
No, I don't want 45. I already said what I had to say. And sorry for chiming in, but did ask a question.
We
about
outlined a
observations.
decent experiment for measuring the pressure of the atmosphere. The difference between a vacuum and the outside would give us that pressure.
Oh, no, we're not doing the pressure thing now, I think Babs is here. I'm going to try and talk about globe evidence.
Oh, that is evidence for the atmospheric pressure that you're denying.
You know what's great globe evidence is the fact that we can take a flight from Melbourne or Adelaide and go over the Antarctic, and we
Time's
can
up. That's 45.
Oh, let's give Drus 45 seconds. Drus, what about
No,
the
Drus,
plane?
no, Drus. Hang on. Drus gets 425 seconds.
4 to 5 seconds.
good.
I like that.
I've made my point very concisely, which is, according to globe earthers, it's impossible for this flight to exist. If this flight does exist, which I believe it does, because there's good and credible evidence to support that fact, which I've presented to the room. So if it does exist, the Earth isn't flat. So I think that's a great, compelling point to discuss, and I leave it to the floor to discuss it.
30 seconds. You still got time.
Made my point, mate. You don't need to tell me when I said I've made my point. You don't need to tell me I've got 30
Okay,
seconds.
excellent. So, Babs.
Like you're on the moon. Over.
Yeah.
If you're yielding time.
So they've got evidence. They're saying that flights move the globe. Is that enough to swing you back from the flat Earth to the globe?
Obviously
well,
not.
Flights that prove to go. I just want to correct Chemo's point because he misrepresented the point that I made.
Oh, no, get back in line.
But he strawmanned me. But please note he strawmanned my point.
Try to keep order, but,
Obviously not. I mean, because I would have been converted by now. There's obviously a reason I'm still not a glober. I've told you guys a billion times, it's the pictures. Why are they no real pictures of Earth? It's all CGI. Show me a real picture of Earth and you make me a believer.
There are pictures.
Hold on, he's got only 15 seconds. He's just so impatient, guys. Okay, so...
He finished talking. Come on, he paused for more than 3 seconds. It's over.
Just like I told Scott, the debunks that are done for flat Earth are dishonest. They're not done honestly. Like the whole Polaris thing is only based on one angle. You haven't exhausted different angles. You haven't looked at different heights and seen if they're possible or not. You just looked at one height and said, this is impossible. So flat Earth is impossible. Why don't you guys do honest debunks? Why are all the debunks of flat Earth done on the AE map, the AE model?
Okay,
that's well more than 45
seconds. Okay, I heard Curve get in there. So, Curve, you got 45 seconds to tell Babs why he's wrong or right.
Well, no, I just want to ask, why is he calling something dishonest? Just because he doesn't seem to understand it? Or is he deliberately misrepresenting it as dishonest?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I gave you the reason why it was dishonest.
Can I actually hear it then? I haven't heard why you think it's dishonest.
I said it was dishonest because you only looked at one height. You didn't look at different heights to see if they were possible.
No, we didn't. There's a certain hemisphere. Oh, sorry.
That's not true, Babs. That is not true. Now,
that is true. That diagram you showed me is based on a 3.
Are you going to interrupt? Are you going to keep it? Ban him, Chemo. Ban him.
Who's doing that? Who's interrupting?
Babs is talking all over me.
Yep.
Oh, Babs, let's. Because I didn't know you wanted the time. That's why you got to just call for the 45. Okay, give a
Curve
up
take 45. The 45.
Yeah.
I just need a few sentences. Babs, it is true that there is the example of the 3,100 miles above the flat Earth that you would be locked into at, say, around 45 degrees north latitude. However, that height berries. We use that as an example because so many flat earthers do toss it around. It's also said all the time, at least like by me, wherever you change your latitude to, that changes the elevation. We're not using a specific height above the flat earth and saying, see, it can't be this height. We're saying it can't be any one height because
time. Sorry, curved. I'm sorry, that's a minute nearly. That's time.
This is why
Labs.
you're
5 seconds.
Time. Curved. Come on, that's time.
There's no
That's
point to what I
time.
even said.
If you want the fairness all around, that is time. Now, Babs, 45 seconds to tell Curved where he's wrong and where you're right. Let's go.
I get his rebuttal. His rebuttal is that the angle is going to dictate what you see, right? So based on what latitude you're at, it's going to be equivalent or equal to your latitude. So that would only be possible on a spherical Earth, right? Because how would that be possible? Because the angle dictates the height. So there wouldn't be any angle that would be possible on a flat surface, right? But what about refraction?
30 seconds.
Did he just ask a question, end his statement without saying beep like he's on the moon to open it up to me to respond? I'm confused.
Oh, no, yeah. You got to let know when the time's conceded so I can stop and give them the 45.
It was a question.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you got 45 seconds. Oh.
No. One question. Can you still see the moon? Is it near to... No, that's probably too far. What can you see?
I couldn't hear
stand
that.
outside.
Like
You stand outside, right? And tell me what celestial bodies you see. And we can actually organize this, right? Tomorrow, perhaps, because the moon's a bit too far over that I'll think you would see it.
30 seconds.
But I mean,
I couldn't even hear that. I can't even hear that.
15 seconds, Rich.
I'm more than happy to show you a picture of the moon, for example. And if you're in central...
That's 45, Rich. You can't expire the time. You've got to get your question out in the beginning and get your question out in the end because you got 45 seconds. We're not monologues like everyone is saying. So,
well, I'm not monologuing.
I can't even respond because I didn't even hear that. I could barely hear what you're saying.
Really? Okay, so when the moon sets for you, let me know. As long as it's above the horizon, right? You're in Central America?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not asking you to dox yourself. So as it goes down in your horizon, why don't you take a picture of that? And we can work out how many degrees above the horizon is. And I can take a picture of the moon as it rises.
30 seconds.
That's it.
Okay.
When I say 30, it means you've got 15 seconds left to wrap it up.
Well, you can have those 15 seconds, Kimo.
Okay, great stuff. So, Babs, you got 45 if you can.
All right, I'm going to respond, but I'm going to have to drop and go and watch Nathan after this. So I live in a big city. The only way that I'm going to be able to do that is I'd have to go up the top of a building because I can't see the horizon. Like there's buildings.
It sounds like you're making excuses.
Rich, he's still got his time.
I'm talking to him.
There's buildings all around me, so the only way I can see the horizon is to get to the top of a really tall building. So I would have to factor in the elevation above the ground and see what
that won't matter. It just sounds like you're making excuses. I mean, I'm surrounded by.
No, I'm not. I'm not making excuses.
Okay, so as the moon sets for you, can you take a picture of it? And then I'll take a picture of the moon rising for us. For me. I don't know.
Sure, and what is that supposed to prove, though?
What's it supposed to prove?
What does that prove?
I don't know. Trigonometry. Like why we can both see the same thing.
Why we can both see the same thing? Why would we not see the same thing?
Well, it will depend on the angle.
Right. So when you're visualizing what this would look like on a flat surface, what are you basing?
Well, I should be
like
able to.
what orientation of continents?
I should be able to get high enough and see it all day, right?
No, you wouldn't.
Same as the sun.
Yep. Good point.
So you're trying to say that on a flat surface, if you go high enough, you'd see the sun and the moon constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's nothing to obstruct it.
Pretty much, like to make it basic. Yeah.
You'd have to be really high, though. You'd have to be really high up for that to happen.
No,
You have
okay.
to really high to believe that.
Yeah. So if I, for example, if I just jump on my roof, right, and I can see the moon rising, and you jump on a roof and you can see the moon setting, and we both concur as to how many degrees it is above the horizon, so that we actually have a horizon, right? And
Right,
then
so
how would that comport to a flat Earth? Like it won't work. Well, actually, sorry, I won't say that. We'll do the measurement, and then we'll work out how it comports to reality, whether it's global.
Yeah, because I'm going to have to visualize that. I'm not going to trust you when you say that it's impossible. Because
why wouldn't you trust me?
Because your debunks are dishonest. So
I have
have
45
Hang
seconds
on.
soon, Kimo.
I don't debunk anyone.
Yeah,
What would
absolutely.
you-
We've had a call for 45 seconds. Rich, if you interrupt, I'm going to have to mute you. So, Sheeple, take your 45 seconds.
Of course
right
you
now.
would. Of course you would.
Right. So the Polaris argument is, a northern hemisphere bias, because it wouldn't matter even if I stood on the top of a mountain here in New Zealand, Polaris is still well below the horizon. It's always going to be there. Refraction has nothing to do with it because light's not even coming into play, and the people in the northern hemisphere wouldn't see it if I didn't see it, if I couldn't see it. So the analog and manual maps of the stars are accurate, as well as the tracking apps that you get on your phone are accurate. Your idea that Polaris at any height is just a distance away is absolutely ridiculous. And yeah,
What angle do you view Polaris at?
Babs, got 10 seconds.
I'm done. Beep.
Sorry, I just need to say something. That
Hang on, let me just ask him a
I'm
question.
not
What angle
sure
are you
that
looking at
where
Polaris?
I am in Australia, I can see the Southern Cross. I mean, I might be wrong. I haven't really looked. But that's always the problem. Oh, you're in the Southern Hemisphere. You can always see the Southern Cross. Well, no, I can't necessarily. Like it's below the horizon or below a house. No, but can I see the North Star like Polaris? No fucking way.
Can we keep in mind, Babs asked, what about refraction earlier? And that kind of got sidetracked. He's trying to use refraction to explain the disparity in angles from this flat Earth. I'm going to have to go soon. I don't have time to get into this. But keep that in mind. That's what Babs is trying to use, refraction.
I'm going to have to go right now. But why isn't anybody answering my question? I just want to ask this question before I go. To Reese, what angle are you looking at? What angle are you viewing Polaris with from your location? What angle are you looking at it at?
Polaris is said to be.
No, not what it's said to be. From your observations, what angle are you looking at it?
Well, I can't see it, so it's in a direction of about 45 degrees below me, below my horizon. The angle.
You could see it.
No, I can never see it, and I can, and I'm even, and you know what? The physical Earth obstructs me. You need to understand where I am in New Zealand, and on the globe model, draw the angle from where I am in Christchurch to where Polaris is said to is located for the people in the northern hemisphere, and look at the angle, and look how much Earth I'm pointing through.
You can't see indefinitely on a flat Earth. You guys don't seem to understand that.
Yep.
know why you seem to think you can see infinitely on a flat surface. It wouldn't work like that.
Because the stars are much further away than any distance traveled on the globe. That's why, Babs. So it doesn't matter if I travel to the northern hemisphere. I still, even if it was flat, I traveled to the northern hemisphere. That distance from New Zealand to the northern hemisphere would be so insignificant compared to the stars. It wouldn't make any bearing. It's not like Polaris comes into focus. Polaris is either visible, comes up above the horizon, or it doesn't. That's what you've got to understand.
Your viewing angle gets smaller the further away you move from something. The angle
But how does it go below the horizon?
Yeah,
no, I didn't say it goes below the horizon. I just said that the viewing angle decreases with distance.
Can I ask a question? What allows you to see something?
Angular size. I'm out of here though.
No. Like purely, what allows you to see something?
The light rays making it to the retina in the back of your eyes.
Right. So the light reflecting off an object, right? And we can see in the visible range. So that's
not just that. Whether the light makes it to your eyes is what is going to determine what you're going to see.
Well, no, if it doesn't make it to your eyes, you won't. If it doesn't make it to your eyes, you won't see it.
Exactly.
Right. So the only reason why we see things is because light is reflecting off it. And I mean, I'm trying to just totally remove refraction and everything else. So why would we see something?
Just for the reason that you stated, you see something because light is bouncing off of it. If I'm looking at it,
and it's going.
Why do you keep cutting me off? You're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
It depends on what that object is.
You're not letting me finish what I'm saying. You're cutting me off mid sentence. That's very rude.
Sorry.
So if I'm looking at a table, the table looks like it's rising up because the light is hitting my eyes at different angles, right?
That's not what I think.
No, I'm giving you an example here. I'm just giving you an example. So if you start to lower your observer height, you stop seeing certain sections of that table because the angles are changing, and the light.
Especially if you're disingenuous and you put the camera below the table. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. People do that. Disingenuous people do that, but that's not what I'm getting at with this. What I'm trying to explain to you is that when you change angles, there's certain angles where light rays don't make it to your eye, and that is the reason why you don't see things. Things don't get rendered because of the angles.
Well, that's exactly the same. Why you wouldn't see yourself if the light rays aren't reflecting off of a mirror the same, right? You won't see yourself in the mirror, so you have to move yourself, which is one thing. But like, sure, you're talking about angles and things like that, but if the angles, so we're happy with the angle that it has to reflect off an object back to your retina, so for you to see it. Okay. Now, why? And I'm just going back to what I observe. Why is it when you increase altitude that you can see further? When you said you can only see so far?
Because you're increasing your angle of view. I gotta go though.
Of course you do. Okay. Bye-bye.
Not to go behind Bab's back here, but his claim generally is that refraction could be causing lifting because of a denser air being up high, and I don't see why he does think that. But if that was the case, and refraction would be causing that the height of the Polaris shift, that would be a constantly changing thing. Yeah, a sextant navigates by the very exact height of the Polaris over horizon. So
That's
you know,
right. It wouldn't be
not really
observable,
changing noise.
repeatable, or measurable. You know.
Okay, the wind is gas. Without the container, you don't have any gas.
Are we going to gas pressure versus atmospheric pressure? Are we?
You have no gas pressure without the container.
Sure we do. Just
No.
prove that. Chemo just.
We've got a container,
Yeah, I can speak to this.
but we do have a container.
I don't have to. I can leave. Just my head in.
Let's just share something that Kimo said before you got here. He said that I asked him a question. I said, is the inside of an airplane at flight altitude, is the pressure inside the cabin less or greater than the air pressure outside?
That's a
guess
good
what
question.
Guess what he answered?
You got 15 seconds.
Less?
They're about the same.
Oh, really? No. 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 The standard certification requirement, right, is 7.2 psi diff. So yeah, delta 7.2, and that goes to at least 32,000 feet under certification, and then depending on the manufacturer, they can maintain 7.2 at all times, but once you go above that, and I think, say in the E-Jet, I think if you go above 38,000, then it'll bump up to the next pressure, which is 8 point something diff. And the reason why they do that, so you're not stretching the aeroplane so much lifespan, so you don't end up with a 737 like Hawaiian Airlines did, where the top blew off, right?
Yeah. Aircraft are made of that aluminum that they're made of is not aluminium, is not very thick. It's essentially little more than a Coke can. Little more.
Yeah. I mean yeah. I mean, it's relatively thick, but I mean the thing is, when you look at the whole structure as a whole, well, it's like they try and say that jet airplanes run off freaking compressed air. It's just retarded. Oh, but we got pilots and we've got evidence and we've got this and we've got that. And then they ask us for evidence. Well, we got science, engineers, we got everything. Just hand wave it. Sorry, I've cut someone off.
Well, with my point of saying that whole, the aluminum there is aluminium is not very thick. Is it wouldn't hold a large pressure difference and still fly around and be safe, from hitting a bird or hail or something. It would have to be, it's not armor. So the pressure difference isn't huge. But you have to look at the whole.
No, it's not. I mean, it's less than what your tires are, like significantly less. Yeah, like I said, if I was to use a general rule, 7.2 psi diff is what you run at normally. which is actually a fair bit when you kind of start to do the math, square inch. Because people say, oh, can someone open up a door? Well, no. Like, if you measure the door and then put 7.2 pounds per square inch on that, there's no way they can open it, right? So,
I have a little work accident anecdote about this, because some of the work I do, I install power couplings on high voltage generators. The power coupling is essentially a big steel. It looks like an oil drum, but it's thicker steel. It's supposed to be oil filled when installed. When we got it, it was just sealed up with end caps that were screwed on with rubber gaskets, and was freshly painted and then left out in the sun. And I went to unscrew the service hatch up top. And it's if I say it's 50 centimeters by 40 or something like that. You squeeze a little guy in there. And I unscrewed it, and it was sort of stuck in the paint. So we stuck a screwdriver under it. The pressure of that paint, just the vapor coming off the paint inside it, it must have been fairly dry at the point it was sealed up. So, it's not like somebody poured in a quart of paint in there. But the pressure of that made that hatch, 6mm steel hatch, fly off and for a good 10 meters up in the air. Thump.
yeah. And the interesting thing about that, like, I don't know, I don't get into it, but when they talk about gas pressure and all this sort of stuff, so well, no, this is what we observe, this is what we see.
Well, indeed, yeah.
There's no
observation.
actual, they just bang on. That's not science. But if you use science, well, no, you can't say that science isn't science and then try and use science to support your argument. Like, fuck. That's my heading, And this is observable, but they never answer it, And chemo's a classic, well, everyone. They're all a classic. What evidence do you have? Well, you're just parroting stuff. Well, no, you're parroting stuff. No, but we've got this evidence. Well, no, that's not evidence. That's just, what you've been taught, or just like far out. Serious? Just like, get off your high horse. Far out.
Well, the thing is, they think that when we say the observation of gravity is these 9.8 meters per second, or the observation of the pressure is 14.7, or all these things, they think we never tested it. They think we just, I saw that, so it's that. Well, no, it's just that, we don't go around testing stuff that we know, right? No, my car will start. It's not like I go out testing it every 5 minutes. It's going to start.
Well, I mean, it's like crepuscular rays, right? So, they show an angle and, they use their own trig. But they've never explained anti-crepuscular rays, right? And excuse my words, it's late. And I mean, Chemo's even said, like, I posted a picture and he's like, oh, that's awesome. And I said, Chemo, where's the sun? He's like, it's in the middle. And I'm like, no, the sun's 180 degrees behind the picture. And then straight away, he's like, oh, no, you can't prove that. Well, no, hang on. I showed you a photo of where the sun was coming from. No, it's pretty sad in my mind.
In Chemo's case, it's so dishonest that.
Well, Chemo, I couldn't give a fuck about Chemo. Like, I'll kick him to the curb, because he was actually pretty nasty to me. Like, considering he's meant to be a good Christian and whatever. Yeah, No, I'd uppercut him first moment I got, right? But it's like just in general, it's a damage that this whole thing is doing to just people being intelligent, I guess. Does my head in. You know, and
a similar
you know,
issue.
like Jeremy just parroting like, oh, you don't have any evidence of this and all this
Yeah, I
is
call him
fake,
QE
blah, blah, blah.
2.0.
Well, yeah, like all this is fake, and I'm like, hang on, well, no, this is our evidence. You call it fake,
Yeah.
then you have to give us evidence to say that it is fake.
Yeah, and what you said before about the forensic testing of photos, they can do that. They can get themselves some software if they were really serious about, proving that the photos from NASA are faked. Run them through the program.
Yeah.
Pay the license, run it through the program, figure out how it works, check it yourself.
And I
when
mean,
it comes up.
Sorry, no, go.
No, you're right. I was just going to say,
you
when
know-
it comes up negative, that they're fake, then what are they going to do then? They've got nothing left. That's why they haven't done it.
Yeah, I mean,
Cool
I
hard,
was.
Cool
Sorry,
Hard
whoever
Logic's
that
actually
was.
done one on that, where they fed in the information. They showed you different photos, and the Princess Leia hologram, from R2D2 came up as a real photo, and real photos came up as holograms. But that was a really cheap software for it. But yeah, fucking funny.
Well, you can pay some money for really good forensics. Sheeple's got it. Some software that he was offering to run photos through. He was sitting here and saying, "Give me a photo, I'll run it through the software, and we'll look at it." But none of them did it. None of them, delivered any of the photos that they want to check. They just said, "No, it's fake because it looks fake."
Yeah, and I mean, I'll be one of the first to say, like, I'm a pilot. I could comply with everything, but I mean, the moon landing. I had my own issues with that. Like, I'm like, like speaking to mates and things like that. Sorry, can you hear the dogs barking? But then, when I actually looked into it, I'm like, no, like, and especially when Chemo's like, oh, this looks stupid, blah blah blah, and then I'm showing him like raw NASA footage, like, yeah, you are not taking in the whole context of the picture, and even the bullshit about shadows and all this sort of stuff. I'm like, no. Like, and I worked it out, but it took, I was a bit compelled for a bit, and then I'm like, no, done. And my mates that are like, so you really think we went there? I'm like, yeah, man. Like I don't go into it with them, but I'm like, yeah, no, like the evidence is. Sure, the YouTube stuff's
You're
compelling
satisfied
to
that
begin
it,
with.
that you're satisfied
The
having looked
YouTube
into it
stuff,
now, yeah.
Yeah, like surface level, yeah, that's pretty compelling, man, and that's kind of where I was, even without looking at
Yeah,
YouTube.
and that's what they like to get the hook into. It's that surface level interest where they go, oh, it could be this.
Yeah,
But when you look into it, there's no further explanation beyond, oh, it could be this, and we've got these. Look at this angle, and there's a lot of there is a lot of when it comes to flat Earth evidence, and I hope the air quotes come through there.
Yeah, of course.
Like they use smoke and mirrors to make it look. The first time I came across Spurs, the very first video that he played, he tried to say that the sun was rising twice. And it took me a minute, but I looked at it and I went, hang on, that's not the horizon. That's clouds, dude. There's mountains down below the clouds. So that means the horizon's actually that this video is being taken from the top of a mountain somewhere looking over cloud. And that was when I decided to, start doing the debunking thing with everyone else that's doing it. Because I'm like, no, this is bullshit. Like, if people are going to flat out lie like this, I'm like, no, I'm not having that.
Yeah.
So I have named myself Spurs' nemesis.
Yeah. Well, I mean, similar too, Debbie, Chemo, all of them. oh, we've got flat Earth pilots that do this, but then every single pilot that's legitimate. They're like, nah, you know. Oh, but we'll believe these two people.
I have a mate whose son is a commercial pilot, and I asked him about it one day, and he looked at me and he said, why is this fucking, why am I getting asked this more and more lately? I'm like, dude, because there are a lot of fuckwits that think the Earth is flat. He's like, yeah, it's weird.
You know, if I was a flat earther,
I was gonna say, if your mate needs a hand with his commercial, send me a DM and I'll give him a hand.
Oh no, he works for Qantas International already. Yeah, no, he's already set up, Sam.
Oh right, he's not been like stood down for 4 years.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't spoken to Dave in a little bit and asked him. I'll have to. You've given me something to do now.
Yeah, man. Aviation's fucked at the moment. Company I work for somehow seems to just
Actually, yeah. I mean, I'm sure he'd be okay. They like Dave and his family have got so many connections. It's not funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm sure he'd be all right. Yeah. And even if he wasn't, fucking my mate's loaded as it is, so he'd be able to, help him out.
Yeah, fair.
Shark lawyer, this guy.
I was making a point actually because if I was a flat earther, but for some genuine reason believed the Earth was flat, and someone like Chemo was essentially saying he took my side. Dishonesty, I wouldn't stand it. It would anger me more so than other guys just saying I'm an idiot for thinking it's flat.
Yeah, Chemo likes to set conversations up to lead people down certain paths of saying things, and like with his, like he sits here and records and tries to get people to go along with his scripted thing. He comes in with his his theme for the day, and then he ignores questions, and you'll hear him like he'll be like, so and today when he's like, oh we'll finish it off now. I could you can tell when he's doing it for the sake of recording his shit.
I'm not sure if I caught that end of it. So was it? I guess the thing was like if you didn't know, would you be called an idiot? Is that what your question was? And then would it put you off, essentially?
I'm sorry, well, I didn't have a question.
Oh, I thought you asked a question.
Oh, no. My point was, if somebody was on my side acting like that, being, that blatantly dishonest, right?
Yeah.
I would be more annoyed by that than somebody else, on the other side saying, well, you're wrong. Well, yeah.
Well,
yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Right.
The press don has said before, even I can't believe some of the bullshit you dribble sometimes, Spurs. So, and then, but the press don is weird.
I guess at the end of the day, right? Like, like here, if you honestly just rock up and ask a question, you'll get fucking really good answers.
Yep.
You go anywhere else, like you go to 24/7, ask a question, you get fed with a whole heap of bullshit with no substance, and then if you question them, you'll get banned.
Well, not just that. There's so much different bullshit that you have to sort of go, well, hang on, how is any of it real? If there are so many different variations on what you each think. That's why, like, every time I come across a new flurf, you have to sit there and go, okay, well, what are your thoughts on it? What's, do you think there's a dome? Some of them don't. Do you think that the sun is close and local? Some of them don't do that. They think it's outside the dome. Or, then, yeah, like, it changes every day, and with each of them individually. Like, Whitsett especially. Whitsett seems to have gotten
It actually happened here with me, right? Because I kind of got my knickers in a knot about someone banging on it about the 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yep.
Because, you know, well, it was mainly because the person said, you say this, and in my mind, it was Robotham, and then bloody whoever he is, right? And then Curved chimed in and said, no, it actually works, like, huge. And I'm like, really? You know, because I've never done it in my life, right? You know, the only thing I was pissed off about,
to a certain
that I
point,
chimed
it does,
in for,
yeah. But
you
then
know,
it
that I
becomes a
chimed in
parabola,
for
yeah.
was because you say this and you say that, and I'm like, no, we don't say that.
Yeah.
Ooh, sorry, guys.
And then I was corrected by Curved, and I'm like, did my own. And I'm like, looked at it.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
no,
oh,
Curve's
shit.
good for that. He helped me out
Well,
with
yeah, I know, right?
something one day where I thought it was.
But that's the thing. That's
Yeah.
the thing. You know, I'm like, oh shit, fuck, I didn't
Exactly.
think it was
Yeah,
that
you can
accurate.
you
know,
learn
'cause
something new every day. Yeah.
You know, I've never used it. You know, one thing I do know is
What reason would you have had?
Robotham
Like,
used it.
yeah.
You know, Shay used it. Shay, what's his first name?
Pete Shea.
Yeah, use it.
Piss drinking Pete.
Shay?
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
Piss drinking Pete.
no,
No.
shit, not Pete Shay. 200 proofs, right?
Oh, debate.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, Eric. Yeah,
Eric debate.
So
Yeah.
he used it, right? So that had a bit of an issue with me when it was like, oh, you guys say this. And I'm like, no, we don't. Like, it's wrong. And then Curve chimed in and said, well, yeah, and like, it's actually not that bad. Like, for this. And I'm like, fuck. And I did the math myself. And I'm like, oh, okay, fuck me. You know, that's actually a lot more accurate than I thought it was. But, you know, you won't get that in 24/7.
Oh, hell
I
no.
haven't actually said a Curve. Curve, thank you.
But yeah, just like it's the word salad's getting ridiculous now.
Yeah, but I mean, how much evidence can you give them? You know,
Oh,
you can't give me evidence.
Never enough.
Well,
Never
keep
enough.
giving you evidence. You know?
Quite simply, never enough. Yeah.
And actually, with the 8 inches per mile squared, right? When I learnt that that's actually better for a longer distance than I thought it was. You know, I was showing a picture out of the airplane with a Suez Canal and things like that, and it, you know, if you use not 8 inches per mile squared, but if you use, I'm not a math person, but what is it? Cosine?
Yeah,
No,
the
sine.
slight variation, I think, sine or one, yeah, cosine.
But I
one
mean,
or two.
it is
I'm
exactly
not good at
where
math
you
either.
would. It's exactly where you would
Yeah.
expect it to be.
Yeah.
You know, Suez Canal's 100 miles. The horizon's about 250-ish, maybe, if you were to use the same, you know, like use your Mark 1 eyeball. So explain that. No, nothing.
Yeah.
Here's one though. A couple of weeks back, a guy said something like, the Nile River's only 6 inches from top to bottom. And I thought, piss off, it floods about 20 feet. Quickly jumped on 30 seconds on Google. Upper Nile's like 450 meters. So I've jumped back in. Hey, dude, your measurement's 6 inches. That's bullshit. It's wrong. It's 450 meters. Oh,
well,
I've been researching for 35 years. Well, I haven't been doing a good job. But then he went to the Suez Canal, which is kind of geographically the next thing over on. So is he looking at a map? Or do you remember the guy I'm talking about? But he didn't accept my argument, but then he's got two. Why hasn't he now looked into it? Because he's shit at researching for 30 years.
Well, that's what like. You saw me ripping Brandon apart earlier again with the ships. I found the 3 ships. I've actually now bookmarked the pages with the information on them, and that picture I've saved to my hard drive and taken it off the black sites. It's still there, but I've taken it out of the evidentiary room and saved it onto my hard drive so I can use it now. Because I don't get what he thinks I'm missing his point. I don't know what his point is, because these 3 ships are, you can clearly see how far away they are from where the picture's being taken. I've gotten the heights of them in the information that you can look up yourself, and 2 are of a similar height, the Hyungan Spirit and something at the Ocean Panther or something like that. And, one of them is much lower than it should be. It's actually hidden by some of the water. What's going on there?
Well, agreed. And I got into flirt brain mode there because I was trying to think, okay, you and I look at it, well,
yeah,
what is trigonometry?
I don't know what his point is. I don't know what he's trying to get at.
How does a flirt quantify this? And you can't, because to bring it back into view, it's got to already be upwards. So it's obscured. It's obviously obscured. And that's what gets me. How do they think that way? It's kind of impossible. There's no horizon on a flat Earth. The higher you go, the further you see. That's it.
Well, that Mount Rainier picture is another one, where there's water blocking it, and then you get the picture of the village that's right in front of the thing. You can see the top of the mountain from far away and a bunch of water, but you can't see the village that's closer to you and right in front of it.
That's the thing that does
makes no sense.
Is, if the Earth is flat, why is there a horizon in the first place?
Yeah, you can't have one on a flat Earth.
No, it would just fade away into the distance, right? And then especially if you in an airplane and you're going up and down and you still have a good horizon, like why can you see that far, or why can you see further? Then they say, oh, you can only see so far, and then they bring in the fucking angle.
Yeah.
Well, no. I try to hold them to, especially the crepuscular rays, right? So, the light source is close.
Yeah.
You see this. So, no one's been able to answer the question with any of the pictures I've been able to post. That's, the sun's behind us. Why?
Something into the
I'll chuck a couple of pictures on and then I'm going to bed.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
On Saturday night when what's his name? Brummy and Chemo were here. The way they were both blowing smoke up each other's about how good each one was and how they're smart and can debate and all that. And then Gravity Guru just basically cornered them and just took them to pieces, and he didn't want to. He's such a great debater, but he went into the little petulant trial, sort of stomping the hands and feet thing. Oh, he's a fucking souphead. And it's just amazing how they're going from blowing smoke up each other's asses to, I didn't want to argue.
Question for you, Boomer. You were here for Wits this morning, weren't you?
Oh, fuck, unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Now, am I wrong in thinking that the guy had his face half in a bag of white powdery stuff? Am I wrong in thinking that, it sounded very much like he was snorting a whole heap of coke and talking his head off because he couldn't stop? That's just what I sat there. I sat there and listened to him for a while, man. He was talking really quickly. And I actually said at one point, something along those lines. I'm like, how much coke have you had? Fucking what's it? And he stopped dead in his tracks.
Oh, I think someone else mentioned crystal meth too.
I said the coke afterwards. I said I don't think it's. I said I don't think it's crystal meth. I think it's cocaine. And he sort of didn't say, he's like, I don't do crystal meth. But when I said coke, he didn't say he didn't do that, did he?
Yeah.
That's just. It reminds me of some people I've seen on it.
I would agree. He rattled off these words like sphericity, and it was like 5 or 6 big made-up words. But the like he was reading off an auto cue.
If I say smart sounding words, people will think I'm smart.
No, but it was confusing words like sphericity. I thought, what the fuck? I'm trying to write this shit down because I'm thinking you can't make this up. Oh, well, you can. I'm trying to write it down. Sphericity I got, and the others I've scribbled out. It was too rough. I was early in the morning. But yeah, I was on the guys.
Drugs, actually. I was wondering because there's a clip with Flat Earth Millionaire, him promising us, I don't know, some cash prize for proving something.
Water sticking to a ball?
And he has a truck bed full of acetone in big cans. And the only thing I know of that will use that much acetone is meth production.
That's what, you know what? You're not the only person that's actually mentioned that to me. I'd never picked up on it, but someone said that to me, and I was like, hang on. Went back, I looked at it, you're right, yeah, there's a whole heap of them.
He could be a spray painter who sprays enamel paint on cars back in the 80s. But maybe not. Maybe, yeah. I think
he claims to be making more than $1 million a year, so he's spray painting an awful lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars. I love it. Actually, they do use auto vehicle spare parts for methods of moving it around. Sorry, your turn. You go.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, Wizard's little arrest record as well for shoplifting is just funny. Like,
do you think that's his shoplifter name? Like, whatever you want, Wizard gets it?
That's actually well put together. That could be it.
When he was going on and on about propulsion today, I was like, what?
Well, here's the thing. I've been going back through the recording that I made, listening to it, and I'm more and more convinced that he's on something fucking during this.
No, I think it's a bit of a full moon happening too, man, because after Witch had pissed off, who was in? Someone else. And then Anarchy and Flatten were going at each other, and both of them are a bit...
I tell you what.
Fuck, an hour they were just saying nothing.
It smells of desperation to me. All of the recent Flurf activity smells of desperation to me. They know that the scam is coming to an end.
Yeah, and the ones that actually aren't part of the scam, that actually fell for it, the minions and the defenders, they're kind of reeling from the feeling of this uneasiness, and they're just, that's why they're getting angry. They don't want to debate, they don't want to hear it, and to me the biggest thing is when I look at the whole picture, it's like none of these things work, none of these things have a, just the things we explain have an explanation, but if they work out one thing with the horizon or something, then all this things are just going to magically fix themselves,
Well, I think you were here the other day when Space Pope was saying something about someone he knew getting 6 star trails to work on a flat Earth map, and I was like, well, hang on, I didn't get the chance to speak up at the time, but it's like, hang on, he's only gotten 6 to work. What about the millions of others that you can see?
Yeah, and the times of the year, and and how
like
the constellations actually change throughout the year.
Every time they think they've got a
change,
new black
but
swan,
visibility of them changes.
Like they ignore the flaws of their new black swan every single time.
No, it's just like, it's like the only argument left seems to be something in space. Yet they say we're not allowed to look at the sky. And then, and then the other one is what is this fucking Horizon Black Swan nonsense?
Well, I happen to hear QE and Oakley say to each other one day that stars are natural and observable. So why is it that we can't? According to your scientific method, we should be able to look at them and form a hypothesis around
the idea of we can't go there. So for the idea we can't go there, so we don't know what they are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The observation is just that we see them or we don't see them.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
They
like,
are,
according to them, we should be able to, make some sort of theory I'll go with about what they are.
Yeah.
The ability
Like we
to
go
look at them
from
with
listening
a
to
telescope.
this shit, you know, to then having someone who's actually working with the high-powered telescopes, you know, like tapped into it from Hawaii and used it to look at, you know, light reflecting off something, you know, using fucking gravitational micro lensing, you know, and then you get a flip coming in like space doesn't exist, you know, it's like
I've got to ask
you know
one,
what I mean? Like
about
it's like two different worlds. It's like one's a qualified PhD astrophysicist, and the other one's not. You know.
I've got one, dudes. I've got to ask today. Jism, he had some all beautiful pendulum news, and I fell asleep for it. So I woke up and the Earth was still a
Oh,
globe.
Jeremy's
Jism,
it was basically just him saying, oh, you know, because they're made out of these materials, copper and brass and whatnot, that they've got some sort of magnetic property that you guys aren't accounting for, and you're not
I
taking all
fell
your
asleep
variables
there
into
too.
account. And no, I'd set up for
Yeah.
that, and I was like, nah, you're a mong, Jeremy. He's like, you guys got to get your like all your independent. You got to get all your variables in order, and you know what you're talking about before you go saying that. You know, just like fuck's sake, dude. Really, this is the gotcha you think you've got.
It's what it's been reduced to.
He's building it up though. Look, last week he came up with one where he said all mechanics fuck up your car. They purposely fuck your car up to get work. And I'm
I was here for that when you blew up at him. Yeah.
Shut up, you little cunt. So tonight I've typed on, righto, Jism, you want your conspiracy? I've rang every auto repairer in the US, and they're going to charge anyone whose name is Jeremy triple now. You wanted your conspiracy? You've got it. So I'll let him go with that for a bit. Because I just give him, he's such a bullshit artist. Just give it back. Give him their conspiracy. It's fun. You can write good books out of it too.
Yeah, I've been trying to just be amused by this shit lately.
I have noticed a little bit of a acceptance of the derp from you, Cypher. Not 100% yet. And even myself, not 100%.
The flat out lying still pisses me off.
I know. I think that's what pissed me off today too. Like Chemo was in here streaming live to his fucking channel for 116 minutes. You know, so he'd obviously been doing either eavesdropping on the call and it projecting that out, or you know, just doing other things, and then he tuned into what was happening here, and that's why he started with it. Okay, is there some fantastic global arguments happening? Yada yada, and it's just that blatant dishonesty. And then the cunts in the chat saying, "Oh, look at this server, look at this." It's like, fuck, you're all just fucking minions of Chemo, you know. And I have no respect for you. He chimes in, he's a fucking pom going, all globers need to be hung and quartered. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's like, you got nothing. And then he gets muted,
that was
and he goes back to the chat. They
First time I'd
muted
ever
me.
heard him too.
Suppressed cowards. It's just like, fuck off. It's just so fucking funny. Oh, I mean the arguments now are so fucking pathetic.
And
we're not allowed to trust half of our view from the from forehead up. We're not allowed to kind of look, you know.
And their sentences now are always ended with "you fucking retard" or "there" or whatever. They always throw in this really aggressive little nasty at the end. I'm noticing that's really common. You fucking retards.
Oh yeah.
Well, to be fair, I mean, we're not much better.
But that's the thing. It's like resorting to that final.
We make an effort to not, you know, get lowered to that point. And I do try not to call people fuckwits and idiots and retards and mongoloids and whatnot. But you know, every now and then, it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I put on a little bit of the shit show today because I knew Chemo was streaming.
Man.
I know.
I mean, like, you know, he was fucking me off, but I just thought I'd throw in all the you know, just a mix of everything, and then just put my little spin on it. It was just easy to reeling from the feeling, but you know, I was fully aware of what I was saying to Tommy and Chris and all the rest of it, you know.
And fucking, it's good to
I
blow up
was
sometimes.
pissed. I was pissed off, but when I get pissed off, it's a little bit different. But Chemo's done it so many times, especially during the lockdown beginning and everything. So there's a bit of payback, to be honest.
I fully understand, mate.
But I dislike, because you mentioned tuning in, right? And then you hear Chemo say, "Well, we still haven't had any evidence." You know what I mean? And it's a blatant lie to all the effort. It's just
That's what
like,
I mean,
fuck
and
off.
that's what I think pisses me off more than anything. I'm not going to say triggered because that's a fucking stupid word, but it annoys me to the point where I boil over.
Yeah, I think triggered is when you're just angry and you're not going to do anything. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. You know what I mean? But if fucked off is different because you're telling the person who fucked you off, fuck up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you're actually gonna have some balls and actually stand up for yourself or defend yourself rather than just become a keyboard warrior in the chat. Babbage. But it's really coming to a close. I don't know if it's the lockdown that's kind of brought this along, but let's look at the numbers. There's nobody demanding to debate anymore. You get like padded gloves type stuff between Scott and Babs. You get friendly discussions instead of debates now. I just want to talk some viewpoints because it's just like, fuck off. Globers have to jump through 10 hoops and the last one's on fire, and the flat earthers are just like admiring the course.
To be fair, I didn't really think of Chemo being live when I went after him today. I realized he was live and I sort of left it, and then he was still going on with his derp and not responding to my utter humiliation of him, and then I figured, let him have it then, and then came back and did some more. But to begin with, it was just what he basically said that was so wrong that I had to respond.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I was listening.
Oh, that was good, yeah.
It was just, physics.
Actually, so when you mentioned earlier Nemesis, a flat Earth Nemesis, it's probably not a good name because a Nemesis implies an adversary that's pretty talented, like Batman, the Joker, or whatever. I reckon the term for a flat Earth is more Chew-toy. They're a Chew-toy, right?
No. I'm Chemo's Nemesis. Not the other way around.
Oh, yeah, but either way.
No. He doesn't get He doesn't get anything as cool as the title Nemesis. No, I am his Nemesis.
I've noticed with Chemo lately, he resets a lot more. Normally he bullshits off in a direction and keeps going. He seems to reset now and goes, well, now, what we were talking about, and we'll just change it so obviously. So he does get derailed.
Oh, yeah.
It's called Take Two.
Exactly, yeah. And it's always for an edit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, that one didn't work. I had too many clear answers. I'll try the field again once those people won't want to repeat themselves. That's why when he's asking those questions in that like condescending manner, I always make lots of noise like a zoo animal. Like if I could chime in with someone else saying no, I just repeat no. It just ruins the recording every time.
Farmer's Boy's got the quote right. Do you know what Nemesis means? A righteous infliction of retribution manifested by an appropriate agent, personified in this case by an horrible cunt, me. It works perfectly.
Sorry. As soon as I heard you talking about Nemesis, I had to put that up there because that is just.
It's
is that Snatch? Yeah. And
it's the way that Matey Boy says it, his accent, he says,
do you know
personified
what
in
Nemesis
this case by an horrible cunt, me. And he sits there looking all sweet and innocent in those sort of really thick glasses of his.
Yeah.
Amazing.
My dad goes, boy, listen to this bit. Listen to this. And it's fucking brilliant, isn't it?
Do you know what? The first time I watched that in the cinema. Now, of course, obviously, given my handle, I grew up on a farm and we had no end of trouble with pikeys. And the first time I heard somebody say, fucking hate pikeys, I just fell about laughing. It's like, yeah, I know that feeling, mate. They're a bunch of wankers. Fucking hate pikeys.
Me ma, me dogs. Me dags.
Hey, do you like dogs? We were the ones coming in by a caravan. Yeah, that film is just all the way through. And what was the other line that Turkey says? Turkey says, for every action there is a reaction, and a pikey reaction is quite a fucking thing.
Yeah,
it's such a film. I think it was on the other week, and I thought I only caught sort of the last half of it, but I thought, yeah, I'll have a bit of that.
It's weird. It was in New Zealand. I was speaking to my dad. He's like, Snatch is on. I'm watching it, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'll let you get back to it. You know. But,
it's a great movie.
Yeah, it's a great.
Very underplayed. With the whole. Exactly that one. It's quite a fucking thing. It's never like, and they go fucking nuts. No, it's just quite a fucking thing.
But they're spot on. That I'm afraid that's what pikeys are like. We used to have all sorts of trouble with them. They used to have it wasn't I mean, a lot of pikey campsites, they just turn up mom-handed. You get like a dozen caravans, vans, cars all turn up, and they'll just pitch up for a week or two until the authorities move them along. And by the time you've moved them on, there's a dirty, great big pile of rubbish. They set bonfires next to fields that are just about to be harvested and wonder why you're getting upset. And they just leave sort of muck and filth wherever they go. I mean, I remember my dad one harvest, he was combining. When you start the field, you do the headlands, you start on the edge, and he got to this corner and his combine hadn't got a cab on it, and he thought, what is that strange bloody smell? So he clambered down the ladder to investigate, and of course the corner of his field is where they'd been emptying all their chemical toilets, wasn't it?
Oh shit.
It literally, yeah. So he was he'd had enough of them, so he come back with the combine and he got out the tractor with a sprayer on the back. And I said, what the hell do you think you're doing? It's not, you don't go spraying your crops when you're harvesting them. And he said, I ain't spraying the crops. He said, well, yeah, I'll spray the field, but the wind's blowing across their caravans. And I've just found the foulest smelling chemical I've got in my shed. And he did. He went and sprayed the headland that he'd just harvested. And within 5 minutes, every single caravan had disappeared because they all got a dose of this chemical. Because the other thing you do is you get the muck spreader out, but by that point Dad didn't keep any sort of livestock anymore. But that's the other thing you do to move them on. If they're parked by your field, you go and get the muck spreader out and you do the field. Only most of it ends up over them. So, but you don't take on one, you take on the whole bloody lot. And they're always mob-handed, and like the film suggested, yeah, they don't care if they cause too much trouble. They just up sticks and move on. And then another group comes along and takes their bloody place.
Well, they are. What are they actually? They're sort of gypsies, but not actual gypsies, right?
No, yeah, they're not proper gypsies. I mean, the term pikey is a really derogatory term that was generally for sort of the Irish travellers and workers that came over here. I mean over here in the UK, I think they're technically referred to as travellers, which is ironic because a lot of them don't like travelling. But yeah, calling them pikeys is a really derogatory term. But a group of pikeys turn up, and all of the sort of the petty theft rate shoots up. People's sheds and garages are getting broken into, and
well, I'm not arguing, the term because we have in Denmark we have actual gypsies are sort of grouped around a certain area, and essentially because of the crime rate that they are causing, you're no longer allowed to call them gypsies. They're now Romas.
Yes, same here. The travellers, they don't get gypsies over here are very few and far between. I mean, there's one or two I think there's one round this way. He's still got the good old-fashioned sort of gypsy caravan that's towed by a horse, and he just moves along from lay-by to lay-by. And he's one of these guys. He'll whittle garden displays out of lumps of wood and logs and things, and that's how he makes a little bit of money. And he wanders around in a circuit. I don't know where he goes for the winter. He's obviously got somewhere he can park up for the winter. That's a true gypsy. But when you've got somebody who's got a brand new caravan and a flatbed van that's got the old milk churns in the back to contain the water, and there's half a dozen kids crammed on the front seat, and they're offering services such as gardening or doing your drive, and these days now they have a mobile number. But yeah, but it would be, for details, contact the driver, because they didn't have phones. I mean, they do now because we've all got mobiles, but back in the day they didn't have phones, they didn't have addresses. You don't see email accounts or anything like that, and it's basically work done on the cheap, tax free. They don't pay the taxpayer, but they get benefits,
And steal your tools.
Oh yeah, they'll steal anything that ain't nailed down. Yeah, they sort of live outside of the law, outside of sort of the general society norms that are imposed on everybody else. They don't count to them. They just do what they bloody like. And then they wonder why people don't like them.
Yep.
Yeah,
and it's always racism if you don't like them.
Correct. Although they're not actually, they're not a separate race.
Yeah,
they're just a group. They're just a group of people. Yeah, but you can't call them Pikes.
It's just so annoying that you can't dislike minorities for any other reason than racism. It's always racism. Fuck.
Yeah. And of course, what you see now, certainly around here, out in the countryside, if there's a lay-by that's got a large area of grass, or just things like village playing fields, all of the perimeters have now been dug up. So you've got basically a ditch and a mound the other side to stop them just turning up with their caravans, because they will. They'll go to village greens, parks, school playing fields, anywhere where they can get in with a transit van and a caravan, and they're there. And overnight, they'll take the place over and wreck it. So now everywhere, certainly when I go back home to see the parents, there were some very, very pretty large sort of grass verges where you could park up and enjoy the view and have something to eat. No, they've all been dug up. It almost looks like the Battle of the Somme. It's like trench warfare. You have to trench everything so nobody can get their vehicles on there, just to keep them out. Which is a shame. Because for some bizarre reason, you're not allowed to shoot the buggers. Well, sort of.
You see my slide?
Well, we had some problems with them. There was a whole load of them sort of parked down by our fields. And what they would do was they'd come driving up the track, and as they pulled their cars out onto the main road, they'd give it lots of revs, lots of throttle, and spin the wheels because they knew it was noisy and annoying. Well, one of them tried that after it had just rained, and he lost control completely, and he ended up crashing his car in our front hedge. And then he ran off with me and my brother in pursuit. But Dad said best not take the shotgun because we'd have shot the bugger. And even the police afterwards said, yeah, we understand your feelings. And if you do feel compelled to shoot them with a shotgun, just aim low so you take their legs out. Chances are you won't kill them then and you'll be okay. And this wasn't too long after Tony Martin. Yeah, well, this wasn't long after Tony Martin had got done for shooting, strangely enough, pikeys breaking into his farmhouse. And the only reason he got locked up is because he shot the kid in the back. And it's not self-defense if you shoot somebody in the back. The fact that it was pitch black and you hit him at all, it's neither here nor there.
And he was a fucking nut job with 4 previous brushes with the police over
that as well, but
over misuse of the firearms that he'd been told several times to turn into the police and hadn't.
Yeah, because he'd got a pump action shotgun, hadn't he? Which I think by that point was illegal.
And he'd had various disputes with his neighbours where he'd turned, he'd got guns out as part of the dispute. So he was a nut job who should not have had a weapon. Simple as
No,
that.
but at the same time, the pikeys got what they deserved. You shouldn't go breaking into people's houses.
Well,
time and time again.
You shouldn't go breaking into people's houses, but I think a 17-year-old who steals a video recorder doesn't deserve to be executed on the spot for it. You know, we have laws in place to deal with burglary, and you know, okay, the traveling community do get away with a lot, but
Oh shit.
I mean, I'm no fan of theirs. Believe me, I've worked for travellers, and they're an absolute nightmare.
Yep.
So I know what they're like, but I think in the case of, can't remember the guy's name, but in that case, I think he was sort of touted as some sort of have a go hero that was just trying to protect himself, and I think that's true. But it's also true that he was a nutter with a gun who should not have had a gun.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I can't argue with that. He shouldn't have had, given his history, he shouldn't have had guns full stop. And he certainly shouldn't have had the guns he had, because I'm sure at least one of them was a pump action shotgun. And by that point, I think the laws have been changed so that you had to modify a pump action shotgun so it'd only take 2 shots to make it the equivalent of a double barrel 12 bore. I think it had come in by then. It's a job to keep up with the. Job to remember when the laws were changed, because we went through a phase over several years with various shootings, hadn't we? And they kept changing the rules.
Yeah, I mean, I say a nutter with a gun. I mean, I'm being flippant. I mean, he had mental health issues as well. So.
Yes. Oh, no, he had. Yeah. But I think some of that, a certain degree, was brought on by the situation he was in. He was in a remote house, and they reckon he had pretty much turned it into a fortress, because this wasn't the first time. He'd been broken into and attempted to be broken into more times than I care to remember. And I think, the poor old boy reached breaking point, They
have a terrible time if you live in a remote property. My great auntie lived in it was on a very main road. It's a house on the side of a dual carriageway between 2 cities, but the house is on its own. There's no other houses, no houses next to it. There's a couple of buildings kind of across and down the road a little bit, but it's essentially on its own. And she was broken into all the time. About once every 2 months, someone would try and break in.
Down by me.
We didn't have it quite that bad, but the parents' farm is sort of 300 or 400 yards out of the village on the main road. There's one house next door, and that's it. And that's it for a good sort of 400 yards. The other problem is that at right angles to that road is a dirt track. And if you follow that dirt track back down to the end of the village, to the next road, that road heads out into the fens and ultimately led to the official council park that they built for the pikeys. The fact that it was built down past the sewage works probably didn't go down very well, but they set up this compound, and there was hard standing for something like, I don't know, 16 or 20 caravans. It was all sort of properly done out in concrete with power points and water pickups like you get at a camping site. And there was like an ablutions block in the middle, and within the first week, all the pipe work had been ripped out because they did it in copper. Silly buggers. So, the pikeys who's had this place built for stripped it. They were still living there, but they stripped it and flogged the copper.
Right.
So we had an awful lot of traffic, an awful lot of, vans and things going up and down this track right past the farmhouse. And we got broken into a few times. They tried to pinch Dad's old 3-phase oil-cooled arc welder. They moved it 1.5 meters across the barn floor and thought, this is too heavy. Because Dad came in the barn and thought, what bloody hell's that doing over there? Yeah, they tried to drag it across the floor and realised it was too heavy and thought, sod it.
I had a friend who worked on a council project where they set up like a parking area for caravans and stuff, and they built toilets on the site and everything. And he said they opened it up, and they opened it on a weekend. They opened it on a Friday, He said when they got back to it on the Monday, it had been completely destroyed. All the toilets had all been ripped out. The whole lot had just gone, you know.
Yeah, well, I think this place as well, it also got, because it was off the beaten track and sort of out into the start of the fens, the power supply was a generator. Well, of course, that disappeared, you know, and then I think one of them actually phoned the council and said, somebody's stolen the generator and all the pipe work's gone out of the toilet block.
That was a thing they were doing for a while, isn't it? They were chucking stuff in substations to sort of, I don't know, like short circuit them, or you know, there's some sort of, I guess it does short circuit them, but it immediately cuts out, and then they would rob something off the substations. I guess copper wiring or whatever, but that was a common thing.
Either copper wiring or some of those things have got huge transformers in them, and you've got sort of big plates of copper and stuff. Yeah, but it comes down to copper.
And of course, they've wrecked hundreds of war memorials all over the country where they've got like big metal plaques on them and things like that, brass plaques and things like that they've stolen.
The best one nearest me, the dual carriageway that's now the A14 that goes past Newmarket. The Newmarket Racecourse has part of what's called Devil's Dyke, and it's an old Stone Age sort of ditch and embankment. And where it crosses the A14, there was a footbridge, and the footbridge had aluminium railings. And they pitched up one night with the old petrol-driven angle grinder with the cutting disc on it, just took the whole lot. And the council had to close that footbridge down for months until they could get around to getting new guardrails put up. But they're just handrails either side to stop you going over onto the A14, and probably only took them a couple of hours, if that. They just cut through the whole bloody lot, slung it in the van, and off they went. You know, road signs, aluminium. Thank you very much. We'll have some of that. Anything that's worth a few quid down at the scrapyard.
Right.
That's why we used to have they used to have bonfires all the time, because they'd get all this scrap metal, old cars and things, and they'd burn it so that all you've got left is metal.
Right.
Because that's what the scrapyard's interested in. You know, they don't want all the crap that comes with it. They just want the metal.
They've tightened it up a lot though now, haven't they? It's harder to sell.
They have now. Yeah,
a lot harder
back
to
in
sell scrap metal now.
Yes.
They don't give you the money straight away. I've scrapped a few cars, and they don't just hand the money over anymore.
No, they do actually do things now. They'll open the boot and make sure you ain't got a body inside and stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, no, they were doing a thing where they paid you by check, and then there's a traceable line of where the money's gone. You know what I mean? So if anything comes back to haunt them on the scrap, they can say, well, this was the person that brought it into us, and then you know what I mean. So that they do it that way. I mean, they have different methods of doing it. I've had some that they take the car away and they give you a plastic card, you know, like a debit card.
Oh yeah.
And you can't use it or anything until they charge it and send you the codes, and then you can go and draw the money.
The time I used to do back in the day is because a lot of breakage yards for cars were run by them. You know, back in the day when you're running cheap old knackered cars.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got some still, and I guess that's where they get rid of their stuff. But yeah, I get it's got to be a lot harder than it used to be. So I used to do wedding video, and occasionally we'd get a gypsy wedding, and oh my god, they were always nightmares to do. And they'd never book a wedding. It was never a wedding. They'd always book you for. It was always like an 18th birthday or an engagement party. They would never tell you it was a wedding, because they know that nobody wants anything to do with a gypsy wedding. And then of course you'd turn up at this thing, and I mean, I guess I have had one that was booked as a wedding, but all the others, they all told me it was something else. And then when you get there, you find out it's a wedding. and the timings are all completely off. You know, they say, oh, the reception starts at 2 o'clock, and you get there and it's 6 o'clock when it starts, or something like that. And you know, the bride's there, but the groom isn't, and it's a wedding. Right. You know, and then the event happens, and in the gypsy world, the men and the women don't mix at an event like that. They all the women sit together or dance, and all the men stand together and drink. It's really odd. And they have this thing where, you know, if you're there, if you're the video man, they've all hired you, all 600 of them.
So they
come up to you and they go, film this, come here, film this, you know, and they want you to, you know what I mean? They've got some, and they'll just point you at some granny who's just sat there smiling, you know, film this.
Jem, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
So you can always just go and test your mic, you know.
Yeah, I'm using my phone, Jem.
Oh, right, yeah, that would be harder, I guess.
My PC, like I use my phone for a mic, as a mic for my PC. For some reason, it's just not working with Discord. I don't understand why not.
Just give it a good kick.
Yeah.
Kill or cure.
Reinstall.
Just turn it off and turn it on again. Usually works.
Like it's called WO Mic, and the client, you can set it to play and speaker, which works. And if I go into the sound options and, you know, the control panel and play back this device, if you check it, then it comes through the speakers. However, Discord for some reason won't hear it, essentially. Despite the input device being set to, you know, the WO mic.
Are you guys talking about Brad Pitt and Snatched?
We were,
yeah.
Yes.
Those people are awesome.
I believe, and I don't know how much truth there is in this, but the rumor was that he spent a week or two living with who to us locally was quite a famous pikey family in a little village just up the road from Newmarket. Red Lodge. I'm trying to remember the surname of the family. Rumor was he went and stayed with them for a week or two to sort of pick up the character and learn about it. And yeah, that was up the road from where I grew up. Red Lodge, home of the famous Red Lodge Cafe, on the A11 out of Newmarket. I can't think of the name of the bloody family now.
That was the best movie you guys were ever involved with.
Was a good movie.
It was better than Lock, Stock. I mean, Lock, Stock was a good film, but Snatch was...
Yeah, Lock, Stock was a little rough around the edges, but Snatched was, you know, it had the big players in it. Big time names.
Oh, yeah.
I like Bullet Tooth Tony, man. That guy was good.
Yeah, I never quite worked out that the whole point of his nickname of Bullet Tooth Tony was that he got shot 6 times and had the bullets cast into gold teeth. How does that work?
Who uses gold bullets? What are you hunting, vampires or some shit?
Exactly. How do you get ordinary bullets cast into gold teeth?
I mean, 50
I thought, how'd you do that? But you know,
could you plate them? Could you? Bullets are usually made of lead. Those are they still made of lead?
Exactly.
Some sort of alloy.
Lead. Yeah, lead or lead alloy. What, like you just said, they're not made out of gold. You know.
Right.
But it was just one of those things where I first heard it, and you just think, here, hang on a minute, that don't work. But yeah, overall, that whole thing about as you've got replica written down the side of yours, and as mine says 0.50 Desert Eagle. He pulls out that fucking cannon of a handgun.
50 Cent actually got shot in the tooth and spit it out. You ever heard that story? You guys know who 50 Cent is?
Yeah,
you guys get him in
yeah.
England yet?
I've got
he got shot in
99
the
problems and my bitch ain't one.
No, that's the wrong. That's Jay-Z.
Oh, right.
They're all the same to me.
And you're supposed to say 50 Cent, aren't you?
Fitty. It's Fitty.
Yeah.
It's Fitty. Yeah. You guys will get 50 Cent soon. Don't worry. Any year now.
Oh, well, I have heard of him.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get England will get him soon.
But I'm 55, Jeremy. I'm way past the hit parade.
No, you got to stay up with the times, Jem. That's how you stay young.
I know exactly where you're going from, Jim. I mean, I'm 50. I'm not down with the kids,
Yeah.
You got to stay
Christ,
up
I
on
remember
this stuff.
watching Bohemian Rhapsody on Top of the Pops for the very first time,
Yes. There's a lot of jolly songs in the hit parade this week, I've noticed.
Did you just use the word jolly?
Yes, and hit parade.
Hit parade. Sunday nights, Radio 1, listening to the charts.
You can't get much more 70s sounding than that, can you? The hit parade.
The hit parade. Oh, dear. Watching those old girls dancing to Top of the Pops because the song didn't have a video to go with it. What was it bloody called?
Well, there was Legs and Co. and there was...
Hands People.
Pants People were first, and then there were Legs and Co., weren't they?
That's it. And some of the things they had to dance to, I felt so sorry for.
And some of the dances were just so silly. Yeah, they were nuts. It must have been great though to have been a pans person at the time. I bet that was a great big deal.
But back when my now ex was 40, she wanted to go to Paris for the week, which was absolutely fine, and she wanted to go very bizarrely to the Moulin Rouge. I thought, I'm absolutely fine with that as well. Why she wanted to? I think she just wanted the experience. But it was interesting to sit there, sort of up close near the stage. You have your meal, and then all the dancers do their routines, and you could spot which dancers were new because they genuinely looked like they're enjoying themselves. And then you saw all the ones at the back who had obviously been there for quite some time, and I've never seen dancers look so bored and pissed off in all my life.
Right.
And I'm sure you could see that with sort of the dancers on Top of the Pops, with those fake grins plastered on their faces. There's no doubt thinking, what the bloody hell am I doing here? Yeah, you could really tell. You could tell who the new girls were because they really looked like they're enjoying themselves. Oh, look, I'm at the Moulin Rouge. God, another not shit. Flashing your tits about, as they do.
No one speaking.
Is it wrong if I say like the Irish or Scottish people remind me of pikey people? Is that bad or the way they talk?
Pikey is an old-fashioned term associated with sort of the Irish travellers.
All right.
Pikey,
but it is also a racist term, really.
Yeah,
you shouldn't really say it.
Derogatory.
Pikey is racist?
Yeah.
Derogatory. It's a pejorative.
Yeah. And they hate being called pikeys. They hate it.
It's not racist, as they are not a different phrase, but it's derogatory.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's racist, but maybe racial connotations, but certainly derogatory. It's a pejorative.
Yeah.
It's like using the N-word.
Yes,
No.
it is. To them, it is.
No. N-word is like unambiguously racist. Pikey is, like I said, it's an insult. It's a pejorative.
It's not unambiguously. It is unambiguously racist to a gypsy, though.
Oh, right.
They hate that word. They consider it to be a racist term.
So pikey to a traveller is like the N word to an African.
Right.
Yes.
I wasn't aware of that.
But that's okay because they call us gorgeous. We've got words for them and they've got words for us. So
and the English and country people.
GH what?
No, gorgeous. GORGER.
Oh,
gorgeous.
Right, like
that's what they call us.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, it's a sort of go at us who have got sort of, you know, we live in houses and we overconsume, we gorge on things. So they, yeah. And I have heard travellers use that term. I used to know a few who had actually sort of settled down. You know, they did sort of have houses and not caravans, and got to know a few of them down the local pub, that sort of thing. But yeah, they would still use that. You'd hear that term being bandied about. They'd call us gorges.
I do not understand why this mic isn't fucking a PC. No, it's not a PC, just the Discord client. It's actually working, like I said, in settings. Baffling.
Do you think that there would be less disdain for gypsies if they didn't travel around ruining everything, stealing shit, and trying to shrink people?
Oh, and Carv, don't forget the essentially enslaved people.
I can't hear you very well, Chris.
Some of that going on as well.
The essentially enslaved people, Carved.
Well, some have been convicted of some modern day slavery offences where they've been involved in trafficking and human trafficking and stuff.
I'll try this other.
I think you're right, Curved. I think that's it. I didn't have any problem with them until I did work for them, and then you know what I mean.
I mean, why don't they just give them a little piece of land to live on?
They do. They do that all the time.
Yes.
But
why won't they leave it in?
Other than obviously whatever we think of them as a people, but you know, giving them land is not going to make them stay anywhere. All of these people are essentially travelers by choice, and they will continually travel.
And they destroy public land at vast cost to the taxpayer.
Oh, gotcha.
Like, for instance, they got on my local park where we got this. Well, it's just a big field where there's a lot of football pitches and there's a kids' playground at the end, and it's just basically the road, pavement, football pitch. So they drove onto there. They turned up there one weekend. Whole load of caravans all over the football pitch. So of course the whole thing had to be shut down. No kids could play football. And then when they'd gone, because even though they live in caravans, they consider it to be dirty to use the toilet in the caravan. And so they just go and piss and shit outside everywhere and leave bits of toilet paper lying around all over the place. So that was all over the park. So of course it isn't just any old cleanup when people have been pissing and shitting and leaving dirty bog roll everywhere.
Well,
You've got to have people
in
fucking NBC suits and shit like that to get it cleaned up. And the other thing they do as well is they go around and offer to sort people's gardens out, do all the pruning and that sort of thing. And all of the garden waste they go and dump on the park. So then all that has to be cleaned up as well.
We had a similar thing, Jem. A lot of pikeys run like amusements. They bring out Ferris wheels and
no, fairground people. Fairground people aren't gypsies. They're different.
No.
Oh, right. Well, I mean,
yeah, they're not the same people. Yeah, carnies. They ain't the same people.
Yeah, I've worked.
Carnies. All right. Okay.
I've worked for fairground people as well, and they are vociferous in their that they are not gypsies.
Right. Okay.
And they're not really, really wealthy. Those fairground rides cost hundreds of thousands of pounds, millions. Some of
Right.
them. But,
I mean, what they did was they came to. So we've got 2 football parks, basically in the same area. One's an ash park, one's a grass park. They set up in a grass park. Like it was like halfway off the park and halfway on the football pitch. And fucking see, after they left, the pitch never recovered. It was a quagmire for like about 3 or 4 years until they finally put in drainage, because it was it was a floodplain for a long time. And after they put in the drainage and returfed the pitch, it finally get back to normal. But what a mess they left! What a mess.
Well, I don't know if there's any gypsies in the U.S., but I haven't seen any not any kind of problem. But in the movies, I've seen that all the gypsy women are really hot. Is this true?
All the gypsies, what? I lost the end
All
of
the
that.
gypsy women are really hot.
People have turned into gypsies in America. And in America, people have turned into gypsies. They don't roll in packs like they have, but there's a lot of people that are starting to live in vans and SUVs and stuff.
That's different. I mean, that's not a whole.
Well, the gypsy women have a particular style of dress, the young women, which you would call probably, how could we describe it? Whore is probably a good way to describe it.
That's probably the closest.
They do. I mean, they aren't whores at all. They're really, really not like that at all. It's really frowned upon for them to be promiscuous in any way. And they're usually married when they're 16 or 17 anyway. But they do dress in a very, they wear the sort of clothing they wear is really, really, I just don't know another way to describe it. It is sort of
slutty.
Are you
slutty,
talking about
yes,
the
slutty is a good
gypsy
way to describe it. But
they
do it proudly. You know what I mean?
Yes, and they do it from an early age as well.
Yeah, like from when they can walk.
12.
Yeah, I mean you'll see pre-teen girls dressed up like they're going out and looking to make money. They really do. I mean, skirts that are closer to being belts. Makeup that's been put on with a trowel. It really is quite something to see. And these, quite like I say, some of these they're not even into their bloody teens. The highest of heels and the rest of it is
right.
Yeah, it's quite something to see. Quite an eye opener.
And you would never ever want to be involved with a gypsy girl. Jesus.
Ye gods no. No. Blimey. No, I don't be thinking.
You'd never get near one. How would you just wouldn't. You'd never get near one.
Well, like you say,
dude, then they put a curse on you and your dick falls off or something.
Buy my lucky heather. Yeah. My child. Oh no. Oh, it's made me shudder just thinking about it. Oh no.
I did go out with an O'Neill. She was from gypsy stock.
That's strange because I went to school with an O'Neill. Yeah, I went to school with an O'Neill, and she was from the same stock. Yeah, bloody hell.
But she wasn't. There were nobody she knew was gypsy, but people in her past were.
Yeah,
and O'Neill is obviously an Irish gypsy name.
Yeah,
they're almost all called O'Neill.
Is the gypsy population growing or staying sort of stagnant over time?
I've not seen it growing. I mean, there doesn't seem to be a sudden massive proliferation of transit vans and caravans anywhere. They just seem to be there, the same old numbers they've always been, as far as I've seen.
Well, I mean, they have big families, don't they? I mean, they're usually Catholic, or usually not very Catholic, but they are usually Catholic, and so there's no contraception.
No.
So they must have a lot of in or out gassing. A lot of them leaving the life.
I think they do, yeah, and a lot of them end up in jail, of course.
Yeah.
So that must make put a limit on procreation.
That's their contraception.
Yes, I suppose so. If you're in jail, you're not going to be knocking any more up, are you? Yeah, it is a strange lifestyle. But it is, thinking back, when you watch Snatch, it's right in so many ways. I mean, if you remember when the two of them go to the gypsy camp to get the caravan, when they first meet the Brad Pitt character, Mickey, where does he appear from? He's crouching down between the car and the caravan. What do you think he's doing? Because he's pulling his trousers up. The first time you meet Mickey, he's taking a shit.
Right.
Oh, he
thing is, what,
kicks.
if you're a pikey and you go to jail, how do you catch up with your people after, like before cell phones and stuff? You just lost your people forever?
No, they are a very sort of insular group of people, and I think a lot of them, when they turn up somewhere and then they get moved on, word goes around because they'll get moved on, and then before you know it, a different group have turned up. So they're all,
and they go and visit. They go and visit in prison and things like that. They'll talk prison visits and stuff like that. Phone calls. They've got email. You know what I mean? You can email a prisoner now. So
yeah.
There's plenty of ways to stay in touch these days.
Oh no, yeah, I was saying before, like cell phones and emails and shit. Yeah,
and they usually hang around one area. Do you know what I mean? So they'll be in one sort of English county, or maybe two or three. You know what I mean? And they'll move between them. But gypsies from the south of the country probably aren't. If that's where they're sort of hanging around now, they're probably not going to go very far north very often, and likewise in the other direction. There's some good gypsy videos on YouTube, bare knuckle boxing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think the biggest shock for me when I watched Snatch was seeing Mike Reed in it and hearing Mike Reed swear. Because to me, he had, what was that kids program? Was it
Run Around?
Run Around, and then he was in EastEnders for years, which I'd never really watched anyway. And all of a sudden, he's this character in Snatch.
Yeah.
Well, it's not a free country, is it? Or not a free shop, so fuck off. It's like, whoa, that's Mike Reed. Oh, he just swore. Bloody hell. Mike Reed, the big bull fuck.
Anyway, we've spewed enough racism, I think, for one morning.
I think so. That's got it out of the system, yeah.
Hey, Joe, what do you think about starting house training or housebreaking for the VC today?
Oh, what's that?
Well, it's where we start training everyone who gets on the microphone to do so in an orderly fashion and to make it the place you want it to be rather than the place that the animals want it to be.
Yeah, you're right. It does. It is descending into chaos, isn't it? I have to admit.
Well, I know you, and I know you do not feel good about yesterday's interaction and everything with Wixie. That's
no, I don't.
You want.
No.
Hey, hello. About what you guys are speaking about. Do you have some kind of Nathan Oakley recovery program? Because I was just on his live show and I think I need therapy.
Oh, right. But you've come to the right place.
Yeah.
Let me offer you some advice about the Nathan Oakley show.
Yeah.
Never go on the Nathan Oakley show.
Someone should have really told me that beforehand.
Did you just literally, for the first time ever, go on Nathan Oakley's show?
Yes.
You're either extraordinarily brave or foolish, and I'm not sure which.
A lot of people are drawn into it, and I can
I'll
understand.
tell you what happened. I've only been listening for like a very small amount of time, and I sound him say something completely ridiculous. So I thought, I should just clarify. I should just pitch in. And what happened afterwards was very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can guess what happened afterwards. I mean, what I'll say is this: that what you got is what everyone gets. Yeah. You probably don't realize at this stage how bad you looked, because what
No, I watched it back. I know.
Yeah, right. So probably some of what you said didn't actually go out to the audience. Maybe it did, with you being new to it. Maybe it did, but often a lot of what is said in opposition is heard by Oakley, but isn't heard by his audience. But basically, he wants people like you to go in there so he can scream abuse and do his, preach his crap, go through his usual shtick that he goes through. And that's what his audience loves. And he is monetized. He makes no, he has no qualms about the fact that he's there to make money. He's a professional YouTuber. That is his job, and that is what he does. And so what I always say to people is, if you want to finance his behavior, if you want to support what he does, go on his show. But I think most people shouldn't want to support people screaming abuse on the internet. I'm sounding slightly hypocritical here. So
Don't want to say anything,
So I say don't go on his show.
That's a very good idea. We should put a disclaimer or something somewhere around.
I've tried many times. There's been people who I've seen have, many people like you will come away from it, as you have after your first experience, and think, all right, well, I can do better next time. And then they'll go on again the next day. And, when I've watched it, I've reached out to those people and made the sort of point that I've just made to you. And what they usually say is, oh, well, I'm just going on there to take the piss. It's hilarious. It's so funny what I do. And you can't, nothing will dissuade them or convince them that they look a complete tit.
Yes.
And there's no way for them not to look a complete tit. The whole thing is set up so they look silly. And
yeah.
So I stopped reaching out to people because, they're adults and they just got to learn the hard way, I guess. Or, I mean, there's a whole load of people in here who specifically boycotted that show about 2 years ago now. And then we were just replaced by other people, and then they all boycotted the show. And then, but there's always odd ones like yourself who come across it and think, oh, I can sort. There's no one in there telling him he's wrong. I can do that. You know what I mean? And, and off you go.
And then you find out why.
Right. So, I have this hope that he will fade away, and he is doing, but very, very slowly. But he is losing views. He doesn't get the views that he used to. He's been desperately trying to promote himself, or with this Thunderfoot stuff, and you know what I mean, trying to get other channels to send him viewers by engaging them.
And he's so obviously wrong sometimes about physics.
Right.
Like, I do physics professionally, and it's just ridiculous. I thought it would have been so easy to just tell him why he's wrong, but he just cuts you off.
It must break you. It must break your heart if it's your job. What were you talking about? Don't tell me that The vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes. I went on there to explain to him why it's very obviously not.
Right.
And I was accused by someone, I don't remember his name, Quantum something.
Quantum eraser.
Yes, that guy. I just don't understand the second law of thermodynamics. It's like, what? I've been doing this for a while. I think I know what it is. I didn't say that, but like, I tried to explain it, but just cut off completely. Just nope.
All right. Well, we'll give you a go. Okay. Let me put it to you. Let me do it this way. The vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. What have you got to say to that?
Well, given my previous experience, I'm not going to say anything, and I'm just going to leave.
Moron! No. Let's see what. We always like to hear. It's always good to hear somebody else's take on it. Maybe you've got a way of explaining it that people here can borrow off you. So if you want to have a go, feel free, because I'd like to hear what you've got to say on it.
Sure. Well, besides the fact that it boils down to gravity, which apparently is a no-no over there.
Right.
So to explain why it's not a violation of the second law, you really have to know what the second law is. So he says if gas doesn't fill space, then it's a second law violation. Well, it's not. If gas fills the space when a process is called free expansion. Free expansion is when there is nothing. The only difference between the two spaces is one is full of gas and the other one is empty, and there's nothing else different. So there are two states here. The first state is one side full of gas, one side empty, and gas will fill the space. That process is called free expansion. The two states have no difference in energy. They have the same energy, they have the same temperature, everything is the same. The problem with applying that to the Earth is that, well, it's not free expansion. Why? Because there's a giant energy difference between the two states. Gas being near the Earth and gas filling the space, they have very different, what we call internal energy. You need a lot of energy to get rid of all that gas. And it really boils down to gravity. It's called gravitational potential energy. So my response was, well, you need a lot of energy which you don't have. How are you going to make all that gas escape? There's not enough energy. And the response was something that, it was very confusing. It was about vectors. You can't have gas go down, go boom, boom, something along those lines.
Right, yeah. That boom, boom line.
Yes. So I just tried to explain it, and I was told I don't understand the second law of thermodynamics, and I was kind of losing hope. Like, what? No. It really boils down to it's not a free expansion, therefore it will not occur, because there's a big difference in energy between the two states. That's not a second law violation. It's completely normal. It's really what I tried to say, but it didn't go well.
Right. It seems simply put to me. I like it. Did he get you to, when you mentioned gravity, presumably you said the fatal word at some point. Did he ask you which type of gravity?
No, because I'd been listening to the show for a very small amount of time, and I heard them complaining about gravity. So I said the disclaimer, like, I know you don't like gravity, but I'll just go with it for now. And I actually tried to show him when he said no gravity, I just showed him examples of how gas is affected by gravity like any other fluid. I said, a jar with a vacuum in it weighs less than a jar with gas in it because gas is pulled by gravity. This is just known fact. This is how we've done chemistry for hundreds of years. We weigh gases. That's how it works.
But then he objected to the use of the container or drew attention.
And how do you weigh gas? Yes, how do you weigh gas?
Yeah, you just get a jar, make sure it has a vacuum in it, weigh it, fill jar with gas, weigh it again. Oh my god, it weighs more.
You can't even weigh gas. You can't have gas pressure without a container. You can't weigh gas without a container.
No, Jeremy. Hold on, you're not going to open like this. He just gave you an answer, Jeremy. You're going to respond to it.
About the two energy states?
Oh, no. I don't know about that.
What about just the empty jug and then filled with gas and it weighs more? Why does it weigh more, Jeremy?
Because of the container.
It's the same goddamn container.
I know, but you can't even weigh it without the container. You can't have the pressure without the container. You can't weigh it without the container.
Jeremy, that does not negate the increased weight with the presence of the gas that you have pumped into the container. You cannot deny the weight added by the gas. Now, are you really going to try to pull this off today? Really? This should be embarrassing to you. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not really particularly cranky, but I'm not particularly happy. But I can't take this right now. Jeremy, it's a very weak, pathetic troll if that's what you're doing. I can't believe that you're not intelligent enough to realize what you're saying is as stupid as it is. No, please, be better. I know you can do it.
You still got 10 seconds. You want to use your last 10 seconds?
Jeremy.
Listen, I'm at work. We can't get too crazy right now.
It's not
But you
crazy.
can't weigh gas. You can't.
And by your standard, you can't weigh water either. Water has no weight because you need a container to weigh it.
Should be okay now. Fucking hell, I don't. What are you saying today, Brommy? What are you saying today?
Well, same shit, different day, mate. You know.
Hey, wait a minute. I wasn't trying to end Plant Beckett. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but I'm trying to end this conversation. I just saw what Jeremy was doing there. Tried to intervene. Plant Beckett, do you have more?
Low altitude. Say again.
No, I'm done. I really have nothing else to say about that guy. He's a very interesting character.
Does the medium get thicker as your altitude? Like this kid, man. So if you watch the video back, you flattened.
Did I watch the video? I edited the video.
We're
changing the subject, by the way, but that's fine.
Yeah, you are.
So
I thought it was over.
Gems, I don't want to get muted, so let me know if we're good.
I thought someone said they don't want to talk about it. It's an interesting character or something. That was in the video.
I can hear a couple people in the background listening to the video, so it's fine. Dude, I already edited, the part just, with me debating Nate yesterday. So
I'm just on about you. That's me and you talking. That's 2 minutes of you talking about me answering your questions. You objecting me trying to answer your questions.
Good. Hopefully you've learned your lesson.
You're an idiot.
Hopefully you learned your lesson. Next time,
guys, we're not going to do this again.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We had it for an hour yesterday. It's not happening again today.
Gems, there is an unrelated question.
Just go to another room, bitch it out in there, whatever. Do what you've got to do, but don't do it in here.
Yeah, that's fair enough. If you want to bitch out downstairs, let me know.
Yeah, Gems, I got a question about. Hey, okay. So, Gems, I got a question about time. I'm getting a lot of feedback here that time, I guess, either is not measurements of time is not an independent variable, which I disagree with, and that time is not one of the causes of an orbit.
Well,
time doesn't.
I would say if you're there in the argument, you've already lost because you
lost. Wait,
hang on. Because you've conceded that you need to provide independent variables and all this crap in order to have knowledge of something, and you don't need to do that. Don't jump through those hoops, is what I say.
Okay, I can respect that. But does that ever become worthy of mention? Like to say, hey, listen, I need to understand just when I do an experiment, what an independent variable is in that experiment and how I'm using it.
Well, I think most people argue that time is can be an independent variable.
Okay, thank you.
So, because obviously, I think you could, for instance, you could have a chemical reaction taking place, and you could, limit the time that it took place for, and I guess you could get different results depending on how long the chemicals are reacting, right?
See, the thing is, you guys don't think time is the cause, so you can you can make it be anything you want.
Well, you see, this is the problem. Once you get now, there's an extra bit to this. You see, now it's not just that it needs to be an independent variable. Now the independent variable needs to be the cause of the effect,
Well,
and that,
it does, yeah.
and that's why.
Look,
if you buy into quantum erasers silliness, it is, but nobody else, nobody in reality buys into that.
Let's give an example.
It's just a thing that Nathan Oakley says in his Hangout, and that Quantum Eraser has put about, and other people have picked up on. But it has absolutely nothing to do with how science is actually conducted in the real world.
Okay, well, look, let's look at a sandwich. Hold on. Let's look at a sandwich. Let's look at a rebuttal. Let's hear a rebuttal to what he's saying. Let's think of a sandwich, right?
Dang, Brummy, you got 45 seconds. Brummy,
hold on.
give
They
Brummy 45
just want to talk. They don't want to hear no rebuttals, do they? The fact is, yeah, you got a sandwich, right? And obviously, oxygen and bacteria are the cause of that sandwich rotting. Yes, we can use time to measure it, right, and how long it takes for the sandwich to rot, but it's not the cause of the sandwich rotting, is it?
You still got
fine, but no one is saying that
no one is
saying that an independent variable has to be the cause.
Right.
I said that in the debate like 3 times, and you guys.
You said time was you said time, right, was the cause of orbits.
I said it was one of the causes. If you want to be extremely literal, because you guys are trying to be so literal.
One of the
causes. Okay,
causes.
fine. Literal, right? Time, the space that's measured, right? And then someone here mentioned the gravitational pull of another planet.
You're wrong.
No,
time was the cause.
Hey,
that was your word. Your word was time was the cause of.
See, Gems, there you go. Go ahead and mute me, Gems.
Flattened. Everyone here agrees, even in Gems, all these Globers, they all agree time doesn't cause anything.
Without time, you can't have an
who
orbit.
agreed to that, actually?
Right,
Gem,
there you go.
Veach, Curved, everyone
Did they
agrees
actually
time doesn't
agree
cause
that
anything.
time causes nothing?
He said time causes orbits. That's what he said word for word last night.
I said
Yeah, but
time.
Jeremy just like said everyone agrees.
Back off, Jeremy.
What I was saying,
the time causes orbits.
Excuse me. What I was trying to say yesterday was that, first of all, the independent variable is not going to always be the cause. There's not. You don't have to have a cause.
Let
me say what I'm saying before you interrupt. Remember the interruptions? So with that being the case, you guys tried to force me, and it didn't work, to say that time is a cause because I'm using time as an independent variable. What I was saying is the measurements of time intervals, the variations, are literally the various the varying
increase in density.
So
gaseous medium. Increase in density.
Yeah, that's fine. If you want to mock my voice, I can care less.
Not gonna work.
We're doing.
Get a room,
absolute waffle, mate.
I think if we're arguing the points, that's fine. If you have an argument about the argument, then that needs to go somewhere else.
Well, yeah, I'm not doing that, Jim. So what it is that I do want to argue the point, and one of the things I want to know is why we would not consider time to be a cause in motion, in any kind of motion. Why would time itself not literally be the cause, not literally be a cause? You got forces at work, you have the amount of space that you can measure, and then you can have time. Without time, how can you say,
wrap up the question, man? You've already asked it. Wrap it up.
Thanks, bro.
Dude, wrap up your question.
I wrapped it up 3, 4, 5, now 7 seconds ago.
Set an object on the table. Okay? No, what does it do? Is it
literally
outside of time? Have you insulated it from fucking time?
No, of course not.
Well, why isn't it moving? Why isn't it orbiting? Why isn't it doing something? Why is it just fucking sitting there? It's exposed to all the time you can expose it to. Why is time not causing it to go do what you're saying time causes?
Because, well, actually, you're wrong. You're wrong.
You're wrong, Gary.
Here's one.
Deluded.
Hey, Broomy, shut up. Shut the fuck up. So what happens is that excuse me. So what happens is that your measurement of what is doing is within, I guess you guys call a local frame of reference or whatever, and that's fine. But depending on what space, which frame of reference you're measuring that object on, you would have to include time in what's happening. So if I'm looking at it from my perspective next to the object, nothing's happening. But if I want to look at it from the perspective of the galaxy or the solar system, then the object is moving, and it's moving with the Earth. And the amount of time it takes to move with the Earth has to be measured with time as a factor.
Okay. At some point, can I respond to this because you're way off?
Why do you ask to respond when there's a pause? Like I've done not talking.
Go ahead,
2 seconds
Go ahead.
back.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing. What you've done is you've avoided the question to begin with about it. Why is it not doing anything that you say time causes? Now, what you are describing to us, I'm going to use this analogy. Please forgive me, Brummy, if I'm not up to your standards, but you're saying that, let's say, a field inside a stadium causes a sporting event. Okay, just because the event happens within the confines of this arena, that does not mean the arena is the cause. Everything that happens in time. You do understand that part. So quit trying to make, just because time is going to be present and moving in basically everything that we do. Anything you can think of, there's going to be time involved unless you stop, take a photograph of something and you're just considering it at that moment in time, and analyzing the data from that specific moment. But it's still this notion that time is causing things, just like seal a sandwich in a vacuum bag and throw it in a freezer. Now, what is time doing to the decay of this sandwich? You're not making sense, FD, and I don't know why you're persisting in this. And I'm done.
Okay, well then we're done. I'm gonna let it go.
Yeah, you better let it go. You need
I'm
to learn to let
me,
things go because you're
Brumi,
always wrong.
Brumi,
No, no. It's
Brumi,
not
shut
that.
up. Shut up,
You monologue for 5 minutes.
Brumi, shut
You're
up.
absolute nonsense. Time
Brumi,
doesn't cause
shut up.
nothing. Time doesn't
What
cause
I am
nothing.
doing is letting the
Time doesn't
argument
cause
go
nothing.
for the sake of
Time
the room.
doesn't cause
If
nothing.
someone
Concede
wants
it.
to have a further conversation with me about
Concede it. Time doesn't cause nothing. You made a full statement. Just admit that you're wrong. It's not difficult. That's how you get better. That's how you become a better person, when you admit when you're wrong. Okay? Don't fucking argue a point where you're completely wrong. Has he muted himself?
No, I muted him.
Oh, I wonder why he was quiet. Well, yeah, that's the point. You're absolutely wrong, right? It's not even
You've said it. That's it. You've made the point, Brummy. You don't need to say it again because now I've unmuted him. He wasn't deafened.
All right.
Okay,
Jones,
so Curved wants to respond. Go ahead.
I'd like to say something too.
And then Jeremy. Go ahead, Curved.
Oh, no, I don't have anything to respond to. I've made my point. I've said what I've had to say. If they don't get it, they don't get it. I'm not bickering all day about this. It's insane.
Okay, Jeremy, go ahead, and then maybe Rocket Scientist wants to follow up if he's in here and available. Yeah, go ahead, Jeremy.
All right, I'd like to say one thing. Everyone in this room knows time doesn't cause anything except for flatten. That's all.
Okay. Rocket Scientist.
So I'm gonna go nerdy for a bit. So like I posted an independent variable definition, but in terms of calculus, you write a function y equals f of something, and that variable is that's your independent variable. Most of the time you stick t in there because when you when you set up the acceleration equations or the dynamic equations, all the derivatives are with respect to time. So you get your velocity and you get your acceleration. So I don't understand why everybody says like time is never the dependent variable. Most of the time is what you use in calculus or physics as the dependent variable. Because the arrow of time is one way. It is essentially always the independent variable. You can manipulate other variables along with it. But I always find this question of cause and effect a little obscure, because when you define it in terms of calculus, it's pretty explicit.
Which wasn't really a direct answer. You're saying that time is used in most equations, but not in all. So you sometimes it can be part of the independent variable, but it's not. It depends on what you're doing. Is that what you're saying?
Because you can have time as a dependent variable, but if you have like the ideal gas law, you have pressure and temperature in there as well.
So you can have three things in it. How can it be independent if you have multiple things in there?
It's called a multivariable calculus.
Oh,
you can have
multivariable calculus. Yeah. Oh, that's but when you're doing a straight calculus, like cause and effect, that can't have.
Because there's a one-to-one mapping between between the variation of one variable and the output. Okay, but in multivariable, you can have n number of variables that are causing the change in the output.
Thank you.
What do you mean? Thank you. Does it even equate to what this guy's saying about?
I said literally.
Hold on, I'm not talking to you, Rocket. Does it even?
I'm not saying who's right or wrong. I'm just saying my thoughts.
Yeah. But I'm asking you for your expert opinion. Do orbits? Could you ever use the word orbits are caused by time?
See, like what I posted is like what do you mean by the cause?
That's what you're trying to say. The cause of orbits is time. That's what you're saying.
Right? As time passes, what's annoying when people speak about what I say and then they try to make you think that I said something I didn't say.
What he said last night, word for word, was time causes orbits because we were trying to talk about the bending of fabric of space time. Yeah, he was trying to say that time is the cause of orbits, because obviously he couldn't prove he couldn't define gravity well enough. So he was trying to say, well, time is what causes orbits, and he said it word for word. We quoted him on it, and everyone found that hilarious because it was so dumb.
Well, maybe he now realizes that time doesn't cause anything. Do you understand?
Why don't we talk to him instead of saying him in the third person?
You say
extremely rude. So what I said was time is one of the causes, and that sounds very similar to what's being said now.
That's absolutely wrong.
Dominate, man.
Hang on.
How can I dominate when you guys are doing most of the talking about me, about what I said?
What does rocket scientists have to say about that? The idea that it's one of the causes.
Well, my question is, what is the definition of cause? Because there's a different definition. Because in calculus and in calculus and physics, there's a specific definition. I think there's a colloquial definition of cause that's used here.
Yes.
Right. And this is why I'll make this point very quickly again. This is why I never go look at the rabbit hole you drag yourself into when you get into this, and it just is not required for knowledge. Most things that we know, this isn't how we know them. Not I don't. When I say we, I mean one. Isn't how one knows them, as opposed to humanity as a whole. And so it just isn't required. And if you get dragged into this rabbit hole of trying to provide the independent variable, then the independent variable has to be the cause of something. And I just think that so few things that we come to know about are via this method, where we're able to separate out all variables apart from one. And at the end of it, we have this proven conclusion that cannot be anything else. It's fantasy.
That's what it's all about, though. It's about getting to the actual the truth of what is causing what. Like, I know you don't play to them standards, and they might seem ridiculous, but there's more than one way to skin a cat. You know, you can come to these kind of conclusions by using ideas and trading sorts of imaginative things, which would probably give you an accurate sort of calculation. But if you actually want, the actual the meat and the bones, down to the bones of what the truth of what's causing what, this is a very good method. I disagree.
This is not a method of finding the truth of something. This is a method of avoiding finding the truth of something. This is a way of saying, because this isn't via this method, you don't know it. And it could be anything.
That's your opinion.
Well, that's not true. That's how you use.
That's your opinion.
Well, that's how you guys use it in an argument. You use it to be able to say these things that you claim to know, you cannot know because they do not meet this standard. That's not an opinion. That's a fact of how this is used.
Because I don't agree with it.
Okay, tell me how this is used in argument that is not that.
Like I just said, you can't say time is the cause of a sandwich rotting if you leave it on the table.
So you're not going to answer my question at all.
I'm trying to give you an example by answering your question.
Actually, Brommy, I disagree.
You can say
I disagree with that
causes.
because no. Hey, hang on. Let's understand what the definition of cause. It means just a variation in the variable time has an effect of the sandwich rotting. So you can look at
it's a variable. Yeah, it's definitely a variable, but we wouldn't say actual time causes the sandwich to rot, do we? Obviously,
this is the way I have it in my head. The variability in time causes the effect on another variable.
That's what I said yesterday.
Y equals f of t. It's a functional relationship.
That's what I said yesterday.
A ball. No, you never. A ball rolling down a hill. A ball rolling down a hill, for example. You wouldn't say time causes it to roll. Obviously, it would change position from A to B, but you wouldn't say it causes the ball to roll. Same with the sandwich not rotting. Yes, between point A and point B, the sandwich will rot, but you don't say time is the cause of the sandwich rotting. You call it bacteria or oxygen or whatever.
No, I can write it as a functional relationship, Brummy.
Rocket scientist.
I can write it as a decay of the materials within the sandwich, and up to a certain threshold, you consider that as spoiled.
Can I finally say
yes, Flatten.
Can I just add something real quick?
Okay, so what I said yesterday.
Hang on, Chris. Hang on. Flattened has been trying to get in for a long while.
What I said yesterday,
is kind of his argument.
Right. What I said yesterday, and what I'm saying today is that when you measure when you use different variations in your time measurements, and you're comparing those various time segments, the amount of motion in those orbits changes. Those orbital motions, those different, locations, from one spot to the next, they change and they correspond to the amount of time that has passed. So each measurement shows a different amount of motion in that orbit. So I'm in a long-winded way saying it is literally a function. You're making, the orbital motions a function of how much time you have measured. So what rocket scientists are saying now is extremely close to what I said yesterday. And if you don't believe it, let's play back the tape.
If you want to mess with somebody, you can change the variables in the orbital mechanic equation to the true anomaly, which is the angular position. You can actually drop time from all orbital mechanic equations.
Thank you very much, sir.
So I was in the kitchen.
But there's still an independent variable, right?
Thank you.
That's the same thing I did.
I don't think he's agreeing with you. Why? Sorry, Chris.
Did this conversation was the genesis about variables, dependent variables? Is that how that
it's
started?
whether time can be an independent variable.
Right.
That's the argument.
So, and Brummy's position is that time is not an independent variable.
Right.
Right. But it is, right?
Oh,
is that what you want to say, Chris? Rocket, I want you to clarify. Was you actually agreeing with this time as being a cause of orbit?
1 second.
Because I don't think you was. I don't remember your name being Rocket, Chris.
Yeah,
but
cause is as a functional relationship.
What cause has a functional relationship, but it's not a cause.
See, this is the whole thing. You're splitting hairs on what the definition of causality is.
Because he's by definition, he's trying to say the cause of orbit is time.
I wanted to, follow this up.
That's a statement no one can agree with.
But Brummy, why are you saying
what is
time's
sorry, Chris.
No worries. Why are you saying that time is not an independent variable?
Like he just said, Rocket's already said it's a contribution to the independent variable. It's not actually just an independent variable alone, but it can be a contribution.
That's
in a
not
calculus.
what I said, Brummy. You're misquoting me.
That's what I've heard you
say.
No,
what you heard is not what I said.
Okay.
Brummy, can you give me another example of an independent variable besides time?
Like I did, I already give the independent variable of what caused the sandwich to rot. I've been using that example over and over. But Chris, me and you in on talking terms.
Well, you said to me
you've been too rude to me, Chris. So don't. I refrain from talking. No, but it's only day one. You'll be back to your normal ways. I do get to decide who I talk to or not.
No, you don't. And Brummy, you're just putting up a roadblock to conversation. So I am in this server. I'm allowed to contribute. You refuse to answer that. That's up to you. But can you give me another example of an independent variable besides time?
I can give you one.
Someone maybe relay that to him. And
so, Chris, I posted the ideal gas laws, PV equals nRTs, or there's another way to do it. So you can, let's say you take V and divide it, and so you have P equals nRT divided by V. So now you have pressure as a function of 4 variables.
Right, all right, so Brummy, what I asked was, instead of getting someone to relay this comment.
Chris, I'm not listening to you.
Right, that's fine. Well, I would like to know another example of an independent variable.
Y equals f of x, y, and z.
Right.
In pure mathematics, right? So
Brummy to answer that.
Sorry, my apologies. Go ahead.
I don't think he's going to anyway.
I mean, well, Jim, can you just relay the question then?
Can you give an example of an independent variable, Brummy, that isn't time?
I'm not talking to Chris because he was.
Well, I'm asking you now. Look, I don't want to hear that. I'm not talking to Chris crap. Either answer the question or shut up. Right, has anyone else got anything on this? Flattened, maybe.
I've got something but it goes back.
Just one last comment, Bland.
Go on then, Chris. Get it out.
Putting a roadblock to you want conversation, Jim, right? He said that he'll speak to me when I start speaking to him with respect. I have been doing that.
Chris, now you're doing it. We don't want this.
Right.
Just you two bickering. Right. Nobody cares.
That's right. I'm trying to put an end to that, though.
Well, do it in chat or DM or something, please. Go ahead, Flatten.
It's blocked me.
Okay, so a while ago, I also had a contention with the entire room where I spoke about a similar subject, and it was that I believe we were talking about if you were to measure, oh gosh, I think it was measuring motion, and if you were to take smaller and smaller snapshots of the amount of time that's measured, would the temperature of the objects being measured decrease or not? And I said then, and I'm saying it now, is that the smaller that the time intervals are measured, the lower the temperature will become, to a point to where if you take a snapshot, that's the equivalent of the temperature being 0. So it's the same type of concept now, is that when you lower the amount of time that passes, you are consequently reducing the amount of motion that can be measured. Whether or not you consider an object to be stationary or not, at some frame of reference, there is motion for that object. But when there is no time passing, there is no frame of reference to say, hey, this is not happening. You have nothing. You have no time passing, therefore you have no motion by definition. So in a sense, that was why I would say time is literally, a cause. But that was not the argument that I was making yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
Nathan was trying to manipulate. He was trying to, and I still avoided the manipulation. I'm distinguishing now an independent variable from having to be a cause. Independent variable does not have to be a cause.
Okay. Keep monologuing. Look, at the end of that, I've clicked out you having a debate with me in the one.
I'm not even debating you right now, bro.
I'm just going to make a comment on you that you don't concede points. You don't admit when you're wrong, and you double down. And I wanted to hear what Rocket Scientist said about his actual definition of independent variable with time as a cause or a
Chris,
part.
Is this the kind of BS you've had to put up with too?
Flattened. Let him finish.
So I wanted to make that a bit more clear, because obviously the time, we all agree that time actually causes nothing. Yes, it might be a value in a calculation like Rocket Scientist said in calculus, which I maybe misquoted him, which I wanted a more clearer answer on that, because I went to wash my hands when Chris was talking to us. I didn't hear you say quite straighten that up, but I would like to learn that independent variable variation.
Can I just mention? Can I just say something quickly? I think the whole problem in this case is that what the definition of cause is, and there's actually, the cause is an event, process, or state that changes another variable.
Okay.
So I think everybody gets stuck on the fact that it has to be an event, like something has to happen to cause something else. But what I'm referring to is what the state of that variable is. And for time, it moves in one way. So the variation in the state of time causes the change in the other variables.
And I was trying to say that, but I was nowhere near as articulate as you were. What I said yesterday.
I'm reading partially off of Wikipedia, and then I'm just explaining how I read it. So it's not like I'm making it up off the top of my head. Right?
No, what I said yesterday was something along the lines of, even though time isn't physically touching the objects, it's not physically interacting and causing the object to physically move in that respect, there's still a measurement of time, and that measurement corresponds to the amount of motion that occurs. See, I'm not as experienced, obviously, as you.
Time is also a measurement.
No, the intervals. You measure the intervals of time. Because time exists as something to measure, you can measure time. So that's the bottom line. That's all I was trying to say yesterday.
I'm trying to correct you on what you're incorrect about. Time is a measurement as well. So you're measuring different points of time. Yeah, I understand that. But you said word for word, and you need to define, explain to everybody in here what you meant when you said time was the cause of orbits, because they were the actual words that came out of your mouth.
You just said time is a measurement. Time is a measurement of what?
Oh God.
Exactly. That's what I said.
It's a measurement like 10 feet is a measurement, like 1 mile is a measurement, like fucking 10 kilometers is a measurement. Time, you know, like from now until an hour, and you measure between now and when I said now before.
So, yeah, 10 feet is a measurement of distance. What is time a measurement of?
It's not a cause or anything. It's just like a tool we use to measure things.
You listen. If I say to you, I'm using 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
You need to explain what you meant by time as a cause.
Let me speak. If you say 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, and you're comparing those measurements, you are literally measuring time. Okay. The variation.
Really?
Can I finish? If those measurements of time will show a different results in whatever it is that you're measuring in motion.
You're a lost soul.
Okay.
You are.
Now you're trying to get me to say how time is an actual cause, and on the physical level, for each frame of time to pass is required. Each frame of time to pass is required for motion to exist. Without time, you cannot have motion. Period.
So how does time cause orbits?
By passing, by proceeding from frame to frame, the orbit moves. That's how it occurs.
Don't need to monologue. To keep your answers short.
There's no monologue, bro.
Like Curve said.
Chris, do you have to put up with this bullshit too?
Like Curve said, how does time cause the object to move?
And I just explained it because time is measured in frames. You have I think Planck time is the smallest measurement that you can measure a moment to moment in time. So the Planck time frame from one to the next will allow the object to move. Without the time being a part of the universe, without time existing, you can't have motion.
Oh God, you're painful.
No, you Nate, and now you try to get ultra philosophical, and I went with you there, and I basically
stop talking.
threw you away.
Can I reply to you without you talking over me?
Stop telling me to stop talking after 30 seconds.
Brummy, you were speaking over him while he was trying to respond to you.
And I stood up here and got a fucking clock here looking at how much time it takes for me to talk.
Okay, so does time cause the time to change? Does time cause me to, when I eat my cereal at my bowl, is time causing me to eat the cereal?
As you said yesterday, as Nate said yesterday, time would therefore have to cause everything to be possible, and that is true. And I can agree with that.
Very big question here that's very key to the discussion, Blanton. Does time cause you to speak? On and on and on and on.
Time is one of the causes. See, time isn't the only cause.
This is the key of the problem right here. Time is one of the causes.
Because what he said earlier is right. He's saying that your definition of cause is where the problem is. And I keep tripping up flat earthers on their definitions of words, whether it be cause or whether it be
we got it. You're done.
You're dominating. So redefine your cause.
Jem, what do you think of what he just said there? Time is a cause of him speaking.
Physical motion requires time.
So,
I think as a cause. Here, real quickly. This is a key, I think.
I think we don't want to bully the poor bloke, even though he does groan on a bit.
Hey, you guys don't have to.
Okay, all right.
Why you suddenly
retard? I think is what Jim said. All right, fine.
Rami, why are you suddenly interested in independent variables?
I think it's very, like I said to Jem Vander earlier, I think it's a very good way to kind of get to the bones of an argument. I know that it's quite probably narrow and very restricted and probably not for everybody and probably a lot of people, but I think it's quite effective.
But is it genuinely for you? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Chris. Sorry, go ahead.
So it's just that, but is it good for arguing the flat earth position?
And if so, why?
Fuck the flat Earth position. I don't. You guys want to keep calling me a flat Earther and stuff, and just look at me like a flat Earther, like because I don't agree with certain things. I'm questioning.
Okay, I can refute.
More of a globe skeptic, so call me a globe skeptic.
Okay, that's fine. So, how can independent variables be used to bolster a globe skeptic's position or argument?
It doesn't matter whether it's a globe or a flat earther. It's irrelevant. The fact is, I think it's an effective method. Like not everybody has to agree with it, and I'm happy that people don't think it's effective or any good. But it's like when you go to someone's house, you follow their rules. It's a different side. You know, you don't walk in with your shoes. You ask them, "Oh, should I take my shoes off?" And different people have different rules and different sorts of way of doing things. But just I respect everyone's way of doing it. I think I've listened to his ways, and I think they're effective. Like I said, of getting to the bones of the situation, regardless whether you think it's globe or flat.
That's cool. But I mean, like, can you give me an example of a globe skeptic's position that involves independent variables?
Say again.
Can you give me an example of independent variables in a globe skeptic's position or argument?
Oh, you want to learn how it works?
Just a globe skeptic argument. Sorry?
Why do you want me to explain it to you if you don't know how it works?
It's not that I don't know how it works. It's that I'm trying to understand what kind of argument these IV and DV fucking things would help an argument, and I'd like an example of on such argument.
If you want to learn it, I'd advise you to go and watch his videos and go through it yourself. But I'm pretty sure, like I gave an example earlier about the sandwich rotting. I'd say the cause of the sandwich rotting would be bacteria, and obviously
can you apply that to flat Earth?
I don't know what you're asking me, to be honest. It's a bit scrambled.
Right, so you've obviously taken an interest to independent variables, right? You think that for some reason that these help globe skeptic arguments, right? I'm trying to understand how it can be used.
I said to you, it doesn't matter whether you're a globe or a flat earther. It's irrelevant.
No, that's irrelevant.
So it's not a tool. So you've tried to subscribe it to being a tool for why it helps flat earthers or globe skeptics.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to understand, let's say
I've explained it, but you're not listening.
Just let me try and put it differently. So a globe skeptic argument might be that Michelson-Morley proves the Earth doesn't move, right? Or proves the ether or whatever, right? Or the Bedford level proves there's no curvature, right? Now, can you give me an example such as the ones I just gave that involve independent variables and why they're beneficial to these such arguments?
No, I can't.
Right, but so that brings me to why have you suddenly taken interest in these independent variables?
I've already explained to you, but it seems to have gone from one ear and another.
But Brummy, do you not see that there's a massive inconsistency here in that you're saying that this is now your standard, but what things do you know that meet this standard? I would say probably almost none, but you're saying, no, the only way I can know things is this way.
That's not what I've said.
So what are you saying then?
Well, if you listen to it and actually not strawman me, you'd probably know. But I did say clearly that different people have different ways of doing things. Like going to someone's house, they have different rules and they have different ways of coming to conclusions. You might not agree with having to put your shoes on and walk through someone's house, but that don't mean that it's wrong. So, people do things different ways. I think it's an effective thing to get down to the meat of something, to find out what the cause and effective it. Straight and simple.
Yeah, but you aren't addressing what I've said at all. I understand what your position is. What you're saying is this is my position, and then what I'm saying to you.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not okay. So the thing you've just gone through, that's not what you think.
You just misinterpreted what I've said.
Oh, I haven't said anything yet.
Because you're trying to say that's my standard. I've never said it's my standard. When did I say?
Right,
What point did I say?
Why are you demanding it as a standard if it's not your standard?
All right, let's move on.
No. Why are you demanding it as a standard if it's not your standard?
I've got no comment.
Is it your standard or not?
Like I said, it's a good standard.
Is it?
So people have different ways of determining things.
Yeah, you don't need to say all that again.
Well,
you don't need
it
to.
Seems like I do. It seems like I do because it's going way over your head.
Well, what's going over my head is that you're telling me the virtues of this great way of doing things, and then not committing to the idea that you think this is a great way of doing things.
It's called the scientific method. It's called the scientific method.
Is it your standard that you use or not?
It's the scientific method.
Is it your standard for knowledge?
It's the science.
Yes, I know that. I know that you think it's called the scientific method, and that's what Quantum Eraser told you, so you believed him. I understand that. My question is, are you utilizing it? Is it something that you use to reach knowledge conclusions in reality?
Well, you've already said I do. It was my standard, even though I never said it was at any point. So
Well,
you
I
must know.
thought it was because you were arguing in favor of it, obviously. But now you're saying, it's great, but I don't use it. Well, okay, fair enough.
No one said I don't use it. You're saying it's my standard.
No, because I'm asking you if you do, and you refuse to answer. Is it your standard?
Lovely. Keep talking louder. It makes your point much more coherent.
Oh, at the end of the day, Brummy, you are being wholesomely intellectually dishonest.
All you're trying to do is back up Chris. That's all you're doing, trying to help Chris.
I'm wondering why you're now saying you're arguing for a position, and then when I challenge you on it, you say, "Well, it's not my standard. I didn't say it was my standard."
Why are you challenging me on it?
Well, because there's as I pointed out, there's a massive inconsistency in what you're saying.
You're misinterpreting. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. You're straw manning what I'm saying.
Why are you interrupting me? Well, hold that thought and wait till I've finished. You're demanding that people meet this standard of evidence, that the evidence that they present meets this standard, and yet you're saying, I don't actually need that standard. It's just some bullshit that I trot out in an argument so I can win.
That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's your version of what I'm saying.
Go ahead then. Why are you using it in an argument if it's not a standard? Well, answer the question. Is it your standard?
Listen. You're talking too much. You're misrepresenting me. You're straw manning me.
Is it your standard for knowledge or not?
You need to take a step back. Think about what you're saying.
Is it your standard for
knowledge? Get your arguments correct first before you come at me like this. You come at me 100 miles an hour in the wrong direction.
This is the problem with you, Brummy. You just can't take any challenge. You just fail every time you're challenged.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, fail.
Well,
Straw man.
You're arguing for a position.
You're not even arguing with me. You're not even arguing what I've said. You're arguing your twisted interpretation of what I said.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
You are arguing for this standard. You are requiring Flatten to produce evidence that meets this standard. You've come in here, and we've talked about this, discussed the nature of this standard, and you're saying you've talked about its virtues, how you think it's a good way of getting to the truth of things. You've said that, and then as soon as I've pointed out that you've never actually used it to get to the truth of things, you've gone, "Oh well, I never said it was my standard." I mean, it's just a load of. It's a pack of lies, Brummy, really. It's just...
You hear what you want to hear, Jem. You hear what you want to hear.
Well, you tell me how it's different. Go ahead.
I already have, but it went over your head. I'm not going to prepare to repeat myself over and over and over again. So let's move on.
I think anyone can see what's
I don't care. I don't care. I know the truth.
Yeah, the truth is, you think it's a good
here we
way
go again. You're going to straw man me again and tell me what I think.
Good way to win an argument.
Mr. Psychic.
You demand it as a standard from other people, and you've never used it yourself ever once for anything that you hold to be true.
Right. So yeah, time causes.
You're hopelessly intellectually dishonest.
Time causes orbits. Yeah.
Time is one.
No, time doesn't exist.
Change the subject, Brummy, because you can't.
Time doesn't exist.
There's no point arguing with them.
This is what I'm trying to understand. This is what I'm trying to understand, though, right?
Because you're a liar. Just lying.
All right. You're honest. You're the most honest, straightforward talking person I've ever met. How's that?
Brummy, if I said to you, for example, what you could have said to me, for example, is that dependent variables are useful for experiments. Experiments such as, let's just say, the Bedford level that supports flat Earth. That's what you could have said to me when I asked, what are these things useful for in regards to a globe skeptic's position or argument?
Yeah, lovely.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Time causes orbits.
But,
One of the causes.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
It's amazing how many people Brummy has to ignore, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, it's called straw manning.
Oh, please.
It's called not being able to deal with a challenge, Brummy, and having to just.
You're not even arguing with me. You're arguing with a straw man. You're arguing a straw man. So you're not arguing my argument. You're arguing something completely different.
You argued in favour of this method, and then when I challenged you on it, you said I didn't say it was my standard. You're straw manning.
He's still going on. He's still going on, Jim. He's still going on.
Can I make a comment about the method? Okay, what I find myself getting caught in, and I think you kind of hit the nail on the head, is not knowing what method they are relying on when they debate with. Well, at least with me, I'll just speak for myself. When they're debating with me, it's okay. We're going to use this standard. We're going to use this method, and I'm like, okay, well, if you're going to use this standard in this way, then there's these other elements that need to fit that same criteria. And then in the middle of their arguments, they change that method. And if I'm not paying attention, you can get jumped into that other method and then forget, oh wait, there was a different method earlier. Now what do I do? And so what happens is I've been so keen on that, I watch and it's like, wait a second, you said this earlier, now you're changing the definition. And that's one of the things that happened yesterday.
Well, they do this. There's a little switcheroo in there where they ask you for the independent variable and then add in when you provided it that it needs to be the cause of something.
Right. He even tried to change the definition. He said, "Oh, it's a controlled variable." I'm like, "What do you mean by controlled variable? There's independent variables, dependent variables, and there's controls." But it's like you're trying to mix and match terms, and that's where I catch him.
Imagine arguing the scientific method.
Well, yeah, obviously, people have argued about what is and isn't science since the term science was first termed. It's not, you know what I mean? It's not particularly absurd. The idea that quantum eraser knows this gospel written method that everyone has to apply to comply with and does, that's what's nutty. That's what you should be laughing at, Brummy.
It's not the scientific method. It's QE's cherry-picked version of one scientific method.
Jim, there has been, an example of what time can actually do. And it's probably been repeated more times than any physicist explaining it, through the house, through the cars, and that explanation or the example is that time can change me, but I can't change time.
Bro, there is no such thing as time.
Wait a second.
Where do you see time?
If you put a beat to it, and a little bit of singing, yes.
Wait a second. There's something here that just caught my attention about time and how we can
move a culture.
Look at this.
Hold on. Don't you see that there is no time? I mean, when you
but if you sing it,
wait a minute, then how do these satellites work if time is not
here's how it is, right? It's psychological time, right? It's your impression of it, right? Due to the light changing, yeah? But when time happens, supposedly, whatever it is that you're doing it in the present moment. That's when you're doing it. So it's almost like there's an infinite present, right? And that is the only, like, if you want to call it time, that is the only time. But there's no past and future. Nah, bro, those are psychological.
Right.
Wait a minute.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Jim.
It's funny that you explain that because over and over again you hear these individuals that get in these state of consciousness, being that they're dying, they feel like they die in a car accident or they smoke DMT or ayahuasca, and they say that all of a sudden they experience what they describe as no time, but how we define time to
Right.
add markers in history, markers to come or markers that have passed, whatever, are present. But like you said, there's really no time.
There's not. It doesn't exist. It's just you, right?
But it makes
You thinking about it. Yeah, you are thinking. You're saying. But this is imaginary, right? Because if, for example, if you think, what did I do yesterday, right? At, I don't know, 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's like that is not happening right now in front of you. That is just you going back in your memories, which is imaginary,
Well,
right?
actually,
It doesn't exist.
Hey
actually,
guys,
the present is actually the past for you in reality, because by the time the signal gets to your brain and you process it, the experience is already passed.
Yeah, well, there's like little presents that keep coming and going, coming and going.
Hey guys, there's a question I got. When you have those satellites up, damn.
Oh, sorry. I will
Just real quick, it's like okay. So you got the satellites that have the clocks are moving at different rates. If time isn't something more tangible than what you guys are describing, then how in the heck are those clocks offset as those satellites are moving through space?
I cannot explain to you now. Like it's a lot to get into that. So
okay,
time is just a convention. Sorry.
Yeah, I could do it, but it would take like some time, hours and shit. No.
Practical value of this.
It would take some time.
Actually, what you got
It
is
would take some time to explain that time is imaginary.
Right.
And you cannot see the problem with that. Right?
It would take some imaginary.
No.
What causes time? What causes time?
It is imaginary.
What's the cause of time?
But you need some time to explain it.
No, you don't. You just explain it. The time when you're explaining it is the present moment. That's the time. If you
But
can
it
call
needs
it.
some time to do that.
Listen, tomorrow, when tomorrow comes, it's actually a present. Have you noticed? Like how it's literally the same now. Yeah.
I can tell you're a relative of Slick James here, but how does a bus schedule work if not in time?
Through movement.
This is Spaceballs, guys.
You just walk. You walk.
What causes time?
You take the bus. It goes. It moves.
What's the
How
cause
can
of
you
time?
walk if time doesn't pass?
What's the cause of time?
I don't need
Brummy, the
time.
cause of
I don't
time
need
is
time.
the cause of time is the passage of events.
No. The time is your perspective, bro, on the events that are happening. It's your perspective. It's your mind coming and saying, "Oh, look, this is happening right now." But then it happened a while ago, and in the future, something else is going to happen. But in reality, while you are thinking about the past and the future, you're literally doing that in the present moment.
Yeah,
what
you're
is
right.
I've
Right,
tried
Draco,
this
I get
3
that.
times. I'm sorry.
I get that. But apparently, orbits
it'd be
are
nice if
called.
I could get in here once.
Oh, sorry,
All
sorry,
right.
go on, sorry.
So the question I have is, what is the practical use of this philosophical argument you have? Time is valuable.
This is not philosophical.
Hold on,
This
I'm not
is
done. I'm not done yet.
science.
I'm not done yet. Time is valuable. Time actually produces tangible results. If I am diving at 300 meters on a deep dive rig, and I decide that I'm going to come up to the surface and just swim to the surface, I will die. So I must wait time in order to survive my trip to the surface. So that's practical. What practical use do you have of this argument?
You have to slow down your movement.
You're treating
the present.
You're treating time almost like the flat earthers treat density. Okay, you're making time into this ethereal thing.
You don't move forward in the present. You just sit still in the present.
Right, exactly. And your impression is that you're moving, but like your impression is that time is passing, but that's your psychological impression. It's an illusion. No. It's what's happening. It's happening now. Like, are we talking right now? Are we talking in the past,
you have an answer.
or are we talking in the future? No, we're talking in the present.
I still haven't got an answer from you. I would like to get an answer from you. What is the practical use of this stupid argument?
Yeah. This is not a stupid argument. This is reality, bro.
Okay, it's reality. Okay, so when you are down
the absolute reality
and you want to swim to the surface, now how fast do you do it? Do you just swim up and die, or do you use time to determine how long you sit at the surface?
Here's the thing: there's no need of time for you to do that movement for you to survive, right? You don't need to think about the time, right? Forget about the time. You just need to do what you need to do to survive. That's it.
Are you a solo?
This is too philosophical. This
No.
isn't even science anymore.
It's not science. Okay, I want you to prove to me right now. I want you to hold on. You say it's not science, bro. This is literally reality. Like, how can you say it's not science?
Say this reality, and that's fine, but it's not science. You're
It's
trying
definitely science.
Draco,
I mean,
let me speak.
it's observable, right?
Draco. So what I'm saying is that you're taking something that can be measured, okay? That, as Moyak says, has I forget how you worded it, Moyak, but you said something very pertinent. And you're taking those elements out, and you're trying to say that we're still having a scientific conversation. How can you even do that? There's no measurements in your position.
Of course, there's no measurements because there's nothing to measure because
Then
time
there's no
doesn't
science.
exist. No, it does. No, there is one element that is scientific, and that is the present moment. I mean, if you deny that, bro, you're literally denying reality. If you're denying that, like,
that's
philosophy. It's not a philosophical. It's not a philosophical argument. Okay, it sounds like one. Yeah, it sounds like one, but it is not. Do it right now. Do the experiment right now, scientifically. Is there in front of you? Is there a past or a future? No, there is not. That is an absolute scientific fact. In front of you right now, with your very own eyes, yeah, you don't see past or future. It's your mind coming, yeah, on top of your vision, putting memories and putting imagination and saying this is past and this is future.
I get it.
We do see past.
What's happening in front of you is it time? Is it past or future?
We do
No.
see past because light travels at a limited speed, and whenever light hits your eye, what you see is the past, right? Not now.
I've got a scar.
Because to claim everything is now, it's actually a version of
everything is it's like this. It's a now. You understand? There's another now and another now coming and coming and coming.
The reality denier is actually you, not us.
Well, the reality is, if you're sinking, right? If you're sinking and you're trying to survive, guess what? When is it happening? It's happening in that present moment. It's not happening in the past or the future. Your past and your future are completely imaginary. They don't exist.
I got an excellent.
Like, I want you to prove to me scientifically that past and future exist outside of your imagination.
You can do that by measuring.
Draco, I will. As soon as you
Bullshit,
ask the question, you never ask the question.
What question?
Yes.
I'm gonna give you an
The
example
question of what you want me to prove.
It's absolutely critical, and future is absolutely critical.
Look,
I have a
there's the
tank.
past.
I'm going to go diving again. I have a tank of air. It has 21 cubic feet of air in it.
Yeah.
And I want to know how long I can survive underwater. Now, you can say that it's just a matter of survival, but no, I need to know how long I can go, how far I can swim.
No, you don't. You don't need to know.
You can
You
just
don't need to know. Your body is going to tell you. Your body is intelligent. Yes, it is.
now.
I don't need time to tell me that.
How are you going to swim to the surface if you run out of air at 100 feet?
Your body will tell you.
No, it won't. You need
Yes, it
time,
will.
dumbass.
So your body won't tell you if you remain without oxygen.
You're gonna
Man,
be
what
dead.
the fuck?
You
You're gonna
will
be
die.
dead. That's absurd.
How are you gonna die if you're listening to your body? Yeah. If the minute you feel like you can't last any longer, you're going to the surface. That's it.
100 meters below the surface.
Bro, time is your psychology, dude.
Damn it. 100 meters below the surface.
Draco, whenever you ask that question of proving time, I will answer it.
So,
But you have to ask it
you
first.
cannot
When will you
prove
ask
it, bro. There's no such thing, man.
All right, listen.
What are you, time absolutist? Hey, let me ask you something. When you're gonna prove that shit to me about how time exists as present, as past, present, and future, when are you gonna do that? Are you gonna do it in the future? You're gonna do it in the present moment, right? It seems that whatever. Hold on.
I'm muting you. No, I'm not
Gain
holding
some
on.
control,
Moyak
Jay.
has a question. He wants to get in here. You're doing a lot of talking. So
Moyak,
I'll unmute you in a moment, but please let Moyak ask his question.
Moyak,
Go ahead.
45 seconds. Go.
I don't need 45 seconds. I just need a proper answer. So you're saying that I can swim down 300 meters with a tank of air, and I wait until the tank runs out, and then I make the decision I'm going to swim to the surface. If I swim up to the surface instantly, I will get the bends and I will die. Even if I can swim that distance while holding my breath for that distance. Because time is an absolute requirement for how long you can stay below the surface. You can't just live in the moment. You can't fuel your airplane based upon the moment. You can't do anything in just a moment. You need past, present, and future to determine these things.
Wow, I'm just absolutely amazed at the stupidity of your statements, because you literally just said that you can't do anything in the present moment. Well, bro, when you're struggling then to get air and all that shit, or even when you're submersing yourself, right? What the fuck is that? When are you doing that action? That action, you're doing it in the present moment. You're not doing it in a fucking psychological. Hold on. Let me finish. You're not doing it in a psychological projection of what the future could be or might be. You're not doing it in a psychological projection of your past either. Yeah, you're measuring your oxygen level, but when you're doing that, right when you're doing that, you're doing it in the present moment, dude. I'm telling you, time it's an illusion of your mind. It's analyzing things and it's giving you this idea, but there is no fucking time.
Can't just say because it's always the present.
Is there time and space? Is there time and
Draco, your
space?
45 seconds is up, Draco.
Right, yeah, Draco.
Well, you know what? Tell them to not interrupt me next time.
Right,
But listen,
they didn't interrupt you.
They did.
You had a good run of it there. Now,
all right, listen, I gotta go. I gotta go for now. I gotta go to a store.
All right.
I gotta go for now.
Wear a mask.
If you know what I mean.
Well, we'll see you later.
All right, peace, bros.
I'll see you later in time, yeah, in the future.
Right.
Talk to you in the future.
When you will see me, it will be still the present moment.
Yeah, but it's the future from this present moment, right?
No, that's going to be another present moment. It's not the future.
Call it the future.
What it is in the
Well, you can call it the future, but it's in the present, bro. All right, bye.
If you get hit by a bus.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, I'll see you in the present.
Right, so I think Sort had something to say. Go ahead, Sort. Even though he's gone, you might as well make the point.
Well, no, I was just going to demand that he ask the question and then deny that he made it because it was in the past was an illusion, and then go on like that until he's
right. Yeah, that would have been good actually. Sorry, I had to meet you, but
well,
you were third in the queue.
Surely you can go to the past by showing an object that isn't being made right now and say, look, this is obviously from the past because it's not being made now.
Jem, just do what
Surely
Chemo
that's
does.
proof of the past.
It's here in the present.
Jem, just do what Chemo does. Give him 45 seconds, and then it's the next person's turn. That works pretty good.
No one should do what Chemo does.
It works.
I've actually kind of liked it a little bit. It may not be perfect, but it's something sometimes to rein in control.
Yeah, I mean, when it gets all
Scroll back
crazy.
on my YouTube channel and see all the past videos that I put up. And it tells me
what I
when
don't get
in the past I put them up, and I can remember putting them up in the past before now.
What I don't get is how he just denied the future exists and he doesn't think that that's philosophical.
Or did I miss it?
Dude, I get muted. Dude, listen, I get used to it. I'm gonna get muted just for talking, so it's not a big deal anymore.
Muted for interrupting.
No,
as
I
always.
interrupt less than the others do.
Nevertheless, you were interrupting.
Exactly. So
I work, and I lag a little, so sorry.
Fine,
but
you got 45 seconds.
He
Go.
denied the future and the past exists. That was his parting shot on the way out. So for him to say that that's not philosophical is absurd.
I think your lag might have been a lot then, Sort, because but Moyoc he was quite quiet to me, but he was well into a sentence when you started talking.
I recorded about 2 seconds lag, so it could be that.
Right. Okay, well maybe.
That's pretty
I
bad.
guess you could say a fair bit in 2 seconds. About 30 syllables, I think, is possible.
Probably
Yeah, well, that's for me time to say it till I hear him saying something. So it could be 4 that way.
Well, sorry
Jim,
to be mean.
But no, don't mind. It's okay.
Jim, what do you think? Is time a physical thing, or is it just a idea in order to express, something, or you know what I mean, right? Is it a physical thing? Can time be?
Someone talking?
Sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Reality is talking.
I just hear
Can I
like
define
a faint
time as
buzzing.
something that Mr. Reality wastes, and that's the end of it.
Absolutely.
You're great. You're a good guy there, Curved.
Agreed.
You're a great guy.
A useful concept, and it does seem to be bendable. It does seem to be malleable.
Now, is that distance being bent, or is that actual time?
I can't tell you. I could just tell you that things seem to experience time differently based upon their speed. So,
Yeah,
and gravity.
that's. It seems like whatever medium is passed through, if it's compressed or bent somehow, if it's like flat, but the time itself, you know what I mean? So let's say a car's traveling over a big rope going 5 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden that rope is bent and folded and it, into wrinkles, but yet the car can still drive over it because those wrinkles are kind of connected, but it takes less time to get, to the other side. Did time actually bend, or just the medium from which the car's driving over?
Well, can I just briefly add that? You said 45 miles an hour. There's your time. The concept of time, and every time we discuss dimensions, we have this issue. And it really is, anything, any measurable fact you can put in a thing is a dimension. If I have an engine standing on a block and it's running, and I start measuring stuff, fuel consumption, air consumption, temperature, shit like that, and time. All of these things are dimensions. Okay?
The RPMs of dimensions.
Have we all agreed though that time doesn't cause anything? Are we all in agreement?
No.
Nope.
What?
Nope.
You guys are going against all these people because everyone in here agreed one day that time doesn't cause anything.
No, they didn't.
That's
Never
because
happened.
we didn't listen.
No.
And that's because we
Yeah,
all
I
learned.
getting a timestamp, Jeremy.
Yeah. Citation, please.
You want a timestamp? I mean, everyone in here
Timestamp.
agree.
Yes, timestamp.
Things happen in time. It's not the cause of it. If we play a baseball game inside a diamond field, the diamond field isn't the cause of the game.
It happens without time.
You keep saying the. Why do you guys keep saying the? Why don't you say the phrase "one of the causes" when you're making this counter argument?
It's not any of the causes.
Wow.
Well, let's put it this way, Jeremy. Time, without time, nothing happens. Therefore, it is the primary cause.
Yeah, Brummy was trying to use the example of a sample. Brummy was trying to use the example of a sandwich before, but you can also take that same sandwich, freeze it, and slow down the rate of decay. So that's decreasing the time that the sandwich takes to decay. Make sense?
So you think time causes the sandwich to decay?
No, but time can be a factor in the sandwich decaying. You
But
can
not
slow
the
the
cause.
decay. You can slow the decay of the sandwich. Yeah, no, it's different. It's
I-
not the cause, but it's a factor in the sandwich decaying.
Do you have any example?
wording that I used yesterday too.
Do you have any
If
example?
you want the cause of the sandwich decaying, it's the bacteria and the
Time is being used differently by different people in the conversation. And until that gets straightened out,
Yep.
people define what they're talking about when they say time this, time that, then we're never going to get anywhere.
Okay, name one thing time causes. Name one thing time causes.
Well, okay, I will. I'm looking at my bar cabinet right now. I have a 12-year-old Blair Thal whiskey. You know how that works? It's been stored for 12 years. You know how that became 12 years? By time.
So time causes time. That's great. Does anyone have anything real?
Time
though?
causes that to be a cask-stored whiskey. So it's the cause.
Right. There's a great
example. Literally cause. If
Yeah,
you deny
time would-
whiskey, you have nothing.
Yeah.
What
Time would be the
sort
cause of the
just
taste of that.
I think,
What
though,
sort-
if
what
I'm
sort-
understanding correctly what Jeremy's saying, just trying to understand where he's coming from. Seems like he's looking at time as like the measurement, right? Like it's the measurement between increments of events, right? That we use to keep track of things. But you wouldn't say that a ruler is the cause of the length of a room, right? It's just what you're using to measure the length of a room, right? So I think if you're looking at time as a measurement system, you wouldn't say it's the cause. You would say that the underlying things are the cause. Like Curve said, you chill a sandwich, you may slow down its decay. The time wasn't causing the decay, the bacteria was. You know what I mean? Like it's, I think that's what they're trying to say, maybe.
Bacteria can't cause exactly my point about defining what you mean when you say time.
Yeah. Because if you're looking at time as purely a measurement rather than like the higher level concept, then I mean one could say that it has to do with the the excitement of particles within a system, because if you were to reduce something immediately to absolute zero, you'd essentially have it stop, right? It wouldn't progress because there's no movement.
That sounds reasonable.
Time can
But there's
not
still
be-
time, right?
Here's a thought.
I can't believe you guys are going back on this. We sat here for hours. We sat here for hours one day and went over this, and at the end, we all concluded that time doesn't cause anything. Now you guys are going back on it.
Jeremy, do you know what the fire triangle is? I want you to do you know what the fire triangle is, Jeremy? You must have fuel, oxygen, and heat, or fuel, air, and heat. You know that?
Fire? Okay.
Yeah.
If you take out any one of those, you no longer have fire.
Well,
So
it's
what is
not
the
really
cause-
a triangle. Hold on. It's not really a triangle because it'd be a square because we need time too, right?
But fuel, air, and heat, I'm not trying to do time right now. I'm just trying to show you that there are requirements that actually you need all three of those in order to have fire. And you can't, so if you say, what is the cause of that fire? You could say it was the heat was the cause of the fire, or you could say it was the fuel that was the cause of the fire, or you could say it was the air that was the cause of the fire.
Or
without
you
any
could be correct. Or you could be correct and not label any one of them as the cause.
Here's
It's
a thought.
group of necessary ingredients for fire.
I can't
It
believe
is a
you guys are going back
requirement
on this.
for everything to happen.
So here's a thought experiment with the sandwich. If you have a sandwich decaying on the ISS,
But one thing you don't need.
Hey, Miss Reality.
Oh my
Miss Reality.
God.
If you have the sandwich decaying on Earth and the ISS is orbiting the Earth, there's going to be a difference in that rate of decay due to time. Time intervals have passed differently.
Yeah, but you'd have to determine if bacteria is functional, like whatever is decaying the sandwich is actually functioning the same in, like 0G versus, right? Like, because it could be
I got you.
some
There
more
could be other
factors
factors.
other than time dilation.
I totally understand that, but let us consider that all of the other factors have, all things being equal. And if that's not a good example, the
Well, even
sandwich
if you
decaying,
drop it to
we could use
zero-
something
Well,
else.
then, yeah, if you had two decaying sandwiches that were identical, and everything was identical in what should be the rough rate of decay, and you put one on the ISS, then I would assume one would decay a very, 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 very tiny bit differently in time.
And so, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah.
All right, I'm done with it, guys. Thank you.
So, in other words, time is just a measurement of one moment to another, but it's not an actual physical thing, right?
It's the necessary antecedent to everything.
Yeah, but in a world where the measurement of those events is required to accomplish or do or predict or understand anything, it still becomes a necessary component to understand.
One
Well, here's
dimension
the
is not an antecedent to everything. That's absurd.
No, he's right. You can't do anything without time.
Listen. The long and short of it is, he's wrong, and he won't admit that he's wrong because he's a stubborn, arrogant little cunt. And the bottom line is, time is not the cause. It may be a contributing factor, like rocket scientists said, but you could never say time causes this to happen. You know what I mean? Over time, things will, the cause of things will, take place. But that's not the actual cause, and I guess there is a problem with the definition cause. And like Curve pointed out, we're all using time in different contexts. But this is why it's very important that we do define what we're saying, and find out the relation between the two. But to say that the orbits are caused by time is just ludicrous.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say
it is conceptually valid?
Time isn't the cause, but the cause requires time.
Yeah, you could say
yeah.
that too.
I'm okay with
I
that.
can see that, but that's not going to dismiss the notion that you can say that also
Answer the
time
question.
is part of it. So
Don't
you can say both.
LOL and dismiss it
Hey,
in
hey,
text.
Curve, chill, bro, chill.
Yeah, he
Not
already
every
answered
single
the
time. So you
Measure
can say
the
both. I gotta turn you down, Curve. It's too much of that.
Tell me how time is the measure of motion of an object sitting stationary on a table. Time, how long it just fucking sits.
I already did. We already had
Tell
that
me
conversation.
how time is measured.
We already had that conversation.
Do it now.
Like I talk, 10 seconds pass. You say stuff like "hurry up" after 10 seconds.
How is that
problem, bro?
motion?
No,
How
I
is
can't
that
get past the
measuring
fact that when I talk, you start.
You're wrong.
rushing after
You're
10
just
seconds.
wrong. Just say sorry.
Count the
Apologize to the
seconds.
room and go on with life.
Little bitch.
Count the seconds.
Answer the-
Not every single time, bro. So I'm gonna go ahead and lower your volume, Curve.
Don't
It's
do
as much
that.
as that.
Don't do that.
Well, then,
It's gonna make it
Jim,
more
would you
difficult.
please moderate?
Okay, but what is there for me to moderate at the moment? He's just
time
trying to
I
ask a
literally
question.
count. Funny is we're talking about time. I count 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds at the most before Curve has to chime in about me
I'm
taking too long.
asking you a question that
Well,
you're
I
constantly
can't do it
avoiding.
anymore with you when you're part of what you do
Hey,
is
Jeff.
go one about how long I
Jeff,
take to
you
talk.
think it's a fair
And it's under
question?
10 or 15 seconds.
Hey,
So
let him ask the question.
try again on the
Flav.
next cycle.
Let him ask the
Jim,
question.
a fair question.
I
What are you measuring the motion of? What are you measuring the motion of when you're measuring how long an object sits stationary on a table? What motion are you measuring as he's using it to say time is measuring motion?
Causing motion, causing.
You, Brody.
Sorry.
And
is that a fair question, Jim?
Yes, that is a fair question. Go ahead, Flav.
Can somebody ask little FD to answer that question instead of just responding with LOL in chat and acting like he's superior?
I didn't even do that in the chat. So what are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? We already covered this. The object that you're saying is not in motion is in motion from a different frame of reference. So depending on your frame of reference, you're going to have to toss that out the window. So it's still orbiting with the surface of the Earth. It's still rotating with the surface of the Earth. So it's still moving. It's just you're looking at a similar frame of reference. And therefore, time, as we have demonstrated, can operate outside of a single frame of reference. That's why I use the example of the two sandwiches, one on the ISS and one on Earth.
Jim, what do you think of that? Do you think he answered the question?
We can ask it again. Let's see how clear the answer is.
I think he did.
I think he did too.
Well done. Well done.
Maybe we didn't listen to the question.
All right. When you're measuring an object on a table, you're measuring its motion on the table. You're, okay, I'm sorry. You can't, I'm not going to say it that way. You're measuring a stationary object on a table. It's stationary with respect to the table, with respect to the ground, with respect to all these things. Now, he's going to say that you're going to measure how long it sits there stationary on the table by measuring it relative to something else.
Well, you'd have to.
That's the answer.
Like
you'd have to. I'm sorry.
You'd be measuring it based on the movement of the hands of a clock or the changes of like an external thing, like because it's not doing.
My God.
Like you know what I mean?
Goodbye.
You guys don't understand. Like, you guys, look, he's saying the same time is the cause of things moving. So when things that don't move, is that the cause of is time causing them not to move as well?
One of the causes.
Is time not causing it not to move as well? Don't just say one of the causes, because you said word for word, time is the cause of orbits when you was trying to define gravity, because gravity was supposed to be the cause, and you actually ended up with your conclusion being time
No,
being the cause.
he tried to go into gravity. I never even got to go into gravity in the
You
debate.
did because you
No, I
said
didn't.
because he asked you for yes, he did. Wixie
Okay,
asked you
well,
clearly.
we should go into a
Yes, he did.
1v1
You're
room
so full of
because
shit,
the
kid.
room
Bro,
doesn't
you're
want to
so
hear
full
all
of
this
shit.
back and
It's
forth.
ridiculous.
Okay,
You're
well,
full of
don't make
shit.
it about me. Let's make it about the subject matter. No one wants to hear you talk about
The
me.
subject is you saying to Witsit
No,
that
the subject is the
orbits.
subject.
Why are you
not
talking
me.
over me? Why are you talking over me?
You're wasting our time here. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kurt. Go ahead, Jims.
So
I think that if your takeaway from this, Brummy, is that he's completely wrong and he needs to apologize for being wrong, I don't think you've really understood the things that are being said. Because
I think that yeah, he does though. He does. Every time he's wrong.
I'm still talking.
Oh
Because-
God, you're going to straw man me again.
Have you got some sort of learning difficulty? Is it that you can't listen
Get
for
to
more
the point,
than
Jam.
about
Get to the
30
point.
seconds?
Get to the point. Get to the point.
I wanted to, but you interrupted me to tell me I was taking too long to get to the point, didn't you? So now it's taking longer. Fucking dickhead. Just
That's
can't
what Curve
shut
does.
your mouth for 20 seconds.
Keep going. Keep going.
I think what you have said is, and this is the takeaway from this, is that you're using. Oh, for God's sake, who's that?
Sorry.
Is that you're using definitions differently to make your point within the same point, and that's really, I think, where the well, at least part of the conflict is in this. I don't think you can say he needs to say he's sorry and he's completely wrong. And if that's what you've got from this, then you haven't got anything from it. You've just come in with an opinion and left with exactly the same opinion and not really listened to what's been said.
Sounds like you're projecting there massively because remember, this is the guy who said that time causes orbits, right? Causes. The cause of orbits was time. Now he's trying to backtrack on what he's saying rather than just being a man and admitting he was wrong and apologizing.
But Brummy, you have said yourself that you not concede, but agree with the point that people are using the term cause differently within this argument. And yet here you are throwing back at him the word cause because that's what he said and he needs to apologize for it. Well, not if you're using the word differently. And that would be a more reasonable position to hold.
He's a dishonest little prick.
Jims, can I speak for a moment?
Go ahead.
So here's as far as a stupid back and forth argument. I'm gonna say this. Brumi, you are too much obsessed with my influence in the room and the fact that my influence has somehow caused the room to be wholeheartedly against my concept, and now there's at least some debate within the members of the room, and that's pissing you off. That's the end of you and me. As far as the time and all this goes, to Kerr's argument earlier, motion, you'd have to measure how much fidelity, I'm sorry, that's not the right word, how much precision you want to measure the motion, because the atoms themselves are moving in the sandwich. The atoms themselves are moving in the sandwich. The molecules are moving. So there's still some motion, but you have a cutoff point as to how much motion you want to consider as counting in your analysis.
So bottom line is, you're trying to say that the cause of objects being stationary or the cause of objects moving is time, and Curve is pointing that point out to you. You're not answering Curve directly, and you're chatting absolute bird's eye potato waffle.
The bird's eye view is also relevant. And I did answer him directly. And you need to get off of the whole me versus you thing because no one cares about me versus you. It's over. It's over.
Bird's eye potato waffle.
Go and harass Chris today.
It's a potato
Today's your
food
day to harass Chris.
That's why it's a very silly thing to say, Brummy, isn't it? And mocking someone for that is just, I think what
he does it. Jem, stop fucking getting your pom-poms out for him. He doesn't listen. Obviously, he doesn't listen because when I said bird's eye potato waffle,
I see what I see from me. I see what I see from me. And what I see is well, the same old crap we've seen from 24/7. It's just, and from Oakley, it's just all about trying to look like you're winning an argument and wrapping someone up in some silly knot about whether something's the cause of something else. Factors which you know and cannot, and you know so wholeheartedly you cannot address, factors which you never ever consider for any of the knowledge claims you make for your own life. It's just a dishonest word game that you use to try and
Jam,
win.
you need to sort your problems out with Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley. You need to sort your problems
that you use to try and win arguments, and that's what you're doing here.
Jims, what's so ironic is that he started off saying, and this is not about him personally, but just in general, the concept of, hey, you should open your mind and let go of what you've learned before. And so now with this concept of time and how it affects objects and how you can consider causation, hey, why don't you open your mind and broaden your horizons in that concept?
There's no point responding. Well, actually. So yeah, my point is they're just using it as they always have to wrap people up in some silly knot where they're trying to comply with Quantum Eraser's absurd scientific method. And when you start trying to provide those independent variables, then the independent variables need to be causes, and time can't be one, and anything else, whatever you present, there'll be some reason why it's not going to work for them. And that's the whole point of
it. And he's gone.
Jump Panda? Is that a new direction? Or I think you have more insight into that. Is that a new direction Flat Earth is going to say that first pressure is not real, now time is not real? And I heard Oakley say nothing is going down. Is that a new version of Flat Earth, or what's actually happening?
Time's just a convention that we made up to define the passage of events. That's all. It's not something that's real or physical.
Is it useful?
I'm worried that Flat Earthers start to say things which make less sense than Flat Earth, right?
Yep. That's kind of what I stumble myself into. I don't mean for it to happen, but you get Flat Earthers saying stupid things like, oh, the line on the surface of a sphere is the entire surface of a sphere. That's what happens when I catch them in their bullshit.
Jeremy, how is it? I'm still astounded by this statement. Okay, how is it helpful? What do you think is the value of what you're saying?
Well, I mean, time is a valuable thing, obviously, but
okay,
it's not the
so
cause.
It's a valuable thing. It's not causing anything. Well, I would argue, like the fire triangle, it's absolute requirement for everything to happen.
Just because you need something to happen doesn't mean it's the cause of something.
So in a fire, what is the cause of fire? Is it the fuel, the air, or the heat?
It's all of them.
Ignition.
It's all of them.
Ignition.
No. Ignition doesn't start fire.
I didn't see time. I didn't see time in your fire triangle. Is it a
it's
square
there
or
too.
a triangle?
Because actually, you could have heat for too short a duration, and it won't actually ignite.
Well, it's got to ignite. No, the ignition is the cause. The rest are just parts of the recipe.
No, I don't agree. It's got to be all three at the same time.
It's got to be all four at the same time. You said time. Yeah. You just need time for everything. So
notice you said same time.
I agree.
Notice you said same time.
Yep, it's an absolute requirement. Oops.
You can't say something is required at the same time without considering time as a major causation in that regard. Different times could they happen at different times and it caused the event to occur? No, it has to happen at the same time. So literally at that point, time is required.
Just because something's required doesn't mean it's the cause of something.
Okay, so it takes all three. It takes one of the items.
Yes.
Whatever. Let's just move on because this is nonsense. Everyone in here agreed before that time doesn't cause anything. Now they're all backtracking.
No, we all put some thought into it.
We did not. We didn't.
We did. I was in here. We went over it for 2 hours. At the end, everyone agreed. Where's Jake or Veach?
But
one of
that
the
doesn't
Glovers
even
that knows
matter,
what's
though.
going on?
It
Where's
doesn't
one of the
matter
Glovers that
where
knows
people's
what's going
position
on?
were before. Is as time has passed, we have studied and discussed the issue, and that's where we need to respect that. We don't sit up here and hold each other to some fire and say, "Well, you said this before." The person is like, "Yeah, but I put some thought into it. We had a conversation. We delved deep, and now we've got a better understanding or a mutual understanding."
Sounds reasonable.
Okay, let's move on because this is getting nowhere.
Jeremy, anything you talk about gets nowhere.
Okay, Moyak, your turn. You got 45 seconds. Go.
Everything you talk about is useless.
That is a ridiculous statement. Can we
I had
just
45
focus?
seconds.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
You
go
got
ahead.
40,
I'm just
40
fucking with you.
seconds. Go.
No, go ahead.
Who made you the boss, Jeremy? Obviously not you.
I'm keeping control of the room. This 45-second time limit thing works good.
Yeah,
Robbie.
I like it.
It does. It works good.
Rummy's going a bit mad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Rummy's fine.
And we can't say that there was any bias in my favor because I know I'm a pariah almost in this room. So
yes,
let's not ever make this about me. Right. Nobody likes me. And yet we have been able to get to this point.
What point?
I'm not gonna play dumb with you, bro.
We got that time's essential for things to happen. And yes, if you don't have time, nothing can happen. If you,
well, a happening is a result of a causation. You can't say that something happens without a cause behind it. That doesn't make any sense. Hey, this happened. How? It just did. Oh, wait a second. That is a flat earth philosophy.
Well, what's
you guys
for your
buy
God
your
then?
own.
What's the cause for your God, sir?
Yeah, there you go.
The void, right? That's what I say when people ask me.
The reason my garage door.
Say it again.
I said the garage door.
You're clipping, Moyak.
Moyak, it's time for you to get a new phone.
I stopped clipping.
No.
You're really choppy and quiet.
The void started, and then a certain time later, God was caused.
I have lag. Function.
Yeah, Discord's been screwy.
Hey guys,
Those reasons.
Hey guys, thanks for putting up with hearing me out. I apologize if I was giving some of y'all a hard time.
I think we've proved my point right that I made at the start.
We accept your apology.
Which is what? What was that about time?
That no, my point was that if you're in this argument about whether time is an independent variable, you've already conceded. You've already conceded that the quantum eraser's scientific method is valid and that you need to comply with it. And
well, they like
to
jump in.
I would always argue that it's not. I'm never ever going to provide you with independent variables for anything because that's not how we know things.
You don't have to if it's obviously, but you will have to if it's an observed phenomenon in nature. Then you have to provide your independent variable. But if you're just making a cup of tea, or if you're just
even if it's an observed phenomena, sorry, Kimo, but even then, I don't have to.
Well, again, no, you don't have to, but in order to comply with the scientific method, if it disagrees with experiment, Gem, it's wrong. So, yeah, you can have your hypothesis, but of course, there has to be an experiment. So,
no, there doesn't.
Well, again, as you know, Richard Feynman, he's a well-experienced, very educated, and he agrees with what I say. He agrees with me. He agrees.
But he says. Well, he doesn't, because he says you have to have for it to be science, there has to be an experiment. But he does not define experiment in the way that you and Quantum Eraser do. And he does not say that this is the only way that we can know things. And
Sure.
even
Well, what are you going to do?
Hang on, nearly
Hold
there. Hang on, nearly there.
Right.
Even Quantum Eraser doesn't say this is the only way that we can know things. But he doesn't freely admit it. He keeps that a secret and makes people think that they need to jump through his hoops to know anything.
All right. If Feynman says you need an experiment, what is an experiment? It's a hypothesis test. Which are hypotheses going to be made up of, if not independent and dependent variables?
Yeah. Feynman does not say you need an experiment. Feynman says if you do an experiment and it disagrees with your hypothesis, then the hypothesis is wrong.
That's what I've just said. You're repeating what I've just told you, right?
No,
so when Jem says
the actual fact,
when Jem says
you need an experiment, the fact
an
is that you
independent
need an
variable,
experiment to prove it.
yeah, you don't need an independent variable if you're not conducting an experiment. And of course, things in everyday life are not required to conduct an experiment, right? So. So, like I say,
we can know the shape and the dimensions of something by measuring it.
Sure. Again, that's not an issue.
All that is a series of observations that are recorded. What?
Yeah, but you could never tell me. For example, Jem, you could never tell me.
Tell me how that is not a good source of knowledge.
Yeah, but you could never tell me. Yeah, but you could never tell me, for example, why things fall, the cause of things falling in nature with a measurement. Ever. There's just no way you could come to that conclusion without an experiment.
Wouldn't matter. I could tell you that things are falling in nature.
You can.
And I could make predictions about how they will fall in the future.
Sure.
And that would be useful knowledge. And that's all I need to worry about. Can I reach some knowledge that's useful to me, that tells me something more about reality that I didn't previously know? And that's all I need. And if I achieve that, that's good. And I don't need to jump through some silly hoops that someone on the internet made up in order to say I know something new about reality.
So what you're essentially background noise. What you're essentially saying to me, for example, let's say someone got shot with a gun. Essentially, what you're saying to me is all you're interested in is how fast the bullet went into the person, the distance from each individual, and how loud the noise was. You're not interested in who caused the death of this person. So that's the difference between this scientific method, is that not everything, it requires an independent variable. But if you want to know the cause to the effect, and of course, measurements are not going to tell us, Jem, who killed JR, as it were, in is it Dallas or Dynasty? One of those programs.
Right, but that is a great example, because the example you provided, it shows another way that we can reach knowledge conclusions, which would be based on a body of compelling evidence, right? And none of that evidence that was in the JR shooting, for instance, necessarily needs to comply with any sort of scientific method. I mean, I guess there may be some forensics, but if
like sheriffs get badges and honors and things like that. So why the flat earthers are decorated like this is because you have found out, for example, we know what gun it was, we know how fast the bullet was traveling, but we don't know what caused it. We don't know, what happened to this person, what caused the death, you see. So that's where flat earthers are rewarded for, like, hey, well, they found out what happened. They investigated, deep enough to figure out what the cause to this effect was. So, I mean, you can make measurements, but it's not going to give you the cause.
You can gather all sorts of evidence, can't you? Empirical evidence, and draw conclusions based on that body of evidence. And that's what we all do all the time. And we don't need to make our requirements for knowledge any more complicated than that. I don't see why we need to do that. You're sort of. Oh, go ahead.
real quick, I'm about to go. Chemo, you do understand, like he said, forensic pathology. You do understand that the science of how things happen, is not does not necessitate a need to understand the motive or who. Like your gun example, the forensic pathologist is not interested in the who or the motive. He's right. That is an excellent example. And what you flat earthers keep doing, you keep conflating the how and the why.
No, I mean, again, telling me how fast the bullet traveled, how
Well,
wide.
there's other things you can measure other than the bullet, Chemo. You could measure fingerprints on the gun. You could measure DNA samples.
Male or
There's other
female
things.
is not going to tell me the cause. If I look at the effect, I'm not going to know the cause, right? Unless I test it. I could guess.
Wrong.
It may have been a gun. It may have been something else. It may have been a different. I will never know the cause just by making measurements.
Could you find out more facts about reality than you currently know?
Again, I'm not arguing that. We can.
I am arguing that.
You can find out many things.
Because that what do you need more than that? What qualifies something if you apply a scientific method? At the end of it, all you do is know some fact about reality that you didn't previously know. It's no different. It's just the same. You're just using different processes to get there. And you can put this one on a pedestal if you like, but it does not deserve that pedestal. Just doesn't.
It's kind of unique, like I say, because it's the only method you can use for phenomenon. And there's not phenomenon every day in life, is there? You don't wake up and start seeing things like, well, how does that work? What's going on there? I don't understand this. I mean, most things are not questionable, right? And usually in nature, if they're questionable, yes, then it requires an experiment. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Most things you just require gathering.
So I think we form hypotheses about things all of the time. Like when you cross the road, you have to form some sort of hypothesis, don't you? Of, how you're going to, navigate the traffic to get to the other side successfully, right?
That's not a hypothesis.
I think it is.
No, there's no predicted cause here in your hypothesis. So
See, this just illustrates the problem. You want to operate from this set of, from Quantum Eraser's 10 commandments that he's given you. That everything has to be. That can't be a hypothesis because it's.
All right, let's go through it.
And that can't be. That independent variable is no good because it isn't the cause.
Right, let's go through it then. You're crossing the road. You've got a hypothesis. What's your hypothesis?
That if I take a certain route at a certain speed, I will reach the other side without being knocked over by a car.
What? So you can control now the speed and rate of everybody else?
All we're arguing about now is whether I need a hypothesis to successfully cross a road.
How are you going to test that?
Well, you tell me that what I've just said is not part of the crossing the road.
I'm working with you. I'm saying fine.
When you cross a road, do you plan a journey across that road based on the flow of traffic and your previous experience of how long you think it will take to cross a road?
No. Press the button, wait for the green man, and then cross.
What if there isn't a fucking Pelican crossing?
Well, where's that?
Any road where there isn't a Pelican crossing.
Well, there's no cars.
Every road that I ever have to cross where I live.
Okay, so let's say there's no Pelican crossing. So what? Again, you just cross the road.
Well, like where I live on a very busy corner almost, where there's traffic lights, and there is a button for me to press, but often you press the button, and because of the way the traffic is, because of the way the sequence works, there's actually a point where you can cross the road safely without while the little man is still on red. So I do that sometimes, which requires even with a button to press, I still go through this process, and you do for everything.
Can we release
every action that you take in life is going to require some form of planning in this way, isn't it?
I want Brummy to hear all this. If you don't.
And it would be based, you would be formulating hypotheses about the results of certain actions based on based on empirical data. That is what you're currently experiencing and what you previously experienced.
But what are you predicting will happen?
So you don't
die? In the example, I'm predicting that I will successfully negotiate crossing the road without being hit by a car.
Okay, so how are you going to test it?
Cross the road?
Cross the road.
So how do you know it's because of you crossing the road, cars didn't come?
I know. No, I know. Well, cars may have come. I've just timed my crossing so that I didn't collide with any of them.
And I'm asking you, how did you test that you were the cause?
By crossing the road.
I'm asking you, how did you test that your timing of what you just said, going down this road, that road, was the cause of the cars not coming and you not getting hit?
I don't know why you've suddenly decided you need to throw cause in here. We're talking about the nature of a hypothesis, and you said that you don't normally, people aren't forming hypotheses. It's not something we normally need. I say that we're formulating hypotheses all of the time in order to negotiate.
No. This is a negotiation, not a hypothesis.
Not a negotiation. That would mean I was dealing with each car driver in some way, communicating with them, saying you need to slow down a bit, mate, so that I've got time to cross the road. That would be a negotiation.
No, because you said I'm going to go down this street.
Let me give you. I form a hypothesis or you do when you go to make a cup of tea.
What?
Right. Well, because when you fill the kettle up and hit the little button, you are working with a hypothesis that the kettle will boil the water, and you will be able to use that to make tea.
That's not a hypothesis.
Why?
It is, because if the kettle fails to boil, then you're going to need to test as to why.
Yeah, but what's the predicted cause in this hypothesis?
The water boiling. And I'd like to add on to that, Jem. I'll bet you Chemo's got it timed down to the point where he knows when the kettle's going to click off.
You'd think so, because he makes a lot of tea.
Yeah, I make a lot of coffee, and I know when my kettle's going to boil because I set it, I fill it to the same level, and I flick the switch on, and I can almost time to the very second how long it's going to take between me flicking the switch on and the kettle ending its cycle of boiling. So, yeah.
Can you bring me back? Can you bring Brummy back, Jam? Is that okay?
Yes, I can.
Fabulous.
I mean, I haven't banned him. Oh, he's here, is he?
He's red.
I thought the people would have told you.
But he's probably a hot mic in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Time, color, measurements. They can't do anything. They have no work in them. There's no mechanics.
You can't build a house without measurements. With measurements. Sorry.
There's no mechanical device.
Chemo. I think you know what you're trying to find out. You're trying to find the cause, the true causation of some event, and that's not what the scientific method's about. All these things, all these independent variables, just have to have an effect on the dependent variable. Doesn't mean they're this quote presumed cause. No one understands this cause as you do. It's an effect on the dependent variable. Why do you keep on going back to try to find this ubiquitous cause? It's one thing, like boiling water, heat. No, that's not the true cause. There's many variables in boiling water. And you change them all. If it affects the outcome of the water boiling, then it is an independent variable. It's part of one of the experiments of testing the hypothesis.
Okay, let's help you out a little bit.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's making lots of sense today. Let's give you examples on it. We've got a window, broken window, hole in the window. 3 possible causes on it. only one of the causes happened. You could have had like a child throw a stone, could have had a cat jump through the window, or say like a conker off a tree where wind was blowing and the conker blew through the window. So are you saying to me, Zan, let me ask you a question. Are you saying to me you could measure the hole, Zanik, look at the color of the window, look at the time of day, Zanik, and know what caused that hole in the window?
No, you get what's your hypothesis? My hypothesis is that a bird. My hypothesis is that a bird.
I would say the color. I would hypothesize the color of the window caused the hole, and that time broke it.
Well,
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. So here's the thing. So let's say I'll cut to the chase. I don't get into the details of this, but let's say there's this one bird, and they could find out down the road that this is true. That was attracted to this color. So you night after night you watch this bird, and finally and you line up a bunch of windows, and it always went to the blue window and tried to run into it. So you can say, okay, that color was part of the cause. Now, did it cause it to break? What caused it to break? Well, type of window it was. They can have different windows of different construction, different types of glass, different grades of glass, different thickness of glass, or different orientation of glass. So all this would have angled. Then all this night after night. Hold on, let me finish. Night after night, the angled. Hold on. The angled window was deflecting the bird, so it wouldn't break. So it all depends on your hypothesis. You have to make your hypothesis clear. That's what science is about: being clear about what you're trying to test.
Yeah.
Very well put, I thought, Zanny.
Excellent. So you're saying that it's possibly the bird because of the color of the window, not the child who threw the stone, and not nature with the wind and conker. You're going for color, that the bird was attracted to the color of the window, yeah?
Could be, if that was your test.
Yeah, that's fine.
If that was your hypothesis, listen, Chemo, if that was your hypothesis, now we could also then say what causes the window to break. We could have the window at different temperatures.
No. I'm talking about what caused that window to break at this time.
All right. Yeah. Well, what do you mean? The cause.
So you've got a hole in your window right now.
What is your hypothesis?
I've just said to you, I think it's color or time. What do you think happened to the hole in your window?
So you're saying this window broke due to color.
Yeah, color caused that window to break. So I've got so what it is, I've got a rock on the kitchen floor, I've got a conch on the kitchen floor. And what was the other one?
Chemo, you're fighting it. I know it's tough for you to accept this because you know I'm right. You know that there can't be one singular cause of these certain events in your hypothesis. Now you're saying to me, let me finish. You're saying to me that coloring a window will cause it to break. And you color all these windows, all these different colors, and no window ever breaks. So that's a weak hypothesis. How about this, Chemo? This window in this location at this color caused a bird to be attracted to it, and it had an impact, and it broke. That would be my hypothesis.
Yeah.
And then you would try to start.
Yeah, I get it. So color.
Say color is cause. You're still confused with the word causation. It's not cause. All it has to do is affect the dependent variable. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, by cause, most people are talking about what must be in place for something else to happen. This has to happen first, then this other thing. Usually,
part of your hypothesis.
Chemo as well, Zanuck.
Okay, so Zanuck, just to round up what you've just said.
I was
so
literally just saying I was going to point something out to you, and you talked over me.
Well, go on then.
All right. So in your original example, before you brought up color, you said, "Oh, there could be three causes. Could be a rock came through the window or a thing off a tree, right?" Now let's say it was a rock, and you walked into the room, and there's a window broken, and inside the window is a rock lying on the ground, glass everywhere, right? Even with that, there are going to be other it wouldn't just be, if you wanted a specific answer, it wouldn't just be, well, the rock did it.
Yeah,
right?
not just the rock.
It would also have to do with the size of the rock, the velocity that the rock hit the window at, how fragile or non-fragile the
Someone
window
threw
was.
it?
Like there's still going to be other factors.
Like the
You don't
speed
just get
that
to say
the person
rock.
threw it, the height of the person, the age of the person,
who
where
threw
they
the
came
rock,
from,
and then
who
we
threw
don't
the
know
rock, how strong they were,
what
all
they
that,
had
all
for
that's going to be
breakfast,
mattering.
what time they
But
went to
if we,
bed.
even if we know who threw the rock, is that then the cause? Do we?
No, I
what if-
get it now. I get it.
We don't know. We don't know what motivated the person to throw the rock, do we?
Right.
Yeah, was it his coffee not sweet enough in the morning that pissed him off?
Maybe he
That
had an
caused him to throw the rock?
argument, and that caused the window to break.
See, that's why the hypothesis. This is what you don't get. If you
This
just
is great.
if I could have any influence on you, Chemo, it would be this: think about your hypothesis. Then you do experiments to prove it, to show it, evidence for this theory that you've come up with, that of the causations, multiple causations, multiple independent variables having effect on the dependent variable. That's the science you're talking about. Not how everyone does it, by the way, but that's the science you're talking about. This scientific methodology. It's only having the independent variable affect the dependent variable. Period. Don't make more of it than it is.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. So we've got a rock on the floor, windows broken. You come into the kitchen, and you're going to think the cause was maybe it was a bird, maybe it was a conker, maybe it was the color of the window, maybe it was the time of day, maybe it was because the guy didn't sleep very well.
Well, this is where intelligibility comes in. You have to look at the actual conditions that are present that give rise to what you're talking about.
What's
If
the
you're saying that
hypothesis?
Paperboy,
I just said
Let,
that.
let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Lemon. Get it out. Just
if
hold
you're
that thought,
saying
Zoe.
the paperboy threw a rock at your window, you need to show that the paperboy was on his route and or in the area at the time. You cannot have that as an intelligible possibility if the framework is not there for him to have performed the action.
Oh no, Lemon!
He
I
has
only
an
want to know.
alibi or
Lemon, I only
something
want to know
else.
what broke the window. How did the wind? Why is there a hole in my window? That's all I
Are
want
we
to know. What
doing
caused the
science? Or are we
hole?
doing kindergarten court?
What caused the hole? Was
This
it?
is not
Was it
kindergarten
because the
court.
guy was
Chemo.
angry and it broke? Was
Chemo,
it the
you're
color of
not
the
doing
window?
science. You're trying to figure out a crime scene. That's not science.
I think Lemon was talking about, viewing it from a different paradigm. I think is probably where he was sort of going.
Yeah. I want to know, Lemon. Why? I was in my kitchen, walked out, the window was fine. Came back, there was a hole in the window. So I want to know what caused it. And I'm
And you'd have
thinking,
to use systematic exploration, yes. And for your exploration to be intelligible, you have to talk about the actual framework that is available and intelligible. You can't come up with 1,000,001 causes. You need to see what conditions were present and what causes are most likely.
like the color of the
And
window.
if you eliminate all of the obvious causes, and you go, oh, geez, well, it wasn't a rock, and we checked the security footage. There's no one threw anything that we could see. You know, like if you've eliminated a bunch of shit, then maybe you need to come up with a new hypothesis, right? You have to go, oh shit, okay, well I got to think outside the box. There's something I'm not considering.
Yeah, that sounds right. So, Lemon, it was a red window. And I think because of the color red, I think that's what caused the hole in the window, not the rock.
How do you know that the hole didn't preemptively cause the window to be red, Chemo?
Well, the color of the window would not normally be thought of as a cause because unless you see similar sufficiency with other red things having stuff thrown at them, red as a cause becomes unintelligible because we have red dresses, red cars that appear not to have stuff thrown at them, unless you're dealing with a very specific case for that alone to be a sufficient and powerful enough cause.
I didn't say red caused the guy to throw the rock. I said red caused the hole in the window. Color.
What's your
color
hypothesis then? Chemo, you
the
didn't hear
color
anything I
red.
said.
If I change the color to blue, it won't break. I
Chemo,
won't have a
you
hole in
didn't
my
hear
window.
anything I said. What's your hypothesis?
My hypothesis: I predict that red causes
Oh,
hole.
that's not, no, it's not a prediction.
That's not.
It's what the story is. What's your theory of what happened?
I
This is
believe
not,
that because
remember, we're not
the color
doing
was
a crime.
red,
Crime
it was
scenes are not science. We're trying to figure out. I guess you want to. Why did this window break?
yeah, because it's
How
red.
is
It
it
was
possible for a
weakened by
window
the color red.
to break like water boiling? How does it happen? Now, do you want? Now you get. I can throw something at it and it'll break. That could be a hypothesis. I could throw something so this size of an object. I could throw it this velocity, it will break. Or I could say, if I color it red, it might attract this particular bird, and the bird might fly through it, and that's what will cause that could be a cause of breaking. I mean, you're not being clear about your hypothesis. This is the problem.
So,
and then what last one I just mentioned earlier
let's
was
say
very
your
weak.
hypothesis.
Color as being the cause.
No,
let me ask you this.
How does it?
Let's say your hypothesis is
variable.
just
What's your
as
dependent
stupid as
variable?
it sounds.
What's your
Hold on a
dependent
second.
variable, Chemo?
Dependent variable is a broken window.
No.
Chemo. Let's say your
That's the
hypothesis.
change on it. That's the effect.
No, it's the
Broken
breaking
window.
of the window could be the dependent variable.
Yeah, we've
The
got a
breaking
broken
of the window, not the broken window. See, you got to get your dependent variable straight. You don't have it very clear in your mind.
Independent
You're very
variable
slow.
is color. The red color red.
Color red what?
Red is the independent variable.
Look,
Okay, so what's your dependent variable?
Broken window.
Yeah, he's being.
Well, you can't-
Xanax,
you- that's
the
not a-
reason
it's
that
not hypothesis
you're
then.
not answering properly is because he's being that ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right,
What's
Chemo,
your
let's say
hypothesis?
let's say that the
Hold on,
cause
you
of
got to get
window
this straight.
breaking
You
was
got to break it down
purely
to its basic
nothing
elements.
more.
You're going way off track. What's the hypothesis?
Okay, so
Be
I go to
clear.
the kitchen.
Be clear of your
Window-
hypothesis.
He's
Yeah, yeah.
given you the extent of his hypothesis. It's just that stupid.
I go into the
I'm just
kitchen.
saying
I
the
see
color red
a
breaks
broken.
Yeah, Chemo. You see how silly this is? What's your hypothesis?
Okay, so I've got one red
Ask him-
window, one see-through window, one blue window.
No.
Red
What's your hypothesis? It's not a hypothesis. You're giving me layout of whatever your condition. What is your hypothesis?
So I think because they was red, that caused the window to break with a hole.
Do you think so? That's a whole lame.
How would you test
hypothesis.
that,
Why?
Chemo?
Because I can make lots of windows that don't break that are red. So boom, your hypothesis is completely dispelled. Next hypothesis.
That's what I was going to say.
Okay, fine. I think the size of the window frame caused the hole in my window.
Boom. I make all sorts of frame sizes and the windows don't break. Boom. Gone again. Find a hypothesis that makes sense and tell it to us. Because right now you're grabbing at straws.
fair
You
enough,
don't
fair
understand what
enough, fair
hypothesis is.
Fair
You
enough.
don't have an idea
Final
what hypothesis is.
Final hypothesis. I think it was the time of day. It was 3 o'clock, and that's what caused the window to break.
Well,
Again,
this
I can
goes
have
into
3 o'clock every day
nature
and
of
the
your
window doesn't break. Boom,
hypothesis.
Did all the
Just proven.
windows in the
I'll
area
give you a
break at 3
hypothesis.
o'clock?
I'll give you a hypothesis. I throw a rock at this velocity of this mass at the window, at this location in the window, and it breaks. That's my hypothesis.
This
So what
goes
I try
into
to
the
do then
nature.
is identify the variables, control variables, and then do some testing.
Well,
That's
this
what I
goes
do.
in,
So I change the size of the rock. I change the speed I throw it at. I change the size of the window, the type of glass that it is. These are how you do tests in science.
you're not a
You are being nonsensical. You don't know what the cause is. You don't know what the hypothesis is. You don't know what the independent variables are. You don't know anything. You're just saying words.
well, this goes into the nature of the hypothesis, Chemo.
Yeah, it
If you're
does.
saying the
You're right.
color
What's in the lemon?
of the window is a sufficient cause, you need to say, preferably in this explanation somewhere along the line, where the mechanism is there, where the color of this window is enough to make somebody throw a rock at your window. You'd have to show a mechanism where somebody, feels the need or the compulsion to throw a rock at the window, if that's even what's, punching a hole in the window. You need to link a mechanism that is a sufficient cause for this to happen, whereas, say other red things don't, get holes.
Right.
Well, I'm giving you a lemon.
Can I
I'm
say
giving you
lemon?
hold on,
Lemon,
Zanik. Zanik, hold on a second. Lemon, I've given you 3 causes.
You didn't.
I've told you that. Zanik, why do you even interrupt me? Lemon, I've given you 3 causes. I've given you the width of the window frame, cause the hole. I've given you the color of the window red, cause the hole. And I've given you time. Given enough time, there will be a hole in the window all the time of day.
A mechanism, but without a mechanism, people are going to say, well, time happens in other places, but there's no hole in the window.
Well, you don't
they're
understand
gonna
that,
look
man.
for
You're
a
wrong.
mechanism to
Time-
link.
you're wrong.
He's not
You're
wrong.
This
And you-
window accomplished.
Chemo, I just got to explain to you that was a shitty hypothesis. See, a
No, well,
hypothesis
give it enough
is
time,
a hypothesis is a story. A hypothesis is a story about what you think happened. It's a guess. And then you start using the scientific method to show evidence that that hypothesis is valid. And then when you do come up with it, someone else will try to come along and disprove what you think you've proved. That's how
Okay.
science works.
Okay,
So no,
okay,
if I do here, let me give you another one. The red window. Let's say a house catches on fire and these windows are breaking, and we want to have windows that don't break when it catches on fire. So we paint one of them red, and then we light the house on fire, and the red windows are the only ones that don't break. So we hypothesize that the red color in this window keeps it from breaking when it gets hot. That's a hypothesis.
Uh-huh.
So you got to be a storyteller. You got to get the pieces put together about what you think happened, and then you test it. You just can't say, I think red causes the window to break, so of this size and this color and this thickness, and then you wait for time to go by, and hopefully something happens. That's a stupid hypothesis. That doesn't make any sense.
I'll respond now.
Either you're trolling us with this willful ignorance, or you really have some other issues going on.
Can I respond now?
He's definitely trolling. He's being ridiculous. No one
Can I respond now?
the color red caused
Go
the
ahead.
hole. Like,
let him respond now.
Show me that you were paying attention to what I said, Chemo. Don't just say the same thing over and over again that I dispelled already.
All right, try not to interrupt, Danny. In fact, don't interrupt. Go ahead, Chemo.
Thank you. So we've got this man-made object, window, red window, and then we're going to have a phenomenon in this window, hole in the window. We now have an observed phenomenon because we want to know how did this hole happen. So we have three options, three choices. We have time, as that's the cause of things. We have width, like measurements. So we can measure the window, measure the hole. The measurement of the window will be the cause of the hole. Or we have the color, the red window. So we've got time, we've got width, we've got color. Now, with this observed phenomenon, we have to manipulate, obviously, our independent variable. Now, all we have to do is change the width of the frame, the glass, or the hole. With time, all we need to do is check different times, different lengths of time, and just see if the hole appears. Or we just need to change the color of the window. We could try blue windows, yellow windows, green, and so on and so forth. And then we will have our cause to the effect. That is how you do science.
That is correct, Kimo. But
no, it's not good.
That is correct.
Listen to what I said. That's not good.
Partially
You
correct.
tell a story about how you think it happened.
Correct.
No, there's just a little thing here because if any one of those fails at any time, if it is not repeatable, if you cannot tell me it takes 9 hours and then there's a hole in it, and then I wait 9 hours and I get a hole in it, then you have failed, and we're back to Feynman. Throw out your hypothesis. Make a new one.
Yeah, and I just told you the color red was the cause.
Well, the thing is, you're going to get correlation chemo, but without a mechanism, people are going to pick it apart and say, I have a red car, no hole in it.
I'm sorry, Lemon, you don't understand science. There is not just one method. There are many methods. This is my method, and if you can prove that that red wasn't the cause, I'd like to see that.
It would be enough to establish correlation, but you would need to establish a satisfactory mechanism.
Once again, Lemon, unless you can show me it wasn't the red, wasn't the color, you don't understand science, you have a very strict method of doing things, and you're not very open-minded, so to speak. Yes? So
Lemon, wouldn't you think there's a bit of a break in logic there? Because the answer to what, he's got a presumed cause, but the answer could still be in the set of things that Chemo doesn't know. So isn't it a bit presumptuous to say he's got the actual cause?
It is. That's why they say science doesn't prove things. Chemo would have to make the case for how this mechanism is sufficient. And based off of this setup alone, seeing that other, red things by color alone don't have that sufficiency of cause, it would not prove it to me, no matter how much scientific evidence he presents to me, until I see a mechanism for linkage.
Well,
and then
my brother,
step out on faith.
What we say to that, guys, we say to that, Lemon, you don't understand science in this case. You have a very strict method, Lemon, okay? And you need to branch out, have a more open mind on how to know things.
Well, the thing is, we're going to need to do something and act off of this knowledge. What are you going to do with this red window, causal mechanism that you're talking about? Are you going to paint your windows a different color and stop it? Or are you going to advise people not to paint their cars red so that they don't get holes in their car? I mean, what is the actual endpoint of this knowledge? What is it going to help us establish?
Well, I just give up. I can't do this. If you're not going to open your mind to other options, then yeah, I just
I'll open my mind. In fact, I'm willing to open my mind past your experiment to see, okay, what implications does this hold? As open as possible. I mean, I'm just, unless the causal mechanism is very sufficient, I'm going to need to warn people, hey, don't paint your windows red or they're going to get holes in them. You know what I mean? Based off of this being an actionable, thing of some sort.
Well, the last thing I'm going to say, Lemon, I think you need to read a colouring book on colours. And if you understand a colouring book, you would understand this can definitely be an independent variable.
Yes,
Let me get a coloring book. I think I got one around here somewhere. Okay, I'm coloring this thing red. So if I put this, outside, will it get a hole in it based off of your cause being accurate and sufficient?
Lemon, like I said, there's nothing to discuss. You are clearly not educated on colours. You obviously haven't read enough colouring books. So until I think you should go away, do a bit of research, and get me what I need for you to understand that colour is a cause to affect.
If I wear my red shirt outside, will it all of a sudden start getting holes in it in ways that, in the past it did not? Am I going to see that, the intelligible, mainframe by which I interpreted red color as not getting holes in it? Will I have to change my mainframe now to say, hey, red stuff is going to get holes in it now?
This conversation is making everyone stupider.
I think Lemon's doing a good thing here of pointing out the fact that Chemo's argument is fatuous. It's lacking any credence, any solidity, and when he's tried to be challenged on it, and Lemon tries to go into it, all you get is the normal dodge, duck, and dive, which I don't think any of us would be surprised by.
Fine, I'll change my independent variable, Lemon. The cause of the window with the hole was time. It was time of day.
Space time. Oh, okay. Well, the problem with space time is
Lemon, don't let him get away with that. Lemon, don't let him get away with that. Call him out on the friggin' story.
It's fine. It's fine. But the thing is, we see time in other areas of our everyday life. And before this experiment came along, Chemo, we're not seeing these mechanisms. So people are just going to tear this experiment apart and be like, why didn't I see this sufficient mechanism in every other area of my life?
Well, once again, you fail to understand the concept of color, the concept of time. I think you need to get another book, not an actual clock, just a book. Do a bit of reading on time.
Where do you feel he's lacking on understanding of time? Can you expand on that? Well, and demonstrate that your opinion has any validity, or is it just your opinion which you just spewed out of your mouth?
Yes, I can explain absolutely. So, in order to know, Lemon, if time is a cause, you would obviously have to be able to manipulate that. That means changing the time of day. So you need to be able to test at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3, and so on and so forth. And once you've changed the time of day, you will find that at 3 o'clock, this was the cause of my window break.
But did you change the time, or did you just wait for the time to flow unchanged to a certain point? I mean, are we going to do something crazy like combine space and time into this, unintelligible concept like space-time next, or what?
No, because if you understand, given enough time, pretty much anything can happen. So again, I had a red window. I ruled out color. My next variable was time. So it had to be time, and that's my hypothesis.
But do you get the intelligibility with that if time is everywhere, Chemo? I mean, if you're trying to peg down a process, wouldn't you need to get a bit more specific since time is everywhere?
Well, like I said, I was able to change the time by changing the time of day. I also tried at night, and the window did not break. But during the day at 3 o'clock, I had a broken window, a big hole in the window.
How did you change the time of day, though?
Well, like I said, I waited till the evening. I waited till the night. The next day, time had changed. I was able to manipulate time.
So you changed the time of day at which you performed the experiment, but you didn't change time itself.
Yeah, I changed the time. It was 3 o'clock when it was broken. So I heard the noise. I was sitting down reading the newspaper, heard the noise, 3 o'clock, looked at the window, and then thought, yes, this is the time. That must have caused it, right?
Did you
Chemo,
add in
right.
5 units of
You still
time, 6
understand
units of
what an
time?
I mean, I can't do this. If you don't understand, you're just simply not getting it.
I know. I'm just a heliocentrist believing
You
in
gotta
space time.
get your story together, Chemo. Time
You
is
know,
usually
Chemo,
a
it's
variable from
interesting
all
because you actually
experience. But you don't
rely
understand
heavily on
causation.
space-time right there.
Annex, Sword, you're both talking over each other. Choose which one wants to speak.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
Just making us talk together.
Standing, finish your thing.
Okay. Chemo. Yes, time usually, when it's a variable, is an independent variable. I think we all agree. But that the story you have to tell. You got to tell the hypothesis. Then you have the dependent variable. Then you look at all these independent variables for each one of those experiments. You just can't say time causes everything. What's your hypothesis? What happened? Like I said, the window painting red. We make a story around that, like the burning building. We want to make sure that glass doesn't. How do we make glass not break? We paint it red and it doesn't break in this burning building. Then we can go, look at it that way. You're not telling a story. You're just saying words and you're throwing them together, trying to hope that it makes a sentence that is understandable.
Well, the worst thing is he didn't even observe the window breaking. He just noted the time after he noticed it was broken. So
Right.
to again link those two facts together is rather problematic. And what he didn't know at 3 o'clock, I actually popped round his house and broke his window very quietly, so he didn't notice.
Yeah, and you think in the scientific method is about solving a crime scene, solving a crime. That's not science. That's something else. We're trying to
And
figure
the
out
implications
causation
of
happens in the physical world. Science is observation of our natural world and figuring out why things happen, and then making these theories, that we can show that it's repeatable, that it shows this causation of what happened.
One last point, very, very quickly before then. Just, it's a good thing that you now realise that man-made materials, things that we produce as humans, are natural objects. So you've taken a positive step forward, Chemo, and I applaud you for that step.
Well, Chemo, I think he's making a bit of a point about how spurious some of the scientific notions are. But the consequence of, bad science, in this case, a red color or whatever time will break your window, is the real cause, somebody coming and breaking your window goes undetected for days. And somebody may, point out that the jig is up, that something's not working here. A common sense person may come to this corrupt, broken science yielding these weird results and say, hey, this doesn't match reality. We're going to need another intelligible framework.
Interesting discussion's been happening this afternoon.
Well, that was extremely stupid.
Yeah, yet again, Chemo is using a fallacious argument to undermine the validity of us living on a ball Earth.
That's because he's never got decent fellatio.
Well, space-time is a little bit of a weird
I think you're onto
concept.
something there.
Well,
I think
before it
you're
was
onto
known
something.
as space-time was known as ether, a much more intuitive, less mind-destroying concept. I think his point about time being a variable was well made with that.
Yeah, maybe if he got a bit more fellatio, he'd stop with all the cant and vanity.
Well, the thing is, for time to be a variable, it has to change. And time's flow does not change. The only thing that changes is the duration that you allow the experiment to transpire. So there's a bit of equivocation with that.
Lemon Bird, do you know when people say millions and millions of years, do they think that that just because they add loads of millions and millions of years, that therefore that can just create life? Is that what they're arguing?
They're opening up the room for random chance. Yes, they're trying to make time this magical thing that can make anything accomplish. Yes.
Where did that come? That was left field and a half, wasn't it?
That's
Just
exactly
Is
what they do.
anybody going to be able to give a quick reputation of that? It's not
Well, the
time
thing
itself that is doing it. It is a long enough period of time for things that do happen, occurrences, matter, energy, and things to interact and change. That happens through time, over a period of time. This is the point.
Yeah.
It's not time itself, as though time is a substance that you put on your. It's not tussin that you put down, pour on the broken bone.
Yeah.
Let it get down in the bone.
Yeah, down to the bones. You know what I think though, Kirk? When people say this though, really what they're saying is, oh, we don't want to say that the world's been created by an all-powerful being, so we'll just say that it done it itself.
No,
No.
there's most theists believe in evolution. The majority, certainly in the Western Hemisphere, definitely.
Hello, Kirk. Hello, Kirk.
Veering from the topic. The point is about and what do people mean? And what is the claim of millions of years or billions of years?
Like evolution in the current timetable needs about, I think they said something like 25 million years, something like that, for all the evolutionary changes to occur. Another thing that's unsatisfactory about it is they don't really give you a proper mechanism for how these changes can happen. They're just like, eventually these random mutations would occur through time, without a satisfactory mechanism to say why they would take
mechanism
shape.
is to change the allele frequency of the population over time. That is the mechanism. That is the mechanism that has been directly observed in living organisms many, many, many times. That is the core foundation of what evolution is, but we're getting off topic again.
Well, the only thing is
that's the gish gallop.
That
well,
wasn't a
the
gish gallop.
A law of thermodynamics violation, because things tend toward decay and disorder, not toward more genetic order.
So show me where that happens in an open system.
In an open system?
Yeah, in an isolated system, I would agree with you. In a fucking open system, you're wrong.
And we are successfully derailed.
It's all right.
But I thought that most people
understood the law around and get completely confused. Lemon, come on.
I thought that most people understood our system to be closed, not open.
Yeah, Bill Nye, the science guy. He said we're a closed system.
Isolated system.
We're playing semantic games. Does
No,
anybody else
because an
not
isolated
surprised?
system is different to a closed, and we're being derailed again. Stop it.
You're
So
not
basically-
saying how for the purposes of the discussion. I think you're playing semantic games.
So
Anybody
basically,
else?
there was all this matter and energy that just came out of nowhere, and as it came out of nowhere, it stayed in nowhere and then became something. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, please explain it more in
You
detail. I'd
want
love
to
to
do
hear the
that
story.
straw man all over again, or
No, I'd like to hear. I'd like
Are
to
you
hear the
just
real
reading
man.
from
I'd
a
like to,
meme folder, or what are we
I'd like
doing?
to, I'd like to hear the Iron Man version
No,
of it.
if you look at the Earth is a closed system, we're continuing to get energy from the sun. This, this law,
we're talking about the beginning of the time,
the
mate.
second law does not apply like Lemon thinks it does.
Not
Notice
Xanix. You know that guy who interrupted just a second ago. Would you like to explain it? Because Xanix on about the Earth. I'm on about before the Earth even
Explain
began.
it to
We're talking
you?
about-
No. That's
Yeah?
just a waste of time to
Explain
try
to
to
you?
It's
I
not
think-
because
I think
it's not because
he did a pretty
you're
good
saying
job.
the confidence. I want to hear your confident, the Iron Man version of the story, since I heard the straw man of it.
I'm not into wasting my time with sea lining retards.
Oh, I'm a sea lion retard because you think that everything that matter just created itself and then became
Who said
a
mass
world.
created itself?
Nobody
Who
said that.
mass
You're
created
straw
itself?
manning again.
Well,
dude.
you give me the
not-
Iron Man version of it.
Can you
Give me the Iron Man version of it.
try again?
Give
Try
me
again.
the Iron Man version
Wait,
of it.
word the question and not a straw man. I just
no,
want to see
because
if
I
you can do
don't. No, that is the real man. That is the Iron
No,
Man
no,
version
no,
of your
no.
argument. It's not the straw
Word
man.
the
It's the Iron
question
Man
is
version.
not a
It's the
straw
Iron
man.
Man. Matter made itself. Matter then created life itself.
the straw
Everything just
man.
happened
Okay.
over time.
Try again.
That's exactly what
Attempt
you're saying.
number 34.
That's
Word it
exactly.
as not a
that is the
straw man.
absolute.
Go.
Please correct me. Please correct me where I've gone wrong.
It's very simple. If you can't word a question as not being a straw man, then you have a fundamental problem inside
Straw
your
man.
brain.
Straw man. But you can't tell me how it is a straw man, can
The
you?
word the question like a normal.
You said we all
human
think. You
adult.
already said it. We
Big
think
bang. Big bang.
we'll
Yeah.
get
Big
nothing.
bang. Big
That's a
bang.
straw
Matter.
man.
Matter then claps on itself, creates
That's
life.
not a question. Word it like a question, like a normal adult.
No,
Can't
no,
help
no.
yourself, Roman. Come on,
You sit
try it.
there with your smug self, yeah, thinking that the fucking whole world made itself. You absolute
Word,
Uranus.
you're still straw manning.
You're
Okay.
absolutely. You're
Word the
absolutely
question
silly.
like a normal adult. It's a
All
very
right,
simple. It's
all
probably
right.
like a
Just for you.
five-word
A
question.
rock. There was a rock. Yeah, there's rock. Yeah, turned into a man.
Okay, you got straw mans again. Can you
Yeah,
word
yeah.
a question like a
You
normal
realize
adult?
that when you're
Big
trying
bang,
to steel man
yeah.
somebody, part of that process is saying, here's the argument. Yes, do you agree that this is a fair version? And if they say no, you have been unsuccessful in creating a steel man.
No, because he's more than welcome to give me the real argument. He's more than welcome to tell me the real
No,
argument.
you have a question in your head that you
You're
want to ask.
more than welcome.
I'm just asking you to phrase it like a normal human and not
more
straw
than
man.
welcome for you to do it properly. You show me how it's done, son. Go on.
No, you're the one with the question. I'm just asking you to phrase it appropriately.
Matter created itself. Matter then created man. Go on.
That's not my. That's a straw man again. Can you
Explain
word a question
how it's not. Explain how it's not. Come on.
Why would I fight against your straw
Because you're saying
man?
it's wrong,
No,
but that's
thanks.
literally what you're saying.
No,
the Big Bang.
I didn't say any of that.
Matter
You
created
roll the
itself.
tape and show me where I said that.
You said it. You said it in your response.
No, I didn't.
I think he's looking for more. How do you think the universe started? That's probably not a straw man question.
There you go. A normal human can make a question. That's amazing.
And this is me.
It was like a 4-word question too, and he can't even do a fucking 4-word question. He had to straw man the shit out of it.
So yeah. So what? Matt McCray, go on then. Answer the question.
Go on what? You didn't ask the question.
Answer his question. Don't ask to me.
I'll ask Brum in the same way that he asked you.
Answer Foley's question. Answer to me. Answer him.
No. I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to you. Do you have a question for me?
Well, you know what I say, but the rock created man, yeah? Matter just created itself and then created man. That's what I'm saying to you.
That's your position? Okay.
Yeah,
Can you back
that's
it up?
your position, mate. That's what you believe.
That's not a question.
That's a straw man. I never made a claim.
Oh, it's a straw man. It's a straw man. Oh my
I
God,
never
it's a straw
made that
man.
claim.
Oh my God,
Brummy,
it's a
show
straw
me where I
man.
made that claim.
Oh my God.
Show me where I made that claim.
Oh, fuck
This
off.
behavior is not
Yeah,
tolerated.
you made that claim.
Brummy, you can't even ask a 4-word question correctly.
You
How
can't
am
even
I
just
gonna
get
take
on with
you
the
seriously on
conversation.
anything.
So, Brummy, why do you believe that a God
can't even
that
get on with the
allowed the
conversation. Get on
earliest
with
men to commit
how did it all
multiple
begin? Go
sets
on.
of incest and everybody in the world is evil, create the universe? Can you substantiate why you accept that?
I don't know who that guy is, but he's going to tell us a bit, how it all began. Isn't he? He's going to tell us about how all matter created itself and then matter created man. That's what we're going to hear. Man. We're
Your
going to hear the
question,
story.
I want to know why a God
We're going to hear the real
who
version.
permitted incest at the earliest times, all throughout the early fathers of that, the original people, who are supposed to be the chosen ones, were all incestuous, killed people lots. He demanded misogyny against women, that slaves are allowed to be owned, that children can be stoned to death. Why do you think
You're doing a good job white knighting? You're being a great white knight.
Why do you think that's a creator of the universe?
You're being a great
Boy,
white knight.
Lawrence
You're
Krauss.
being a great white knight.
Why do you
You're being a great white knight. You're being a great white knight.
all
You're being a
those
great white
things
knight.
from me?
Not what
White knight
knighting
foolish.
is.
White
Brummy,
knight
you
foolish.
absolutely insufferable little
White knight
twat.
foolish.
Fuck off.
White knight foolish. So please, tell me how to straw man. Explain the real story. Come on, I'd love to hear it.
I mean,
Explain what story. You didn't ask a question.
Don't care. You know what the question is. Answer the question. You know what the question is.
No, I don't. I need you
Yeah,
to. I need you to
Yeah, you
repeat
do.
the
Yeah, you
question.
do. Yeah, you do. Don't chat shit. You know what I'm saying to you. Go on.
Someone else
tell me
asked
how
that question. I
tell
want
me
to hear
how
the
tell me how
question
matter
from you.
created itself and how this matter created a human being.
No,
I'd love
that's
to
a
hear your
straw
story.
man. What's the question?
Oh, it's a straw man. It's a straw man. Just tell the story.
What's
Go
the
on.
question?
Tell the story. Go on.
What
Wanna tell a story?
story of what? You want me to just tell you any random story?
Yeah.
Well,
All
the
right.
boy
So
Lawrence
one
Krauss.
time I went to the zoo, and I was with my kid and my wife and my mother-in-law, and we had a really good time. It was a hot day. We had some beer. We saw the parrot house, the monkey house. We saw some penguins, which is pretty fun.
Sounds good.
What else do you want to know about my story?
That sounds great, man. So, and what matter created itself. That's how man came about. Yeah.
Oh, that's not my claim. So can you
Isn't
word
it?
the
What's your
question?
claim?
as
What
not
is
a
your
straw
claim?
man?
What is your claim?
What is my claim for what?
If that's not your claim, what is your claim?
My claim for what?
Well, you said that wasn't your claim. So what is it?
What you just throwing out random claims?
All right, at this
And
point,
just seeing if they stick or
engaging
what?
Brummy when he's behaving this way is just as bad.
I
as
said he's being an insufferable twat.
Yeah, I
No,
did have
tell
a
me
quick
what-
question.
I just want to ask a normal question like a normal adult. He can't even do that. Someone else came in and saved him.
Yeah,
and
get
he
your
can't
mouth
even
shut.
read
No, you're
that
wrong. Shut your mouth.
question,
So
which is
your
fucking
mouth.
hilarious.
Yeah, we're done. You're done.
That is so funny, Brummy. That is
I
so
got
funny.
All
I
my
mean, that
created
is,
itself. Bunch
You're-
of fucking retards.
Do you have a question, Brummy?
I have a question.
I'm not talking to you, reality. Brummy had so many questions, but couldn't do it without straw
Hey,
man.
when
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
done, let me know.
Don't get involved in the conversation if you ain't ready to talk about it. Okay.
Talk about what? You didn't ask any
You got
questions.
involved in my conversation. I'm sitting there talking about how matter created itself and it all became out of nothing, and you want to jump in on the conversation. So if you want to, got something to say, then go and finish it off.
Fucking attention.
All right, then. It's attention curved. Don't worry. I'll chill out. You like talking amongst yourself.
I have a true question for anybody who'd like to try to answer it. It's a simple question. I guess this is my cue.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say that there are an endangered animal. Let's just say there's a white tiger or whatever, and you have a brother and sister. They're the only two white tigers. This is just a simple question. To save those tigers from going extinct, that particular kind, do they mate? Will they mate those two tigers? And then continue, you know what I mean? Or is there some type of danger of mating?
There's quite a bit of genetic danger that you introduce with genetic bottlenecks.
But if it was the last two tigers, wouldn't they attempt it anyway and just hope that, okay, well,
no, I'm not saying that Adam and Eve was incest, though.
No.
Technically, but I'm not even talking about Noah.
Yeah, let's not. I'm not talking.
No, I'm talking about Lot.
No, let's don't go. I don't even want to talk.
No, I want to go to Lot because Lot.
Forget the Bible. Forget the Bible.
Okay.
I'm talking about legit. What? How far down the line? Let's say they make these two animals to save the tiger.
If you've got a population of 2, you don't have a viable gene pool to work with, so you're fucked.
Well, I mean, how many times can they try to mate them and hope that one will come out somewhat?
Yeah, but then you've got so let's say you make the brother and sister. They have a litter of 4 kittens.
Right.
Yeah, and you're lucky and you get 3 boys, 3 girls. Yeah, okay. And then they mate.
Well, could they use another kind or another tiger that's
that would be better. You could try and then do something like take a Siberian tiger and an Indian tiger and mate them. They're very close. So that's where you have what's called genetic drift. So that's where speciation is happening and the genetics are moving further and further apart. So they're kind of going off at an angle to each other.
Would that create a new kind, or would it eventually kind of go back?
I don't know what you mean by kind because it's not a defined term. Species.
Yeah, a new species.
Not really.
No.
Species is more subtle than that. So what it really means is when you have a new species is when closely related animals of the 2 species that are very closely related can't mate and have fertile offspring.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but that's generally. It's not always. That's it's a majority of the time that happens. You might get a minority where it doesn't. You can get mules that can actually have offspring. It's very rare, but it does happen.
Because maybe this is not true, but I've heard that if you are growing, let's say you have a hemp farm, and some kids decide they want to grow their weed in the midst of your hemp farm to kind of hide what they're doing. That after so many generations, that which doesn't take too long, that the plant will actually go back to being just hemp. It won't go to moving. You know what I mean? Like if it pollinates or whatever, it doesn't move towards THC. It moves towards just a hemp plant.
I could see why that would happen, but I don't know if it does. I've never really looked into that.
Yeah,
I mean, I've certainly looked at I've looked at sort of genetic bottlenecks in mammals and animals, but I haven't looked. And there's a whole plants and kind of the stuff that people do with cutting and cross pollinating and stuff with plants is just amazing, and I don't understand it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Very, very complicated.
Now, how? I mean, you said cutting the plant. So let's say I bought this variety. What's it called? A cocktail tree with the lemon, lime, and I think it's an orange or something. Now, is that how they do that? They somehow.
Yeah, basically, what you do is you have a tree that's say a lemon tree, and then you splice an orange branch onto the tree. So you normally do that when it's reasonably young, and then you bind it up, and they put some shit on it and say some stuff and play it Mozart or whatever, and shit happens. But yeah, that's about as far as I want to go about explaining.
But doesn't happen in nature though. You have to use something like root tone to get the roots started on that branch.
Now you said root tone. I went everywhere trying to find root tone. The elderly dude told me about that. Nobody carried it. Everybody was out of. I found some stuff called root boost, so I figure it's probably kind of the same thing.
So there's something beginning with A, like Aromac or something that you can also do, but it's like a white powder and all this that cocaine.
Miracle Grow made root tone.
Well, yeah, they had. I bought one of their types, but I don't think it was called root tone.
You look on the internet for root tone and find where it's sold near you.
That's how you clone your pot plants.
Yeah, so pretty much what I've been doing, I work in the tree service, and I've just been clipping branches off of people's orange trees. You know, they let me pick up just a branch off of it, and it's so sad because a lot of times we're just digging up whole entire fruit trees, you know, and I'm just like, I'm gonna save these a little branch. So I've been buying that junk, trying to get them to root, and it seems like 1 out of 10 that I try to do it with, actually root, but and to be honest with you, I don't even know if they're rooting. I just know the limbs are staying green and little new leaves are coming out of it.
Billions and billions and billions
of years ago.
We've got a brand new, spanking, shiny, new flat earther. Goes by the name of Baked Bean. Is your mic working there, Baked Beans? Have you gone shy? Because I noticed in the text chat here, your message was along the line of. Try to scroll up and find it. Said.
Chemo.
You said, and I
Billions
will.
and billions and billions and billions of years ago, the Big Bang.
You said you were completely debunked. Not only you, but the heliocentric globe proponent. Quite interesting, as we've already debunked the globe there, Baked Beans. What globe?
Well, you think you have, Chemo. Don't make claims you can't substantiate.
We already know the Earth is not rotating. We already know the space does not exist. We already know curvature cannot be measured. We know you cannot have a vacuum without a container. We know you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a membrane or a container.
Chemo, did you tell Nathan Oakley and QE that you had a map?
What do you mean
No,
by no?
I didn't know.
You didn't. Did you run it past them before you went and said that you used the Gleason map?
No.
Ooh, okay. Just asking.
No.
So billions and billions and billions of years ago, literally nothing exploded and created Monkey Men.
Everything.
Nothing exploded. That's not the way it goes.
I'd love to hear the true story.
No, the true story is all that
Daddy invented the universe.
all that wasn't, came to a point in space from nothing. Nothing brought it there, but it came to a point, and then that nothing exploded from nothing.
That's reality. That's not what the Big Bang model says. The Big Bang model says we can model something like that.
Attempt number 2 by Foolish. Let's hear the Foolish version.
I'm not going to bother because you're such a sarcastic prick. Reason.
No, come on. Tell me how.
Fuck you. No, fuck you. Sorry. No. If you're not going to treat people with any form of respect whatsoever, and I've been fucking polite to you, then fuck you. Okay? Grow up.
The Big Bang model simply says that it looks like everything's expanding out from one point. We say it might have been a singularity. No idea what color.
I say it was the heliocentric dragon.
Yo, Foolish, calm down, bro. I love you, bro. Well, it's just funny because, what you're going to say is, It was an unknown before the Big Bang, and then, you know, it all went to a singularity, and this singularity expanded to everything that we know today, which is time and space and matter and everything. And all these
You seem to like telling everybody else what they know. So why don't you just fucking carry on?
He wants
Because
the
you're not
foolish
prepared.
version. Give
Because
us
you're
the
not
foolish
prepared to do
version.
the single most important thing when it comes to having a conversation, and
Oh,
that's
you're
listen
just
to the other
bickering now,
person.
foolish. Come on,
No,
let's
I'm
give
making a
give us.
point. I'm
Well, you're
making a point,
bickering.
Chemo, and my point has been made, and now I will drop it.
Okay.
So I can moderate
Does
myself.
anyone ever have a story of how evolution happened? Brummy.
It's because he knows how stupid the story is. He doesn't want to tell it because he knows he'll get laughed at. Because it's actually ridiculous that he actually believes it.
Come on, Dress, give us the story.
It's Brummy talking.
Come on, Dress. Millions of years ago, what happened?
It's billions and billions and billions and billions.
Well, it's 14 point something million years ago.
Well, it's numbers bigger because it's a day later.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
it's billions. It's actually billions. It's not millions. It's billions of years. 14.5 billion years ago.
Well, I can tell my story then if he doesn't want to tell his story. So there was a void, like nothing, no particles, and this is where singularity began with what looked like an explosion. So things started to spread out, started to expand, and then obviously matter started to cool down and coalesce.
30 seconds.
And then obviously gravity started to pull matter together to bond, and then things started to rotate, spin out of control, and then water appeared on this rock. No, hold on, I need to go
45
back.
seconds.
Comets hit the rock.
Yeah, but we're
With
going back
water
to
on them.
singularity.
All right,
Yeah,
so
because I've been
45
to
seconds.
a conference and seen exactly how the universe.
You missed one important part.
Which part?
That we rode in on the backs of crystals and landed in that water and crawled out of the cesspool. And then
Yeah,
formed
maybe.
life.
But
And
you
then
just got to
crawled
think
up
of
to
it
the
like
trees.
space with nothing in it.
So we're
space.
aliens then?
So you've got space with just nothing, no particle, and then within that space, an explosion happens, and obviously you have an expanded universe. And then you have a molten rock. Hold on, you have a molten rock that's really, really hot, spinning. It cools down. Water is attracted
Chemo,
to
you already
it.
did the expansion, and you're over your 45 seconds.
Yeah. Then I'm getting to the water part now. The water covers the Earth, so now we have a ball in the vastness of space with just water. No life, just water. So for thousands or millions of years, it's spinning with the water on, and then bang, life just appears in the water. And then from that, like amoeba or that part, that
It's
bacteria,
45 seconds.
that bacteria started to multiply, and then it became like a fish, a shark, octopus, starfish.
3 minutes.
All these wonderful
Is there only
fish.
3?
And that fish said, "You know what? This water's too salty. I need some fresh air."
No.
It grew legs,
Yeah,
grew arms.
that's how it happened. That's how I know it.
Yeah,
3
it grew
minutes
some
15.
arms, grew
Great
some legs.
monologue. Oh, you're carrying on. Okay.
It started. You can't interrupt me. If you want to correct me, feel
Jim,
free.
could you pretend that chemo
But
is
I'm just
not
telling my story.
evolution
Just you had the chance. There wasn't even a time limit just on your story. You could have just told us the full story, right? But I've decided to take the opportunity to tell the story of how I understand. So fish, they said, too salty. Let's get out of the water, fresh air. Grew some legs and said, maybe I wonder what it's like to fly. Grew some wings, turned into a bird. Decided it was too high. The food. It was more so they could survive with being on the ground because that's where the food was. You see, so they all grew wings, everything. So elephants, crocodiles, everything grew wings
and tails.
Flew to the sky. Decided to survive. Strongest will survive. We need to get back down to the ground. Lost their wings, and that's where we are today. And then obviously humans came out of that from the animals. Yeah, some way somehow. That's my story. What's your story?
Wait.
Well,
Can
my
anyone
story.
hear me? Lou?
Oh, now
Hey.
you want to tell your story. Go ahead.
Yeah, my story is currently they're booking. Sorry, there's a horrible echo. I think Baked Bean or somebody it is. Oh, it's not that cool. So my story is that you can now book for the 2021 season to get your flight from Melbourne or Adelaide to go and actually fly over the Antarctic.
It's a great story.
Yeah,
That is a good
isn't it?
story.
We've got some really fantastic stories today. Great stuff, guys.
And
Doing
there's
really
a
well.
nice picture I've put in chat, and we can have a look at a booking
illustrations
form.
to go with the story. Wonderful.
Yeah. So, Chemo, you could actually go and book a flight on that, and you could go and see Antarctica.
Okay,
So
enough of the stories. Let's get with the facts now. So,
well, this is facts. Actually, I'm telling a true story because some stories are true. Yeah,
Has
and
it
this is a
happened
true
yet?
story.
Has it
Yes.
happened yet? Once upon a time, billions and billions of years ago.
Right.
There's been lots of this flight's been running a little while now.
My story goes like this. It says, okay, nothing, which is, we'll call that a negative, and we'll call an explosion a negative. Nothing times a nothing. Negative times a negative is a positive. So those two happened, and then we had a rock spinning, and it formed monkey people.
How does
My
nothing
short,
equal
No,
negative?
you bypassed the water. How did the
I
water get
shortened
there?
it. I shortened it. The water comes from water rocks that hit the earth.
Yeah, asteroids.
Hey, Chemo, can I tell a short story? 45 seconds.
Now, in your wonderful little retelling of all that, you
No,
forget
there's no
that.
time limit for the story. It's a story. How can you have
Yes,
time?
yes,
Can't rush the
wonderful little
story.
retelling of all that. But, the Big Bang is a theory. It is a theory that has some explanatory power to how we came to be. But, it is just a theory. It does not, it does not explicitly have to be like that for evolution to be another theory of how we came to be on what we, theorize may have come from the Big Bang.
Nice.
They're not
Tell us
related.
the story then. Tell us the actual story. What happened?
No, the two are not related. It could have just magically been there, and we got there by evolution, or it could have been in the Big Bang, but evolution
You don't
could
know.
be false.
Good. So you don't know what you're talking about. Is that what you're saying? Just making sure.
One does not imply the other.
Just pulling shit out of your ass.
Chemo,
But
here's the
Flatten
story.
wants to tell his story. Flatten, what's your
45
story?
seconds. Well, there's this dome that prevents gas from escaping, and therefore it is affecting the molecules. It can impact the molecules that reach its border, but there is no this dome. But apparently, this dome cannot cause condensation on it from those same molecules. It cannot be measured to have an impact, and there is no impact. There's no
It's quite funny.
refraction.
It's
There's
quite
no
funny 'cause,
refraction anywhere by the molecules near the dome.
That's quite funny because I live on this planet, right, where apparently, we've got this gas pressure that we breathe, but you can't really have any pressure of gas unless it's contained. And apparently, it's right next to the vacuum of space, which is near a perfect vacuum,
Right,
and
so
it
you
doesn't
can
have
have
any.
that.
So basically, hold on. We got this pressure gradient on an object, on a ball, right, defying all the things that we see in reality inside of a vacuum, and all this air pressure gradient is on this ball. Because of reasons, this is invisible
45
gravity.
seconds or a minute and 45 seconds.
I think Dawn got a story. Dawn, you've got a story, you say?
Just a tiny one.
Go for it. Yeah.
Man developed ego. Man tried science. Man was lost in ego. Science was wrong.
That's a great
got a
story.
story.
How did it end, Dawn?
We keep trying to be more honest with our science.
And that was a happy ending, yeah?
Hopefully, but we're still we're on that last step now.
Good story. It's a good story.
I got a story. I built a gas centrifuge. I spun it around. I haven't really done this, but I have seen them. And they spin it around really fast, and the air forms next to a vacuum. So when there's a force acting on air, it doesn't necessarily equalize.
That is a great
I've got another story for that. So imagine a vacuum. Imagine spinning a vacuum inside. Imagine spinning a bucket inside of a vacuum with a bit of gas in there, and and actually operating under the same circumstances. Imagine that. And hold on, you're swinging a container around and trying to prove that gas pressure. You don't need a container to have gas pressure, but then you're actually using the container to swing it around. I mean, it's pretty funny, isn't it?
Yeah,
Wait,
but
but gravity
the
only
entire
goes so
universe
far.
Is the container, though. Is that? I mean, is that not correct?
It's a container, So you've got gas pressure in a container, but we're asking you to show us gas pressure without a container, and then you're swinging it around, not inside a vacuum. What do you reckon would happen if you swung it around inside of a vacuum? Obviously, that centrifugal force wouldn't fucking have a chance.
But the entire universe is in a container.
Exactly. How'd you have a vacuum without a container? Exactly.
So they stuck an Uber pipe up a unicorn's ass and
So
turned
we have
it
two
unique.
containers now.
No, Brummy, he's a flat earther, I think. Wait.
All right, I'm agreeing with him. How'd you have a vacuum without a container?
So I'm going to eliminate the universe as a container because we don't need that one to survive.
How'd you have a
I'm
vacuum
just
without a
saying,
container?
basically, y'all have conceded the entire point to the globe skeptics here because the entire universe is a container, and that's what we've been talking about the whole time, is that we need a container for,
Well,
gas
say I
pressure.
don't
Am I right?
know. I don't know if the universe is contained or not. I don't know. That's
Seems
the
to be-
honest answer.
It seems to be expanding continuously, so it doesn't seem like it's.
It does seem to be, but there's no evidence of it at all. It seems that way, but there's no evidence of it at all.
Except for the evidence.
That we're flying like a nightmare towards Polaris. We're eventually going to crash
No,
into it because it's
Polaris-
dead
Polaris-
overhead.
Not towards Polaris. Why would you say that?
You might not want to talk too much baked beans until you understand what you're talking about.
I think I understand it fairly thoroughly. Thank you
Moya.
very much.
No, that was one of the dumbest things I've
The
heard all
universe.
day.
Moya, can't you see Curved is talking to the guy? Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Kurt will yell at me. He doesn't need you to help.
Yeah, he doesn't need you over talking him as well. Go ahead, Curved.
Already made my point. That's one of the dumbest things I've heard all day. What Baked Bean said about us crashing into Polaris. What is? I don't even want to know where he gets it from. Just keep it to yourself, man. You're not helping anybody with that shit.
All I said was you guys have conceded the point to the flat earthers that the entire universe is in a container. So whenever we
And I
observe
didn't concede
pressure,
that point.
we are looking at pressure inside of a container, are we not?
So I didn't. So one for me personally, I didn't concede that point. I don't know if anybody else does.
Yes, to let those who concede that point foolish answer it. Yeah.
If you look at it that way, you've got atmospheres around various planets and such, and then vacuum like in between and all that within that one container that you're just say asserting, not to be argumentative. I don't know what else to call it, but the point you're trying to make is completely irrelevant to what's going on here. We're talking about the separation of our atmosphere from the vacuum surrounding it in the space outside of the
Like to back that up. If you have to go to our imagination about the edges of the universe to back up your flat Earth sky pressure system, then you got some problems.
No, we just have to go to.
I'm not.
No, not you. I'm agreeing with you.
We're just using 14 psi. We don't need the universe to exist.
I'm just saying.
What I would like to say though, all the people that do understand the argument, all the people that do understand the argument,
half belief of a edge of a universe to argue you're flat Earth and you've got issues.
No,
the people that do understand the argument, gas pressure without a container. Welcome to flat Earth.
He is a flat earther, or he wants to debunk the globe. He's a globe skeptic. That's what he wants to do.
A globe skeptic just says he's not convinced the Earth is a globe. Doesn't mean he's convinced it's flat.
Right, that's what I just said.
No,
he might not be a flat earther. He's just a globe skeptic.
We observe and experience a flat, motionless plane.
Where that's gas pressure without a container. That's held by
it's got a lot to do with gas pressure.
That's plasma being held in place by magnetic fields. So there
Conspiracy Cat said it. Conspiracy Cat said himself that you don't even. He said, "I don't need a container. All you need is gas in the first place to have gas pressure without a container." But how do you have a gas gradient inside of a vacuum? Because if you put gas into a wait 1 second, if you put gas into a vacuum, it's no longer a fucking vacuum and will have gas pressure. Well, that's the planet. That's the planet. The planet's inside of a vacuum. Yeah. So therefore, and it has a gas gradient. So how could you have gas inside of a vacuum? That's the fucking. Welcome to flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So how would you have gas pressure? How would you have a
figuring
gas
it out on
vacuum
your own.
without gravity?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Hey, I think we
Oh, this
brought a
is
bunch of globers to flat Earth. Welcome, guys.
Yeah. I know it's like I don't know why we bothered to actually participate in the conversation because he's making everything up for us. So what's the point? So
You said it yourself. You said how can you have gas inside of a vacuum? So it wouldn't be a vacuum if it was. So now you
He
you
asked you a
understand we have gas
question,
inside
and
of a
you're
vacuum.
using that as Brummy. He asked you a question, and you are using it as a mission that there's no conceivable way to do it. He asked you a question. Answer the question. Don't
He
say
didn't
that
ask me
you
question. He made a
that you showed
statement.
your
He made a
side.
statement saying it wouldn't be a vacuum if it was gas. If you had a gas radiator inside of a vacuum.
Brummy, can we kind of hear from
anyway, I'm going to go and
debate?
cook because
Sorry,
I've got
alright,
better things to do, like watching paint dry, than listen to this.
Yeah, I mean, he's run away now. By the way,
Let me ask
Oh,
my fellow flat earthers a question.
wanted to
Brummy,
find out why he's skeptical about the globe.
Hey, you can't have a vacuum without a container either.
Sure. You can't have a vacuum
Can I ask
without
a
gravity.
question, Chemo?
Sorry, yeah, absolutely.
So as flat earthers, are you willing to accept if they do have a mass attracting mass phenomenon? Would you accept that could hold a pressure system to a planet?
No.
If it did exist, or do you think that even that didn't work, even if it did exist?
If it existed, we would see fog pulling down to the water all the time, and it doesn't. It just sits there.
Okay. So yeah, so we're not even happy with the whole system that you've come up with.
Yeah, but you don't even have that force to even begin with, do you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you if they did, would that work?
Well, let's think about it. If you had gravity,
container.
if you had gravity, you would have a ball. You would have your universe. You'd have everything that you say that exists. See?
Okay. So yeah, so would you say if we did have gravity, that would work as a pseudo container, and we wouldn't have this argument?
Yes, because gravity is not a real thing. If it was a real thing, then it would apply to a globe. You see, on a flat Earth, gravity is not needed. It's not necessary. See?
You know what I want to mention. Right, imagine you've got a very, very, very large ball inside of a warehouse, like a very large, I don't know, a large structure, a lot of mass, or whatever you want to, however you want to mention it. And then you dangled like a piece of, like a very, onto fishing wire. You had like a little ball or something on the end of that. Do you ever think that ball would ever be attracted slightly to that large structure inside there? There's no wind affecting it. You know what the Cavendish said? They try to explain the Cavendish. But if mass was attracting mass, right? Wouldn't you just dangle one piece of string with a ball on the end of it, and then have a very large structure on the other side, and then we should see some sort of attraction that should slightly bend, shouldn't it?
They've done it.
Have they done it, Missy?
Yeah, they've got a large mountain with a pendulum next to it, and they
Let's have a look. Where's that?
claim.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to wait till Was. He's got the link or whatever, but yeah, he seemed to think that this huge mountain is pulling the pendulum towards. But obviously, we know that's nonsense because they can't demonstrate that. But yeah, that's the idea. They've got a paper. They love their papers. If it's written down,
what I was trying to get to is we're not arguing the fact that gravity could hold an atmosphere to a planet. We're just arguing that it doesn't exist entirely.
Yeah, there is no gravity. It's not a thing.
Yeah.
It's not a thing. It only exists on a spherical object. If there were spherical objects.
9.8 meters per second squared.
Huge. What?
And it would have to be a sphere too, because everything pulls equally. You couldn't have some kind of weird shaped rock.
Let's get this straight. Is it a sphere or is it a sapphire?
Sphere. Spherical.
9.8 meters per second squared.
You don't need an extra vowel in there, Kimo.
So, if if there were gravity, like I say, then yeah, you would have your force. If you have a force, then it would work accordingly. It would act accordingly. It would do all the things that you say it does.
It's just plain dishonest because I told you 9.8 meters per second squared. That is not a force, that is an acceleration.
Oh yeah, this morning we had a show about that. We've been able to, because it was about great discoveries. So we've discovered we can control that rate. We can make things move quicker, faster, slower.
Oh my! You mean by changing the medium?
Yeah, we changed. Yeah, we changed the medium. We changed the rate.
Yes,
Wow.
clearly
Gravity.
you haven't changed it. It's
So
clearly you
we're in
don't even
control
understand
again
it.
of the independent variable.
Perfect, you know.
We're in control of the science, and
No,
we're in
you're
control
not.
of the conclusion here. You see?
Yeah, but Kimo, you're not understanding it. It's simply that you're not controlling that rate, because the rate would be how you nullify a scale, or even the pulling force of a helium balloon, and that is nullified at 9.8 meters per second, no matter the damn medium.
Yeah, if you change the medium, the rate
No,
changes.
if you change the medium, nothing happens. I put
Does
an
that happen?
elevator.
Does that?
No. Let's
that
take an
rate-
elevator full of water and drop it at 9.8 meters per second squared.
What
The balloon stops floating and the weight stops falling in it. It doesn't matter what's in it.
Underwater?
If it's full of water, same thing happens.
No. Underwater, does it fall at that rate?
At 9.8 meters per second squared, those two things will become weightless and stop sorting by density.
Do things fall underwater at that rate?
No, they're broken by the resistance of the water. But if I move them at that rate,
medium, you mean?
If I make them accelerate at that rate, they become weightless.
I know, yeah, but objects underwater, do they fall at 9.8 meters per second?
Not necessarily so, no. But if you accelerate them at that rate, they do become weightless.
No, I know
So-
I know if I accelerate, I get that. But I'm just saying, in general, in nature, just
get
generally.
that. No, Kimo. If you get that, if you accelerate them at that rate in a box, and you then that nullify gravity, the cause of things falling and having weight. If that is nullified by that effect, then that is the measured result. 9.8 meters per second squared. You have done nothing to nullify the observation.
I'm not arguing with the rate, what you've measured, but I'm asking, does that rate happen everywhere?
Yes, that rate nullifies gravity everywhere.
So underwater, things fall at that rate.
No, but if you move them at that rate, if you accelerate them at that rate downwards, you nullify their weight.
Kimo, can I ask a quick question? If you
sure can.
have a chamber inside of a very dense object that falls in the water, and that even though the rate that object falls in the water is very slow relative to in air, if you have a chamber of 1 atmosphere, why would the stuff in that chamber fall at the rate of 9.8 meters, per second squared, when it's inside of an object that you agree has a different amount of density?
Drop it from a mile high.
From a mile high, you're inside, you're still going to fall inside at 9.8 meters per second.
You've created its own atmosphere in there.
Yes. So why would that matter? Why does
Because
that matter?
That medium is what gives you that rate. Remember, the medium, the density is the cause of these things.
But density, as you understand, is the amount of stuff in a volume. That's all density is.
That's right. Now
So-
you're measuring it, right? So that's the cause.
Listen. Hold on. If density is nothing more than the amount of stuff in a volume, and you have a volume within a larger volume, right? And the amount of stuff in that larger volume is of a average density of whatever, how can you have two different rates of falling inside the same volume? Based upon how you're interpreting this, you have two different rates of stuff inside the same volume falling.
Yeah.
Very contradictory to me.
Yeah. So if we put water in that same container while it's falling and drops something in, it's going to drop slower.
But if
through
you
the
don't,
water.
then it doesn't drop slower. And you're
Anyway,
still in
so
the
that
same container.
experiment doesn't work for anything.
No, it doesn't drop slower. They both float.
But
The medium does not matter if it's falling.
proving that the medium changes it, but the medium does not change the gravitational acceleration. It
No,
changes
the medium controls
changes
the
the
pressure.
terminal velocity.
The medium controls the pressure applied to the object.
No, it doesn't.
It changes the terminal velocity, but that doesn't do anything to change the gravitational acceleration.
So when we increase the pressure, the object starts to move. You'll get direction due to density.
Are you saying the pressure on an object inside of it?
But again, as scientists, we're only looking for cause and effect. So if something's moving, we want to know the cause, what caused that to move, and the density. caused it to move, caused pressure on the object and caused it to move. See?
I told you the cause of things having weight and falling is an acceleration, an observed acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. If you nullify that by moving things, having a thing move down at an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, that weight goes away. So it is that.
Let's not get bogged
You're
down.
not arguing why that acceleration is there. The acceleration is there, and if you nullify it, you get weightlessness. There's no argument here. You have nothing from that. If you can nullify it, then it is that.
Where does that happen in nature?
It doesn't have to happen in nature.
There you go. The end.
If I can make it nullified,
Welcome to Flat Earth.
But I just want to say one thing before I hand it to Baked Beans. He's back now. He wants to tell you why he doubts the globe. But the idea is that you've got a container with pressure inside, and the air or the atmosphere or the gas, whatever you want to call it, outside of that container is constantly trying to equalize. So therefore, once it's equalized, you cannot weigh it if something's in equilibrium. There is a balance or if it's at rest. And that's the reason why you can't measure the atmosphere outside with a gauge, a pressure gauge, because obviously there's no pressure. Because once something's in equilibrium, like I say, there are no forces acting on it, and therefore it will apply no pressure when you try to make any measurements. So that demonstrates that you have
inflation of nonsense right there. You have nothing right there, Kimo. If I told you, no, if something accelerates down, you have a scale inside it with a weight on it, and it's accelerating down at 9.8 meters per second squared, then that scale will reach 0. There's nothing to do with the pressure of it, if there's water in it, or if it's made of bananas or anything.
If you put helium in a balloon and let it go, it'll go up. So what's your story?
And if you have that helium balloon on a pulling scale inside that same chamber, and you make it accelerate down at 9.8 meters per second squared, that pulling scale is going to go to 0.
If you fill the entire chamber with helium, what you're saying, flat Earth, it will not occur.
So look, if you've got helium in a balloon, you pop the balloon, the helium now will do what?
Inside the chamber is just going to flow around.
According to them, it should stay in a ball.
The helium, what will happen to the helium once you burst the balloon?
It's going to disperse. So what?
Disperse where? Will it go to the ground, or will it stay where it is?
In the falling chamber or in the outside?
Just outside. You've got a balloon, you burst it.
It is likely to go up. Yeah, so what?
All right, so let's go through it. It'll go up and go where? What will happen to the helium?
Oh, eventually it will cool and some of it comes down and some of it goes out. So what?
Some of it will cool, will go down because it becomes more dense. Yeah, it will contract. So the ones that are going up.
Dense. No, wait, what do you mean becomes more dense? How does an atom or molecule become more dense?
Because it starts to collect with other molecules, like rain.
It's
like
slow.
snow.
Let's put that idea.
Invoking the imaginary atom.
Yeah, that's if you believe in it. But what I'm trying to get from their thought. So you've got the helium now in the atmosphere. You say it's going up, right? Where will it go? What will happen to the helium?
Some of it will escape and some of it will cool and stay in the atmosphere.
What, just flow around the air, you think?
Yeah, no, I know, because helium is made.
You don't know. You don't know. You think you know.
You know.
You think you know. You don't know. You know. You think. You think you know.
What is knowledge?
I know how you make helium for welding.
What does it mean to know something?
But what I would propose for is that the helium would go up, find its layer, its resting place, and then it wouldn't go up or down. It would just stay in its relative density field layer.
Think when I buy helium, Kimo, you think when I buy helium,
I know I've got a big dick, yeah, but I don't know that everything I've been taught about gas molecules all bounce off each other and getting kinetic energy, and some of them escaping the atmosphere and some of them not coming back down due to fucking the force of gravity isn't something that you can actually know. That's something that you can hold to be believed to be true from what you've studied and what knowledge you've acquired. But if you've not studied the other alternatives or tried to understand them with a free mind, then you can never truly know what's what. Thank you.
Oh, the thing is that I know how you make helium because it's filtered out of the atmosphere, and can only.
I just wanted to know where you thought it goes.
Filtered out of the atmosphere.
Can we, let's
Chemo, shut up. If it comes out of the atmosphere, it has to be in there mixed somehow. If it is in there mixed somehow, it must be in every level, unless you're claiming that some magical airplane goes up high where helium is equilibrialized and takes it down here.
I just wanted your thoughts on it. I mean, obviously we understand. Obviously, we know the answer. Obviously, because we understand density. I just wanted your opinion on what you thought happened to the helium once the balloon has burst.
Oh, some of it goes up, but it disperses into the atmosphere. Same as
in all directions.
In all directions, yes. And it mixes a little. Same as a little bit of oil mixes in water, not a lot, but
it doesn't want to be next to helium. It just wants to go away. Just go. All gases just want to go in all directions. None of them want to form a skin.
Since I have serviced a plant that makes helium from the atmosphere, I would like to claim that I know how it gets from the atmosphere and into a canister, so that you can.
No, but I wasn't finished.
That doesn't matter.
I wasn't finished with line of questions. So let's say we've got the balloon now of air underwater. So we take it to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah.
We burst the balloon. What will happen to the gas inside the balloon?
It's going to go up. Yeah. Show what?
It will go up and go where?
I don't know. Up, disperse into the atmosphere. But
and then go where? And then go where?
And then disperse into the atmosphere.
So will it keep going up?
Some of it. This is lighter, some of it will float, it's the same as I don't know, if you have
all right, let's wrap it up.
It's gonna float high, right?
Let's not press you too much. Look, let's bring in a baked beans is your mic working, your connection, is it all good?
Is it?
Yeah.
So, okay, so we're gonna kick you off with why are you skeptical about the globe? What's the problem?
Well, really it all comes down to whether we can be sure about the heliocentric globe model. And, I would contend that, to be honest, we cannot be sure of it. And I have a few debunks ready to go for anybody that challenges that.
Mm-hmm.
And, I can give a couple of them here.
Yeah, well, first of all, just give us one issue. Give the Globers first issue.
Well, the main issue is the mathematical models that it's all built upon.
Mm-hmm.
It really becomes a problem of whether or not you accept the abstract mathematical models that they are built upon, and I, for one, am not so sure that I do.
Hang on. Let him finish, please. Let him finish. Come on. Who's that? Let him finish a little minute.
Me, Chemo. Shut up.
Come on, Rocket Slides. Give him a chance. It's a story time.
And so, really, if we want to go into the Big Bang, heliocentric globe theory bullshit, we can. And I have a simple debunk that is only about 3 sentences long that completely and utterly debunks it, okay? If we want to go into the mathematical abstract models that it is built upon, we can do that too.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, it seems like it seems like it is hold on, just give me 10 seconds. It's extremely easy to cast doubt on it. And I think that we have done that because we're skeptical of it, and they haven't even thought of the simple and obvious things that become issues if you actually look into it. So
sounds good to me. Baked beans sounds wonderful. Give us the first problem so the guys can get their teeth into it.
Yeah, give the 3 sentences, please.
Yeah, give the 3 sentences. Thank
you.
The 3 sentences. And we was in the YouTube chat when he said it.
And stop, please. And first it will be curved, rocket, and then satellite to answer. Let's get 3 sentences.
Okay, well, if you want, if for the something comes from nothing type people, the argument is only about 3 sentences long, and it utterly destroys it. It utterly
Let's
destroys
hear
it.
it.
I mean,
You're debunked,
okay,
dude. You're
so
debunked.
the first premise is that something cannot come from nothing.
That's
the
nice.
second premise is that the heliocentric globe model posits that something does come from nothing, and the conclusion is that therefore the heliocentric globe model is an impossibility.
It's the same old fucking bullshit. I will laugh at that.
Come on, how are we going to have a conversation with this
No,
Italian?
he has no clue what the theory says. He's
Get
just
45 seconds,
Dude.
Chairman, to say it. Can he say his bit?
First, shut up.
Right, just ruin the
That
conversation.
was the entire.
Right now, show me where in that theory it says something came from nothing. Rhetorical. You don't know that. You twat.
Great conversation. Great.
Spurs, shut up.
Great.
I didn't give you
response.
permission. Shut up, Spurs. I didn't give you permission to speak, bitch.
Nothing. Bang. Giant fireballs. Monkey man. Any questions?
So, I mean, I guess they've all heard the argument before. That's fine if you don't want to.
Not an argument, it's a lie.
You know,
No, it's not true because
they all say, "Oh, well,
there's never been any such thing as a nothing. I've never seen nothing demonstrated to exist."
Baked beans. You sound like Nathan Thompson.
And also, Beans, I heard you the first time. Not heard you, but I read you.
Who are you calling
David?
Monkey Man? Who are you calling Monkey Man? That's racist.
Baked beans. Are you Nathan Thompson?
All right, so I'm going to have to bring order in here somehow, some way. So, does anyone want to respond to Baked Beans' premise that?
Yes.
Okay, Rocket, give me 45 seconds. Let's go.
Baked Beans, what you said, it was absolutely ridiculous. You conspiracy theory do this all the time. You conflate the Big Bang Theory and then you connect it with everything else. You try to connect what your disingenuous belief of the Big Bang Theory is into something else. The Big Bang Theory, whatever how else it caused it, is actually decoupled from the heliocentric model. I don't know where you think you can take a connection from there and link it over to there. You made an absolutely ridiculous claim, absolutely ridiculous assertion that has no connection. It's not even worth debunking because it is that ridiculous.
Okay, well that's fine. For you people that support your version of the heliocentric globe model, we can still debunk you. That's fine.
No,
Okay,
Big Bang is not a prerequisite for neither heliocentrism nor evolution. You're simply just conflating things. It is a theory that incidentally explains things, but it is not a prerequisite for anything.
But it has to have. Well, anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt anybody.
No, go on. I was thinking, do you understand the question or the rebuttal from Rocket?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying. Fine, okay, fine. His model does not have to have that as a prerequisite. Fine. We can still debunk it, and that's fine. If he is not supporting that particular version of the heliocentric globe model, that's fine. We can still debunk it, and we'll get into it.
1 second. No one supports your version of the heliocentric globe model the way you presented it.
Well, I would beg to differ, but...
Ask anybody in this room. Ask anybody here if they support it.
Begging, buddy.
Take a poll of the Globers in this room. See if they support it.
Well, I'll just tell you that apparently some of the top physicists do support this model.
No. I read who the top physicists are. None of them do. You're full of shit. Give me a reference if you're actually claiming that.
What's he calling this model?
Everything, I guess. He's just saying that it came from nothing.
Look. You lot. Stop being dishonest and give us your version of then. Rather than sitting there saying, "All right, no one said anything come from nothing." You say it's an unknown, yeah. That everything came from an unknown before the Big Bang, and then it came into everything. But you said it's a singularity, so everything that you do know came from a single point, like on the top of a pinhead.
Said something.
Yeah, he was, and I'm just going to reiterate his argument because everyone's just trying to strawman him and not answer the questions. If you guys know what the Big Bang is better, then you explain it yourself.
All right, so look, Brummy, you got hold on, Curb, because it's getting out of order now. So, Brummy, do you want 45 seconds?
Yes, please. I just want all the people that are attacking Beans now.
Dude, you're too
Come
all
on,
the people that are attacking.
trying to direct traffic here, Chemo. You don't know what the fuck you're doing.
All the people that everybody's attacking him right now. I'm sticking up for him. Everybody's jumped on him. Everybody has. So now it's your turn to listen to and attack back.
I asked him a fucking question of what he's referring.
Everybody asked him a question, Curb. Everybody did. 4 people asked him a question. So rather than sitting there asking him questions, why don't you all give your version of what the Big Bang actually says then, rather than just saying we never came from nothing. All right then, it was an unknown. We all came from an unknown. It's another way of saying a nothing, because you don't know what the fuck it came from. It always a singularity and exploded into something. Then fucking spaceball monkeys came out of nowhere.
10 seconds.
Done, Chemo?
Well, Curve, you get your 45 seconds if that's what you need.
Dude, all I wanted was just for right now. What is he talking about when he says this model? He's referred to several different things, and I want to know what he means. Can he, and he alone, answer the question that's asked of Baked Beans?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that's fine. If your model does not posit that there was a Big Bang, then that's fine. Like I said, we can still debunk that, but if your particular model does not, then that's fine. But I do want to say that there are top physicists who do claim that it does all come from nothing. So, I mean,
Sure.
I don't
Okay,
know what
well-
your issue is with it.
Hey,
Beans,
could you
the
cue me in
argument
for later? Can you cue me in for a chance?
Beans, the argument isn't whether or not the Big Bang is valid. The argument is that it's irrelevant to the heliocentric model. You can have a heliocentric model with or without the Big Bang.
And I disagree, Truman. It's not that he doesn't listen. I think he listens. He knew what the question was, and that's how he knew exactly what to avoid. That's just my 2 cents.
Baked Beans, they said that you can have a
same result. For
big
sure.
Baked Beans are saying the Big Bang is not necessary. This nothing is not necessary. How do you respond?
He confused the two.
Well, their entire physical model that's what they claim it comes from. So I'm not understanding how it's not necessary, but that's fine. We can get off of the
okay, what we
topic
can
of
do
Big
then?
Bang.
Okay, no,
I mean,
okay.
that's fine.
Let's say Baked Bean. Let's say they did say this. What was your rebuttal to it anyway?
Well, what do you mean? My rebuttal was simple. It's just that something can't come from nothing. The heliocentric globe model posits that something does come from nothing, and therefore the heliocentric globe model
Heliocentric
is impossible.
globe model doesn't require the Big Bang. We could have literally just came out of some unicorn fart for all we know, but the Big Bang makes more sense than a unicorn fart.
Why?
Well, because we don't know that, because unicorn farts, we've never seen a unicorn the size of like a solar system.
You've never seen anything else.
Well, the expansion can be
Nope.
projected back to such a degree that it would not
Cannot.
make sense for unicorn farts to be a reasonable assertion. So you have to at
It
least
has
neutralize. You have
explanatory
to
power.
So
factor out
anyone
the
going to tell us?
nonsense.
Anyone going to tell us the Big Bang story, or what? Or are you going to sit there just being idiots? Tell us the Big Bang story. Give us the fucking the real fucking Iron
point
Man
is it
version
doesn't
of
matter.
this Big Bang story.
To
Come
talk
on,
about the
just
Big
tell
Bang
us
is
the story.
irrelevant.
Big Bang
Tell us
doesn't
tell us your
matter about the
billions and
shape
billions
of the
years.
planet, Brummy.
Billions and billions of years ago, what happened? What happened billions and billions of years ago? Please enlighten me.
Brummy, I think actually it's a singularity, right? So you had a single point, and then
Of
everything
infinite
came.
mass, which is a lot different than nothing.
So Baked
Infinite
Beans,
mass.
Baked Beans, do you ever think about singularity and the idea that everything came from a single point?
Yeah, I see kind of what they're saying, but where did this singular point come from? I mean, it just raises more questions, and
Well, but we don't know if
Unknown.
that's even a proper question.
Doesn't
That
change
might be an
anything.
error. So the
Nate, it
fact
doesn't
that-
matter. I'm sorry. Whatever your name is, I'll just call you Nate for short. It doesn't really matter.
Baked Beans, how do you account for people who don't believe in the Big Bang Theory? They believe that God created the universe not by the Big Bang method, but still accept the heliocentric model.
well, they're not actually. I mean, most people do not question the world that they live in, and they don't really care how it came about or any of this kind of thing. So an appeal to what the majority think is not, in my opinion, going to work here.
Plus, it goes to the heart of the thing is, if you're willing to believe that you came from a singularity, you're willing to believe anything, whether you're on a ball, whether you're a spaceball monkeys, it all starts on that. You have to really consider everything you've been told to digest. This evolutionary bollocks.
Third time,
the Big Bang
we
bollocks.
don't need
the shape
the
of
Big
the Earth
Bang.
bollocks. I don't care. It's part of the whole puzzle. It's part of the whole thing. It is related. You need to get it in
I'm
your
going to
fucking
check back
skull.
later and see if a serious conversation's being had. Good luck, y'all.
Brummy,
Okay.
you're,
Well,
you're descended from apes, and by your
All right,
behavior, that's
let's move
evident that
forward a
you
little
are.
bit more. Baked beans. I'm sure that wasn't the only thing you had in mind.
It
right?
was.
No, it wasn't.
You're descended from a
because I know.
Hey, guys, you're gonna have to do better than this, guys. Let Baked Beans speak a little bit. What else did you have in mind, Baked Beans?
I know there are many, people who say that, oh, we don't need the Big Bang to explain everything and blah, blah, blah. So, that's fine. But what we do have is we have Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which tells us that math cannot be proven to be consistent. And so we have a little bit of a problem here when we have the heliocentric globe model built on an entire mathematical edifice that all of a sudden it's on a shaky foundation.
Wait, what was the name of this theorem?
The problem is now the entire thing is on a shaky foundation because physicists use the same math.
What was the name of what was the name of this maths you said?
I
You said
posted the link.
What is the name of the what? Sorry, Chemo, I didn't hear
Gödel's.
you.
It's not Gödel's the way you pronounce it. It's
Oh,
German.
Gödel's.
Yes.
Okay. Rocket, this is for you. Explain why Baked Beans is incorrect.
Honestly, to be very honest, the ridiculousness of his assertion it's self-evident that it's wrong. I don't understand why anybody's even giving this guy any credence about what he's saying. It really is that ridiculous. First, let me finish that thought. I do orbital mechanics on a daily basis. I don't fucking care whether it's a Big Bang or whatever the hell caused it. I don't use those in the equations that I use on a daily basis. So how can you conflate the fact that the heliocentric model is connected with the Big Bang theory?
Because it's all based on the same theories that brought it about, and if
No, it's not. It's absolutely not.
The earliest sort of.
I already said to you why. No, but I've already told you why it's related, because if you're willing to believe you came from a fucking singularity, you're willing to believe anything. No, you're willing to believe anything. That's what it's to do with it. It's to do with what you're willing to believe. You're willing to believe billions and billions of years ago there was dinosaurs, there was Neanderthals, there was this, there was that.
Broomy, it's
I
why
actually
we're
don't
willing
care.
to believe it, and that's the part that you don't distinguish well.
I distinguish it very well. It's very related.
Then why do
you
we
don't get
why
why
do
it's
we
related.
believe that versus
You don't get why it's related.
random?
You don't get why it's related. That's why I'm explaining it, because I already told you once it's related. You don't see why it's related. I'm repeating. It is. You think it's not,
It is
but it is relevant. No, it's very relevant.
Context of the heliocentric model.
No, it's not. It's about what you're willing to believe.
Rami, I have a container of gum on my desk right now. It has like 5 pieces in it. Do I need to go back to know that like it came from a factory and every single ingredient to know that there's 5 pieces of gum in here?
No, but you do need to know what I'm willing to believe, and what you're willing to believe is part of this whole fucking reason that everyone's been lied to about the shape of the Earth.
Why we're willing to believe is also important if you're going to go there, Broomy.
For the globe.
Are you trying to understand what I'm saying, or are you just trying to misunderstand it intentionally?
You're omitting something.
What you're not understanding here is
Oh, yeah, you're just trying to misunderstand. All right, no worries. No further questions.
No, bro. Let me explain it once.
You're roboting.
Now, the theory of be that, but it just because it makes sense and it explains things that it could be that, it does not implicitly mean that happened. It just means that maybe that happened.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Really?
Yes.
Oh my God, you're so intelligent. Do you
So
understand
now
what I
we're
was trying to
getting
say?
a
Do you even know
reputation
what I
for
was trying to say?
heliocentric globe model
Do
from
you even
the
understand what I'm
actual
trying to
people
say?
that support it. All right, this is interesting. Let's
You see, the thing
let's go
is,
further.
the real point of this is that if you have a theory, some knowledge that it happened in one way, you're just saying, well, maybe it's that, and not bothering with it to go on with the other stuff. It is not. If it's somehow proven that
Oh my God! Oh my God! You don't get my point. You're just talking words. You're not responding to what I said to you earlier. I told you if you're willing to believe, it's like if you're willing to believe billions and billions of years ago that dinosaurs were created, then you're probably willing to believe the shape of the Earth is fucking round. Do you understand? Now fucking answer what I've just said. Don't tell me a story about fucking what is and what ain't. Just respond to what I said.
See, the dinosaurs are not theory, nor is the shape of the Earth. They're facts. They're known facts.
So you're willing to believe the bullshit? That's the point. You think Earth's fact? You think
These are not
you think
theory.
dinosaurs are a fact? You're a spastic.
Dinosaurs.
You can see evidence of.
I dig in my backyard. I've never found a dinosaur.
Evidence.
Oh my God.
Yes. What's it to do with the shape of the Earth?
So if you can't see it with your eyes, it doesn't exist. That's the flat Earth philosophy.
Dinosaurs are real, so the Earth is round. They're facts. Yeah. What has it got to do with the Big Bang? Oh my God, are you that dumb?
If you can't see it, it doesn't exist, right? Is that what you asked?
That's the flat Earth philosophy.
Can we get back
That's
to
a pretty good philosophy.
to the main point here?
Because unicorns don't exist, but if you believe in them like you do, I don't buy it. You have to show me the unicorn.
Can you see air? Can you see air?
Can we see your dome? So it doesn't exist. Done.
We can see the dome.
No. Can you see air?
Depends. Normally,
depends
no.
on what? See, you see
in
how
it.
you're avoiding a basic question. You guys try to be so direct, and you get it right back to thrown at you and
Humidity.
look at you. Can
Well,
you
you can
see the
sense
air?
air.
Yes or no? Flat
Sense
Earther.
it.
No. Can
Okay,
you?
so are you going to say that the air
Sense it.
does not exist?
I can manipulate the air, though.
Can you manipulate the dome?
No.
If
We're
I could
done.
go that
We're
high, I
done.
probably could do something to it, but
No,
we're not allowed to
the
go
answer is
there.
No. Oh, we're not allowed. Oh, there's the appeal to authority.
No, that's the fact.
No, it's not a fact. It's you making up a story that's false. Just like your nonsense about the can't go to Antarctica. I'd love to see
You
one
can't
video
go
of you
there. Let me see you go there.
I'd love to see one of you guys try and be turned away by some
Why?
army or
Why do
whatever.
we want to be
Because
turned
you
away?
need to prove your point. You need to prove your point. You made up a lie and you expect us to accept it as valid because you're so conspiratorial about it. Like, oh, this terrible thing you can't do, this amazing thing you can't do there. They are preventing you from doing it. So that makes it more valid. All you got to do is put the word they and allow in a sentence, and then the flat earther seems to have a valid argument.
I 3D printed a dinosaur. Does that make it real?
Did you analyze the 3D printing to understand the dating of it, where you found it? Does it match
created
the area that you create? No, hold on. But when people find these dinosaur fossils, they're not finding them at the bottom of a printer. They're finding them digging it under 20 or 30 feet of ground that hasn't been touched in all of known history.
I have one question for him.
T-Rex was designed from what, a tooth?
Apparently, according to you, they're all designed from a printer.
Hold on, I got a quick question
I'm
for
done.
him.
I'm sorry, guys.
That dinosaur that you would supposedly make from your 3D printer, does it have fossilized bone cells in it that you can see through a microscope?
I haven't tried yet. I'll look.
Yeah. So your point is retarded.
I haven't tried yet. How can my point be retarded if I haven't tried looking with the microscope yet?
Oh yeah, what's this dinosaur made of?
Oh yeah, there's diamonds that you can actually forge diamonds, and they're supposed to take years and years of carbon underneath the Earth, and they could be counted.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That you can manipulate matter like that.
Oh right, so what you're saying is you can manipulate matter. Okay, cool.
You can distinguish normal
you can distinguish them. Yeah, you can.
You can.
Yes, you can. Yeah, I know you can because the certain ones have certain patterns in them. But at the same time,
exactly.
what if they could? But let's think about it. Hold on. If you let's think about it, if there was a way to do it where they could fake it, you wouldn't know about it.
No, we can distinguish them.
You wouldn't know about it.
We can distinguish them.
You wouldn't know about it.
Yes, you wouldn't know, but I would.
What is the point?
You wouldn't know.
That's different.
You can tell the difference between it, and and these things were discovered long before anybody could have faked any kind of a cell or anything like that. So I'm at a loss as to how you guys think that this is a win for you.
Well, before they went to the moon in a flying tin.
Yeah.
Yeah, around 1850 or something, right? That's when they discovered dinosaurs.
So
right around the time when they decided that they needed to fly in
they
space.
started finding dinosaurs.
I mean, that was not pure to incredulity.
That is usual. They started finding them.
So Nate Thompson, do you have any other arguments with your presence here now?
I don't think it's Nate.
Yeah, it's Nate.
It's baked. I mean, it sounds like him, but he's not. He's way too kind to be Nate.
I think that's Thompson trying to. He's trying. He's like, okay, let me try a different tactic here, but whatever.
But before we move on, I just have one more comment about the Big Bang thing. That even if we allow, even if we allow that it's necessary for the heliocentric model to work, which it's not, but even if we allow that for a moment, there's a misunderstanding about what the Big Bang states. It doesn't state anything about what happened before the Big Bang or where that matter came from. In fact, there's many different options for what it could be. Like, for the longest time, we thought it was a cyclical Big Bang universe where gravity would slowly pull it all back together to one infinitely dense point, and then it would explode again, like cyclically. And then there's another version where it's cascading, where there's essentially, mathematically anyway, there's no difference between a universe that has reached maximum entropy and an infinitely dense point. So it could cascade in a way by ever expanding. There's lots of different options. In the two that I just listed, don't require that matter has to come from nothing, right? So even the premise is wrong.
I've got another one as well, though. Do you know what my favourite one is? They're all a load of bollocks, and obviously it was created. Do you like that one? That's one of my theories.
But your alternative is that some being that you can't explain where that being came from created it from nothing, and that sounds more.
You don't need to explain where the creator come from. That's just another way of you trying to.
But why would you need to explain where this came from?
Because that's its creation. We are its creation.
But Brummy, why is it you tell us that we need to explain the whole Big Bang and all this stuff, but you don't need to explain your creator?
But
God
so
doesn't
it's
require
eternal?
explanation.
Is the universe eternal? Is that so that's
Unknown.
what we're going with?
Well,
And
some
it's
theories
possible,
yes,
we don't
some
know.
theories no.
So, baked beans, when you see, like, as you are going after the heliocentric model, when you see the sun disk in the sky and it's moving through the sky and it's the same exact size in the sky for you, for me, for anyone at any point in time, how do you rationalize that by saying that the sun is close and more local when the distance changes and you have to understand that when something is further away, it looks smaller in the sky?
Yeah, I understand the laws of perspective and all that. I simply say that we don't know what it is, and it's up in the sky, so we can't really get a 3D kind of view of it. We can't observe and test it here on the Earth. So my view is we don't actually know what it is.
Why do we need it to be on Earth for you to
Is it
test?
a reasonable position to sit there and say, let's throw out all knowledge and then just revel in ignorance? Is that really a reasonable position?
Nate, I busted you open, bro. You've been exposed. Thank you.
Do we need to know what it is to tell where it is?
Like, do I need to know that you're Nate to know that your arguments are bullshit? No.
Well, we know that it's a light coming from up there, but I mean, we cannot.
Has a size.
We can't get to it and kind of look.
You don't need to get to it though. You listen, the way that you interpret what you see is not even consistent to what you see. You see a disc, the disc has an illuminated intensity. That illumination changes over time. You say that the illumination would actually change over distance. You're postulating that it's closer, that it's therefore, brighter and dimmer.
I never saw, man. I never
that's
said that it was closer necessarily.
Oh, okay, great. So you haven't determined anything about it, but you take what we have learned about it and dismiss that knowledge as not knowledge because we haven't physically touched it.
What have you learned about it? It's a light. We know that. And it has heat. Okay, we know that.
It's made of primarily helium and hydrogen.
Nope.
We know that.
Nope.
We have
Yes. What do you mean? No. Why are you saying no?
We have bounced radio waves off of it. We've been to it within 3 million miles.
Yeah, right. Because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Well,
Why
that's
not?
what you say.
Why
I can
not?
prove
Why
that
can't you
wrong.
have gas pressure without a container? I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
I mean, I can prove that wrong. Essentially, that
You tell me why you can.
I can have an open container with gas pressure in it.
Hey, don't forget the communist Chinese are on the dark side of the moon over there too. You always got to mention your communist brethren.
I can have an open gas pressure in a container next to a vacuum. I can have that.
Yeah, but can you have a gas pressure inside a get your bucket, put some gas in it, swing it round inside of a vacuum and see if the gas stays inside it. And that's a container, by the way. But that's still a container. You do realize you're using a container to disprove
it's a vacuum
gas pressure without a container.
Next to a gas pressure. So I mean, I could
If
have
you're
100 psi next to a vacuum.
So one container inside of another container.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
But
you need a
it says-
container
but
for the
that was
vacuum.
only proving
Hold
that you
on,
can
hold
have
on,
vacuum
hold on.
Next to
Hold on. Let me
pressure.
get this straight. You've got a container, right? And it's a vacuum. You suck all the air out of it. Then you go inside this container with a bucket. You put some fucking water or some gas in the bottom of it. Let's say you put some gas, yeah? You swing this bucket around, even though it's a container anyway, and it's got walls on it. It might be an open container, but you swing it around. You're saying the gas is going to hold in the bottom of that and it's not going to suck out into the vacuum.
Absolutely.
Oh, I need to see that then.
Yeah, that's another imagination experiment.
That's a gas sensor.
I'd love to see that. Get you know when you do the bowling ball, you drop it down. When you do it in that vacuum, get BBC to fucking swing the bucket round, put some gas in it, and fucking detect it not escaping out. And that's in a container. So you're not even using an open. You're using an open container, but you're not actually using. You still can't have a container. Do you get what I'm saying? Gas pressure without a container.
Containers are irrelevant. When you're looking at the basic physics of what you're saying is the problem. You're saying that gas pressure will try and equalize with a vacuum. But so it doesn't matter that the container is there as long as it's open. So I can have next to a vacuum a pressure. So it doesn't matter whether it's in any way, shape, or form that there's a bucket there. It's the fact that I can get something to stick to the bottom of the pipe.
Not really, no. It does matter because it's like using a plate. Yeah, if I had a plate inside of a vacuum and I put centrifugal force on a plate, when it's just it's a surface, but it's an open surface, like the Earth is an open surface, because it's not an open container. It's an open surface.
I got
open surface. We're an open surface, not an open container.
You do realize, from when you used to be a ball earther, that there's a force called gravity, and that the air pressure would if you took a bucket of air and poured it on the surface of Earth, it would go all around. It would spread out in all directions, but it would tend towards the ground. So it would go around, and then you keep on adding air to it. It would keep on building up and building up. And pressure would build up on the ground. You realize that because there's an equal force pulling in all directions.
What I realize is an open surface. Yeah, you've got an open surface. Then you add some centrifugal force to that open surface, which will recreate the gravity, which is what you're trying to use in your analogy.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's get a plate inside of a vacuum.
Yeah, why do you want to use a plate? It's just going to fall off.
Because a plate is a surface. It's an open surface, not a container.
well,
You're
with
using
that in
a
mind,
bucket. Oh no, shut up, shut up.
probably
A
do
bucket
it-
is a container. A bucket is a container.
Yes,
The
plate
Earth
is
is an open
also.
surface. So a
plate
bucket
is also,
is a
because plates
container.
usually
You
have a
can't use a
dish
bucket.
surface.
You can't use a bucket. You have to use an open surface.
Why?
And
Why?
centrifugal
Why?
and centrifugal force, because the Earth is apparently
That's
an open
stupid,
surface.
Joe. I mean,
So-
it really is.
Make it easier for them and just put a globe in the vacuum and then do it that way instead of a plate. We'll give you the round globe. We'll make it for you.
If you can give me a force that I can use to pull in on the oxygen.
An
then-
open surface with centrifugal force on there and a bit of gas, and it sees it sticks inside of a vacuum. You're stupid. You're the one who believes this nonsense.
Is a moronic.
You're the one who
statement.
believes that this. You're the one who believes this
moron.
is possible.
You are a classical moron.
I'm trying to.
You've been
I'm showing you
punched
your
way too many
argument.
times in the
An
head. You're
open
wrong.
surface with a bit of centrifugal force on it will keep the gas on it, according to your logic. That's your argument.
No, that's not my logic at all.
You want to use a contained bucket with you want to use a contained bucket with sides and stuff
Why
to
doesn't it
contain the
equalize?
gas.
Rami, why doesn't it equalize in a bucket?
You're saying the centrifugal force is causing it to stick to the container with the surface. So you don't need
The
walls
pressure would
on the
go up.
container, do you?
The pressure would go up on the plate, though. If you're spinning a plate around, you would have a localized increase in the air pressure on the surface of the plate.
Yeah.
Absolutely true.
Yeah.
So you'd have your force, because you're saying it's only the force that's holding it together, not the container. So you can't have a container because you've got an open surface. So get your argument correct. Get your argument straight.
My argument is straight.
No, it's not, because you're talking about a bucket.
Why doesn't it equalize? I've got a.
Because you're saying gravity. You're saying gravity's causing the gradient on it. All right, I'm done. This guy's done.
What is the flat Earth reason for why it does not equalize?
Why doesn't he's trying to say gravity? So I'm trying to use the force just the force alone to be the responsibility of keeping the gas to the surface. It's an open surface, not an open container. What?
So my question won't get answered.
Actually, that's a good flat remind me. Like, you have a dome, you have the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Why is there a pressure gradient with increasing altitude?
The biogeochemical cycle.
Oh my
causes
god!
a gradient inside of the container.
Mute him for that bullshit.
Heat, convection, all that takes play. Humidity, everything. It all swirls around.
Hold on.
Swirly.
In a dome, the heat from the sun making that hot air rise should make
Reversal of burden of proof. Reversal of burden of proof.
Let me finish my point.
No one
The
talks
hot
to you.
air rising, it should be warmer as you go up in altitude.
Yeah, let's talk about the dome. Let's talk about the dome, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the dome that makes things colder as you get closer to the sun.
With your fucking open surface container fucking bullshit.
Yes, open surface. What's your problem? How do things get colder as you go closer to the sun?
Why are you changing the subject? Listen,
It's not a change.
You got an open surface with a bit of gas on it. Swing it round with your centrifugal force and see if your gas can stick to it inside of a
centrifugal
vacuum.
force is offset
Fucking
by the
spastics.
gravitational force that you refuse to acknowledge. You refusing to acknowledge something is not our problem. You can randomly not acknowledge whatever you want and then say, well, this whole argument of yours, globe earthers, it doesn't work because I don't believe that this part of your understanding is valid. It's like, why don't you think it's valid? Because I'm not liking it. It's like you have no reason to discount gravity. You keep trying to re-explain why things go down, but you can't explain it consistently.
We have called into question
the Nate, shut
entire
up.
mathematical edifice created by the heliocentric model.
Nate, I knew it was you as soon as you opened your mouth. And you know how I know it's you? Here's the proof. You, what's your name? What's your fake name? Baked Beans. I will never see you and at Nathan Thompson in the same room at the same time.
All right,
Done.
well, if you think that, all right, I gotta go for a second, but I'm gonna be right back, and I'm gonna completely debunk your entire.
That's 100% Witsit. Thanks, Austin.
Yeah, Witsit, Nate Thompson, whatever. Freaking trying to be Spider-Man and shit.
Wits Thompson.
Dimwit.
It doesn't sound like Witsit at all. Not
It
even
sounds
remotely.
like Nate Thompson 100%, man.
Yeah, it does
I'm
sound like
sorry.
Nate. It doesn't sound like Witsit.
But the thing,
There are elements of both. I can see why people would say one or the other. FYI. So.
yeah. But the thing
None the
is
same.
like this dome and how the fundamentals of this is that the dome is invisible. You can't measure it. You can't seem to interact with it, but you are interacting with it when it keeps gas from escaping. So if it's able to keep gas from escaping, it should be able to affect how gas behaves near the surface of it. You can have pressure waves near it. You can have high and low pressure systems, right? You have all these ways that gas works when it's near a surface, and it's not working near that surface, but it works near that surface because it prevents the gas molecules from escaping through the surface. Contradiction.
And how would such a structure even exist as a free spanning one, right? This would like collapse under its own weight.
Oh, there's no such thing as gravity.
Or it's made
Whatever's
from a
making
magical
the other
material.
things fall down should be making the dome fall down with it.
The helium up there helps lift it.
The helium up there.
We call it folity, not gravity, and then it's
Okay.
okay. Folitude? Falliness. It's falliness.
You know what sucks about your dome? The dome is a dome, right? So there's areas of the dome that they're at low altitudes near the perimeter. The helium doesn't flow in a dome-shaped way to even make that stupid argument work. So you got the pressure, you got the size of that dome near the surface of the Earth, which should also create pressure differentials, shock waves of various speeds. The sun's heat should create convection layers somewhere along that perimeter. There's no convection layers that are consistent with the shape of a dome.
You don't know that.
Dude, are you serious? There's no convection layers that are consistent with a dome. Nothing. You don't see convection layers near the edge of Antarctica. Oh, look, there's another.
No, you see it down the equator if you look at a flat Earth weather map.
But
That's where
the
you see
equator,
convection.
which is supposed to be
So
the
what?
furthest.
It's still moving all around.
No. Listen to what you're saying. You're saying the equator, which is for you, what, a third of the way or half of the way between the middle of the dome, but it's in every direction. That doesn't work because you have greater. Well, you're saying the Earth doesn't turn. The dome apparently doesn't turn. So what convection layers are you referring to that are only halfway?
Who said the dome doesn't turn or does turn?
Hey, if it doesn't turn, then there should be no explanation. There should be no reason that dome causes convection layers at the equator. That doesn't make any sense. And if it does turn, then there should be convection layers all over
Well,
the
it
place.
obviously turns because the stars are moving.
Now I got you.
Oh,
Now
I thought that was projection.
I got you. That's what I was hoping you
Yeah,
go that way.
they circle Polaris.
So if the dome is turning, this is what you
Since
should
the
be
beginning
seeing.
of time.
You should be seeing high and low pressure systems that are consistent with the dome turning. Okay, that means that as you're closer to Antarctica,
No, you have other objects in there turning and doing other things.
No. But the only thing.
But you don't. You don't have other things doing stuff inside the dome.
Listen, this is easy. The only thing that interacts with the gas molecules is the dome, not the other things beyond the dome. Unless you want to count the sun, and then you got the sun heating up that air. I'm not seeing any dew. I'm not seeing any.
Doesn't the sun heat up the air?
It sure does. And doesn't hot air rise?
Goes all over the place. Convection.
But you're not getting convections that are consistent with the dome. You just contradicted yourself. You messed up.
Do you have any proof of that?
Yeah, we look at
let's
the weather
see 'em.
patterns. We look at the weather patterns
On a flat map, match exactly what they're supposed to do.
No, you just said match what they are supposed to do just to say it. You have to look at how you.
No, I've looked at the weather patterns working on a map, and they work.
No, they work, but they don't work
Up
for
and
a
down
dome.
roller coasters on a globe do not make a weather pattern.
You know, I'm going to stop for the sake of the room, but I'm going to follow up if requested.
Flattened.
I'm sorry. I want to give the room time to speak. I've talked too much. I apologize.
Here's a thought. Does anybody know if the sun and the moon is inside the dome? I've never got an answer to that question.
They changed that. They used to say it was, and about a month and a half to 2 months ago, they said it's outside. There's a layer beyond the dome where the sun and the
There's
moon.
7 layers actually. The sun is on its own.
The sun jumps in and out occasionally, and so does the moon.
7 layers of
Nope.
the dome?
Absolutely. Look it up.
One for each of the planets.
Is that how that works?
What a coincidence.
When the
Fuck
sun
is that supposed to be? 7 layers of the dome.
Rocket, when the sun wants to jump into that thing, then it does, and then it jumps out and jumps outwards, right? And then it jumps back in. It slides through and it slides through the dome. When it feels like.
Just imagine a very confused look on my face right now, because that's all I have. So. What amazes me is that as you talk about this dome, there's more and more complexity having to be added into this. When the heliocentric model and gravity is F equals M1 M2 G over R squared, that's basically all you need to model and explain most of the things that are happening.
What was that formula?
Are you kidding me? You don't know that one? You're arguing against.
I wasn't
our position.
listening. I heard you say something. Like, give me the formula you said.
I'm just going to tell you what it is. So you have Newton's gravitational equation. Go look at it. Are you seriously telling me you're arguing against us? You don't know what that equation is?
I didn't hear the whole thing. I have my
I shouldn't
headphones
have
on.
to. Anybody in fucking high school has heard that equation.
Because you're going to prove every one of those items you're using,
Look it
gravity
up.
and radius. You're
Look
going to prove
up,
it all.
Post it, and
You
then
have
we'll
to
talk
prove
about
it all. It's your burden of proof, not mine.
Dude, I'm the guy who can take you on in that equation.
You can't do anything.
With a high amount of confidence. Because unlike you who sweeps floors or sells hot dogs, what the fuck you do, I have a real job that works in the scientific and the technology field.
Hey, now stop that. He drives a high-low, okay?
Oh, yeah, okay, sure.
He drives a high-low at the plant.
Irritates me that you don't even know that equation. When I said it, I don't. Well, what is that equation?
Big man
Are you fucking
equations.
kidding?
Big man equations. Well, your equations are good.
I'm making somebody a hot dog, so I wasn't paying that much attention. You just piqued my interest with it. That's all. What do you want on that? Mustard?
No, relish, please.
Actually, I actually prefer relish with a little bit of mayo on top.
Chicago dog.
Could you do me a favor then with equations? Could you write me an equation to give me gas pressure gradient on a plate spinning around with using centrifugal force as the fake gravity inside of a vacuum?
Oh, you can do that.
That's your homework. I don't know what you
That's
model.
my homework.
Mr. Orbital Mechanics can't do that one.
Well, wait a minute. Up a nonsensical model, so why would I even attempt to try to model that?
But that's the model we live in. We live in an
That's
open
the model
system
we
inside of a
live
vacuum.
in.
Okay, which flat earthers in
hang
here
on.
think that the dome
Here's
is
what I'm going
spinning?
to do. You're claiming that it's a flat Earth model, and you're saying that they won't work on that. This is your burden of proof to make. You make the model, you show that it doesn't work.
No, we
Why
live
the
on an
fuck
open.
do you-
No.
We live on an
We live
open
on a flat
surface, which is a
plane.
ball. Yeah, an open surface, which is apparently a ball. Yeah, which is next to a vacuum. Yeah, that has a pressure gradient that's caused by gravity. Right, so we use a centrifugal force to replicate gravity. We'll put some gas on a little plate, and then we'll spin it round to reenact the gravity inside of a vacuum, and we'll see what happens to the gas.
Why do you say next to, though? Why do you
Sounds
say
like
react to
Demon.
the vacuum?
Demon's
You do
got to
realize you spin the plate. The centrifugal force is actually radially out from the plate, not vertically from the plane.
We're gonna have to figure a way to do that centrifugal force experiment that everyone keeps using then to
Are you
defend.
talking
the
like
globe.
a dinner plate with a curved surface, or are you talking like a plate of steel?
The centrifugal force you would need in that centrifuge will be massive because you don't have the distance of that atmosphere, right? You know, the atmosphere is well over 100 kilometers tall, and whatever you put in a
Scale
plane.
scale it down, man. I'm sure you got your maths to sort you out. Your maths will get there, won't it?
But which
And
one of
what
you
you
flat
will get is you will need much higher rate of rotation, but of course you will have the pressure in there.
Just prove a gas pressure in a container.
Yeah, you have to be spinning more. You have to have more than 300 feet per second of centrifugal force. Whatever. Sorry, 300 meters per second and 70 degrees.
Gas pressure on a surface inside of a vacuum with a gradient. That's what
I
we
think
do.
the hardest thing would be measuring it because the G-force in that thing would be a bitch on your gauges. Well, no,
That'd
actually,
be a good
if you just
experiment.
sample.
Theoretically, it'd be possible, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't there be a
Centrifugal
lower
force.
pressure in the center of the flat Earth than at the outer edges? Like,
Don't worry about the flat Earth, mate.
Wouldn't it be about?
Don't worry about that. Let's worry about the
right?
globe. The globe has enough problems as it is. Let's talk about the globe problems.
Well, I asked you. I said, do you believe that the dome is spinning or not?
Mate,
Flatten, you're right. In Brummy's model, if you're sitting at the center point, you won't feel any gravity because there's no centrifugal force because your radial distance is 0.
And I'm wondering
if you was in my model,
would you be able to breathe in the center?
We don't live in a model. We live in reality, mate. We don't live in a fucking abstract version of the world.
And
We live
they
in the
still
real
don't
world.
get that, no matter how many times you tell them
You don't
that.
live on a model.
Yeah, but the thing is,
But
the
here's
word
thing.
model
We
is
use models to describe what
Yeah.
reality is, so that we can make
But it isn't reality.
and have a better
But it isn't
understanding
reality.
of what they do.
But it
Brummy-
isn't reality.
Brummy, I'm not saying. What did I say? I said we use models to understand reality. I didn't say that it is reality. So don't put
I know,
words in
I
my
know.
mouth.
I know. I'm just reminding you that it's not reality.
So then, what do we use in place of
don't need
a
the
model
reminder.
to understand what we're seeing
and make predictions?
Thank you.
Test
Yeah.
your model. Test your model by getting a centrifugal force.
Make some predictions, Brummy.
Put it inside. Put it inside a vacuum chamber. This was the prediction. So this is a globe prediction. Because if
Brummy-
you swing a bucket above your head, it'll create. Well, keep talking over me. It's all right. Go on.
Yeah,
I
make some
mean,
predictions.
If you want to disprove the globe model, the burden of proof is on you. The preponderance of evidence is on our side. So why the fuck am I going to do your homework for you?
If you want me to believe the globe model, then
I don't
to
to be very honest,
inside of a vacuum.
I have no desire to convince you. I don't give a flying fuck if you believe it or not. I just like laughing at you.
Broomy, just curious, why do you think that you can scale down the globe model, right, and then treat that scaled down version as being experimentally analogous?
Because
to
you
what
think that
we-
if you spin a bucket around your head, because you think, all right, keep talking over me. Ask me a question and talk over me. That's how we go. Talk over me. Ask me a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
Because
Broomy.
you
I'm
think,
so sorry.
because
I
you think
apologize.
it's okay to get a bucket, swing it around your head, and go, look, gravity. That's what you do.
No, that's not how this works.
That's what you do. That's what you do.
No, we have.
That's what you
we
do.
have
You're
Are
filling,
you gonna talk over me? Talk
you're
over
filling
me.
the
Talk over me.
swinging bucket with a gas in a vacuum. So when you open the gas, it's going to go everywhere. It ain't going in the bucket.
Fine, but that's because there's nothing, and the gas is going to move out of the bucket.
And it's no longer a vacuum.
Yeah, but that's
Rocket
different than
scientists, you
water
say,
being in
like-
a bucket and it's being held back by the gas's pressure around it and the centrifugal force. You got to understand, you sit up here and you waffle in and out. You guys talk about density and relative density, and then you ignore relative density, your own concept, when it comes to other forces besides gravity being at work.
You would have to, with the gas, I would say that you'd have to add the gas after it's at spinning velocity. So it's
good to watch these globes run around.
The bucket that's spinning at high velocity, somewhere in excess of 300 meters per second.
It's good to watch these globers trying to change the burden
No
of proof. And
change.
just, you're claiming it's a globe. You're claiming it's a vacuum. Well, we just want a physical demonstration. That's too much gas.
Actually, Broomy, here's something to consider: the gas pressure. When you say it next to, and now I can really get you on this. So you ignore the gradient and you have a jump in some way from 1 atmosphere to 0 atmosphere, or between 1 atmosphere and 0 atmosphere. There's a jump for you because you say the word next to. And then I thought about your bucket, right? Your bucket example. What you forget is the 1 atmosphere of potential energy in any cubic meter of space, by its nature, will create enough of a counterforce to prevent that water from spewing out when you're spinning the water around.
Lovely story. What you're forgetting?
Hold on. Unlike the air,
you talk too long. It's boring me. I don't care anymore. It's boring me. You're boring me. You're boring me. You're boring me.
You're
boring me.
I don't care if
You're
I'm
boring me.
boring you.
We're just
You're
being a
boring
dick
me.
now.
Yeah. That doesn't matter to me. You being bored. In fact, I'm glad you're one of those students in class that didn't listen. You got bored, and you didn't learn.
You know, I'm a great fan of anyone who wants to destroy the idea of a globe. Baked Beans is back. He's been touted as the next generation who will reveal the truth about reality. Right, Baked Beans?
Who touted him as that?
And if
Will you
he's your
please
next
just
generation,
call him
Kimo,
Nathan?
your entire lineage is dead.
Yeah, what are you trying to do? Some kind of reincarnation? Because it ain't happening here.
He's
No,
doing
I
his
mean-
he's doing his cheerleading act.
What I'm showing you, highlighting, is that there are people out there who are concerned about that you guys are lying to us, Rocket. You know, you say, like Brummy's saying, you live on a ball, and you don't seem to be able to demonstrate. You don't seem to care what people think, but that's the problem. Is because the next generation is, what will be affected by what you say or do, right, Rocket? If you can't demonstrate it, what do you think they will think? The younger.
Kimo, you and I have engaged many times on this. You've been presented with multiple examples, multiple demonstrations, despite your stupid claims to the contrary.
Yeah. You've given me a great explanation. Yeah, you have. You've given me a. No doubt, you give me fantastic.
It just shows just how intellectually stupid you are.
No doubt, you've given me fantastic explanations. But you do know, obviously.
And be honest, have you even read any of the papers or anything that me, not everybody else, just me? Have you ever read any of those?
I mean, I've glanced at them, but you know what I'm like with papers.
Glanced at them.
Is it worth the paper it's written on? I mean, do we have an experiment to back up what was written on the paper?
The papers that I showed you were documentation
Physical
of the use of an
demonstration.
experiment.
You're afraid.
Physical demonstrations.
Who's
We
this
want
child
physical
screaming at us?
demonstrations. That's what we want.
Rami?
We don't want fucking pictures
Rami.
and drawings.
In science, you know how we document experiments? We publish the results.
Of what? Of what experiment?
Of the experiment, observation, the derivation, whatever it is that we're trying to show. The end result is a paper that's, ideally, the end result is a paper that's published or a thesis.
That is peer reviewed.
Yeah, there was a guy recently who pushed a finding that he found on his boat, and he put it before us to review, and we debunked him within minutes, and then he admitted that he had lied. Remember that?
Anything you want till you're proven wrong.
Yeah, but all I'm doing is I'm kind of asking for baked beans here, Rocket. Trying to introduce you to one another because you are the professional, you are the expert. And if we're going to ask anyone about,
I don't take that as a global statement. Yeah, there's some areas that I do pretty good in, but
yeah, you're doing pretty good.
I don't care to converse the baked beans. Just he's demonstrated in less than 3 sentences, which is what he said that his argument was, that he has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
Baked beans, do you know what you're talking about?
You know, Kimo, there's this interesting thing that a Danish blacksmith had you demonstrate to everyone in words earlier today. You had to remove the pressure to create
because a moronic dickhead from Birmingham can't listen for more than about 20 seconds without registering with the whole room how bored he is and how he needs practical demonstrations, which needs to be asserted at least 6 times so that we all get the message. Apparently. That's the great conversation that Brummy's bringing to the room.
Oh, that's Brummy, you know. Kimo brought the fact that atmospheric pressure is a thing. Very deliberately so, and for an extended period of time. And it was fun, because, he admitted it repeatedly. And that didn't take an expert. It took a stupid guy that once put pressure in a container. With a hammer.
Okay.
Kimo, that is all the expert you ever need. You're done at that level. Oh, but I need a guy with a PhD. No, you don't. None of that.
Broomy is a twat. That's the bottom line.
Oh, that's Broomy, but yeah.
Baked beans, have you retired for today? Have you given up? Have you reconsidered your position? Are you now back on the globe? What's going on? Is your microphone working okay?
No, he had to switch over to his Nathan Thompson account on the other server. He'll be back.
Is there a reason why Nathan Thompson would be using an alternate name here? I mean, have we banned him or something?
He got embarrassed yesterday, and he's trying to recover.
Why are you guys obsessed with other flat earthers that are not here? Right now, we have someone who was able to absolutely annihilate any ideas of a globe, and you're talking about other people. Why is that happening?
Chemo, who was that again, by the way? I'm not
This is
sure who you're
bait.
talking
This is
about.
bait bean.
Oh, yeah.
Possible new pressure evidence being posted in the debate chat.
Oh, Preston, what you got here? You're a bit of an apologist, so not like a real flat earther, you know?
I want to understand how a flat earther can make
You don't want me
an
to
argument
apologize.
right
I'm posting breaking data, but you don't want me.
You know what that
Fuck
means,
off.
John? Don, that means that there's movement due to convection that keeps and maintains the magnetic field.
magnetic stuff. Oh, here we go.
Now, if there's nothing new there, most everybody here knows this, that at least has taken a science class.
Wait before you speak, man.
It is 2
Wait
o'clock.
and read
It
the
is now
next one.
time
Read
for
the next
magnetic
one,
theory.
Zanuck.
Yep. All right, guys. You guys know how to get rid of me with magnetism. That'll definitely do it.
Again, what is here that we don't know already?
This
Wait
was
for bait
published
beans to
from
fix his,
this story came out
Oh.
yesterday that Texas got this paper published or whatever it is. So whatever.
What
Act
does
like
it
you
mean,
knew about
Preston?
this shit.
What's the
Okay,
importance?
okay.
Yeah.
What's the importance of the paper?
It must have been peer reviewed.
Yeah, the net is, and it says right below it, they discovered that the age of the Earth's core is older than they thought.
Oh, interesting.
Except nobody's ever been there.
They doubled it. They just doubled it again. Or not again, but they again moved it and it's doubled now.
Move the goalpost.
Interval.
Never been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. It was still there.
Everything.
So, can anyone help me understand how that dome does what it does with those gas molecules? It's just perplexing.
Oh yeah, of course. So there's no actual physical barrier. So what happens with gases? Gases tend to find their equilibrium. So depending on the temperature, they may either combine, condense, fall back to the earth, and cycle back around. They would
Wait.
just.
You're saying there's a dome.
There's it's not a solid firmament, as in.
Is there a liquid firmament?
It's just it's a barrier. I mean, obviously we can't go through it.
Barriers are solid. So
but
how
I would
is it
say
not
that
a-
a lot of the particles are like a sponge, absorb.
How does this barrier work if it's not solid?
What
How
is
does it- how does
compositional
it barrier-
convection? Flat. What's compositional convection?
Wait a minute, hold on before you try to get me with that.
But you're
How
just
does
having them guess at shit, dude. What the
That's
fuck?
fine. We can do that. Just don't get me muted just yet. Just give me a little bit of time. So, how does a barrier without it being physical?
Well, just think about it like this: when you throw water onto water, it just absorbs into the water.
Right.
Obviously, as
Water
you've
is
got
physical.
gases, as I understand, gases are not bouncing balls; they're more like a fluid.
So you're saying
so
that there's a high concentration of gas.
fluid-like
Yeah.
gas,
Come
if
on,
you want to
I don't
call
have
it
a lot
that.
of time.
All it would
The high
do is
con-
just
there's like a dome shaped jet stream of some kind that's cycling around and around and around, that's preventing the rest of our
it's
gas
just more like
molecules
a
from escaping.
layer, like the belt. You say it's the Van Allen belt, so it's something similar to this, but just more. You could say oval.
So
Yes, like
so wait a minute,
dome
So
shape.
what you're saying is that the density of air decreases as I go up in altitude, and then there's a sharp increase. There's a there's like a gas gradient next to a high pressure gas zone. Next to.
Yeah. So what you've got is we get.
So
Well, because I say that.
Wait. So you're
No, 'cause
saying
for me,
you flat
Mhm.
earthers are saying that you can't accept that there's a
not
gas
all flat
gradient
earthers.
next to a vacuum, but you can accept that there's a gas gradient next to a high pressure atmosphere.
No. It's the same pressure from top to bottom, but the pressure just goes out. So it's like it gets vented out, so it doesn't increase inside in here. So we can keep the same. Well, like I
Vented
said, it
out of
goes through
what? But what is it?
out of like the dome absorbs like a sponge, absorbs all
like
these
lemon.
gases.
I got you in
Like a liquid absorbs the liquid.
Right, but in order for there to be a venting, there has to be a boundary. There has to be a barrier to be vented through.
Yeah, it's called the Van Allen belt.
It's sponge, you moron.
Wait a minute, the Van Allen belt?
Space
The Van
sponge.
So the Van Allen belt is at a distance that is so far high that long before you get to that distance, there's space, there's vacuum. So how does that work?
No. Before the Van Allen belt, it's all atmosphere. You can't get through the Van Allen belt. That's
Wait.
the area.
It's all atmosphere. What's the pressure? Just like, let's say 10 meters before you reach the Van Allen belt, what would you say would be the pressure in the atmospheres?
Same as it is down here.
Okay. At the top of Mount Everest, it's not the same as it is down here.
Yeah, same pressure. Colder.
No, it's not. It's not the same pressure, bro. What are you talking about? Wait,
He
if
said
you're saying the same
it's
pressure,
just
you're
colder.
saying there's no pressure gradient. So you're
How
saying
we
there
can
is no pressure
demonstrate
gradient.
this? How we can demonstrate this? Take a bottle that has 90 psi inside the bottle. Now, if we lower the pressure outside of that bottle, the bottle will explode because of all the pressure on the inside, and the cork obviously will reduce in size, and obviously it will explode and pop. So all we have to do is send a champagne bottle up to 100,000 feet, and we should expect to see an explosion because you have high pressure on the inside
That's not what
and low
happens.
pressure on the outside.
Wait a second, bro. No, that's not what happens. But here, let's make this easier. Let's just use a helium balloon. If the pressure is the same above as below, then why does a helium balloon go up?
Density.
No, you just said that the pressure gradient is the same. There's no pressure gradient. If there's no pressure gradient, then there's no change in density.
This is temperature trying to equalize.
But here's the thing, my friend. The temperature above is colder than the temperature below. But you've got the sun's energy, which creates the heat, is above. So that energy, which you acknowledge heats up the gas, right?
No. You see, the sun. Hold on. The sun is just a light. You see.
I'm not talking about the light. I'm talking about
but the sun's not hot. You see, that's your mistake. That's your first mistake by thinking the sun is hot.
Chemo. They think we have a gradient. Hold on, Flatten. My turn to talk. They think we have a gradient a temperature gradient where it's hot at the surface, then it gets cooler and cooler as it goes up. But then we come to a point where it gets really hot. So they think there's this temperature gradient, but it changes once you get to a certain elevation.
They think, or we know? We can measure this, by the way.
You think.
No, we know what happens, Jen. We've sent pressurized items.
What altitude does that? Because see, this is what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it look like there's some weird looking bell curve or some weird looking S curve when it comes to altitude and pressure, altitude and density, altitude and the sun's rays, altitude and refraction, and so on and so forth. I see this newfangled flat Earth argument. So let's crush this now. Where in the world, literally, where in the world do you encounter this gradient changing back?
You guys say there's a gradient changing back. We say it just gets colder as you go up. You're the ones that are saying you hit a certain point and then all of a sudden it becomes devastatingly hotter.
It gets colder as it goes up. You have some kind of boundary that prevents the gas from escaping. Oh, I'm sorry, flat destruction. Go ahead.
I'm not flat destruction, you ignorant moron.
FFSFD. You got flat destruction in your name. You're
For
good.
fuck's sake, flat destruction. That's my name. Now, Jeremy, you guys say it just gets colder and colder as you go up. What do you base this on, Jeremy?
Well, we observe it getting colder and colder as we go up in altitude.
How far have you observed, Jeremy?
130,000 feet.
Hi, Jeremy. Oh no, that's chemo.
130. We'll go with chemo. I've seen that.
Jeremy.
I've seen the altitude. I've seen that high altitude balloons that read cold temperature still, and then but you guys say they come to a certain point.
No,
you don't say that.
Limit of your observation.
Excuse me.
That's the limit of your observation, 130,000 feet. And you say it's colder and colder. Can you present that? Can you cite that it just gets colder and colder all the way to 130,000 feet? Can you do that?
No, I have no citations, but you guys do.
I just posted it, Jeremy. I just posted the graph. Jeremy, look at the graph, learn something, and then come back to us, please.
Hold on, Brummy's my graph guy. Hold on, Brummy, you there?
Jeremy did not learn anything from graph. Jeremy is supporting his own claim.
Well, my claim is that it gets colder the higher you get up. We observe that happening on Earth.
Right.
And then, but you guys say.
So 23 miles to 23 miles, and then it gets colder.
Jeremy, I'm just listening. The challenge here is for him to support his claim. Not
Brummy, they got a graph. Go over with the graph. You're my graph guy.
First, you got to
the
prove you
graph.
can even see that far.
Let's have a look. 1 second.
And Jeremy, why don't you look at the graph?
What graph you got? Where is it?
Jeremy's
what about
got information that it just gets colder.
My information is what we observe that. It's hot at the ground level, and then it keeps getting colder and colder as you go up.
Yeah, what information
is that in contention? Is that in contention?
Yes. Yes. Where is this
You think it
information?
gets hot? You think it gets hotter as we go up, or what?
Nope.
No.
Question
We're
over.
not playing this game. Don't let him turn the table. Jeremy
Look at the
asserted
graph.
just gets colder and colder. Jeremy, support your assertion, please.
It's in the
Try to
chat.
be very fair, very polite, and just above board. Jeremy, do it or retract.
Well,
You
I
know,
thought it got colder the higher you went up. That's what I've seen on the tops of mountains with all the snow caps.
Jeremy,
just
well,
say
you gotta
you're
think bigger.
wrong.
You gotta think bigger. Through the troposphere, that's true. Then in the stratosphere, it goes up. Then in the mesosphere, it goes down. Then the thermosphere goes back up. This is
So
what
you're
we
saying
measure.
there's all these temperature gradients all over the place, all willy-nilly.
Yes, the air pressure gradient never varies. That's always getting less and less.
Right.
You can't. You were trying to correlate the air pressure with temperature, and you have failed.
You can't do
You
that.
do need to
Doesn't work.
retract, my friend.
I wasn't trying
What,
to
you
correlate
guys
that,
haven't retracted
but-
anything?
and
Hold on.
You failed.
Flat instruction. You can't say shit because you've made mistakes all the time and never retract anything.
I've admitted
Secondly,
when I've made mistakes, but you try
I've
to cite
never
the
heard
mistakes
of
that
it.
I've never
I don't
made.
care what you're gonna say.
That's not
I
my
don't know
problem.
about.
Let's
don't know
not
what-
make this about me and you. That's over with.
You're a
We don't wanna hear
douchebag. You
that
need to learn how
nonsense.
to fucking have
Let's
a
go
conversation.
back to the conversation at hand. I
The
apologize.
atmosphere. So it gets hotter.
For fuck's sake, flat destruction. Please continue.
All right, move along. So it gets what did you say? It gets colder it gets hotter in what? Say it again. I never heard that.
It gets cold. It gets colder as you get to the top of Mount Everest. Now, just past Mount Everest, it kind of stabilizes. Then through the stratosphere, it starts warming back up again. And then at the mesosphere, it starts cooling way down. And then in the thermosphere, it starts warming back up again. And there's reasons for this. Very easy to understand scientific reasons that you will never want to listen to.
Trying to make a
No,
point.
I'll just listen to you. I've just literally listened to you. I can see the yellow line represents the heat. The yellow line represents the heat, and the on the left-hand side represents the distance the elevation, whatever you. Oh, that's
In the
what
graph.
I'm looking for.
In the graph,
Sorry?
the heating begins much lower than 130,000 feet.
I have a citation. I
want to make
posted
this
it in the
point
thing.
absolutely clear.
Can I read? Can I read for my
No,
citation?
Jeremy, because you didn't listen to what Zanuck said.
Who
That only
deleted it?
applies in the troposphere.
Who deleted my citation?
Nobody, Mom.
I'm posting it again.
So the troposphere goes down cooler. Then in the stratosphere it goes up. Then in the metasphere it goes down. Then it goes really high in the thermosphere again, really high, like really hot.
Let me read this. Let me read this.
I can't according to this graphic, does anyway.
Troposphere goes to 130,000 feet.
As you increase in elevation,
where does the airplane?
We don't need to read it to us, man. We can all read.
How far does the airplane go up? In kilometers? So it's 20, is it?
So we're increasing in elevation.
I have
Less
a
there
funny
above
point.
you.
It's going to be about
The pressure
what
decreases.
How many
Fine,
miles?
I'm
Oh, fucking!
fine.
I can't be asked. This is why it's shit in here because no one answers questions.
Why,
They just
why
talk
is
rubbish.
anybody else even talking right now? Jeremy, read your goddamn citation.
Jeremy, I'll
Who
deal
fucking
with you, buddy. Romy.
Who keeps deleting my citation from the chat?
Nobody. It's still there, Mom.
I can't see it. Hold on.
Just called it
we're done.
wrong.
But how about before you go to your citation, you actually address the graphs, and then we can go to your citation instead of just fucking trying to flirt your way out of it.
Well, okay, as you increase in elevation, there's less air above you, thus the pressure decreases. This is the pressure gradient that you guys say definitely exists. As the pressure decreases, air molecules spread out further and the temperature decreases.
And then it gets higher again.
And so we have a gradient of high pressure to low pressure to high pressure?
No, the pressure has nothing to do with it. Pressure is continuing in a downward gradient.
The pressure has nothing to do with the temperature.
It has something to do with it, but not in an atmosphere. Not as much.
It's not a correlation. It's not a one-to-one correlation. So can we read a citation now?
Does he understand?
I don't think he understood his
Jeremy
citation.
doesn't even understand that this alleged citation does not even address the issue. It does not support his claim. Jeremy, in all seriousness, bro, what the fuck are you smoking?
It's called open snow.
I just got a little bit of a cold. What's up?
He smokes open snow.
Jeremy, what you posted has nothing to do with supporting your claim.
It clearly says how it supports my claim.
It doesn't.
Your link is referring to skiers who don't go higher than any mountain on this planet to ski.
Yeah.
There's the actual page where Jeremy got that from.
Open snow.
Jeremy, you're lucky, because if you were a little more educated on this, you'd be thoroughly embarrassed.
Listen, I'm at work right now. I got that on the fly. I don't have a lot of time to be looking shit up while I'm working.
It's not time that you're lacking. It's know-how. It's understanding.
No, it's know-how. It's know-how. But there's another nice graph up there if you want to see how pressure works. It shows you the pressure, and right next to the temperature graph. The two are virtually not linked. Pressure just drops as you go up. Temperature varies.
So, Chemo, that your distraction failed. So as you can see that you cannot explain your dome venting anymore. That went out the window. That literally went out the window. So what you got, bro? Why does the temperature not correspond? And why is it colder near Mount Everest than it is near the surface of the Earth when we know that heat rises?
Yeah, like I was trying to explain, what the sun heats the water in the atmosphere, and because there's less water, where obviously above the clouds, and there's no clouds at 130,000 feet, there's no need for the sun to heat that area up. So the sun's not like a burning ball of fire, or all it does is an intense light that interacts with the water in the atmosphere, giving
no, that's not what causes the air to warm at all. You're just making things up again, Kimo.
Yeah, you're doing a lemon. So, and you didn't even answer my question, bro, because we know that the sun heats more than just water.
Yeah, the liquid in the atmosphere.
No, that's not what heats the water, the air up. There's no water in the thermosphere, yet the air gets very, very hot.
No, above 130,000 feet, the temperature, there is no temp. How do you read temperature?
Wait a second, Chemo. Where does the heat come
thermometer.
from? No. Where does the heat come from, Chemo?
The heat comes from the light source in the sky.
What's that light source? What do we call that light source?
We call that the sun.
Okay, so you have, as you get closer to the sun, the same amount of area that's measured will give more heat, right?
No. There's no water that high up.
Anything about water? Listen closely. Everything is heated, not just water. Come on now. So an area, if you place an area that is facing the sun, right? And
Is that it? Quit the noise.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. So you have that area, you measure the amount of heat, right? That the area is getting, right? And then you move that area closer. Let's say it's like a piece of paper, 8.5 by 11. And you move it closer to the sun, your flat earth sun, by the way, I'll play flat earther for a moment. You have to agree that the amount of heat that paper will increase throughout the same measure of time.
Chemo, 45-second time in.
I apologize.
Pay attention to the clock.
I apologize.
Especially when this douchebag is talking.
Oh, fuck you. You got the apology and you kept going.
I still don't see what the problem is here, flatten.
The problem is, oh God, dude, seriously? So it's colder higher up. It's at the tops of Mount Everest. It's cold.
Yeah.
More heat
Very cold.
per square mile, and you've got your local sun that's much closer. So that the intensity of that heat is now magnified per meter as you get closer. You know, meter by meter, you get closer to the sun. The rate of increase is much greater.
So, can you tell me how the sun's on fire inside a vacuum?
No, because I'm
It's
not
not on
done
fire.
with our conversation.
Yeah, nitrogen, fusion,
Not
yeah,
on fire.
fusion on itself, and it's not really
All
fire.
right,
but it's kind of
mute
fire.
Brummy for his own protection. He's saying really stupid things. Mute him.
Well, you guys forget on fire when it is.
I'll lower your volume, Broomy.
So are you saying that we've got high pressure, low pressure, and then a layer of high pressure?
Nope. Pressure goes down. Pressure goes down the whole way up.
No, bro.
Chemo, the graph is just perfect for you. Pressure is almost a straight line.
Exactly what was said.
1,000 millibars to like 80.
He asked. He did that deliberately, knowing that that is not what was said.
And we caught him instantly.
Entertaining him.
Yeah, Chemo, address the graph that's here because the temperature changes, but the pressure doesn't.
Yeah, that's impossible.
But it's measured in observables. So I mean, what's your problem?
And Curve talks about why it happens.
If you take your barometer, that's measuring the pressure here on the ground, and as you go up 130,000 feet and below -50, your device will freeze, will contract the metals, and you will have no reading. So if you go any higher where you think it's warmer, how will you get a reading if your device is broken?
Because pressure and heat do not correlate in this discussion.
You think you measure temperature?
Well, okay, Chemo, I'm going to give that to you. I'm going to just say that for the sake of argument that a mercury barometer is the only kind of barometer in the world. When you get up to 50 kilometers, the mercury barometer starts working again, and because it's hotter, and it still shows lower pressure. So it's actually hotter at, it's hotter at 60,000 kilometers than at 10,000.
Do you know how they measure temperature in the atmosphere, Chemo?
With a thermometer.
You think they have a little mercury barometer that you stuck up your butt and they're going to measure the temperature with that? Is that how you think they do it? Really?
Thermometer.
What about an infrared?
We're testing the heat on it.
What about infrared thermometer?
Or a thermocouple?
Reasons where you go. I need a Brummy meter.
It doesn't work if there's no atmosphere.
Yes, it does. It works very well, actually.
You've showed us that, Chemo, in the vacuum chamber. You showed us thermometers work.
Thermometers working. Yeah, it's not a full vacuum. We don't have a full vacuum.
No, there's not a full vacuum anywhere we're discussing.
We're not looking at full vacuum in the atmosphere, are we?
Yeah, there is always atmosphere until you reach the Vallenbau, biblical firmament, and for the rest of you, the dome.
Okay, 50,000 feet, you have like next to no air pressure. It's really low. I'm sorry, 50,000 kilometers. And the temperature is higher. This goes against your stupid little argument. Of course, so would the elevator test, but you won't do that.
Well, this cartoon goes against this practical demonstration of a champagne.
The practical demonstration is a balloon that went up and they measured these at those points.
Your body only pumps your blood at 2.5 psi. So when you go up a mountain, you tell us that your ears pop and you only have 2.5 psi in your body. So if you had
that never does make any sense.
Not let me finish, making me shout. So if you had 90 psi in your body, that much pressure, and then you went to a region where the pressure was lower, you would explode. So we'll take a champagne bottle with a cork. You can demonstrate that reduces in size in the vacuum. When we take it up to 130,000 feet, it doesn't explode. The pressure is the same. It's just colder. This is not a graph or data. This is what you can see, test, and demonstrate.
This is measured, Dima, with balloons.
I've got it on the big screen now as we're talking. I'm looking at the champagne bottle, looking at the altitude, height, and there was no explosion.
Yeah, well, that really comes down to the strength of the bottle.
There was 90 psi.
Yeah, you could have 100 psi in something. If I take a metal pipe and I put 1,000 psi in it, I could put 10,000 psi in a pipe. It really depends on the strength of your system.
Why does the balloon burst and not the champagne bottle, Kimo?
The balloon burst because the exterior of the balloon became brittle and it shattered.
Why didn't the exterior of the bottle become brittle and shatter?
The exterior of the bottle, it froze.
Yes, the bottle is cold. Why didn't it freeze and shatter?
Because the internal liquid froze, became a solid, giving
that
no
would
more
shatter the
pressure.
bottle.
Because it's not giving any more pressure.
No, that would shatter the bottle. If you freeze a liquid inside a bottle, it'll shatter.
Yeah, so it's all become one. It's frozen, so all equalized with the outside.
That's not how it works.
The inside and the outside equalize, therefore no more pressure.
Put a champagne bottle in your freezer.
Why didn't the inside and the outside of the balloon equalize? Why didn't the balloon equalize pressure?
No, they equalize in temp. They tried to equalize in temperature.
Right, but why did the
curiosity?
There's a
really short question that I wanted to add. At how lower pressure did you have that champagne bottle burst in a vacuum chamber?
The champagne bottles are 90 psi.
That's inside.
That was inside. That's inside the bottle. But when did it burst in the vacuum chamber?
When does it burst in the? It doesn't burst in the vacuum.
In the vacuum chamber, you said it burst in the vacuum chamber. That was your claim.
No, the cork reduced. The cork, not the bottle.
Oh yeah.
Cork of the.
He's talking how corks shrink when you reestablish pressure, and the pressure differential between inside the cork and outside the cork changes.
So we should have two effects: the cork should reduce and the bottle should explode.
No, actually, it wouldn't have that.
Explode in the vacuum chamber. Did you have the bottle explode in the vacuum chamber or not?
Yeah, if you put a can or a bottle with high pressure inside and it's low pressure outside, yes, it will explode.
Did you do that with a champagne bottle, the vacuum chamber?
I didn't. That'd be very dangerous. So no, I didn't do it.
Not really.
Did you show a film of it happening?
No.
Oh, no. So you have no evidence that a champagne bottle will actually explode in a vacuum?
No.
Fair enough. No. I'll go with that. But then you cannot expect it to explode at altitude, right?
No, but we can expect the cork to reduce in size.
That's when it gets into pressure, right?
We expect all the air out of the cork to be sucked out because there's low pressure. All the air in the cork should be trying to fill the space.
Yes, that'll make the cork bigger, actually.
But as we can see, there's no need to fill the space because there's already air around it.
Kimo, did you see my balloon thing? I showed it to you, not balloon, the marshmallow thing. As you pull a vacuum, the marshmallow gets bigger.
So I just want to explain the source.
What would happen with that cork in the bottle is it would get bigger.
How air works,
or it tried to, but it'd be up against glass, so it couldn't get any bigger.
Tries to fill the space source, so all the air in that cork, when it left Earth, has air in it. You take it to a lower pressure region, the air in the cork will try to fill the space, therefore reducing in size.
Thereby expanding the size of the cork.
Yes.
Therefore,
and so there's less air in the cork. Yes. Then you bring it back down, but at what speed? And most importantly, how low was the pressure at the time when it was in the vacuum chamber for it to do that? How low was that pressure in the vacuum chamber?
And
Zero.
Actual zero. Well, approximately zero. You see, the globe model tells us at 130,000 feet, we will have a pressure of 0.16-ish atmospheres. That is not nearly zero. That is a shitload more than zero. That is like the vacuum you can make with a bicycle pump.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do not have a comparable vacuum, do you?
I would say so, yeah.
Well, I would say you don't.
Okay.
Since you provide no measurement of either, then what you got.
Okay. It's not
You just
comparable.
saying-
I agree. It's not comparable. Up there is not as low as in the contained vacuum.
Right.
Right.
Because
I
globe
agree.
model tells that you'd have to go higher to get it that low. Have to go near the common line.
Precisely, yeah. You'd have to go 130,000 feet. There was still atmosphere, and there was still it's normal pressure.
Oh,
Gotta go
no,
higher.
normal pressure, but less than the surface pressure, but not at the level you could get in the vacuum chamber, because the vacuum chamber
Gotta
will go maybe not to zero, but fairly
Uh-huh.
far down, right?
I get it. You got to go higher. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. There you
Faster, higher and faster.
go. Higher and faster. Yes.
100, yeah, because you have that shrinking of the cork is going to be caused by the engine pressure being pretty fast.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and we know, as per our reality, that the common line at 100 kilometers is about 100,000 of the pressure at the surface, and that is where wings do no longer work. And, that would make a proper vacuum. So go up 100 kilometers. Do that. See what happens.
Maybe we should go 200,000. Yeah.
Well, 200,000 feet is not 100 kilometers. You need about 4.
Maybe you should go where the ISS is, right?
Oh,
and then
the common line will do fine.
Good idea. Yeah. If we send a champagne bottle to the ISS, we'll see if it really explodes. Yeah.
Oh, if you did that, strapped it to the outside of the rocket and took it there, and they got it, and oh, nice, they brought us champagne and took it inside. Yeah, that would exactly happen. But it seems a bit of a hefty prank, doesn't it?
Right. Of course.
Rumi, explain to me again, why does it matter if the champagne bottle explodes or not to you?
Because there is an immense pressure from within. Now remember, we have 2.5 worth of pressure pressing pressing from the inside of our bodies, and we're supposed to feel the effects going up a mountain.
And again, I say stop that, Chemo.
We're supposed to feel the effects. We're supposed to feel the effects in an airplane. 30,000 feet, and we only have 2.5 worth of pressure. Can you imagine if we increase the pressure in our bodies to 5%, 5 psi, 10 psi, we would explode going up a mountain. So that bottle.
Why is it that it matters again? What's the short version?
If I took a tire with 30 psi, it would explode.
He's on lost it. All right, got it. You don't have coherency right now.
Chemo. The tires on my bike hold 60 psi. Jesus Christ.
I think you have a problem calculating. This is where you guys need math or numbers. You guys are usually good at this stuff. So you got to figure out.
You forgot about surface area.
There was 90
forgot about the surface area and the tensile strength,
and there is zero pressure outside.
Forgot about surface area and the tensile strength of the container, Chemo.
What should the pressure inside try to do if there was less pressure outside?
Depends on the tensile strength and the surface area, Chemo.
Yeah, but what should happen? What would we see happen?
Chemo, where did you get this 2.5 psi in our bodies?
That's how much our heart pumps the blood around.
Blood pressure reading.
That's our blood pressure in our veins, right?
Yeah, that's all the pressure we have inside our body.
The veins have a very small surface area.
Yeah,
there's no other pressure in the body. That's it. Chemo wins.
So yes, our arteries are under pressure. 2.5 psi, you said?
Yeah, around that. I think it's like between 1.9 and 2.5. Yeah, that's like maybe the limit. But you can Google that just to get your double check-ins and things. But the idea is that the only pressure from within the body is the heart pumping the blood. Now, remember, if you go into a region where it's lower pressure up a mountain, your ears are supposed to pop because you say it's lower outside and higher inside.
Protect your inner ear. Yes, that's what happens.
That's what, yeah. Well, that's not that's just the old wives' tale, right? But the reality is,
you can actually show evidence for. But go
reality,
ahead.
the reality is that not everybody's ears pop. Ears pop due to health conditions. You can have people.
Chemo,
here
why
on
are
Earth.
you ignoring the
Now you're just
tensile
making
strength
things
of the
up.
container?
No,
which
I've got a video
where
where we got a phone call this morning. This lady, her ears were just popping constantly, and she didn't know why. She's speaking to the doctor.
What's the PSI in your lungs when you exhale?
When you
can build artificial pressure yourself.
Crowd, you'd have to look at the size of the lungs, the container.
How do you exhale air with lower pressure into high?
No. The air inside your lungs, the container. Everyone has different size lungs, right?
The point is, again, I'm going to ask you point blank. How do you exhale lower pressure air into higher pressure in the atmosphere?
What? I don't understand.
Got him. Ooh, good one.
Say it again.
How do you exhale lower pressure air from your lungs into the atmosphere that's at higher pressure?
Because of the force that you create.
The force creates a higher pressure, you ignorant fuck.
No, you've created enough force to combat whatever you think is pressing on you.
That's the point.
What do you want to lose next? Go to the next topic. Let's see.
So again, another way to understand that there's no atmospheric pressure is that when you go swimming, and if you were to drown, and then you need resuscitating, so they take you out of the water, and then you're on the floor, they have to blow into your mouth or press on your chest. And if the atmosphere was really pressing, they would just open your mouth, the atmosphere would just go in and give you air. You see?
No, what happens? No. Here's the thing. What happens is when you're pressing, okay, your body, the tensile strength of your lungs and whatnot, it doesn't go away just because you're drowned.
What kind of brain defect do you have to actually listen to this?
Right, you're pressing.
He's paying for this.
You let go. You let go of the pressure. There's a pressure differential.
To do that.
Dude, chill. There's a pressure differential, and that pressure differential allows the air to enter your lungs when you release the pressure.
Okay.
Don't worry about my voice. Just worry about what's being said.
Got yeah.
Get
so
it?
you know that what you guys, you really don't have any practical demonstrations to show that the atmosphere is pressurized. We can show that it's has a temperature, it gets colder, and obviously you would need a container for that pressure, which obviously I've told you there is no container, there is no force, so therefore you can't have this pressure that you guys allude to. See, therefore no gravity either. Yes.
We have the acceleration, Chemo, and I explained it to you, and you did not refute it properly. Also, we have that balloon expanding as it goes from the surface to the 130,000 feet. So we have ample demonstration of the pressure and the gradient.
Gradient. You've got a temperature gradient. If you want to say there's a gradient, it just gets colder as you go up. That's it. The pressure would be the same. Water is everywhere.
Right. Oh, so the material inside the balloon gets cold and expands because it's cold.
No. So you've got this gas, warm gas, or you've got this gas pressing, which is creating the temperature.
Chemo, take my advice. Move on to something you can win. You're losing at every turn, man.
Or do you want us to move on to something you can understand?
If I were to use some cold.
You want a little bit easier curve so you can understand.
Anyone who's
I want you to have a W. I want you to walk away with a W before the day's over.
Chemo, could I use cold helium? Helium that's been chilled to a lower temperature than the temperature at the top.
No, it's not the fact that the helium itself is given the temperature. It's the pressing against the wall that is given the temperature. The walls of the balloon. Yeah. So
I just want to point something out, Chemo. I want to point something out. What's quite convenient about this, right, is that it gets cold when you go up to about the airplane level, where most humans are going to occupy it. So it gets cold there. But then when it goes outside the area where the humans go, apparently it gets really warm. But then it goes really cold again. But You know, when that guy done the space jump for the what's it called? Red Bull. Red Bull gives you wings. Yeah, he done a space jump. He was about 70 miles in the air, or 80 kilometers or something. And that's basically where it gets cold again. So everywhere humans ever been, they experience cold. But this metasphere and stratosphere area where it gets warm, you know, it's not very an occupied area for humans. How do they know it's warm there?
No,
It's
Kimo,
not warmer.
who's ever filled a weather balloon? That is what you did to do that whole bottle in high altitude thing. They know you fill it to about a third because it's going to expand.
Mm-hmm.
If you fill it completely, it's going to blow up before it gets anywhere. So it expands, because the lesser pressure outside is not holding that volume in.
Yeah. So like what the creator did, it's colder like to the left, to the right as you go up. So you can't escape. Obviously you can't go down different region, but it's just cold all around, and there's like a warm region in the center, like a warm area where the sun obviously heats up the particles. And
particle in that balloon is heated, so it's essentially a hot air balloon, not a heat.
No. Like I said, the gas is not the heat. It's the pressing against the walls of the balloon, which creates pressure, which increases the heat, which, of course, the exterior of the balloon is getting colder and more brittle, weaker, which breaks the balloon as the inside is being pressed on. It's not that difficult.
Increased pressure creates heat.
No. So let's say you were inside a giant balloon pressing against the walls. So it's you it's not you that's hot. It's the hands on the wall as you press create that heat. As you press on the wall.
That doesn't create enough heat to.
Yeah, but it does. If the outside is
Chemo, listen. You can measure the heat, the temperature of the wall of a balloon at any altitude. You are not going to see a great difference. You get it?
No, but again, when you have pressure, you have an increase in temperature.
Not that dramatic.
Yeah, so when you've got the gas pressing on the walls, as the walls are becoming weaker, and then the inside is pressing, of course it's going to explode.
No,
Chemo, look at this picture. Look at this picture I just uploaded, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so 10 miles up, that's where airplanes are, where humans, are on regular travel, and they can tell it's cold outside of an airplane. Yeah? Then we go up out the ozone maximum, right? And then it starts to heat up, but no humans really experience this part of the stratosphere or the stratopores, and then the metasphere. But the metasphere is where that guy done the jump. You know that jump? What's it called? The Red Bull wing jump. He does like 70 kilometers off.
Brummy, how high was
when he jumps out of
it? Jumped
about 80 miles. So it's about 78. What?
Try again. Dude, do some fucking research before you start running that ignorant mouth of yours.
Oh, it's 62 miles. 62 miles.
About 4 miles. About 24 miles.
62 miles. We've done the space jump.
About 24 miles, you ignorant fuck.
No, it says here, space jump height, officials, the skydive space jump, on mission up to the edge of space, officially recognized the border. Actually, however, experts generally regard the space begin at 62 miles.
No,
100 kilometers there.
Fucking cunt.
The record holder is Alan Eustace at 41 kilometers, which is about 20-something miles, 26, 27 miles.
It says here, 62
Oh,
miles.
shut up.
It does?
It says here, I don't know how to read.
I'm telling you, bro, you can't read.
World's highest jump, 62 miles. I'm reading it right now.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Post
Show us the link, bro. Just show
I'm
us the
posting
link.
it, posting it.
So we can humiliate you. You've asked for it.
I don't give a shit.
An Austrian daredevil plummeted to the record books today, October 14th, breaking the mark for highest ever dive out of after leaping from a balloon more than 24 miles above the Earth's surface. So what are you reading?
This is a completely different link. The link's changed.
I just clicked. Oh, the link changed, guys.
Oh, we were supposed to know that.
This is some pretty shit. Game over, guys. Wow, the link broke, man. I gotta keep that one. Broomy, can I use that one on my next debate with you guys?
Good to know. Good to know Brummy can't read.
Says it here, look, project officials traded skydive, space jump, calling it the mission to the edge of space. The official recognized space border is actually higher. However, most experts generally regard space as being an altitude of 62 miles.
Yeah.
That's where space begins.
And where's
That's
the
not where
jump?
you jump from. The jump is 26 miles away.
Oh, okay. Are we done? You pretty much stepped into it.
No, I read the wrong bit. That's the bit I read when it said 62 miles.
Yeah.
You know, there's a pattern here, Brummy. What just happened right there.
Oh my God, he's made a mistake.
The pattern is you're always wrong. It's very simple.
You need to learn to admit when you're wrong, Brummy.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, I'll probably admit when I'm wrong. I can do that. You can't.
Well, let's see you do it right now.
I already did.
Did we? I missed it. I apologize. The whole room heard it except.
Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Good. You let me know when you want to apologize for fucking trying to conflate situations and not listening to people when they explain density.
The room doesn't
You
want
can always look at that video. You're welcome to look at the
Not
video
about you
and
being
review yourself.
We don't want to go into the
You're
bullshit.
you're willing. You're welcome to watch the video.
Tried to complete 24 miles with 80 miles. Is telling
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
to-
I read the wrong thing. The thing said it at 62 miles, didn't it? So I just read the wrong part.
You know, regardless of whether you're an idiot or not, Brummy, you're typically wrong.
All right, I've made something wrong once. Well done, lads. Continue.
You can stop this at any time, Brummy.
True.
Everyone makes a mistake, mate. It's not a fucking end of the world, is it?
Yeah, no, but it's your life.
And
You're
even then,
right.
even in this guy, the way that guy jumps out, it's still practically cold. Everywhere the humans have been, even it's still consistent. Anyway, it's just if we can go up there, we can probably confirm it ourselves. So,
So we can't send a balloon up. You have to stick your finger out into the.
We could, yes.
area.
Send a balloon up there, then send a balloon up there, and put a little temperature gauge on it, and then see what the temperature.
That's what that graph was all about. It's about balloons they've sent up to measure it.
Aren't you flat earthers the one that say that the
Do it
satellites?
independently, can't we? We could do it independently. Test if they're telling us the truth.
The satellites are just on weather balloons, Broomy, right?
Huh?
The satellites, they're on weather balloons, aren't they? They're attached to weather balloons, right?
What?
Yeah, okay, yeah. Just like you can't read, you can't hear.
What?
Yep.
Say again.
I defer to you, my friend.
Huh?
Huh?
So what was that?
Yeah, I was wrong about fucking height. Well done, lads. Continue. Why you stopping talking? Might as carry on.
The destruction has been complete.
That's it. Oh, look, Brum is wrong about a height jump. Therefore, what?
You know,
Therefore, what?
we can
Therefore,
just call
what?
you often wrong.
Therefore, what?
Therefore, nothing.
Often wrong.
Therefore, nothing. I read an article wrong. I mismistaken it. Mixing my mistake. At least I've got more dignity than a lot of you lot because you don't admit when you're wrong. What you do is you go, I just go, yeah, all right, cool.
Right.
Show me gas pressure back container.
Chemo.
Show me gas pressure back container. Show me a gas pressure back container.
Or he'll keep mentioning it over and over again as if that.
Go outside and look up.
I know, yeah, as if that's the crushing point. Oh, look, Brummy was wrong about jumping from 62 miles to 24. Wow.
Hey, it's only a factor of 2.
It's only like misinterpreting, reading the wrong part. Just conflating it,
What
that's
was
all.
your point with the height, Brummy? What point were you trying to make?
Yeah, I just thought like everywhere the humans have been, it just seems to be cold. It seems to that matosphere, stratosphere.
Well, at the height that we've had balloons sent, weather balloons go to about 53 miles. They show temperatures climbing.
All right, I need to look at that. I need to see this stuff.
Right. That's
Is there
why
any videos
it's
of it?
satellites. So you got your satellites that you say are on balloons, and what you should have been done by now is recognize those readings.
Should have been done.
Weather balloons, how high?
53 miles is the record.
For real?
Yeah.
So someone can send one of them hot balloons up in here, put a temperature gauge on it, and see if this is consistent with the data they were giving us.
They've
That's
done it.
why they're called weather
Where?
balloons.
Who's done this? Who's done
Brony.
this?
They're called weather balloons. They already have that.
Are you
They
still
just
talking
have
to me?
P900s and they take pictures of the weather. That's what they do, Brony, I guess.
Christ. Oh, gee, they're weather balloons. They should have a temperature on them and a barometer. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Good job, man. You should be a scientist.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So 5th grade project last year, I posted
Well,
some graphs
today's
in there.
temperature
These are 5th graders
for
who are measuring time versus temperature and time versus
1500 degrees
altitude.
Celsius. I've never heard them say that though.
Who the fuck is talking?
You are.
Thanks.
You said it was a 5th grade project?
Yeah, 5th grade weather balloon project. Here they have a
No way.
barometer and an altimeter on it. The data's right there in chat. So you can see how time versus temperature and time versus altitude. I'll put pressure on there as well. But these are 5th graders, dude. I know you
So
dropped
the
out
higher
right around
the
5th grade.
balloon goes, the hotter it gets. I mean, in that 5th grade experiment, did it show that it got to 1500 degrees Celsius in the thermosphere?
Did it go up to the thermosphere? Did I ever
I'm like,
claim
what are
that,
we
you
talking
dumbass?
about here exactly? Because somebody was like, yeah, it gets cold when you go up, but it does. But then it gets warmer again when you go up even further. But I don't know if that's where the conversation was going. I came in through the middle of it here, and I'm
Then you
trying to
should
figure.
chime in.
I mean, that's partly, because chemo asserts that pressure is directly correlated to temperature. And since the pressure drops off at a very even rate going up, and temperature varies pretty wildly, pressure is not the driving force of air pressure at the atmospheric pressure.
Right, but to air temperature though is, I think, once we get up into the thermosphere, are we talking about air temperature anymore, or are we talking about actual thermal temperature from radiation from the sun approaching an atom?
Oh, yeah, I can't say that, but I'd say that where we're talking about, where the temperature starts to rise, is still in the well measurable zone with balloons and thermometers.
And that I think we should all be able to agree on.
Hey, this is pretty interesting. Somehow I muted Virus and Reasons, but I didn't touch the computer. Is there some kind of way to manipulate the system here to do that?
Well, if they're not worth talking to, they just get auto muted.
Wow.
Right.
Actually, Flatten, turn your computer off, wait 10 minutes, then turn it back on.
Oh,
that's just ruthless.
come on, Rocket, man.
No, it's been proven that an hour at least. That works best.
Oh, guys, I've been
Pressure.
good today.
Time.
Well, I actually heard you take
fucking
1 cup of
130
water
minutes.
and you mix 2 tablespoons of salt in water and pour it through the top of your computer.
130 minutes seems to be the highest point. The highest point, the temperature. Let's have a look at the temperature. 130, back there, isn't it? The temperature don't really change that much. It's warm, goes down to cold, goes slightly a bit warm again, then drops down to cold. The reason that temperature then shoots down so cold is because obviously it's falling, right? So as it's falling, the wind's causing a lot of cold air as it's falling.
Actually, wind doesn't make things colder.
Sorry?
Wind doesn't make things colder.
Well, you know what I mean? As it's dropping down, there's like wind going up, it's causing fucking air going past. It's cooling.
Right, wind doesn't make things colder.
All right, wind don't make things
Unless
cold.
unless they're
Don't
wet.
really give a
And
shit
then
about
you
your
can have
pedantic
evaporation.
bullshit. Don't care about your pedantic bullshit.
Well,
It's the
it's not
temperature that drops.
pedantic. It's very specific.
It is pedantic. It is pedantic.
claim is
The balloon obviously pops around. Looking at this data here, the balloon pops around about 130. 130 minutes, it pops, and that's where it gets to the lowest point, where the temperature seems to start rising. Then as it declines, coming down, all the temperatures change and all the altitudes change. So it's obviously something to do with the balloon dropping. What?
Chemo. The temperature drops as you go up to that altitude, and if I recall, gas compresses at lower temperatures. And what was your argument again about the walls of that balloon? When
name's
something's
Brummy, though,
pressing up against the walls of the balloon, what happens? Chemo, Broomy, they're all the same to me now.
Okay.
Oh my
Larry.
God, those balloons pop when the temperature's almost at the ground level temperature. How weird is that?
Well, I'm just reading the data, and it? You sent us data. I'm looking at it, and I'm just made an assumption from what I'm seeing. Obviously, at 130 minutes in, the temperature seems to drop, and obviously the altitude then drops as well. So obviously it's coming down, isn't it? And the pressure seems to go up as well. So the pressure goes up, so obviously it's going down. Obviously the balloon's falling down at that point, and when it goes to minus 40, then obviously that's because of the fucking wind that's going past it and cooling it down.
That's the highest point.
Oh, wind don't cool things down. Wind
That's
don't
the
cool things
highest
down.
point.
So
Is
what are
at
you
negative
predicting?
40 degrees.
So is he saying that?
That's the 77,000 feet is negative 40 degrees, and then it starts falling, and that's when the temperature
exactly.
starts going back up.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the temperature going back up has nothing to do with wind.
Well, the temperature goes down. It goes negative
Because
40.
it was going higher, has nothing to do with wind.
So if it's going, why does the altitude go down then? At time, on the time one, it says it goes to 1 minute 20, 120, 130. Then the altitude then starts declining, and that goes exactly when the temperature starts to decline as well. So I think you're wrong. The altitude goes down on that graph, and the temperature goes down exactly at the same time. The time 130, about 130, the altitude and the time starts to decrease, and the pressure also goes up as well. So obviously, if the pressure goes up, obviously the balloon must be declining because the pressure goes up, the temperature goes down, obviously with the wind hitting it, and fucking altitude is obviously going down as well. So I don't know what I think you've read the graph, your own fifth grader graph's wrong yourself. No. Yes. It's time for you to admit that you're wrong. It's all right though. I don't expect you to be a man and say, "Oh, I slightly got a bit wrong."
Is he actually saying that your graph is wrong?
No, he read his own graph wrong to me.
Yeah.
Trying to tell me
Is
that was
Brony actually saying that your graph is wrong, Cosmo?
No, I'm telling him he read the graph to me wrong.
His interpretation of it.
No, you got it wrong to me. You got it all recorded. Go back and listen to what you just said.
This is what happens
You said the coldest.
grade.
You said the coldest point. You said the coldest point was the altitude. You said the negative 40 was the altitude. It wasn't. Clearly, it wasn't.
Fifth grade class bored, so he stopped paying attention.
No, he fucked up on his own. But you know what? That's the thing. Don't expect you to admit when you're wrong because you're a
He's going
Glover.
to be quiet about it. He's not going to admit to it, so that's okay.
Exactly. Yeah, little faggots, man. Little faggots.
Little
oh,
what?
Look. Oh, you got something wrong. Look. Hey, you got something wrong. You're graphs. Fifth grader graphs. Fifth grader graphs. Fifth graders. Yeah. Oh, it's fifth grader stuff, man. You couldn't even read it yourself.
Like, well, you're the one who was failing to read it, bro.
Hey, fifth graders! This is fifth graders, man. Hey, fucking.
He's trying to claim victory with dropping.
Like, it wouldn't have been a big
faggot.
deal. It's not even a victory, but you did miss.
Hey!
Hey! Oh, the next 2 days.
You guys would never admit when you're wrong. You got too much pride. Admit you're wrong. Admit it.
That's the only reason why it's a big deal.
Admit you're wrong. Go on.
Cosmo,
I have a
apologize to
You're
him, or
wrong.
else he
Then
won't
do it
talk
for us
to
all.
you.
Hey, I know her.
Just do it. You're wrong.
I have a
Like,
question about earlier.
That's how you were being to him. You literally were saying, "Well, then do it now."
Someone talking.
Let's hear it. Let's hear you apologize. Come on. Say
I
you
have
were wrong.
a question about earlier.
No. Let's not change the subject. Let's talk about
when
the altitude.
Kimo was saying that temperature. Sorry.
Let's
light
change the subject.
does not cause a
baller
temperature.
bitches.
What did he mean by that?
You got no respect. You got no respect.
Goddamn,
you
you did it
guys
again.
are fraud.
Oops.
Can't take it, can you? You ain't man enough to admit it. Admit you're
It was
wrong.
different when the whole room was
Who are
supporting
you talking to, bro?
him doing it to
I
you.
know.
Now,
I know.
The only reason
Now the
I'm
shoes
saying
on the other
anything-
foot.
Yeah.
Can't even read his own fifth grader fucking grasp
no
properly.
one is
Got
man
fucking
enough
altitude
to do it back
confused.
to themselves.
Yeah? Fucking
I did it
idiots.
to myself.
Brahmi, why don't you stop talking and let him explain?
Nah.
I don't know what his
Stuff.
question is.
GG, good game.
I mean, this graph doesn't even
What's
make
the
sense to
view
me
is
because the
you have
temperature
sneaky
should have gone much
mask on your
lower.
face.
he thought the temperature drop was the altitude. Fucking spastic. 5th grader fucking graphs. You can't even read your own shit.
God, Brahma,
You
you're
can't even,
such a mom.
I
you
never
can't
said
even
that,
read your
Brahma.
own shit.
Yeah, since I never said that, I guess it's you can just claim whatever victory you want. That's okay.
Yeah, you did. You did. You literally said.
I said that the temperature was
Get
the
the recording.
altitude.
Go to the stream. Get the recording. Right. The guy
Yeah,
said the
go get
coldest
it.
point was that
Go
when
get
at the highest point. When he was at the highest point, and I
Yeah,
clearly
this is a
explained why it
complete
wasn't.
waste of time with Brahma.
Ah,
Can
so waste of
someone
time. This
tell
guy
me
don't
something
know.
else?
Just apologize, man.
He thinks it's
Apologize.
win. Win.
Apologize. Apologize.
Apologize to who? To you and
Apologize
your
to
white.
Broomy, or else Broomy will
You
not
and
talk to you
Ian
anymore.
Grim.
Apologize, bitch.
I'm not
That's
apologizing. 'cause
literally
that's
what you were
wrong.
doing. Take a little teaspoon of your own medicine.
Ah, this is too funny.
All right,
Little
Brahma, you
teaspoon.
could shut the fuck up for a moment. And
Yeah,
let
but
other
he
people
could
talk. You don't have to
apologize too,
just babble.
though,
You could apologize. Edit. You could just apologize.
You could do that.
You could
We
just
could all
apologize.
shut
Why
the
not?
fuck up, huh? We could all.
I'd like to know more about this graph because it's very unusual.
No, man, just apologize.
Because now, shut up, Brahma. Does
Yes,
anybody know about this graph? Whose
apologize.
graph is it?
Mine.
Yours. Okay. Why does the temperature seem to remain so high at those altitudes?
See the hypocritical bullshit, dude?
Good question. This is just what was recorded, just direct data.
I'm wondering if
Yeah,
there's
fifth graders.
a problem with the box actually producing heat. Radiant heat.
It might have, since it was an insulated box for the equipment.
I guess that doesn't make.
Yeah, because that just simply doesn't make sense. So Brummy might be right in a sense that once the air started flying over, it blew into the box and
Oh, thank you.
was actually experiencing the actual temperature outside.
Thank you.
It might have.
Thank you. It's appreciated. It might have.
Brummy, but you see, I'm actually from a logical standpoint. You're just cackling like a fucking
Trying
hyena.
so hard to claim victory. It's so retarded to try to talk to this Mong.
And you are being a mom. And so we all know that the temperature at 75,000 feet should not be 40 degrees Fahrenheit or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's something unusual about this data.
It's possible that the altitude wasn't measured properly. There might have been a compressed. The values were compressed somewhat, right?
Don't know. I just
I'm
find
just
it
saying that's a
unusual.
possibility. The temperature readings could have been correct if the altitude readings might have been incorrect, and that would fit.
Cosmo, you got a link to where this came from, so we can see what the fuck they were doing, what they were trying to test.
Like I said, it was just fifth graders. They were just recording data as the balloon. They built the balloon,
fifth graders
built the system, and then launched it and gathered data.
Yeah,
that was it.
Where can we read more about this?
I'll see if the raw data is still available. This was last spring.
Was this a project that you were involved in, or knew
I
of?
was loosely involved with. My kids were involved in it. I mean, it's stuff that's so accessible and easy that I'm surprised that flat earthers, if they have questions about this kind of stuff, you can build this on your own and call your local air traffic control and tell them when you're launching and go ahead and collect your own data.
Accessible and easy if you're in school. These idiots dropped out of kindergarten, probably.
Well, I know Brummy dropped out around 5th grade, but
Hey, is it possible? What's the highest that we could get a balloon with a camera on it to get visuals of the Earth? I mean,
173,000 is the record for any type of balloon that I can find.
Well, here's the second part of my question. Okay, so the balloons usually pop, right? They'll pop. Isn't there a way to put a kind of a valve on the balloon to decrease the pressure so they don't pop? And if that were the case, could we just keep going? I mean, I know there's going to be an ultimate limit, but you could keep going to the point to where maybe you could get a picture of the curvature.
The 173,000 will probably be about like the physical limit of buoyancy to payload.
I'm sorry, you were breaking up. Say it again.
I said 173,000, probably getting pretty close to the limit you go with buoyancy and payload.
The payload itself. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, at some point, it's just going to reach an equilibrium, just sort of bomb.
Maybe if you heat it a little, you can go a little bit higher, but not much.
Think that will be enough to get a curvature image of the Earth?
The curvature image of the Earth is sitting on a mountaintop.
I understand, Zanuck, but I'm speaking on in a different way to get
one that you can obviously see with eyeballs without the aid of a
just
straight
eyeball
line
it.
and straight edge.
No, what I'm talking about is the effective curvature. But if you want to see actual curvature, you're going to go pretty damn high. And you got to have how you got to take a picture of it with what lens will show curvature.
Yeah, no lens is acceptable because it always has the error that Lemon will say all lenses have error.
That's right.
They never want to go into what those errors are. But they all have error.
Refracting through the lens.
Run from the data once you provide that PDF file from Leica showing that error of the lenses measured. So let's just ignore what Lemon says and go with the actual science of it.
It's funny how all the errors seem to lead to the same result. What a coincidence!
The same flat Earth. That's right.
You
think you're complaining that the errors show curvature, dummy.
Once you correct for the fake curvature, you have a flat land.
Well, they have a correction. They have lens corrections for every lens out there.
Lim, for all of the ways that we measure the data, you're either going to say that the error, the data, the resulting data shows curvature. You're going to say that's due to error. All I'm saying is you've got all these divergent methods to measure data. What a coincidence that they all seem to show curvature. Just like yesterday, I said, what a coincidence that the 15 degrees per hour of the star rotation matches
the rotation of the ether.
No, my friend. You've got the device, the gyro, 15 degrees per hour drift. There's no ether that can explain that and the stars.
Space is a solid viscous thing connecting all of this stuff together under the dome. As the sun, moon, and stars move, they drag space with it, the ether. That is the drift that you're getting in the gyro.
You would be able to weigh it if it was a solid.
It's solid enough to influence the route of light, slowing it down in the interferometer.
Where's the liquid ether and the gaseous ether?
Passing in and out of objects, flowing like a fluid.
If only you had evidence for your claims. Weird.
We have indirect evidence, but Copernicanism
why have evidence when you can just make shit up?
Makes you guys too biased to interpret it outside of your paradigm.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock. That's why you're here. It's your shift. You're here from 3 to 6.
Sorry, Brenda, you were saying?
You just make shit up.
You make stuff up for your atheist materialist paradigm. I'm not going to worship the New World Order.
I reason from basic facts. You just make shit up.
No such thing as a paradigm neutral observation. Your paradigm materialist atheism needs to be examined to see if it's giving you a biased interpretation or an adequate one. It appears that the gyro precession can be explained under a flat and domed, still motionless, biblically created Earth.
Yeah, sounds like biased, though, Lemon. Sounds like you're biased to interpret this from biblical standpoint.
So we need to see which bias, if any, is closer to reality.
You can do that all the time, Lemon. Why don't you just do it?
Well, the way we decide if something is close to reality is by doing an experiment and making predictions.
That is true.
Yes. And so we have actually done experiments, and we can predict within 12 decimal points. You can't do an experiment. You don't know what the scientific method is, and you can't make predictions.
Take out the bias of the WSGS84 model. Take out the curving lenses that refract and collimate the image as it goes through the lens, and just go with, say, a laser as it travels over the land. Is it hitting a hump of Earth curvature or not?
The WGS model is a measurement limit. It's not biased or built out of anything. It's a measurement.
Built off of globe assumptions, viciously circular logic if you dare to use it to try to prove or disprove the globe.
Okay, so can you show us how this was assembled in the WGS84? How it was assembled on assumption rather than on measurement? Can you demonstrate
An
this?
ellipsoid assumption. That's a globe, is it not? Or rather an oblong globe-like figure?
No, don't just say something.
The WSGS84, whatever the hell model, has an ellipsoid geoid oblong sphere as its base assumption.
Outcome. And no, but how does the information wind up as this ellipsoid? How do the measurements wind up as this ellipsoid? Show me the assumption involved in assembling the information to create the ellipsoid. Show.
If you're trying to pretend not to be biased, take out the model that has an ellipsoid geoid, a curved spherical object out of the equation, and just go with the way that a laser travels.
Right, so you can't do it, can you? You're just going to sit there.
And you can't get rid of your WSGS84 bias, can't you?
To do it. I'm trying to wait for you to finish. But you don't do the same for me. I don't know why I'm doing it. Not even sure why I'm talking to you when you're not even answering my questions. You're doing your damnedest to
You're
run
boring
around.
me, Curved. I'm sorry. I got to get down to business.
Well, then get back to your glory hole then, okay? Don't let me keep you, sugar.
All right.
He said, all right.
Not going to answer fucking questions. Don't engage in the fucking conversation.
He's in the glory hole right now. He can't respond.
Okay, since this is
bores
done.
me when people make it personal. I need information. I need facts. I don't need a whole lot of
But
drama.
you reject the facts that do not go along with what you already believe.
You reject the facts that don't go with your materialistic, atheistic, man-centered, fake, science.
Stop making shit up.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Go ahead and show me a fact, and let's see what happens. Show me a fact that goes against all that said. That goes against all that BS you just said, and let's see if I will just reject it because it goes against my atheistic blah 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 blah.
Everybody has a bias. You just have to acknowledge it. Remove the stuff that encourages the bias, and just remains past your bias. Your WSGS84 ellipsoid thing is part of what must be proved in this model, curved or flat. So take it out and just go with a laser. Remove the bias.
Give me a fact.
That's Lemon Bird's debate tactic. If someone says something, he just dismisses it as being biased or not following his bullshit paradigm, which is the only right paradigm according to him.
How is the WGS biased, Lemon?
It's got a curved shape. That's part of what we're trying to establish in this discussion. Therefore, for you guys not to be biased yourselves, take it out of the freaking equation.
No, but what's the bias? I don't get it. What's the bias?
It's a curved shape. We're trying to establish the shape, flat or round.
No. The WGS isn't trying to establish the shape of the Earth.
It's built off of a curved ellipsoid. That's biased towards your side. To get rid of the bias, get rid of the WSGS84 model and go with the laser traveling over the land.
It's not a bias because the WGS isn't trying to prove that the Earth is whatever shape it is. It isn't trying to do that.
It already goes off of the curved land assumption, which is what we're trying to establish. So using any of that stuff is circular.
No, the WGS doesn't go off of assumptions. It goes off of measurements.
No. Nobody's been to the center of the Earth and back. Nobody's gone from one side of the Earth to the other. This is an assumption of globularity without anything to back up its assumptions.
It's based on measurements. The elliptical the elliptical, eccentricity, which is the degree that an ellipsoid deviates from perfect circle. That's eccentricity. That is a measurement. It's not an assumption.
It's a measurement that's poorly interpreted because of curving lenses and heliocentric bias and a poor understanding of perspective over a flat plane. So we're going to need a laser traveling over the land, hitting the hump, or going straight over the hump, hitting the target like it's flat land.
If it were to hump, then it would be pointing further down than the horizon. You don't even understand how the curvature model works because you
need to understand how to interpret your measurements properly.
You're not understanding
there
how
is no curvature of the Earth, only curvature of the lens and poorly understood perspective in NASA's lying
Why
CGI.
do you keep repeating yourself and going on a run on? You didn't even hear what I said. You're speaking of a hump. That's not how a curved sphere works. There's no hump.
There would be a hump over a ball of Earth.
No, there would not be. That's not how it works.
Really?
Yes, really. Why don't you get your?
So what would you call the Earth curvature that's in the way of you and something over long distances that's far away? The hump? What would you call that? See, this is why you just frustrate the crap out of globe earthers. You get stuck on semantics all freaking day when you know full well there's a hump in the way. You just waste time.
That's not a hump.
I prefer to just power past your BS. You curved in other people. Just power past your BS. You're full of crap.
No hump in the way. That's your mistake, Lemon. You think there is. He won't listen to us explain how there's not.
Hey, Lemon. Does a basketball have a hump?
If you're standing on it and viewing something over the basketball, yes.
No,
that's not a hump. That's not a hump.
It's just a bad.
And what would you use to describe it?
I would just call it curvature. That's what I would call it. It's curvature.
Curvature is 3 syllables versus a hump, which is 1. You're making communication less possible with more syllables when it just basically is a hump. It's a hump.
A hump goes up and then down, and that does not happen on the globe. There's no going up part. It just goes down from your feet. So wherever you're standing on a globe, it will always go down from there. It will never go up and then down. In order to get a hump, you need to go up and then down.
But it would go up and down relative to your feet. If you took a straight line straight from your feet to the feet of what you're observing over long distances, that would be a straight line, and there would be a hump curving up from that line.
But it's weird to call it a hump, though, because from our perspective, there's no hump. It doesn't. The ground never goes up from our perspective.
Right.
There's no hump because the land is flat and level.
It doesn't go up, though. Is the point.
Lemon, the only way you have. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Lemon. If I'm an ant on a basketball, the ground beneath my feet curves away in every direction. There are no humps.
But there would be a hump from your feet to the feet of what you're observing, and then the curved land would arch over that straight line. That's the hump.
No. It would curve in every direction.
But
what would happen is that the curve.
What straight line is he referring to? A chord?
He's referring to a chord.
The chord from your feet to the feet of the object. Yes, the chord.
See something else beyond the horizon.
So there would be a chord there, and then the curved arc would be the hump over that.
Okay, there is a sagitta. There is a sagitta at the center of the chord. So what?
So where is this hump? We see flat level land, no hump in the way. When we have a 2-foot laser off the ground or whatever, trying to hit a 2-foot target over long distances, there's no hump in the way.
The hump is in your base. If you're viewing along the direction of the chord, parallel to the chord, you're gonna see hump if you're parallel to the chord.
Yeah, there will be a sagittal between me and any other object on the globe Earth, especially if that object is over the curve.
I'm not picking on you, Lemon, but your orientation is off here.
Well, I'm speaking with, my mates at the glory hole, and they don't see how, this Earth could be curved when all we see is flat level land.
Orientation I was referring to, Lemon.
Oh.
But at least you got the double entendre. Good on you for that. But anyway, seriously, if your line of sight is parallel to the chord, you're looking at effectively hump land in the way. You're looking down, dude. The cord is not parallel to your horizontal from your viewing position. You know that.
Well, you have this cord under your feet, and then that's going to give you a height of the hump. You have to shoot something over that height to get over the hump. Brenda, you were saying?
Well, there's no hump
on the horizon. Draw out a cord that's parallel to the tangent. I invite you. I beg of you. Draw the parallel. Draw the tangent parallel to the cord.
All right.
But if you draw it parallel to the tangent, it would go off into the air over the head of the thing that you're aiming for. You have to draw a cord through the circle, which means that you have to go at the bottom of the hump, or something parallel to that if you're going to hit the target without hitting the hump.
Lemon. This is real easy. And Curve, you can blow me away if I'm wrong. I do not believe that the cord and the tangent line are parallel from the same starting location.
They are not. The tangent is 90 degrees to the diameter of the circle. The cord is not. The cord's at a deeper angle.
Beach, revoke Flatten's speaker role, please.
He's fine. What he said was correct.
What?
What Flat just said is correct, that the tangent and the cord are not going to be parallel.
Yeah, you could prove it by cutting a circle into very small pie slices. When you cut the circle into small pie slices, 360 degrees around the circle, you're going to get very thin pie slices with a little tiny angle coming from the center that is going to approach zero and be very small.
You don't need to keep talking all the time. I think Curve was going to respond.
Curve, okay.
Here's the thing. Take the point where your feet are at the surface of the earth, okay, that part of the sphere. Now, from your feet, you're going to draw a tangent, and then you're going to draw a cord in the same direction at, to some distance away to make it 10 miles away. Okay? Your cord's going to be 10 miles long.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That's what you're saying. It's
not parallel.
Well, I thought you were.
Yeah, but the cord's going to come down at a deeper angle.
Lemon, just let other people talk for a little bit. I thought you guys were talking about the tangent taken at the point where your feet are touching the sphere, but you're not. You're taking the tangent at the point where the sagitta of the core.
No. The same point of origin, where it's tangential at the tangent point, and draw your cord from that point forward in the same direction as the tangent line.
Well, if you take a tangent at your feet, you're taking something that's perpendicular to gravity. Yeah.
Correct. And the cord will not be perpendicular.
That's right. So they're not parallel.
They're not parallel. That's what I said.
Okay, that's what Flatten said too.
So it's got to go. And it's going to be a hump.
Hold on, man. No, I heard him say they're not, and then I don't know, Flatten. What did you say? I thought you said they're not parallel.
Well, this is the part where I just power past what Curve's saying because he's not helping us to establish anything.
Hold on, Lemon.
The cord would go straight through the earth. That is all.
I'm in the middle of discussing something with him. Can you just have some patience? We're not going to take the mic forever. Just be reasonable. Did I mishear Platten? Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know. Only Platten can confirm it, but he's not speaking up. So
he must have stepped away.
He was.
All right. Well, I'll ask him. We can check to see if I was right or wrong. But yeah, we're in agreement. What you're saying sounds correct.
Okay, and then also one other quick point to add, and then I'll be quiet about this. Just remember, okay, take your 6-foot eye height observer that will be tangential to the surface at approximately 3 miles away. Okay, and extend that line. That is not going to be parallel to the cord that would be drawn from your feet,
right?
Which would extend farther than 3 miles, and certainly anything farther than 3 miles is the longer than 3 miles that cord is, the more from parallel it's going to be.
Can I ask a question when you get a chance?
I think you can ask it now.
when I Google for sagittal, all I get are anatomy drawings of a sagittal plane going through the human figure. I don't understand.
No L.
No L.
It's a fancy way of saying crest, top, arch, crest, hump.
No, it's
In
not.
this case.
Hey, Flatten, did you say is parallel or is not parallel?
What I was saying is at your starting point, like let's say the
Did you say is parallel or is not parallel?
I thought it was not parallel.
Yeah, yeah. All right.
Am I correct or am I incorrect?
You're correct.
Okay.
Curved is talking about the tangent coming out from your eyes hitting the hump. That
But you're
is
standing up.
parallel
You're
to
standing
the
up.
cord going straight through your feet to the other side. That would be parallel.
Nice try.
No, that's
nice
not
try.
parallel. He just said it's not
That
parallel.
would be parallel the way that Curve drew it.
He
Yeah.
just described it and said it's not parallel.
It would be parallel the way that he drew it. The one coming from your eyes, hitting the crest of the hump 3 miles out. That would be parallel to the cord going from your feet to the other object. That would be parallel.
Nice try, Lemon.
Or incorrect.
you're looking down.
Lemon, you're trying to conflate two things.
Lemon,
You're
Flatten,
comparing.
you don't need to laugh. Flatten, I'm in the middle.
Sorry.
of something. You stepped away from the mic, so just give it a second. Curve, did you not just to clarify this exactly thing?
Yeah, the line of sight was something different that was added on afterwards. The original point was tangent at your feet and then draw the cord from your feet. They will not be parallel, but it's going to deviate. That was
it would be parallel for something your height that's exactly the same height over the ball. It would be parallel for something the same height.
No cord could be parallel. Originating at the tangent point, going off into the same direction. No cord can be parallel to that tangent line.
If you're a 6 foot object looking at something that's 6 foot also over the ball,
Then
your
it's not a
line of
tangent
sight
line
over
anymore.
the ball, tangent to the ball,
Your
would be
eye height has
parallel to
nothing
the
to do
cord
with the
going from
tangent
your
at your
feet to the object over the ball. That would be correct if they were the same size.
Okay. Now that you've said all that unnecessarily, and I tried to stop you, your eye height has nothing to do with the tangent at your feet. The tangent at your feet on the surface of the sphere.
It's going nowhere. You need a laser to punch through the hump of Earth's curvature. This is going nowhere, dude. Punch through the hump of Earth's curvature. I don't care about your semantics. I don't care if you get exactly what I'm saying or not. You need to have a laser punch through the hump.
Quit stifling the fucking conversation with your obfuscation.
We don't have time for this.
Then bye.
Remember, Lemon, homosexuality is a sin according to the Bible.
Right. No need for that. If he wants to work the glory hole, he can work the glory hole. Who are you to condemn him?
Oh no, I'm just saying according to the Bible. He argues against the flat Earth as a sin according to the Bible. He argues against the globe, calling it a sin according to the Bible.
You're just being hateful.
I am. I'm sorry.
It's not actually strictly true. It depends on how you interpret. What is it?
Brenda, I'm already there with you. I'm just talking about his point of view, his screwed up point of view. That's all.
Well, the word in the New Testament is asymptotes, if I'm pronouncing it right, and it depends on how you translate.
It means soft.
Well, it could mean temple prostitute, and a lot of things. People translated it as homosexual, but other people don't. So I don't know.
Hey, listen, I'm not trying to go there. I'm just trying to remind him of how inconsistent he is.
It's usually not helpful to go personal. What's usually helpful is to just let them talk and show how dumb their arguments
You're right.
are.
I'm wrong. I apologize.
With a few guided questions, you can't just. My strategy is to ask questions that sort of bring out any insanity or contradictions that are inherent in the person I'm talking to. That will make them either bite the bullet on the contradiction, or get them flummoxed. Often they get angry. Sometimes they rage quit. But then it becomes apparent to everybody that what they've said is crazy. So that's my general strategy these days.
You're right. Again, I apologize. I was wrong for doing that.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I've certainly committed my share of stupid things, in public, in front of the whole fucking world and everybody. So whatever.
The main thing was he was wrong about Trump and what he was saying about it, and he was saying everything he could to obfuscate that fact that he was wrong.
There is that. There is that. It seems to me like with a lot of people, especially the lemon bird types, of which there are several, it's a defense of the faith. It's more like this is more like apologetics than it is trying to have an argument. It's more like a theology, and I'm familiar with some principles of apologetics, and I've debated people on religion and stuff. It seems an awful lot like that.
What actually motivates you, Brenda?
What motivates me?
Well, I mean, what
if
you
I was-
said, showing them to be stupid is already obvious to
part of
most
it.
people that they are
Well,
stupid.
okay. I can tell you maybe my history is a bit. I sort of discovered this community of people probably 5 years ago. It was called Debate Coliseum, where people debated. We didn't debate flat Earth because it didn't exist at that time that I was aware of, but we debated philosophy and theology, atheism versus theism. We debated politics. And I just got interested in that, and I got exposed to a number of people that are well
Fundamentalists?
I got exposed to fundamentalists as well as highly educated people, as well as extreme right-wing people. We would get people in there who are just unabashed fascists. They would make various racist comments and stuff. And I tried to learn how to deal with those people, and so over time, I sort of discovered the flat Earth community, and so my I like to tell myself that my goal is to be better at debate. It's probably, if I had to be perfectly honest, I don't interact socially a lot, so it's probably social interaction. I think that's probably true for a lot of people. I think there's a certain amount of I'm smart and you're dumb. I think that goes on an awful lot. But it has inspired me, for instance, to take some more courses at my local university, and to read more books. I've actually been buying books and actually reading them rather than watching YouTube videos. So it has motivated me to try to make myself a little bit better. So that's part of it. And then I've had a long history of because of my gender identity, people will attack me and I will react rather violently. And I try to get to like a place, sort of a Zen place where I don't care about that, but I do care. But I try to
You already answered the question.
I try to overcome that because it's a lot of places, and so I like to also put on this mask of being dispassionate and disinterested. I think a lot of people do that, but I am passionate about some things. I am interested in some things, but I think a lot of people put on those kinds of masks. I've had in my life a lot of therapy and group therapy, so I'm accustomed to trying to figure out what my motives are and what other people's motives are, and so I work from that. And sometimes I fuck up big time, and I have in the flat Earth community. I have fucked up big time a number of times, but I'm trying. That's all I can say, and that's where I'm at.
If it's social interaction that you're looking for, you can try other sources like video games or some forums. Then have to stick around here. But I guess that's your choice.
That's true. I have a server that I go to with people that I've known for quite a while, longer than Flat Earth even, and I go and I socialize with them a little bit. I have a social worker because of the place where I live in is HUD financed, and so you have to have a social worker, and she helps me fill out paperwork, which is horrible, filling out paperwork, and so I'm glad for that. So she would like to see me not be on the computer at all, and to just, you know, go outside and stuff, which I should do, definitely. And
Brenda,
so
you're
now
awesome.
I've killed the room.
No. I've got a lot of respect for you, like more than I already had. So
No, I should get out more. Except right now it's 90 degrees with 50% humidity, and I'm dying here. It's just been this past couple days. The humidity has been pretty bad.
What city do you live in, Brenda?
Minneapolis.
Oh wow.
I don't have trouble.
That's where Authentic Intent goes around in Flat Smacks, right?
Yeah, he goes around. It used to be called Lake Calhoun, and now they gave it an Indian name that I can't pronounce, a Native American name that I can't pronounce. I don't know how to pronounce it. It used to be called Lake Calhoun. Calhoun was not an admirable person, so I don't know why they named it after him. I used to go there. I should go there and stuff. People in the Minneapolis area, we have several lakes which are within the city limits, and there are bike paths and walking paths, and people go out there all the time. And that would be good to do during COVID, especially because you're automatically social distancing. I should do that more. But yeah, he goes there. I've never met him though. Tom Jump has. There's a guy who's local here who is more philosophically minded. His name is Tom Jump. He's been on Modern Day Debates. He has his own Discord and his own YouTube channel. He has debated with Authentic Intent.
Is there a video of that?
Possibly on Tom Jump's YouTube channel. Possibly. He has debated. Tom Jump has debated flat earthers on.
But Authentic Intent, he doesn't really debate though. He just yells.
Yeah, he's not a well man.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those that is in the Pete Shea spectrum.
Sometimes yelling is the only way to get through to people that are just so dumb and ignorant.
Yeah, yelling at kids at the baseball game and telling them that Santa Claus isn't real. That's the right way to do it, right?
I don't think yelling. I don't think yelling accomplishes anything, Broomy.
No, I agree that yelling shouldn't be an effective strategy. But sometimes people are just so hard-headed, that it infuriates you to the point where you yell. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not promoting yelling, but I do think that sometimes people do yell because it's infuriating. Do you get what I mean?
No, yeah, you have to get past that though, to where it's not such a big deal.
So,
whether or not somebody
Bubby, you wouldn't mind if you had your kids at a baseball game and then some fucking weirdo started yelling at your kid and telling your kid things and telling your kid Santa isn't real? You wouldn't mind?
I'd be pissed off. Yeah,
it's a bit different to going into a debate, though, isn't it? Are you on about a debate, or are you on about this specific situation?
I'm talking about the method of operation that Authentic Intent employs, which is not to debate anybody, just to walk around in public places and yell at people about the flat Earth.
Everyone yells at their kids, don't they? But no, I don't approve of yelling.
No. Yeah, I don't yell at anybody else's kids though. I yell at my own kids. I don't yell at other people's kids.
Well,
I'm not sure as hell don't tell other people's kids what to think.
What if a stranger came up to your kids, Broomy, started talking to them, started telling them things started telling them that Jesus isn't real?
I think Broomy can't answer that question because he's a kid himself.
Or start telling them that Santa Claus isn't real.
I don't know if Jesus is real.
Well, I'm just going on the assumption that you're just an ordinary person who has sort of a base level of Christianity. Well, then whatever you believe, starts preaching to them. How about starts preaching to them? What if they start talking to your kid and tell them they're going to go to hell if they don't believe in Jesus?
It happened to me anyway.
That you're no. What would you do? What would you do?
Calm down, Brenda.
I'm not excited.
You're quite persistent. I hear what you're saying.
Well, yeah, because you're not answering the question.
It's difficult to try and talk back to you when you keep telling me, what would you do, what would you do, what would you do, what would you do? So
That sounds like somebody else.
I'm not that bad, come on.
Are we getting closer to answering the question?
Brenda, I just think that you should be yelling at other people's kids. Yeah, I agree with you.
Right. So other people shouldn't come up to your kids and tell them that they're going to hell. Your mom and your dad, little Johnny boy, your mom and dad are going to burn in hell. Your mom and dad are going to burn in hell. You think you'd get pissed off at that?
First time. Yeah, it would. Yeah, I've already said it's not on, is it?
Yeah, that's not cool.
And let's add the cherry on top that the guy's a convicted sex offender.
Romy, let me know when you want this to end. I got a topic I want to bring up.
We should add that into the guy that's accosting your kids is also a convicted sex offender, Brummy.
You know what's pretty funny? That that guy who said he didn't say temperatures was the reason. I've recorded it and I've gonna upload the video now. It's funny, and they can just see me laughing my fucking head off. And
I want to talk about this temperature thing. You guys made a claim that the temperature actually starts to get. You guys made a claim that the temp, we observe it getting colder and colder in higher altitudes, and you guys made a claim that there becomes a point where it starts to get hotter. So where is that point? And let's see some evidence of it. Right now, let's go. Chop, chop.
No, actually, I think it's beholden on you to go
chop,
look
chop.
at the balloon.
Put it on the table. Put your evidence on the
Jeremy,
table.
get a grip, dude. Get a grip.
No, because they tried to play me earlier, Veach. Where's the evidence that it gets hotter?
Where's the evidence it doesn't get hotter?
Scroll up. Scroll up.
It has to do with the definition of temperature. Temperature is the average energy that the gas has. So
we're still pretty deep in the atmosphere when we're doing this. It's actual physical measurement of temperature.
Yeah, Dwayne Callum
so they
records
measure
it in his balloon launches.
We got a balloon shot of it. All right, that's good. Where is it? Who's doing?
Go find it. Dwayne Callum.
What's up?
We gave you the graphs.
I don't care about a fucking graph, dude. I want to see some.
I don't care what you care about. That's our evidence.
I'm gonna write a graph. I'm gonna write a graph showing the Earth's flat. Is that you good with that?
Is it based on measurements? Because
our graph is based on all kinds of measurements of no elevation drop. Yes,
absolutely. I'd love to see it. Go ahead.
It's Google Earth. There's no elevation drop. Flat. Listen, I just want to know. I'm sorry I came in hot. Okay, I'll apologize to everyone right now. I'll apologize to everyone right now for coming in hot. Go ahead, Brenda.
Jeremy.
According to that, a basketball is flat because a basketball is the same elevation everywhere.
Well, it can be anything we want, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, depending on how you look at it, it's flat. I know.
But if we ripped it open and made it flat, there would be gaps and pieces missing.
Take an orange and try to flatten out the rind.
Who's Dwayne Callum? Do we have any? Is this a YouTube guy or?
He's
he's made his balloon his stratosphere launches, their balloons and stuff like that. I have like one of his launches where something about the light rather it's flat. I mean he uses wide angle lenses. I think he used the GoPro Black.
He used the rectilinear.
He uses GoPro and already posted about the GoPro. They all it'll be some little slight curvature. It's lens distortion. Leave it at that. But when you cancel out some of that lighting, and I have a beautiful picture, it's flat. It is, Jeremy.
You can correct with the lens distortion and show that it's not flat.
Right. Which one's the one that shows the temperature gets hotter at some arbitrary point in the sky? Do you know which one that is, or is it the one Flash posted or Terman posted, or does anyone know?
He posted one of his clips on his video. You'll see it's beautiful.
No, I already know.
We're not looking for blue and beautiful, Debbie. We're looking for temperature.
Yeah, I'm looking for a temperature.
He has temperature.
Thank you for not giving us anything we're looking for.
These guys are making
on a witch hunt yourself and pull it up. I've already looked through all of it. Yeah, so yeah, he measures temperature and all that.
Yeah, these
right.
guys are making a wild claim that it gets hotter.
Okay, it's not a wild claim, and why don't you look at the first Dwayne Kellum from Flashburn, which has numbers on it. You can see that it shows temperature and altitude and all that stuff. That'd probably be the one I would look at first.
I'm checking it right now. Thank you. Sorry, I came in hot.
You understand the basic idea, don't you?
Nope.
Well, the idea is that temperature is just a reflection of the average energy of the gas. So you can have a very thin atmosphere that has a very high amount of kinetic energy. So the temperature would be high. But nevertheless, if you stepped out into that atmosphere, into that air, you would freeze because it's so thin. Okay? Or is that difficult to visualize?
No, Brenda, we can all understand things. We just
Well, you get the idea, Broomy. You get the idea then, right? Right? Because temperature is just a measurement of kinetic energy of the molecules in a gas. So it's possible for air to be very thin, maybe not even breathable, and to have very high kinetic energy, say 3,000 degrees. But nevertheless, if you stepped outside, you would suffocate and freeze. That's possible. Yeah, so you could freeze in 3,000 degree temperature air.
But I was talking about this high altitude balloon stuff to someone in the room, and he said it's his son's 5th grade of work, and he was taking the piss out of me. And then we started to read the data, and he couldn't even read his own data.
All right, Jeremy, looking at timestamp 114, you have the temperature at -50. Then keep on skipping through like 5 minutes at a clip, and you'll see the temperature start to go up. That's around 65,000 feet is at the timestamp I mentioned.
Yeah, it does drown at the daylight. If you think about it, if the sun is moving away from our perspective, that you still see daylight. So
What are you calling daylight?
back to whoever it was.
She's talking about the complete darkness that you see at 1 minute or 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Do we know that? Do we know that she's not referring to the wrapper?
I don't know.
Don't worry about what the thing says on the bottom. Dan Dimension did all that. I think it was Dan Dimension.
Okay, well, whatever your point was, Debbie, it was well made.
Thank you so much. Oh, it's down to 49, Jeremy.
Well, I was happy to offer you a picture of the flat plane. Thank you.
Just saw it. Yeah, I just saw it. All right, you guys got me. You guys played me. All right, good job.
Fuck Nugget.
You win.
Okay, so the temperature
we always do.
Nah.
When you have the facts, and winning depends on having the facts, you'll always win if you have them.
At least I'll offer something, real.
What's that?
That wasn't too.
I would have never believed it got hotter. The higher, at that point, if I didn't see it.
You know what? I would say intuitively, I wouldn't have believed it also.
You know?
However, I've looked into it, and I've been told that it does, and now I see the numbers that back it up. Wow. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It is cool,
115,000 feet, it's 21 degrees Fahrenheit.
Crazy, yeah. Is there more gas? I didn't read the pressure readings. I'll just take your guys' word for it. There's less gas up there.
Pressure
than there
always
was
goes down with elevation, virtually always.
The barometric pressure it reads as 0.06, which is I don't know what you would feel if you were in that. I don't know how to compare.
Next to fuck all.
So the temperature gets lower, or sorry, the temperature is getting hotter, but there's less molecules.
Yeah.
Per square meter.
Airspeed is up too, 48 miles an hour as opposed to 34.
Oh, it could have just been blowing in a hot air, a hot airstream or something. No?
Except that this is the findings everywhere. So I guess there could always be a hot air wind blowing up there, but that doesn't help you any.
All right. What does help me?
Nothing except for possibly mental surgery or brain surgery. Actually, stopping playing dumb.
Well, I'm looking forward to smart pills.
Like Limitless?
That'd
be
cool.
neat.
Yeah,
Limitless pills,
yeah.
That would bring him up to 5th grade.
Very funny, Moyak. Very funny.
What is the temperatures in the thermosphere?
Google can answer that for you.
Forgot.
So we reach this arbitrary, or we reach this point in the sky where all of a sudden it starts getting hotter. Why?
Have you done any research on this, Jeremy? Any bit of reading at all? Have you looked at all? I'm curious. Can you answer yes or no?
I have not done any research. The most research I've done is look at that balloon video. That was it.
I recommend you ask Chemo, because Chemo is the leading authority on pressure and temperature, because you know that. And he's apparently wrong, so he might have to rethink his thing. But you might want to start with him, because he's the eminent authority on it.
I want to talk to Sleeping Warrior now that he claims that mass doesn't exist.
And gas, unless it's in a container.
How would that change what it's made of?
I don't know.
Oh, then why would you say it? It's a stupid assertion once again.
All right, but do you guys know why it gets hotter as you go higher? It's very interesting.
I don't know if I want to answer you because you just bullshit too much.
I'm going to read a very, very small section from something on Springer.com. This is from a paper. The thermal inversion in the stratosphere on Earth is due to absorption of ultraviolet radiation by ozone, but can be generated by other molecules on different planets. Above the stratosphere, the temperature decreases with height due to cooling in the infrared, blah, blah, blah. Now I'm going to check for something else to add to that, Jeremy. But there's one snippet of it. Due to absorption of ultraviolet radiation by ozone. Did you catch that?
That's where the ozone starts? I thought the ozone was higher than that for some reason. I got you. Thank you.
Is it that surprising, though, that it gets somewhat warmer a bit as you go high up? Because take a look at the ocean. As you go deeper, it gets colder and more dense. And if you're in the shallow water, it's less dense and warmer.
Yes, our sky is a very strange thing we have.
Not all that strange.
Here's another little easy read, Jeremy. From Wiki on stratosphere, jump to ozone and temperature. The rapid photolysis and reformation of ozone heats the stratosphere, resulting in a temperature inversion. This increase in temperature with altitude is characteristic of the stratosphere. Its resistance to vertical mixing means that it is stratified. Hence, the name, I think, stratosphere. It's where it gets its name from.
I wish we could send a balloon up higher.
How higher?
I don't know.
Well, we send up
Another
a funny looking
100,000.
balloon that has a fire at the bottom end of it, and that goes up, all the way to the edge of our solar system. But we can send them up. We send them up almost every week now with 60 satellites on them.
Oh, those balloons. Yes, that's the true.
Yeah, the fire breathing balloons.
The fire sticks. The white man's fire sticks.
My wife just sent me a text message. She's filling up her tank right now. I'm scared to do that thing though because her car's all warranted and shit, and she might just bring that shit into the shop without even letting me know.
What thing are you doing?
My plan was to just keep filling her gas tank up every day, and I was gonna see how long she could go without noticing that she was low on gas. But then my next thought was, well, she might think her gas gauge is broke because that's what I would do. I'd be like, oh, my gas gauge is broke. I'm bringing the shit into the dealer.
My father did that to a guy at work. The guy was talking about how good his vehicle was. So they all sort of chipped in and they were putting a couple gallons in every day and did that for like 3 months. And the guy was like, singing the praises of his vehicle. Oh my God, I'm getting 60, 70, 80 miles per gallon. This thing's incredible. It's got one of them secret carburetors on it. Then they decided they were going to take their money back. They started taking the gas out of it every day.
Ah, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I just uploaded that. I just clipped out that bit where that guy was on about the elevation. He's taking a piss out his 5th grader's homework, and then he gets it wrong himself.
that Dwayne Callum guy, he's a flat earther.
Is that the guy's name, Dwayne Callum?
The guy with the hot air balloon. Sorry, Brummy. That was just the
video. Who's the guy who was making fun earlier with his son's 5th grader work? What's his name?
I didn't even hear about that.
Was you in the room a minute ago when he goes, "Oh, this is my 5th grader's homework, my son's homework," and
he wasn't making fun of it.
He was making fun of me. He was going, "Oh, 5th graders do this stuff," and then we read the data. And he got the data wrong, and I've just literally looked at it instantly, read the data correctly, and corrected him on it. And he tried to say that the coldest point is the highest point, when clearly the altitude drops at 130. And if you check the graph that he uploaded, it wasn't the highest point at all. I said to him, "Well, why is the altitude moving down then at 150 when it's at 130? It's losing its altitude." And he was wrong. He didn't admit that he was wrong. He didn't apologize.
Well, it goes against what we know. So there's something weird with that data to begin with. But
I believe he did say the balloon might have exploded at that point, and now Brome is trying to make it sound as if he didn't know that.
Well, they had an altitude. I'm assuming they had some kind of a measurement of altitude. They weren't just using time, because I don't think these things go up.
He said to me, right, looking at the graphs, word for word. I just watching it.
We heard what he said. You're repeating it now.
Yeah, so he got it wrong.
Yep,
he didn't.
He did get it
I'm
wrong.
going to say he probably did get it wrong. But the conclusion from that wrongness, I think you might have wrong.
No, he said the temperature.
In fact, you actually partially
40.
have it right too. It probably was. And my assumption is that it was the wind blowing over the gear, and you're right in that respect. But I think it's because you actually exposed the payload.
The balloon pops at 1 minute, 130 minutes in, and he tried to say that the lowest point of the temperature is at 150. So he was trying to say the highest when the temperature drops is because it goes up. That's the altitude. He got it completely wrong. It wasn't even close. And I pointed that out
It
to him. He was
doesn't
like, no.
fucking matter, bro,
Yeah, it
because
does matter.
we
It
have
does matter. It
the
does
part
matter.
of
It
a
does matter.
graph before
It
that
does matter,
happens,
because when I
which
was wrong,
shows and supports his argument anyway.
when I was wrong, right? When I was wrong, you wanted me to admit it. When I was wrong, you wanted me to admit it. When he's wrong, oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Ha. Ha ha ha.
What are you laughing at yourself? Can't even read a graph.
Laughing at you. Laughing at you. I misread something. It was the funniest thing in the world. Now he misreads me something, and then you're like,
How
oh,
about
yeah, it don't really
you
matter.
stop
It
wasting
does
time laughing and learn
matter.
to read a graph?
It does matter. Yeah, tell your mate to read his 5th grade work, then, innit? Tell your mate to learn his 5th grade work.
You say that, not Brummy, the other guy. You say that that graph is in keeping with the temperature? I don't think so. The temperature and altitude? It seems all fucked up.
Before there is a sudden drop in altitude, presumably to balloon blowing up, you can see that the temperature varies, and there is a point where it goes up.
Yeah, if it goes down pretty steadily and precipitously, the temperature drops pretty precipitously as it's falling.
Because obviously,
before that.
Oh god. Yeah, before that it goes up slightly, but not much. It's hotter when it's at the floor.
And I believe it is consistent, but I haven't checked with what we have for a bunch of other graphs for how the temperature varies based on height in the atmosphere, which you can Google right now. Temperature, height, atmosphere, and you'll get a bunch of similar graphs.
Like this one here. I've got one already. I've uploaded it for you. That one. That's your prediction. That's what it's supposed to be. But the globe, that's the globe data. But you know, and it was going consistent because it was heating up slightly at that altitude. But the point that I'm trying to make is that guy was completely wrong, and he just sat there gloating about 5th grader homework, and he couldn't even dissect the data himself properly.
No, he did dissect it.
No, he didn't. He did. He got it completely
That's your
wrong.
claim, and you tell
Look
a
at
lot
the
of
video.
lies.
Look at the video. Look at the video. I've uploaded the video. You can watch it and see for yourself what he said.
I heard what he said.
No,
and
you
I
didn't.
heard
You
how
still-
you misrepresented.
I never. It's recorded. I've even put subtitles in what he said, word for word. I'm not misrepresenting him at all. He got it completely wrong.
You're misrepresenting him.
Well,
You
I've got
say
evidence.
whatever
I've got
the fuck you
an
want.
There's a video here with evidence in, so you can sit there and misrepresent me all you like. But I've got a video recording his voice saying the wrong thing. It backfired in his face. He was making fun of 5th grader homework. I don't care. No one cares. The fact is, you're wrong.
Or, I mean, people fuck up all the time. Like, I want to harp on that thing with Flatten yesterday in the arena. Like, we get shit wrong all the time, so we got to just move on. And
I know. But you know what it is though with the Globers. Like when they're wrong, right? They just act like, oh, it don't matter. We've got it. But when I'm wrong, look, bro, yeah, you read 25 miles wrong. It's a big problem when someone else gets something wrong. But when they get wrong, it doesn't really matter. Do you get what I mean? Though the double standards.
I don't know. I've gotten a lot of stuff wrong, and they've let me slide on it. So, I mean,
It probably has something to do. It probably has something to do with your obnoxious nature, Brummy, that you get beat up on it.
You hear it. You'll hear it for a few minutes, but it'll go away after a couple minutes, and you know, like that when Flatten said the time causes. I'm still pissed at these guys for the time thing. So don't even get me going on that again. But whatever.
I don't know why you're pissed about it. It's a requirement in everything.
Because is Veach in here? Veach.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were here the day we said we all agreed time doesn't cause anything, right?
Time is always an independent variable if used in an experiment.
But it does. Okay, but it doesn't cause anything, right? We all agreed on this.
I mean, it depends on really what you mean by cause. If you think an independent variable has to cause the dependent variable, then it does cause things.
Just forget about the IV. Wait, what?
Then time is a requisite. I mean, the only reason we even have things can cause anything, the only reason cause and effect can even be a concept is because of time. Without time, there's no such thing as cause and effect. Because cause and effect requires things to be ordered in time, right? One thing happens, then another thing happens later. That laterness, that time aspect there, That's the whole, like, you absolutely need it in order for cause and effect to even be a thing. So there's a sense in which time causes everything. Like it's there for everything. It's one of the causes of all things.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the cause. You just can't do anything without it. It's not that it's causing it. It's the thing that's letting you actually do the thing. Like we can't do anything without air, because we'd be all dead. So can we say air is the cause of everything?
No, but it's different because cause and effect, the very concept of cause and effect requires ordering, actual ordering of something, right? Because cause has to come before effect, otherwise it wouldn't be cause and effect. And in order for something to come before it, you need to have time, right? You can't have things coming in order without time.
Can we give Scott some context here for this particular argument, which came about because Latin Destruction made the claim that time is the cause of an orbit?
I mean, it's a weird sentence to say. It's not a sentence I would ever say. I don't think it's a very useful sentence. But it comes down to this, though. A lot of different things can be said to be the cause of something. Like, I was thinking about, how your independent variable issue, Jeremy. I was thinking about the other day when I was reading about why forest fires haven't happened as much this summer. And I was reading and I was thinking about it, and I was thinking how you can do so many different experiments that would say so many different things are the cause of forest fires. But the truth is they're all interrelated. They all affect each other. And so if you change one of them, you change all of them. Which one's the cause? Who knows? Which one, are all of them the cause? I guess. So yeah, it's weird to say this time is the cause of orbits because it's just sort of two different scopes. But without time, you can't have a cause. I mean, you can't have any cause. So yeah, I agree. It's a weird way to say it.
Much anything.
Yeah.
Well, without air, we wouldn't have anything either. So we could say that's the cause.
You would have things with air, though. You'd have things, but yeah, I hear you. You don't. It's as weird to say air is the cause of life, or air is the cause of life on Earth, as much as it's as weird a thing to say as time is the cause of an orbit. Which is to say, it's not very useful. I guess you could make a philosophical defense of it, but it's kind of a silly thing to do. So yeah, I agree. It's a sort of a non-correct thing to say. I won't go so far as to say it's wrong, but I'll say it's not correct.
Although you could say with like the air is instrumental in life, there's actually where they one of the suspect places where life would have formed would have been at the bottom of the ocean near thermal vents and stuff like that. So and they would have been anaerobic life forms. So actually, you might not need air for life. That was a later attribute that was required for modern life.
Yeah, fair enough. So what are you mad about, though, Jeremy? What was said to you that made you mad?
Because we all agreed one day that time wasn't actually the cause of anything, and now I feel like you're backtracking. And
well, I didn't agree. That day that we were talking about independent variables, and what I was saying was the thing that you're getting wrong, I think, over and over and over, is your insistence that an independent variable has to be the cause of a dependent variable.
Oh, forget the independent variable. Forget all that.
Then I don't think we said anything.
Yes, we talked about time for 2 hours before that. It went into the independent variable.
I don't think I was there the whole time then, but I believe you that some group of people said to you, time is not the cause of anything. But it's like, let me ask you a question then.
You cut out.
Push to talk.
What's the cause of aging, would you say?
Not time. I mean, obviously you need time for it to happen.
Is time actually a good candidate for that?
No, I mean, you need time for it to happen, but...
Yeah. Can we make it simpler? Can 2 hours freeze water?
No.
That made it a lot simpler. Thanks.
Now, water being subjected to sub-freezing temperatures for a period of time will cause it to freeze, or can cause it to freeze, yes. But this is the essence of the argument. Time itself. That's what's really being argued about. And by the people that object to this statement that time causes these things.
Yeah.
It's other things, your telomeres and everything in your aging, environmental factors for a duration, for a period of time. Over time, these things have effect. Time itself is not doer. You know what I mean?
You mean
we're saying.
Yeah, you mean it could be the liter of Jack Daniels I drink every day?
I couldn't really hear that very well.
I'm sorry. I was going for the joke. Is it the liter of vodka that I drink every day?
Absolutely, it's causes premature aging. Everybody knows this.
Well, if you talk about the,
I agree with Debbie, whatever she said.
It was just a joke.
And you
It
can
was
also
just a
reverse
joke.
aging.
It was
Well,
just a
less time that it
joke.
took you to age.
Well, the
It
thing
was
is,
just a joke.
well, we got to talk about the sufficient cause. The thing is, time alone, it would be like metabolic processes, cells getting worn out, sin, if you're talking about something that's more direct. But underneath that huge umbrella, you could just label it time. But time itself, if you're trying to be like, hey, I'm just going to wait for somebody to die, that can happen, but other stuff's going on.
What's the hypothesis? See, I went over this before. You guys are still so confused about causation. It's what has an effect on the dependent variable. There could be many. Those are independent variables. Understand your.
Who are you?
Understand your hypothesis.
Who are you arguing with?
It's a story. All you guys, you're talking about causation.
You're off topic. You're off topic.
Who cares?
You're on the wrong topic. I don't think you heard what they were saying.
I did. They were talking about time itself. What is time? Can time have causation?
They were talking about independent variables and dependent variables. And I only know that because I said the same thing you said and got told to shut up about independent variables.
But just because on day after day, I just assumed it would be the same conversation. But I did heard a little flair to it that it was about, I'm analyzing time. Can it actually cause something to happen? And I don't think
people are abusing the language. They're like, somebody said time is the cause of orbits, which was certainly an abuse of the language.
It's a weird statement.
Yeah, and this word cause is the problem. How about we replace it between all of us as having effect on something?
Requirement for. I
mean, then we discern between this causation of like what is the root cause of something happening, which is a whole different hypothesis to begin with. Then
I had said something to the effect of the fire triangle. Without any three of those legs, you don't have fire. So was air the cause of the fire? Was heat the cause of the fire? Was the fuel the cause of the fire? So time is, in that essence, required for just about everything.
Yeah, it's like saying reality causes everything.
Right.
Without reality, nothing would. Okay, fine. That's
but in fire, you could have all those as independent variables for some experiment. But the causation is really a chemical reaction.
You could say empty space causes everything too. You can't do anything without space to do it in.
It's like stating an obvious requirement. It's not very practical or useful to state.
I mean, is space the cause of everything too? Because that's right there with your time. You can't do anything without space.
Did you miss the point, Jeremy?
Yeah, he did.
As long as it has an effect on the dependent variable, it is an independent variable. Now, what are you really asking?
We're not talking about dependent variables or whatever.
You kind of are because you're saying causes. What causes something to happen?
Yeah. That's all.
If you're saying that's a hypothesis, and you have one leg of that triangle, for example, it's a weak hypothesis. So that wouldn't be that.
I'm not even.
It's an abuse of language, is all it is. I mean,
yeah, it's just not. It's not very smart. You guys got to clean it. Jeremy, come on.
Listen, we're not even talking about that right now. Relax. I just want to know if you guys say time causes things.
No,
it's not verbing anything. There's no independent variable that's verbing anything. It's just an observation. When I change this variable, this thing occurred.
Your hypothesis is time causes something, and then that was you can just say, okay, I'll let some time go by. Did that thing happen? No. So your hypothesis is stupid. So by saying that time causes something, it's just ridiculous.
Listen, I don't have a hypothesis. I don't have an experiment.
A hypothesis. When you talk about an observation or a cause or prediction, it's a hypothesis.
Can we prove that time exists?
Sure.
Yes.
It's just one damn thing after another.
I just want to make my point though that if you're saying time's the cause of everything, then or you can't do anything without time. You could also use space. Say that.
Agree. You're right. You guys are saying the same thing. You guys are not even disagreeing right now. You guys are both saying time is not the cause of everything. It's sort of absurd to say the word cause in that sentence.
Well, we're talking about an intelligible narrative for action. Like, are we baking a cake? If we're baking a cake, what do you have to mix in what order to get the cake to come out? Do you put it in the oven first, then you put in the eggs and the sugar and stuff like that? Or do you put it in a certain order to cause something to happen, namely a cake? You know, underneath these causes, we can package a lot of stuff that we can dissect later. Under time, we could put metabolic processes, you know, telomeres, all this other crap as an umbrella. But if you want more intelligibility later, maybe we could stop, you know, death with, I don't know, something else and let time pass as no longer the sufficient cause or whatever, separated from that cause with a bit more specificity, maybe. Who knows?
When you say
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt anybody. Sorry.
When you say cause, you're basically stating your hypothesis. What is making something happen? And you got to be detailed. You just can't say caused by time or caused by that. What causes a cake? I mean, it's that silly, right? All the flour, all the time, the oven, the ingredient. I mean, right? So when you start saying something, because it's a whole different vernacular than when you start talking about like a scientific method. So think about what you're going to say and understand what you're asking.
Hey, Big Bean, what were you trying to say? Were you trying to say something, Big Bean?
Yeah, just real quick. I was just going to say, I mean, before we build up all these kind of models and, you know, theoretical models on top of time, I mean, shouldn't we be talking about whether or not it actually does exist, or is it just something with our perception of the actual physical laws of the universe? I mean, you know, that's what I keep seeing, is that they don't actually question the fundamentals of you guys' model, and I don't know, I'm just wondering about that.
You take your wine, you put your grapes in a bottle, and then you sit there and you drink it 2 seconds later. It's not wine. So there is a future tense to that.
What do clocks measure?
Progression of existence.
Oh, I don't really know. I'm not making any claims about it. I was just asking you if you could.
I don't know what that is. That doesn't make any sense. But clocks measure time, right?
Well, again, I don't really know. I'm just asking you if you can provide some evidence for the claim that you seem to be proposing.
How can you not know?
Let's make a concession so we can move forward with the discussion intellectually. Yes, it measures time.
Yeah, he's just sea lioning. So yeah, clocks measure time.
Is it measure? Hold on. Is it measuring the amount of times the Earth goes around the sun, or is it measuring the amount of times of
the measure of units of events?
The progression of existence. So you're doing.
Okay, so let's break this down. How does the clock work? Vibrations. Is it measuring the number of vibrations, or is it actually measuring the essence of time itself? That is a very important question. Vibrations, regular occurrences, or time itself?
Well, the
I'm surprised you can read the clock, Lemon, if it's that complicated for you.
This is a very good philosophical questions. What is the true essence here? Is it anything beyond just the vibrations of the quartz in the mechanism of this machine?
That's what I call
That's all it is.
Well, we can use a clock or we can use a pulsar. There's some things in nature that actually have a period. And if it has a repeatable exact period, we can use that to measure the progression of existence. Doesn't matter what the units are. It just means that it's moving forward, not backward.
I'm so sorry. I regret bringing this subject up again.
Well, it's not. It's a clock. So the clock I'm thinking of has a spring. It's a wound spring clock. And so what the hands measure, right, are the number of cogs, on the gears in the clock, right? That's what it measures.
Fascinating.
Passage.
I mean, how do we know that this is not just some kind of framework, that it's the only way our minds can perceive the universe? So we're kind of just creating some kind of model that it fits with what our human minds that are only evolved to just do simple, you know, foraging and sustain some kind of primitive lifestyle. It's the only kind of framework that we can understand. And then we latch onto that, and then we say, oh, this is like the fundamental, this is some kind of universal law of the universe. It's a little bit arrogant.
How does that help
in
you?
my opinion.
How does that help? What does that accomplish?
I don't know. I'm just trying to ask the question of whether or not we can be sure that
I think I talked to you about it. I'm not sure, but I said, yeah. The useful value of time is I have a bottle of oxygen. I go diving. I know I have an hour's worth of air. If I deviate from that, I'm pretty well fucked. So it's useful.
If I apply a kilowatt over an hour, I got a kilowatt hour.
Yeah, it appears that
I'm
events
not
do
denying that
pass.
it's useful. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
It doesn't
anybody
matter
off.
the unit of measure. Just measure that you have some period, and even that clock. It's not a matter of the spacing of the gears. It's a matter of that spring tension and the force release period. That could be any period you want it to be, but as long as it's predictable and repeatable and equal, then it becomes a unit measure of time, and we don't care what it is. And all the laws of physics still work, regardless of that unit measure of time.
I'm not denying that it's useful, so that's anyway.
Go look at a pulsar. You can get a unit measure of time through that, and then everything on Earth can be based on that. All the physics can work off that as well. Doesn't matter.
Well, let's relate this to reality beyond just the concept. It appears to cover the passage of events. You can't really hold it in your hand or go forward or backward or measure it with like a tape ruler. It appears to flow eternally, but it does appear to flow a little differently depending on your mind, your adrenaline rush, your condition, whether you're alive or dead, the dimension that you're in, the quality of your body, the way stuff passes in the angelic or human dimension that you're currently residing in. So it does appear to have somewhat of an essence, but can you hold it in your hand? No.
Well, clocks have eliminated that kind of problem where you feel like time passed faster or slower. You could still, now you can measure it and put it into a uniform agreed upon unit, which helps everybody function.
Yeah, in fact, we can take a clock, put it in a jet airplane and fly it really fast, and then land it and compare it to the clock that's on the runway, and we can see that time is different, and that can confirm special relativity. That space and time
dependent variable rather than independent. Then time becomes your dependent variable, not your independent variable.
We'll find out more about it if we ever get up to relativistic speeds.
Well, we do that now.
I'm talking serious. Like you want to get
with satellites. With satellites.
I'm talking about like actually being able to see somebody a different age come back from a flight.
Oh, yeah. That yeah. No, we're not doing that. So time is just a measurement of change. How fast things change. So even atoms have clocks because they experience change, right? Is nobody talking?
Nope.
Oh, thank
Just
God.
you, Brenda.
My audio, when I was looking for what I must have pressed wrong.
It got too philosophical.
I do that too all the time. Actually, Brenda, I was talking about earlier today. We were talking about the independent variable and cause, and the whole definition comes down to what is causation is. And I look at it as either an event, a process, or a state can influence the dependent variables. And I consider time to be one of the states. And as the arrow of time moves forward, it can affect the other variables.
Well, how do you fit space into this? As an independent
What do you mean?
variable?
How do you fit space into this, Jeremy?
Where's space? You can't do anything.
Depends.
You need the
Depends, Jeremy.
space.
If you're looking at this from a context of classical mechanics, time and space aren't related. If you look at it through relativity, then yeah, they are related.
No, I'm saying he says time affects the independent variable. What about space?
Yeah, the position of the body is one of the independent variables. It's a function of x, y, z, and t. The position of the, well, I think of it as, I write equations as acceleration, f as an acceleration is a function of velocity and position.
Yeah, well, we were talking
time is implied in that as well.
Are you talking about math? I thought you were talking about science.
You think there's a difference between those two?
Oh God! Oh boy! Oh
How
boy!
the
Yes,
fuck
there's a difference.
I just want to know.
Get a measurement
That wasn't a
without
question about
math.
you being stupid, because you know that's not the case. But I want to see what you have to say about that.
I mean, math is math and science is science. If they weren't, they'd just be called, something else.
Okay, listen, Jeremy. The retards that brainwashed you on that are wrong. It's that simple.
What's the aversion to math? It's just like anytime we bring up math, you just dismiss everything.
No, I wouldn't. Well, I don't dismiss it. Math, it's useful.
You just did, though.
No, I said I thought we were talking about science.
Science. Have you seen the scientific paper? They're practically all math with just commentary.
Yes, but Jeremy hasn't seen that. But what he did see was some retards on the internet that told him that, hey, if it's math, it ain't science. And he believed them because he actually never saw an actual paper.
Well,
I think
math
Tesla.
Is a tool. Math is a tool used by scientists. Is a tool.
Who was the one that said? I think it was Tesla who said scientists these days wander through mathematical equations.
Yeah, Tesla. So you realize that Tesla was fucking wrong on a bunch of things, especially on quantum mechanics, where he couldn't predict shit, as opposed to other people who did predict shit.
Jeremy, do you know what a Venn diagram is? I'm not being a dick when I ask this. If I refer to that, do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, I'll describe it. So imagine two circles, and they overlap at, and you overlap.
Oh, I know that
100%. That's what a Venn diagram is. Okay.
I know that one. All right.
Okay, I'm not being a dick about it. So consider one circle to be science, one circle to be math. Okay, and just draw them in your head so they overlap 50%. Okay. So there's some things that are pure math, and there are some things that you could classify as pure science. But there's all that area. Actually, I would actually cover them off at like 90%. There's very limited. There's a small section that's pure math, small section that's pure science. In the middle, there's overlap because you use math in science, and you can't really use some science without the math. So they're not independent, because that seems the way it's been presented to you.
I mean, no one's ever presented it to me, really.
Okay, well, let me correct your misconception by giving you that diagram to visualize in your head, because they're not independent. There's some slivers that are, and yes, but overall, no. Because technically, I'm an engineer. I'm an engineer.
You're not even a real rocket scientist, really?
Jeremy, I'm an aerospace engineer. If there's anyone who specializes in satellite dynamics control, if there's anybody who can have that title, it's me. So stop that nonsense.
It's not like there's actually a title called rocket scientist. It's like it's just it's a phrase that means him.
I like it.
I'm curious about something else, Jeremy. Did the dumbass tell you that math isn't science was an actual scientist who knew what the real science was?
Well, I don't think technology is science either. I mean, obviously it's not because they're
You
just different
didn't
names.
answer the question. Like, who told you that? And can we know if they are an actual scientist?
Okay, the person that told me that math isn't science and science isn't math is the person that made up two different words to describe each thing. No, you got one word means science, and the other word means
Jeremy,
math.
you gotta stop eating while you're on the mic, please. For me, please. I beg you.
I'm so hungry.
Okay, but then just don't answer. Now it's not an answering questions time. Yeah,
all right.
It's not your fault. I'm just overly sensitive.
What's the problem with saying that math isn't science? I don't understand.
Math isn't science. Math isn't science.
It's a formal science. There are formal sciences, natural science. Actually, fuck this. Let's not go there because this is another topic that a lot of people don't know shit about, apparently. When you assume that a lot of people do.
Well, science like cause and effect relationships explored through like hypothesis and rigorous testing. At that point, no, it's just the technology that works or the math and the numbers. But if you're talking about something that works in Y with like, use of math, it kind of bleeds into each other a little bit, but it's not quite exploring cause effect relationships. On that level, it's not quite science. It's just numbers.
Very cute, Lemon, but that's what you say, not actual scientists. And since you're not a scientist, how about you refrain your opinion by just saying it's my opinion?
Yeah, Wolfgang's right. I just looked it up. I'd never actually heard this distinction before. At least I don't remember ever hearing it. But formal science is the study of math. Basically, it's the scientific study of formal systems. Mathematics being one of them. Yeah, makes sense. It's not very common usage. I don't think people.
Yeah, so science is just a description of the natural world around us, right?
Yes, natural science, yeah.
Are you still using that mouse for the push to talk, Scott?
Nope.
And math is creating a bunch of made up definitions and then a bunch of axioms that you made up and then deducing what follows from them. And that's not science.
Well, that's not entirely true. Math is also descriptive of the world around us. So math and logic are descriptions of the world around us also. They're descriptive in nature. Right? So if I have 4 apples, I write down the numeral 4. And that describes how many apples I have.
Can you show me square root of 2 apples or no?
Yeah, probably.
How are you going to do that?
Cutting an apple.
I think I would have to give partial apples. Yeah, I'd have to cut one of them in half.
Are they going to be exactly the square root of 2, or are we talking just approximately?
Oh no, there's no circles in the real world. There's no triangles in the real world. Math is an abstraction, right? It's abstract.
Yes,
it's
concepts. We know because there's no negative numbers, but they love to use them.
Oh no, negative numbers exist. They're real. So
yes,
so
they are.
I mean, you can't.
Jeremy, you owe me 5 Oreo cookies, so you have negative 5 cookies.
Dude, I switched to peanut butter crackers.
Are we denying that the square root of 2 can actually be the physical length of something?
It wouldn't quite match reality. It would be a rough approximation.
I'd like to hear from Baked Beans on this, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking the question of if it is possible to have square root of 2 apples.
Well, wait. Okay. Well, here's something I can give you. You can draw a simple square. The length of each side is 1. Now, the diagonal that you can draw through this square, their length will be equal to the square root of 2. Do you think that's true or false?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I'm not really sure if it is true or false, but I would just say that I think that it calls into question our our interpretation of the physical world as mathematical.
How? That's just gibberish.
I
It's just
understand
nonsense.
that, but people, let me finish up real quick. I understand that you think this calls into question. However, you not even knowing if that diagonal is equal to the square root of 2, how in the world can you sit there in good conscience and tell other people what you think math is not, or have any valuable, useful input on the subject matter to even begin with? Why should anybody listen to your critiques of mathematics if you can't even answer this simple question?
Well, it's just like asking if, just like your fellow colleagues here just said, you can't have a perfect sphere in the real world.
Yeah, but
so we're talking about something
that's
that
not
is
a problem.
conceptual, and it's not. It's
Well,
not.
wait.
There's echo.
So what? Okay, Planck length is probably going to be your ultimate barrier at the end, despite our lack of technology at the moment to create what would be a perfect sphere. We're talking perfect, and you have to understand the level of precision we're talking about here. Okay, anyway, and of what value is this, this limit of, say, a Planck length, that a circle is actually going to be limited in its perfection to be an n-sided polygon of Planck length sides? Is that what you're getting at?
Well, it's basically telling us that mathematical models are like orders of magnitude, if not infinitely imprecise compared to the real world.
How do you draw that conclusion? Where are you getting orders of magnitude?
That was amazing. How did he do that?
I don't think you know what an order of magnitude is,
well,
first of all. Do you know what an order of magnitude is? I don't think you do. You're just throwing words out there. You don't know
So
what they mean.
bacon beans. It's really simple. Mathematics and geometric things are just abstractions. They're concepts. They're ideas that we have in our head. There's no such thing as a real triangle. There's no such thing as a real circle. They're just ideas that we have. They're concepts. They're abstractions. But if you take a square piece of paper and make two sides of it the same length, the diagonal will be the square root of 2. So it's a real number with a real length.
Well, with the Pythagorean theorem, you'd have a square with sides 1, 1, 1, 1, and a diagonal going through it that goes with supposedly with the rule of the Pythagorean theorem, which says that you'd be able to take that square, cut it in half, and 1 squared plus 1 squared would equal that diagonal squared by the Pythagorean theorem. So 1 squared, at least mathematically, is 1, plus 1 squared, 1, which is 2. 2 basically equals that diagonal squared. So you take the square root of that diagonal, the square root of 2, to get the square root of 2, the answer. But in the mind, it's kind of hard to accept, because if you have a square with like 1, 1, 1, 1 as a side, it's kind of like 1 squared is 1. It's kind of like, shouldn't it be more than 1?
No.
So it's a little counterintuitive.
Now you're just talking yourself into a corner of confusion.
It's actually hypocritical, Lemon. You don't accept square roots of 2 because it's conceptual, but at the same time you accept flat Earth as acceptable, even though the flat plane is purely conceptual. You have hills. You never have an actual flat plane.
Say you have a side of 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. 2 squared by 2 squared. That's like 2 times 2 squared, or 4. It's more than the sides in quantity, but with 1 squared, it's equal. That's a little hard to wrap your mind around.
How do you have
Hang on. Zenny,
No, yeah.
Zenny, just so you know what he's done here, he's trying to get you to make a right triangle have sides 1, 1, and 1.
I know that. That's what I was just about ready to say. I was just about ready to go there. So, Lemon.
Squared is not more than 1, so it's a little counterintuitive.
Lemon. I know you probably know this because you just haven't thought it through. You have a square, 1, 1, 1, and 1, 4 sides, right? You draw a diagonal, there's 2 triangles, right? The triangle's diagonal, the square's diagonal makes 2 triangles. that is longer than the two sides. You said it. Square root of 2. That's it's 1.41. 1.41 is the diagonal. It's more than the legs. The two equal one side, distant sides.
But say you were trying to find the area of that square with sides 1, 1, 1, 1. It would just be 1 squared, 1 times 1, 1. It would be the same as the side. That's a little hard to believe.
That's
an
the area.
equilateral. That's an equilateral triangle. Not
No, just the area of the square.
You got 1 square, whatever that distance is. If it's a mile, it's 1 square mile. 1, 1, 1. 2, it'd be 2 times 2 would be 4. Be 4 of whatever that distance of each side is, whatever that unit of measure is on each side. The diagonal is square root of 2. Square root is 1.41.
Yeah.
So no matter what the length of the square sides are, the diagonal will always be longer, and by longer by a factor of root 2. And if you have a 1, let's say if you had a 1 diagonal, what would be the sides, Lemon?
Well, you'd have to appeal to somewhat transcendental knowledge.
Basic math. What if you had the one was the diagonal across the square? What would be the sides of the square? What would that be equal to?
You just reverse it. The two sides would be equal. So 2 times the sides squared would equal 1. So half would be s squared. You take the square root of that for both sides, and you get the square root of half would be the side.
No,
That
it's
is not how you do math.
It's 1 over the square root of 2. It means 0.707. So that'd be one leg, and the other leg would be 0.707 each leg. The diagonal would be 1. See, this is why math is so useful. And I know
Going back to whether or not this math relates to the real world, though.
It does relate to the
Most of the time,
perfectly.
when you square quantities, you expect to have more than the original. So you would have to have
more, not the rest of us.
Knowledge outside of just the system to know how to treat it.
One that expects to have more than you should.
1 square unit is conventionally treated as 1 square without going beyond 1 squared. You would have to have transcendental knowledge beyond just the system to make sense out of it beyond the system itself.
Well, it might feel like that to you, but to the rest of us, this is like 8th grade math.
Lemon, you want a real world example? If I'm making a frame with 4 sides, rectangular or otherwise, and if I want to be sure that it's square, guess what I measure? I measure the diagonal both ways and make sure they're equal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a convention that 1 square, 1 times 1 squared for the size of that 1 square will just equal 1 square. You'd have to have transcendental knowledge beyond just the system to understand
Can you
that.
explain to me what transcendental knowledge is?
I'm
not sure what a transcendental knowledge is.
I think he means you have to be God to understand math.
Only God knows
most math numbers, you take a number, square it, you get more than just the number, based off of the behavior of most of the other numbers in math, except for 1.
Lemon, do you know what a square represents? What happens when you have a square or a cube or what? Do you know what that means?
Is 1 squared 4? Because it's part of a square and has 4 sides. I mean, what logic are you using, Lemon? I mean, you were definitely smart. You've shown brilliance in this area before, but now you just seems like you're falling asleep. This is really simple stuff. You're not thinking it through. I know. I'm not going to insult you by calling, "Oh, you're an idiot." No, you're just not thinking it through. I know you are, Lemon. Come on.
I understand the convention, but the knowledge of how to treat it is outside of the system's normal behavior.
No, but you're making.
So you're going to need transcendental knowledge beyond just the system to really understand it beyond intuitive figuring.
You said earlier you had this feeling that suddenly if we had 2 sides and you squared them because it's a 1 squared is still 1, so it didn't make any sense to you. So it seems like you're a little confused. I mean, you're just saying it's fine what you say. I don't know what
a number, you get more than just the number. Except for 1.
Someone needs a ban in the debate chat box.
The same thing.
Man, I don't know what to say. I mean, now I know why people think the world, in this group, why they think the world's flat. They just can't do simple math.
So is 1 equal to 1 squared, or is 1 squared more than 1?
Lemon, I guess you never make a carpet for your living room, or linoleum floor for your kitchen, or anything like that, right?
Lemon, if
Are we
I
talking
have,
about a shape or a numerical value?
hey, Lemon, if I have 1 tile for my bathroom, how many tiles do I have?
You would have 1 square tile. So we're talking about a shape, a square shape, but not a numerical value.
I have one.
If I have
square
one,
tile.
This is like the guy that's talking to his girlfriend in the car, and he says, "Honey, if I'm going 60 miles an hour and I go for 1 hour, how far do I go?" And they talk about this over this video for like 10 minutes.
And that's the transcendent knowledge that you need outside of just the numerical system. That 1 squared is really talking about.
What is 1 squared? What does 1 squared mean, Lemon? What is it? What is